The working day came to an end. People were going home. Inaka Yuji, who was only 27 years old, waddled tiredly along the crosswalk. He wondered if he should have gone back to the village because he didn't want to work anymore due to fatigue. Someone shouted that he should have been more careful. There was a truck headed for the hero. Someone yelled at him to get out of the way, but Inaka realized too late what had happened. The truck driver had dozed off at the wheel. Inaka noticed this. He figured that both the driver and he had overworked themselves at work. The hero remembered that when he was born, it was fun and peaceful to live in the village. He thought it would be worth going back there. Alfred recognized the girl as his sister Elenora. He sat down on the grass and began to scratch his eye. The boy replied that he was just taking a nap. Elenora asked if his eye hurt. Alfred Slolit was 3 years old, and Elenora Slolit was already 9 years old. Alfred answered her that it was from sleeping. Elenora became angry. The girl asked if his mother took him for a walk now and then. Elenora wanted to add something, but looked at the boy. Her arms were crossed on her chest. The girl looked toward the house. She asked her brother something was wrong. Alfred looked at the house as well. Alfred's name in his past life was Inaka Yuji. He was a clerk in Japan, but he was hit by a truck. Elenora grabbed his hand. She said they needed to go home because mom was worried. Alfred quietly apologized. Elenora told her brother that he looked tired. She asked if he was doing well. The girl also asked that he was only 3 years old and he was already so tired. Alfred mentally replied that he was wildly tired, having been a clerk in a past life. The boy remembered about the presence of the training magic he had used. It appeared that after using the magic, Alfred was getting weaker. He figured he would feel better after sleeping. The boy looked at his free hand. Elenora had told him that it was worth it to exercise his body once in a while. Alfred replied to his sister that he had talked about it at times. He added that in those moments he remembered that his sister used to make him go swimming. The boy asked that wasn't that what his mother used to say to her. Elenora looked at him in surprise. The girl began to smile. She replied that it came from her sister's good intentions. Alfred looked at her with a displeased look. The hero remembered that his sister had woken him up yesterday, and even his magic training had been disrupted. He figured it was all because of his older sister. Alfred replied to his sister that he thought she was a demon. The girl didn't pay any attention to that. She pointed her finger in the direction of the house. Elenora said they should hurry. There was magic in this world. The god, whose age was not known, said that this world was not Earth. He continued by telling Inaka Yuji that he died on Earth. The god added that according to Earth's rules, there were many procedures that took place after death. God spoke to Inaka Yuji. He said that for some reason his soul had traveled to the wrong world. God continued by saying that, in other words, it was a different world. He continued by saying that he had never encountered anything like this before. The god added that once in this place, it would no longer be possible to go back. All the while, the hero bowed to God. He questioned God again. God added that he would instead be reborn here in this world. This news stunned the hero. Inaka asked himself that he valued this life, but wasn't this world crowded with monsters and dangerous? God touched the hero's forehead. The god replied that it wasn't a problem, so he didn't need to worry. Inaka was surprised. He cried out, asking God that he could read minds. God replied that he was the god of this world after all. God began to explain that there were people in this world just like those on Earth. He continued that there are creatures here that attack people called demons. The god added that science was not developed here, and everything was mostly tied to magic. The hero exclaimed the word magic. Inaka thought that if indeed he could be reborn, he would like to live a peaceful life. He asked himself if he could exist peacefully in a fantasy, magical world. The hero remembered his past life. The god reassured him. He told Inaka that he would give him a valuable specimen, a really good one. The god continued that since he was the first foreigner, he would give something incredible at the hero's birth. Inaka asked the god what he meant. Inaka replied that he understood. He added that it seemed that even after death, he had no choice. God sadly replied that he was right. He also said that his rebirth was inevitable. Inaka replied that he would like to live a happy life in the new world. He was happy about this turn of events. The god raved that this foreigner had transformed quickly. He said that the hero was carefree. Inaka asked who he would be reborn into. The god replied that if he wished, he could be reborn as a crown prince or the eldest son of a nobleman. Inaka pondered for a moment. After pondering, he replied that he would like to be reborn in the body of a child. God said it was his will. Inaka thought that he didn't want to worry about food and shelter yet. It meant that the family had to be well off. The hero said he should have thanked God before saying goodbye. God replied that he didn't seem to have any dreams or ambitions. God went on to say that he had decided to give him an extra favor. He specified that it would be the ability to magic and ancient spells. Inaka was surprised. He questioned the god again. The hero exclaimed that he would be able to use magic. The god replied that he was the god of this world. He added that Inaka could rejoice if he wanted to. The hero rejoiced. He thought it would be cool to soar through the sky like a bird. Inaka thought it might as well have been summoning magic. He figured he could use the monsters for his own purposes and they would work for him. Inaka stopped. He realized that they couldn't help him with everything. The hero realized that this didn't seem to be any different from his old life. He figured that, either way, he had one goal in mind. Inaka wanted to live a fun and peaceful life in the village. The hero asked the god what he hoped there would be a place like a village. God touched the hero's arm with one hand and brought his other hand to his forehead. He said he needed a moment. The god's eyes sparkled. God asked Inaka that a village with gorgeous nature was suitable for him as the second son of a lord. Inaka answered, asking that God would rebirth him there. The god said he could give another kind of magic. He asked Inaka if he had any wishes. The hero replied that if it was okay with God, he needed to think about it for a while. The god replied that he was willing to wait for him. Inaka was lying on the clouds. He was playing with his leg. The hero was asking himself what ability he would like. He realized that it was very hard to choose one thing. Inaka thought that he should have chosen powerful magic like in the games. He also thought about healing or defense. Inaka pondered. He thought that none of this was right for him because he wanted to rest. He realized that there was a better opportunity to use magic. Inaka said he was going to live in the village as the son of a lord. The hero pondered what kind of disadvantage would be there and what he wanted to fix it with. The god said that the cultural level in the Koliat was in line with the Middle Ages. Inaka realized that there would be wild bears and wild boars there, and animal damage would be good. The god replied that it was similar to Earth. The hero doubted that there could be demons near the village. The god replied that there were only a couple demons around the village. Inaka thought that it was all wrong because he wanted to live a normal life. He realized that if there was a government there, it could handle itself. God told him that he was right. The hero thought that this ability of God to read minds was quite handy. God replied that he could give it to Inaka. The hero thought that if the culture was so low, there was almost no transportation. He concluded that there were no bicycles or cars. Inaka thought about traveling by magic. He stood up and called out to God. God asked where he was staying. Inaka asked God if there was magic for long-distance travel in this world. God sat at a table that wasn't here before. The hero mentally asked himself when this table had time to appear. The god asked him what he meant by spatial magic. The god began to explain that the wielder could move almost anywhere instantly. He added that it was ancient magic. Inaka asked the god to give him this ability. The god swung his staff. He responded positively. The god said that this magic would be perfect for the countryside. He asked Inaka if he was ready for the new world. The hero answered in the affirmative. Inaka thanked God for everything. God replied that he shouldn't have said that. He added that it was time to say goodbye. A whirlwind enveloped the hero. Inaka didn't quite understand what had happened. God told him that with a little effort, he would be able to use spatial magic. The god wished him luck. Inaka reflected that he didn't know how to use this magic. He remembered God's words that a little effort was required. Inaka thought that was wonderful. He realized that a quiet life in the village awaited him. Thus, Inaka Yuji was reborn in another world. The hero woke up in the body of an infant. It was very bright in here, he thought. Inaka thought that it was morning, so he needed to get up. If he didn't, he would be late for work. At that very moment, he remembered that he was still in the body of a newborn baby. Koliat village was located in the Midfield Kingdom. The feudal lord's second son was named Alfred Lawlight, who was 3 years old. Alfred thought it was still better to be able to walk on his own. He thought that he still fell sometimes. Alfred remembered being 27-year-old Inaka Yuji in his past life. He had been a simple clerk then, but due to an unforeseen accident, he had died. The hero remembered the truck that was coming at him. Thanks to God, he was reborn in this world where magic existed. The Lowlight family consisted of Alfred's father, mother, older sister, and brother. Alfred managed to learn the language of this world, picking it up bit by bit as they walked around him and talked every day. Despite being physically an infant, he possessed the consciousness of Inaka Yuji. The hero realized that by remembering his past life, he was able to quickly learn how to crawl and turn on the bed. His mother thought it was amazing that a baby at such a young age was crawling. Alfred realized that, all things considered, it was hard to do anything when he couldn't walk. He remembered that he used to want to read a book, But because he couldn't walk, the elders had authority over him and they wouldn't let him accomplish what he had planned. The hero thought that they must have thought he was strange since he liked books about magic. He realized that he couldn't practice magic when he was in bed. Alfred remembered his mom opening the window to his room. She asked him that the wind was really nice. The baby made noises. The hero thought that the air here was so clean that could not be said of Japan. Alfred walked into the library. He thought it was a great time to read the sequel to that book. Someone said hello to him. It was Silvio Slulet, who was 6 years old. Alfred said hello too. Silvio asked that he had come to read something too. Alfred answered in the affirmative. He added that although there were some words he didn't understand, it didn't change his interest. Silvio asked if that was true. Silvio said that in his opinion, Al would be fine because he was quick to grasp. The boy added that if there were words he didn't understand, he could always ask for help. Al thanked him. The hero thought that this boy was amazing because his composure was top-notch. Alfred couldn't believe he was 6 years old. Alfred realized that Silvio looked more mature than his older sister Elenora. He remembered that his sister constantly wanted to work out, and she used to drag him along to practice. Alfred pulled out the book he was going to read. He thought that Silvio Nisan was kind and calm, and he actually enjoyed it. The hero glanced out the window. He thought that the weather was really nice today. Alfred asked himself that maybe he should have gone to the secret base in the afternoon. After a while, he headed to the secret base where he practiced magic. The hero focused on the training. He repeated to himself that it was spatial magic, movement, concentration. Al told himself to visualize the place where he wanted to teleport the pebble that was in his palm. He shouted a spell called teleport. The pebble flew up. The pebble flew up and disappeared from his hand. It reappeared and fell on a table in the courtyard. The hero rejoiced. Alfred tried again and again. He used pebbles, twigs, stems, and each time he succeeded. He thought it was incredible. The hero exclaimed that it was expected of God. The last time he used his shoe, it was evident that he was exhausted. Alfred said that it was amazing. He realized that he was now free to control it. On the table were all the items he had teleported. The hero was glad because he decided to practice to increase his magical abilities. He found himself in the sky again. The hero interjected that it was about explaining magical power. The hero shouted, asking why God was here. The god coughed. He replied that they were currently in his dream. God apologized for the intrusion. He added that luckily the hero had been reborn without any problems. God said that the hero must have been happy. He added that he wished the hero would study spatial magic. A memory of Alfred with his mother came to mind. The god continued that such ancient magic required a huge amount of magical power. He added that the hero now lacked the magical power to even use the simplest spatial magic. The hero objected. The god hurriedly calmed him down. He said that there was no need to panic. The god continued that he was going to teach the hero one method of increasing magical power. The hero exhaled. He replied that it was a relief. He asked God that didn't he have to explain it to him before he was reborn. God replied that to increase his magic power limit, he first had to use up all of his magic power, restore it back, purify it, and do it all over again. He added that in order to restore magic power, it was enough to just sleep. The hero remembered that he had given all of himself every day since he was a child. He said that he was obsessed with it. Hero realized that with this power, he wouldn't have to worry about cleaning, carrying things, and most importantly, there would be more chances to escape from his older sister. Alfred thought it was sad that she was one of the reasons. He walked out of the house. One shoe flew above him. He thought that now he had to learn the rules of spatial magic. Alfred walked over to a large rock. He wondered about it. The boy thought that this one would suit him. He grabbed the rock with his hands, but no matter how hard he tried, the rock was impossible to lift. Al thought that the stone was too heavy. The hero tried once more to lift the stone. This time he succeeded. He realized that he had to hurry, so he quickly threw it and shouted a teleport spell. In the blink of an eye, the stone was on the table. Alfred thought that was a success. The hero picked up the sheet. He thought that the next thing to try was this. Al teleported the leaf, which ended up on a large rock. The boy ran out of breath. Alfred thought he was right. The hero realized that the larger or heavier the object being moved with spatial magic, the more magical power was being used. He thought that was obvious. The hero thought that now he needed something alive for the experiment. He looked around. The boy noticed a beetle on the bark of a tree nearby. Alfred picked up this beetle in his hands. He thought it was a rhinoceros beetle, but immediately thought he was wrong. The boy saw the difference between this beetle and the beetles that lived on Earth. The hero shouted out that this beetle's name was Beetle Willow. He told the beetle to rejoice because it was the first living creature to participate in the experiment with his long-lost magic. The hero tossed the beetle and shouted a teleport spell. The beetle disappeared and appeared above the table. Alfred was overjoyed. He grabbed the beetle and said it was a good job. Something tapped on his head. Alfred turned around. It was another beetle that looked like a spoon. The hero turned to this spoon beetle, asking for forgiveness. He said that this beetle was probably his lover. He asked it not to hurt him. It turned out that the spoon beetle chased him for another 30 minutes. After that, the hero managed to use teleportation magic on himself. All this time, he asked the beetle for forgiveness. Al thought the spatial magic was amazing. Al tried to teleport the plate, but he didn't succeed well. He had a hard time controlling it. The hero asked himself that the object appeared in the air and just fell to the ground. The sounds of the falling object were heard in the next room. The hero was able to successfully teleport the object for the first time only 2 months ago. At that time, he felt that he began to understand how to use it. Al sat on the windowsill and held the plate in his hands. The plate disappeared from his hands and appeared on the table. He was now trying to teleport the plate back to him, but it was to no avail. The hero realized that he could only move things he was in direct contact with. It was also impossible to move a part of an object or a person. He realized that this meant he couldn't destroy things by teleporting parts of them. Alfred wished he could test teleportation on people, but he needed their approval first. He teleported the plate again. The doors opened and Elenora came running into the room. She called out loudly to her brother. Alfred struggled to hold the saucer in his hands. He turned around. Elenora asked that, as it was hot outside, if he could make it. The girl added that she meant ice. Alfred shouted that his sister could have at least knocked because she had scared half to death. Elenora replied that nothing scary had happened. The hero said that next time she should remember to knock first. The girl promised. Al thought that she certainly wouldn't do that. Alfred thought that if she came in without knocking next time, he would drop something on her head with teleportation magic right outside the door. He figured he might as well pour some ice on her clothes, or move a shelf right under the door so she wouldn't be able to come in. His sister smacked him upside the head. The plate slipped out of his hands. Alfred screamed, asking why she had hit him. Elenora replied that it was because he seemed to be making up something mean. Hero told her that it was irrational because he was supposed to be her adorable 3-year-old little brother. Elenora asked him where he had learned such a difficult word as irrational. Al realized he'd been caught. He tried to justify that he had learned such a word from a book. His sister paid no attention to his excuses. She said that whatever it was, he just needed to make ice. The girl held the plate up to him and repeated the word ice. Alfred replied that it was hard being her little brother. He created an ice cube that landed on the saucer. In this world, ice magic was considered the highest level of water magic. The hero realized that in a world with very few ways to cool down, anything that could help would be indispensable. Al practiced non-stop. It was quite difficult for him, but he managed. Elenora looked at the ice. She said disappointedly that she wasn't talking about them. Alfred was surprised. He asked what she wanted different. The hero asked another question. He asked that didn't she say she wanted ice. The girl replied that she didn't want that kind of ice, but the ice they had last time. She asked that if he remembered that the ice was fluffy and crunchy last time. Al asked her back. He asked what she had said about the broken ice flows. Elenora smiled and nodded her head. She answered in the affirmative. They walked over to a table that had saucers on it. Alfred began to conjure. He figured he had no choice but to make it. Pieces of ice began to appear in the air. Elenora was delighted. Broken ice appeared in the saucers. Alfred said that the broken ice was ready. He added that he also had a couple spoons so they could use them. Elenora replied that her brother was ready for anything. The girl was overjoyed. Al thought he was taking those spoons to practice teleporting. Alfred took one portion of broken ice and was about to leave. He said he was going to go and give the portion to brother Silvio. Elenora sat on the couch and enjoyed it. She said it was crunchy and so cold. Alfred turned to his sister. He asked if she knew it was possible to eat broken ice in a way that made it taste so much better, and if she wanted to know. Elenora turned and asked her brother to tell her the method. Alfred smirked. He replied that instead of eating it in small spoonfuls, she had to eat a lot of it at a time. Then the ice would taste much better. Elenora stood up and walked over to her brother. She wanted to say that it was a very big waste, but she was interrupted by Alfred. Al replied that it was just a way to make it taste better, and if she thought he was tricking her, she could just try it. Elenora agreed with him. She added that if it didn't work, he owed her a lot more broken ice as compensation. Alfred replied that he would create as much broken ice as she wanted. He walked away. Elenora tried this method. She began to eat quickly. Her expression changed from the cold in her mouth Elenora screamed. She screamed her head hurt. Alfred came running. He laughed. The hero said it was payback for her hitting him. Alfred reached the library and gave Silvio his portion of broken ice. He watched as Silvio's brother enjoyed the dessert. The man told Al that he had come today as well. The man was a chef and a servant. His name was Bartolo. Alfred asked him if he could borrow the kitchen for a while. The man hesitated for a moment. He asked that Alfred had come for more than just a snack. Al replied that he wanted to try to make something. Bartolo asked Al if he knew how to cook. Alfred replied that he did. He remembered that, after all, he had lived alone in Japan for a while. The man hesitated. He asked if that was true. Alfred clenched his fists and answered positively. Bartolo remained silent. After a pause, Bartolo agreed. He said it seemed like Al was serious. The cook asked Al to stay close to him because he couldn't let the baby get hurt. Hiro nodded his head. Bartolo asked what he wanted to do. Alfred replied that he wanted to make spaghetti. He asked the cook if he could cook them. Bartolo interrogated him. The hero thought of Japanese rice as he looked at the small pieces of ice rising on the dish. Alfred realized that it wasn't like there was rice in Korea yet, but he wasn't sure if everyone could like Japanese food if they tried it. The man asked him what the dish was. Al explained that they needed eggs, wheat and flour first, and would also need salt and oil. The cook thought for a moment, but finally agreed. The hero explained that since they had to use wheat, it could be a staple food. He added that if they could make spaghetti, they could certainly expand their culinary list. The cook rejoiced. He replied that it sounded quite interesting. The man added that they should hurry up and get the ingredients to make this dish quickly. Everything was spread out on the table. Alfred was stirring the ingredients and the cook was staying close to him. The boy was preparing leaves that acted as parchment paper. Afterward, they headed to the garden to pick tomatoes. Bartolo was nearby. Alfred was cutting the prepared dough into strips. The man was watching him closely. The dish was ready. Bartolo asked what they had managed. He added that he was amazed. The cook continued that just for a first impression, he wished he could make it a little more presentable. But the current problem was the flavor of the dish. Alfred tied on his bib. He replied that they should have tasted it. The hero added that it was time to eat. Al gave it a taste. He thought it was very tasty, especially the tomato sauce that Bartolo had made was delicious. Al thought that the sauce went perfectly with the pasta. The hero turned to the cook. He thought it was time to wait for Bartolo's evaluation. The cook tasted the spaghetti. He shouted that it was fantastically delicious. Bartolo turned to Al and addressed him as Mr. Alfred. The man asked that Al give him 3 or 4 days to make a spaghetti dish that would far surpass what they were eating now. Al was frightened. Alfred asked to be called what he used to be called. He added that he would stop by the kitchen more often. The cook replied that he could come as often as he wanted. 3 days later there was a spaghetti boom in the Lowlight house. Family members were enamored with the dish. Al thought that from now on he should make it his mission to expand his family's menu. Elenora trained with Silvio. The boy was inferior in strength. Alfred was watching. He understood that Elenora was doing her best. But on the other side was Silvio's brother. The father of the family approached them. Al thought that Silvio didn't like fencing at all. He remembered Silvio saying that he could defend himself because it was very important. Alfred thought that, really, Silvio just liked to read books and study. He thought that was commendable of him. The hero's face changed. He remembered that once he turned 6, he would also be forced to practice fencing. His musings were interrupted by his mom. She asked what he was thinking about. Al got excited. Mom sat down next to him. She asked that he would also like to practice with the sword. Al replied that he had only come to watch. He added that, after all, peaceful times were the best. The woman laughed. She asked that the hero liked to have a carefree time. Alfred became embarrassed. He asked himself that he was so much like the old man. His mother said that when you think of it that way, he was more interested in magic than fencing from a young age. Alfred replied that he loved magic, and sometimes, after reading a book, he would go to practice it. Mother smiled. Elenora called out to her brother. She said she had finished practicing, and now she could play already. Al's face changed. Mom asked him that his little sister was quite active. Dad said that before they go to play, they should be sure to wipe their sweat and drink water. Elenora replied that they would be playing by the river, so it was okay. She added that there was water there. Mom intervened. She said that it was not okay and they needed to wash at home. Mom added that Elenora was a girl after all. Elenora was frightened, but obeyed her mother. Later, they were at the river. Elenora asked Al what they would do today. Alfred was throwing rocks into the river. He thought the stones didn't fly far, and yet he had the strength of a 3-year-old. At this time his sister was thinking about what could be done. Al thought he could use magic to strengthen his arm. He did so. The stone traveled a great distance. Elenora was surprised. Alfred shouted that it flew quite a distance. The boy counted that the stone bounced 8 times. Eleanor's face changed. She asked how that was possible. The girl grabbed her brother's shoulders. She was overjoyed. Elenora said it was cool and looked like fun. She asked how he did it. His sister asked him to tell her how he did it. She also asked him to teach it. Alfred asked her what she said about throwing a rock. Al tried to get out of his sister's grasp. He succeeded. He told her that first she needed to find herself a small rock like this one, then pick it up. He showed her how to do it. The girl nodded her head. Elenora tried again and again, but she was no good at it. The stones did not bounce on the surface of the water, but instead sank to the bottom. Elenora asked why it didn't jump. She had been laughing the whole time. Alfred thought it looked like she was having fun. Alfred held out the stone to her. He said it was best to use flatter, thinner stones like the one he held out. Elenora replied that it made sense to her. She was going to try again. She gathered all the strength in her hand and was about to throw a stone. The thrown stone bounced on the surface of the water. Elenora rejoiced. She shouted that she had succeeded. Al was surprised. He thought it was impressive and she did better than himself. Alfred thought that was expected of his older sister. He said to himself that it must have been nice to have such reflexes. Al asked himself that there could have been fish in this river. Al walked along the bank of the river. He thought that the river near the village of Koliat was truly beautiful. The water was so clear. Elenora called out to him. She asked what he was doing here. Alfred tried to excuse himself. He said that his sister was already done with the arrow throwing. The hero asked his sister that maybe she would like to try fishing. Elenora questioned him back. Alfred realized that before she suggested going swimming, he needed to get ahead of her. Al realized that when it came to Eleanor's little sister, who was possessed of power, she was always ahead of him. He figured that thanks to spatial magic, he could teleport a great distance to escape from her, but even then she would find him almost immediately. One day, Al had escaped into a cave. Elenora had been looking for him. She said her intuition told her that her brother was hiding in the cave. Alfred asked himself that she was really human. Elenora thought about fishing. She said that fishing was boring. She was interrupted by Alfred. He said it was understandable, so she didn't understand the joy and dignity of fishing. He called his sister a child. At that moment, the hero remembered that he was a child now too. Al asked what about at the end they would eat all the fish they would catch. Eleanor's eyes lit up. She asked her brother again. Elenora ran. She shouted that she would go and get the fishing rods. Al thought she agreed very quickly. He asked himself that she was only thinking of herself. Alfred wanted to go to the pantry in time to get salt from there. He opened the door and noticed the figure of a man. The man said that he had finally gotten some. That man turned out to be Bartolo. He was holding a jar in his hands. Alfred came up behind him. He asked Bartolo what the man was up to. The man was frightened. The jar slipped out of his hands. Bartolo managed to grab the jar. He recognized Alfred and asked him not to scare him like that again. Al replied that it wasn't his fault. He asked what was in that jar. Bartolo replied that he was finally able to get some sugar. He added that an old friend had sent it to him. Bartolo held the jar of sugar to his face. He said that the sugar was very sweet, and it was not just a valuable commodity. The cook apologized to Mr. Nord, Al's father. He said he should use this sugar for his culinary research. The man added that he would not let the gentleman know about it. Alfred started to call out for his parents. Bartolo grabbed him and covered his mouth with his hand. He said he shouldn't do that. The cook added that he couldn't let Alfred tell anyone about it. At that moment the maid Sarah came in. She asked them what they were doing here. Bartolo thought that of all the people who could have discovered them, it had to be Sarah. He tried to excuse himself that nothing had happened. Al tried to say something, but the cook's hand prevented him. Bartolo knew that of all the maids, Sarah was the least cooperative when it came to this sort of thing. The girl said she had come to check the ingredients. Bartolo asked her why do that when he could do it himself. Sarah replied that, unless she was mistaken, the cook had accumulated a huge amount of wheat and other ingredients. She added that she didn't think he could properly keep track of such a huge amount of goods. Al laughed. Alfred thought he should have intervened. He called Sarah over. Al said he had come to get the fishing rods, so he was looking for them here. The maid replied that the fishing rods he was looking for, Mrs. Elenora had taken earlier. The girl added that right now Mina was helping her carry them to the fishing spot. Alfred thought that was masterful. He realized that he could have easily fooled Mina, but not her. Sarah looked up at him. Something had caught the boy's attention. Al grabbed a plate that was on the table behind him. He mentally cast a teleportation spell. Sarah was surprised. She turned around. The girl asked herself what had happened here. Alfred turned to Bartolo. He He said there was a chance, so he needed to hide the jar faster. Bartolo replied that he was right. Alfred told Bartolo that he was now indebted to him, so he should share the sugar later. Bartolo agreed with a weight on his heart. After taking some salt, Al walked back to the river. The winner of the fishing contest was Elenora. Al thought it wasn't fair. Alfred thought they should have left the Bartolo sugar tragedy for another day. Alfred lay under a tree. He thought the breeze was wonderful. The weather was nice again today. Alfred thought it was so fresh now, even though it was summer. He remembered that still the heat in Japan was not normal. Alfred thought that country life was the best. Bartolo approached him. The man asked why he was smiling so strangely. Al was startled. Alfred sat down. He said it was just Bartolo. Al added that the cook was still alive. The man quietly agreed. Earlier, Al had witnessed the crime scene when Bartolo wanted to hide the extremely valuable sugar. After escaping from the clutches of the experienced and shrewd demonic maiden, they decided to treat themselves lavishly and secretly threw a pancake party. Al loved sweets, but someone interrupted them. They were immediately discovered by the maids. One of them said she thought she smelled something sweet coming from the mansion. The girl added that it was mean not to invite them. Another asked if they wanted to explain themselves. She said that at the last check there was no sugar in the pantry. Bartolo was subjected to excruciating torture by the ladies. Alfred did not go unpunished either. He was scolded by his mother and older sister. Alfred asked Bartolo if he had any more sugar left. The man got angry. He grabbed the boy under his arm and walked away. Mama yelled that she heard about the sugar. The mom said she heard someone say sugar. Mina, the family's maid, replied that the lady was right. The girl added that she clearly heard the word sugar. The mistress and the maid went out into the garden. The mother said that it was strange. She added that there was no one in the garden. The maid agreed with mistress. They went into the house. Alfred and Bartolo were hiding behind some bushes. Al said he was scared. The cook said it was the first time he had seen Mina so observant. He added that Al shouldn't have said the word so carelessly. Alfred asked him if the sugar was safe. Bartolo grinned. He answered in the affirmative. The man added that there wasn't much left. Al rejoiced. He said that there were many things he would like to try to cook. Bartolo said that what Alfred had asked for was almost ready. The man asked what it was called melted cheese. Alfred replied that he had been looking forward to it. He added that they had eaten nothing but spaghetti for so long that he was getting bored. Bartolo replied that he understood what he was getting at. Bartolo added that he had to look forward to what was next. Alfred thought that at least Bartolo was enthusiastic. This was the first time Al had seen him so excited. Alfred didn't know what he should do now. He thought he might read a book. His mother called out to him. Alfred said he didn't know about him or his location. Mom was surprised. She asked what he was talking about. Mom said that she wanted to show him something magical. Mom had said before that she could teach him anything that had to do with magic. Al thought that he hadn't practiced yet today, so he could watch for a while. It was nice weather outside. Mom asked what kind of magic he wanted to use. She also asked that according to Elenora, he possessed the elements of water and earth. Alfred answered in the affirmative. He figured that, counting spatial magic, he practiced 8 different attributes. His mother asked him if he could demonstrate what he was capable of. She added that Al could use any spell. Alfred answered in the affirmative. He began to use magic. A chair appeared out of the ground. Al said that it was ready. Mom was dumbfounded. Mom asked where was his spell. Alfred replied that he cast the spell mentally. He had been able to conjure without spells since he was a young boy. Mom replied that she understood. Mom asked to show him something else. He agreed. Alfred began to conjure. The ground cracked and glasses emerged from it. Ice that appeared in the air filled the glasses. Alfred held the 2 glasses in his hands. The vortex that had appeared as a result of the spell disappeared. Mom was shocked. Alfred approached Mom. He said that lately he had been using magic to create such things. The boy held out 1 glass to his mom. Mom thanked him. She said that she understood that Al could use the 4 attributes and even ice magic. Mom continued that Al was a magical genius. She said that she probably couldn't have taught him anything else. Mom added that since she had to review their magical training program, so it was necessary to stop there. She told Al that he was amazing. Mom didn't believe it was possible to use magic like that. Mom asked Al if he knew any defense or combat magic. Alfred replied that it was enough for him to learn magic that was useful in everyday life. Mom said that was very much like him. A little later, Al and Mom went to see Dad. Dad asked Al that he would like to go to magic school. Alfred politely declined his offer because he had yet to fully enjoy his childhood. At the Lord's house, someone asked if everything had been taken. He was answered that there was no need to worry about that. Papa said that they were gone. Mom wished a happy journey to her husband and son. Papa asked Al if he remembered the purpose of their walk. Alfred replied that the purpose of the walk was to go around the whole village. Papa said that Al was right. He went on to say that Al, as the feudal lord's son, was 4 years old and it was the custom for the villagers to give a tour of the village. Papa asked what he knew about it. Alfred replied that Mommy had already told him about it. Dad asked that if he had gone to the village before. Al replied that it was the first time he had been there. He thought that he had played in the meadows before. The village was not too far from the mansion, only a 10-minute walk. The forest where he and his sister had thrown stones was to the right of the mansion, and the clearing where Al played was on the left of the house. Alfred realized that in order to teleport to a certain place, he had to picture it clearly in his head. He thought that once he had been to the village, he would be able to teleport there whenever he wanted to. There were mountains visible on the horizon. They were everywhere. Alfred repeated the word mountains to himself. Al thought there was such lush greenery, just like a carpet and a great road. He was glad it was. Alfred thought the scent of the plants was spicy. He liked the smell of the soil. He thought that was why he loved the countryside. Papa looked at his son in surprise. Alfred thought of rice. He had recently read that something similar to it seemed to exist on the eastern continent. This book had talked about this legendary grain. The hero of the book refused to elaborate on the description of rice as a species. Al was very angry at that time. He threw the book on the floor. The book was called Dumfries's Adventure. Alfred asked why the hero refused to elaborate on his rice adventures. Papa called out to him. He said you could see the village from here. The houses of the inhabitants were visible up ahead. Alfred was mesmerized by the beauty. He was interested in this hike. Al asked his dad what crops were grown here. Dad replied that they grew wheat, barley and rye, beans, and various vegetables. He added that, besides these things, the people raised chickens, sheep, sometimes even cows. Alfred admired the landscape. The residents who were working in the fields noticed the Lord. They called out to the Lord and said hello to him. The villagers were happy to see the feudal lord. One of the villagers started talking about the spaghetti recipe. He said it was really good. The man said that no one could stop because spaghetti was a very tasty dish. Al thought that's what the villagers were like. The Lord replied that he was pleased to hear that. Alfred thought that they seemed like such cheerful people. The Lord said that actually, the one who invented spaghetti was his son. The residents bustled about. One of them asked, addressing Alfred, how old he was. Al replied that he was 4 years old. Another man remarked that the boy was quite calm. The first said that, compared to their tomboy, the boy was very quiet indeed. The Lord said he thought so too. He asked that his son was a very strange child. Alfred rolled his eyes. The Lord said that they needed to continue their rounds of the village. The men replied that they were welcome to the Lord anytime. One of the villagers patted Alfred on the head. He said that Alfred needed to be sure to grow big and strong like his father. Al replied that the man should have tried not to be distracted by his wife while he worked. The man blushed with embarrassment. The man asked how the boy could have known about it. Al thought he had hit the bullseye. The other man replied that it was pointless to mope about it now. The man said that Alfred had answered so calmly and reservedly. He asked that he was really 4 years old. Meanwhile, father and son had reached the village. They were in the marketplace. The villagers were selling their crops, their cooked goods. Alfred thought that the market here was based on barter. The hero's attention was drawn to the mushrooms. He thought that the mushrooms were very dangerous multicolored mushrooms. In the square, there were vendors sitting around the fountain as well. Alfred said that judging from the fact that people were bartering items in the town square, they had some economic freedom. Hopper replied that he was right. He said that if people were not given freedom, the way of life for some villagers that had no means of livelihood other than trade would become impossible. Papa went on to say that, however, bartering only worked because the villagers had enough money for both subsistence and exchange. Al replied that it made sense to him. Alfred asked Papa that hadn't that been a problem. Papa explained that Koliat was a thriving settlement. He added that they were only a small village away from the capital, and therefore paid low taxes. The headman approached them. He said hello to the Lord. The Lord greeted the headman as well. The headman asked that young Lord Alfred must have been next to him. The Lord replied that he was right. The headman took off his hat. He said he was glad to see the young lord had grown so healthy. The headman asked Alfred if he liked the village. Al replied that he liked everything and everyone here was so cheerful. The headman replied that he was pleased to hear that. The headman asked the Lord what he thought. The Lord replied that it seemed that the last harvest was richer than the last. He said that this could be seen by looking at the faces of the people. The headman said that the Lord was right. He added that because of the stable weather and bountiful harvest, they were able to get through the winter without starvation deaths. Al remembered that winters in this world were quite troublesome. The headman told the Lord that he would like to discuss a few topics with him. He asked that if the Lord didn't mind, they could socialize at his house. The Lord agreed. The Lord turned to El. He asked him what he was going to do. El replied that he wanted to explore the village better if he could. Papa agreed, but warned him that he shouldn't go too far. Alfred nodded his head. The Lord and the headman left to discuss business. In the meantime, Alfred went to spend money. He bought cooking ingredients, seasonings, lumber, and some other goods. The hero was very happy. Al thought that all of this should have been enough. He was going to teleport the purchases to the vault. Alfred, using spatial magic, could freely store and take items from his personal subspace. Time didn't move in this subspace, so the food wouldn't start to rot. Al thought that he should have written down everything he stored here. Alfred thought that this magic was very convenient. He thought every merchant would want to own one. His father called out to him. Al ran to his dad. He asked Dad if he had talked to the headman. Papa answered in the affirmative. Papa asked if anything had caught Al's attention. Alfred replied that what had caught his attention was a vendor who was selling rainbow mushrooms. He added that those mushrooms seemed poisonous to him. Papa laughed. Papa asked that since they still had time, if Al would like to try some country food. They headed to the diner. The head of the diner's name was Syria. She invited the guests inside. The Lord said hello to the hostess. He asked Syria how she was doing. The woman replied that thanks to the spaghetti recipe the Lord had given to the residents, there was no shortage of customers. A little later, the Lord introduced Alfred, who had created the recipe. Syria asked that he was the Mr. Alfred. She asked if he had any other ideas he wanted to try out. Al hesitated for a moment. He replied that he had a couple, but lacked the tools or ingredients to test them out. The woman hesitated for a moment. She said that he could ask Logan the blacksmith to make the tools. The mistress added that the blacksmith was a stubborn man, but his hands were golden. Alfred's eyes sparkled. Thus ended Alfred's first visit to the village in an unexpected way. He was able to find a way to obtain cooking utensils. He interrogated the hostess of the diner. The woman asked him to leave everything on her. She promised that she would put in a good word with Logan for the Lord. Alfred considered. It was getting a lot more fun now that he could teleport into the village at any time. Alfred Slolet decided that it was time to do this, using the materials and tools he had obtained during his last visit to the village. The boy decided that he should begin by sawing the boards into squares, and then he should cut an 8x8 grid on them. Then Alfred Slolet carefully cut out the small round figures, and the very last thing to be done was to paint one of the sides black. And so, after a short interval of time, the boy succeeded in doing just what he wanted to do. He immediately remembered the proverb that said it takes a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. He looked at the field he had made with his own hands and thought that it was a rather deep and complex game, even though it looked so simple. The boy's older sister named Elenora Slolet ran up to him and started asking him what he had done. The boy was not happy that the girl came into the room without knocking, because it frightened him a little, but she did not care about his grumbling. She continued to ask Alfred Slolet what he did. Then the boy replied that it was a game called Reversi. Elenora immediately wanted to know how to play this game. Alfred Slolet began to show and explain that it is necessary to capture the pieces of the opposite player. For example, a white piece will be captured and become black if caught between two of my pieces, and in the end, the one who has more pieces wins. The girl understood the gist of the game and said it sounded quite simple. Then Alfred Slolet asked her if she wanted to try the game. Elenora agreed. She took a piece in her hand and said she would be sure to paint the whole board her color. Alfred Slolet told her to be the first to make a move. Elenora was worried, but at the same time she tried to scare the boy and said she would not hold back. Elenora was confident. When the game came to an end, the girl said that since she had cornered that chip, it should turn white, except that her chips were blackened. The girl stood up abruptly from the table and pounded her hands together, screaming how could she lose. Alfred Slolet said that their score was 56 points against 8. Obviously he won. The girl suddenly lowered her head in silence. Alfred began to feel worried for her, but she suddenly raised her head and shouted that it was an insanely fun game and she wanted to play one more round. Alfred agreed. The boys played 3 more games, in which each time only Alfred Slolet won. He offered to give up to the girl, but she stood her ground. She wanted to win. So the whole day passed. Alfred was very tired and told his sister that it was necessary to stop because dinner was coming soon. But Elenora kept asking him to play more. The boy told her that he had lost count of the number of times she had asked him to play again. Suddenly a girl with long blonde hair came into the room and told the boys that it was time to go to dinner, and then asked what they were doing. Elenora told her that they were playing a game called Reversi. The girl asked Elenora what kind of game it was. The girl replied that the point was to capture the opponent's pieces using their colored chips. And in the end, the one who owns the most chips wins. The girl replied that it sounds pretty simple and asked if the pieces could be placed anywhere on the board. Alfred thought about the fact that he suddenly felt familiar with it all. After explaining the rules, the girl asked if they could all play the game together once, and Elenora said they could. Elenora and a girl named Alina played the game. They talked for a long time about how they should make a move. Alina often asked Elenora if she was playing by the rules. Meanwhile, Alfred Slollet had removed himself from the room. Alfred sat down at the table where his father and brother were already seated. Crossing his arms over his chest, his father asked where Elenora and Helena had disappeared to. The boy replied that they were still in his room. Carefully pushing the chair back to sit down, the boy added that they probably wouldn't be coming anytime soon. His brother said that such a phrase was hardly appropriate in the current situation. The father then asked Alfred what had happened. Alfred didn't explain anything, and then the father decided to ask Silvio to go and find out what they were doing there. Alfred Slollet said that was a bad idea. However, there was nothing the boy could do to stop Silvio. Then Alfred bowed his head and said that it looked like they would have dinner a little later tonight. The head of the family didn't understand what the boy was saying. After a few dozen minutes, the head of the family got tired of waiting and came into the room where everyone had been lingering for so long. He put his hands at his sides and asked what they were doing here. The whole family bowed their heads to their father. He was surprised that even Elenora fell for it. The girl replied that it was so much fun that she couldn't stop. Then her father decided to ban everyone from playing it for a while, and he would confiscate the chips and the board. Elenora wanted to object to her father, but he was strict. Alfred Slollet realized that if the game brings too much fun, then addiction can occur. And that is really scary. He should have considered everything. When the boy was alone in his room, he decided that he should make another set of reversion for everyone. After all, they had gotten so carried away that even if Daddy allowed reversion, he would probably never see his board again from behind his little sister with the others. Alfred was walking down the street and was spotted by a man with a beard. The man asked him what he was doing in a place like this. The boy replied that he was just doing some crafting. Suddenly, the man grabbed the boy and pressed him against him and said that there were rumors that he had made an interesting little game. And poking his finger in the boy's cheek, the man said that he was obliged to make such a game for him. Alfred grinned and asked why he would make a game for him. The man replied to the boy that he knew a guy who was a fanatic about this sort of thing and was eerily proud of it, so he wanted to harass him. He squeezed Alfred's head harder and harder. Then the boy replied that so-and-so would make one set of games for him. When Alfred Slollet looked into the storage room, he saw that there was nothing left. It turned out that he had already used the last of the materials. The boy realized that he should go to the village to buy more materials. And the boy told the woman that he needed to go to the blacksmith to make him some kitchen utensils. He was sure that with them, he would be able to further expand their menu. He would continue to fight for a comfortable, quiet life. Alfred Slollet barely escaped from Elenora and headed in an unknown direction. The girl called out long and loudly to the boy. The same boy wanted to enjoy a quiet life. The girl ran up to Alfred and suggested that they go for a walk to the lake, because today the weather is nice. When Elenora blinked, the boy was no longer in the room. At that time he ran further and further away from the house that the girl could not catch up with him. The other day Alfred Slollet had created a gaming addiction in this world, and today he had come to the village of Koliat again to meet with the local blacksmith Logan. Passing by the usual villagers, the boy overheard a conversation about how good spaghetti was. He didn't expect it to be so popular at all. Wondered what would happen if he gave them the recipe for pancakes. Likewise, Alfred realized that no matter what world one was in, housewives' gossip always centered around food or their husbands. The country girl continued to tell her friend her life stories. Alfred Slollet decided not to be distracted and ran to where he was going. However, all he knew was that he needed a forest outside of town. He walked through the woods, scratching his head, all the way following the directions Syria had given him, so the house he was looking for must have been nearby. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, the boy noticed a dilapidated wooden house. The boy looked inside and wondered if Logan was here. Suddenly, the sound of metal hitting metal was heard from the back of the house. The whole house was hung with the tools of a blacksmith. A man with light stubble was forging something. He said in a serious voice that children were not welcome here, so he should go home immediately. At that moment the boy thought that the blacksmith was definitely right, because the workshop is not a place where children should be. And most likely the man thinks that he came here to play. What Logan doesn't know, however, is that he is an unusual child. The boy clenched his fists and yelled that he wanted the man to do something for him. The man removed his mask from his face and grinned, asking the boy not to hang on his ears, because he has no time at all for child's play. Alfred knew the blacksmith would say that. However, Alfred decided he wasn't going to give up, so he started talking about how Mrs. Syria had promised help from the blacksmith. But now he would have to go back and tell her that Logan had refused to help him. Turns out Mrs. Syria told Alfred that all he had to do was say just her name and he would surrender. And it was true, for the blacksmith did take an interest in the boy. Alfred Slolit had learned in his mind that one should always have a trump card at the ready. The man approached the boy and asked him exactly what he wanted. Alfred asked Logan if he believed him, to which he replied that he was at least willing to listen to him. The boy started to say that he could very well use Syria's name to trick him into helping him. The man replied to him that if anyone in the village had the guts to do that, something terrible would happen to him. And after all, it is said that all her boys are strong and tough. Logan added that there was no chance of overpowering them. Alfred Slolit was shocked that the man had been so tough a second ago. But one word about Syria had changed him so much. After a while, Logan and the boy were having coffee together. Alfred asked the man what he even specialized in. The man replied that it was easier to look at his work than to tell him everything. They turned their gaze to the walls of the house, and the man said that he made pots, farm tools, cutlery, and even swords, but his strongest point was making cutlery. The boy pronounced that he had many skills. The man replied that at the very least he must know the principle of making them to be called a blacksmith. Alfred Slolit asked the man if he could make a knife and a frying pan for him. Logan replied that he understood what a knife could be for, but he did not understand what a frying pan was for, and why a regular round frying pan would not work. The boy started to explain that he needed a square frying pan, where the handle would be tilted slightly upwards. He wanted to add something else, but decided that it would be easier to show, so he started looking in his pockets for something to draw on. He realized his pockets were empty, so he discreetly used his notebook, teleporting directly into his hand. He put his notebook on the table and drew the frying pan he wanted. The man looked at the drawing, touched his chin, and said that for the first time in his life he would have to make a four-sided frying pan. A full week later, the boy returned to the blacksmith's house, at which time the frying pan was ready. Alfred Slolit was overjoyed and grateful to Logan for the work he had done. The man asked if he liked the frying pan, to which Alfred replied that it was just fine and would most likely be easy to use. Logan asked the boy how he would use the skillet in question. Alfred replied that he could show him right away if he lent him his kitchen and some ingredients. The boy then asked if he had eggs. The man replied that he did, plus he had a little sugar and salt if needed, of course. Logan began to heat up the stove and told the boy to wait a while, and he should sit quietly. Suddenly the boy noticed a heavy destruction in the blacksmith's house, and a good idea occurred to him. Alfred Slolit decided that he should help the blacksmith to repair the house, because everywhere he looked in his home, everything was badly damaged. The boy used magic to restore the wall to a tidy appearance. Logan said that the boy was full of surprises. He had never imagined that he could do magic at such a young age. Alfred replied that he could only do simple things at his current level, so he would repair the holes in the walls while he had time. The man answered him that he was very grateful for that. Logan then asked him if magic could be useful in other aspects of life. Alfred replied that it was incredibly handy, so he tries to practice every day. The man added that the boy was acting quite mature despite his age. The man replied that a lot of people say that. As they chatted, Alfred started cooking something in a pan. Logan approached the boy and said that he was quite skillful and asked him if he wanted to be a chef in the future. Alfred said that he didn't know exactly what he wanted to be, but he really liked cooking. And so after some machinations, the boy cooked an omelet. Now the man realized what the square pan was for. Logan tasted a piece of the dish the boy had prepared and said it was incredibly delicious. Alfred was glad that it had worked out for him. Logan said that he eats fried eggs and scrambled eggs quite often, but if you layered the eggs like he did here, it would make an insanely delicious dish, and then said that this way of cooking eggs should be popularized. He was sure that soon there would be many orders for square pans. The blacksmith had no doubts at all, so he decided that it was necessary to start preparing now. The boy was glad that in this way he was able to get some of the kitchen utensils without any problems, but he began to worry that he might have made another person an addict, for the blacksmith had already begun to ask him if he could eat this omelet at the series diner. Alfred Slolit used magic to build an entire house and decided that he had finally finished training to increase his magical abilities for the day. He knew for sure that his skill in earth magic was also steadily increasing, because he remembered the first time he used earth magic to build a house and it looked more like a prison cell than a dwelling. Since there was a lot of vacant land in the countryside, Alfred decided that next time he would find a good place to make himself some sort of vacation home. Suddenly the boy got a headache. He realized that he had probably used all his mana. Alfred felt very tired because he had a lot of work to do lately. Syria told the boy that with both Reversi and Tamagoyaki, he didn't understand what she was talking about, and then asked the woman, was there really a Reversi tournament? The woman said that they held the tournament right in the diner, and hearing about the event, a lot of people came. Alfred asked her if they had enough boards, to which Syria replied that Herman had done his best to supply them. A tired-looking fellow named Herman said hello to the boy. Alfred felt sorry for the lad, for he had not had a sweet time putting all his efforts into making the kits, still under the close surveillance of the inhabitants. Herman replied that he had made the kits barely in time for the tournament. Syria told him that they were organizing a special match between him and the inventor of reversion himself. Alfred became scared to imagine the winner of the tournament. Suddenly Alfred slowly remembered that he was called here because he was needed for something. Syria replied that he was right and began to tell him about the prize. Syria told him that the prize for the winner of the tournament would be her daughter Carla. Understanding absolutely nothing, the little girl said hello to Alfred Slowlet. Carla and Alfred Slowlet were seated at a common table and given a set of games. The boy began to get a little anxious. All the guests of the establishment were looking forward to their game. The girl shook the boy's hand and said that since she was 12 years old, she was much older than him. However, she was not going to give in. Alfred replied that he too had something to answer on behalf of the creator of this game and part-time son of the local feudal lord. He shouted that he was going to show all the villagers a match worthy of praise. All the guests of the place cheered. The boy took the chips in his hand and activated the serious mode. And after a short time the whole board was in black chips. It was heard how upset Carla was. She stood up, banged her hands on the table and asked how this could happen. All the guests congratulated Alfred on his victory. The boy himself was very proud of himself. Carla said that he was really strong. However, she was sure that he would definitely win next time. The boy replied that he was ready to have a match with her anytime. Alfred thought about the fact that as expected of Syria's daughter, she is just like her mother. Herman stroked the girl's head and suggested they go get something to eat. The diner was bustling with life, some asking for tamagoyaki, some just relaxing. Alfred noticed that apparently tamagoyaki was a hit as well. Syria told the boy that they had tons of customers every day thanks to the spaghetti and tamagoyaki recipes he gave them. Alfred replied that he was happy to hear that. The woman then told him that since there had been a lot more customers lately, they were short-handed and asked Alfred to come over and help out from time to time. The boy replied that in that case he would just teach Bartolo the recipe and send him over. The boy lay down on the ground and started talking again about how he was insanely tired, even though he still had a lot to do, but all for the sake of living a comfortable, peaceful life, and then decided that he would go home and just relax for the rest of the day. Alfred Slowlet slept very well and woke up full of energy. He decided that he should go to the kitchen. After all, he had something to discuss with Bartolo. His musings were interrupted by a noise outside the closed door. He approached the maid's room and realized that the sound was coming from there. There were several female voices, one of them belonging to Sarah. It could be heard that they were discussing Alfred. One of the girls said that Alfred lacked ambition. The boy realized that this was said by the head maid Mel, and with her another girl named Mina. The boy was surprised that they were gossiping about him. The girls admired the boy, that he could already use magic, besides spaghetti and now tamagoyaki, not to mention Reversi, all of it invented by Alfred. It was even hard to believe he was only 4 years old. They agreed that they would like to see what else he would create in the future. Then one of the girls started talking about how if you added some sugar to tamagoyaki it would change its flavor. The girls laughed that she was, as always, such a sweet tooth. Then they asked her how she knew this information. Covering her smile with her hand, the girl told them that she heard Bartolo and Alfred talking in the kitchen. The boy was very angry that she was able to overhear their conversation. He came to Bartolo. They greeted each other. After that, Alfred asked him what he was doing and what he needed so many eggs for. Bartolo replied that he wanted to experiment a little by mixing some ingredients together. Alfred suggested tomatoes and then said you could add some green onions. Bartolo replied that it sounded great and should try it. Alfred told Bartolo that he had overheard Mina talking to the other maids, and it seems that information about adding things that shouldn't be mentioned had been leaked to tamagoyaki. Bartolo was furious. Alfred said he had to be careful. Bartolo shouted that he would divide and hide the sugar immediately. The boy added that he had better hurry. Alfred thought that this situation was like they were kings of some underground drug den and were trying to escape with the goods. Bartolo replied that he had better be careful. Suddenly, a little girl ran into the kitchen and asked Bartolo if it was true that tamagoyaki would taste even better if they added a little sugar to it. Bartolo and Alfred tensed up a lot, for they hadn't had time to hide the sugar yet. The girl noticed a white loose product on the table and asked if it was sugar. Bartolo was very afraid that she would recognize that there was sugar on the table and lied that it was ordinary salt. The girl apologized for her persistence. Suddenly, the girl tasted with her finger what Bartolo called salt, and it turned out to be sugar. Alfred and Bartolo became ashamed of lying. However, the girl said that her intuition said that there should be more sugar. Bartolo started to say that there was no more sugar here. The girl caught on to the word here and realized that there was sugar somewhere else. The girl started yelling that they were hiding the sugar somewhere else. Bartolo tried to stop her. Alfred was calm, for he has spatial storage magic. Alfred was 6 years old now, and though he had grown up, he was still a child. Especially at that age, he wanted to play more than learn. Inside himself, he was still an adult. It was an ordinary day. A warm breeze was ruffling the leaves of the trees. The street was quiet. Alfred introduced himself. He told that at the moment he was studying. As soon as he turned 6 years old, the boy immediately began to study. He studied history, arithmetic, and etiquette. While he was telling all this, strange sounds appeared in the background. The boy explained that the one making all these moaning sounds was his older sister, Elenora, for she was now fighting a threat well known to all, the so-called math. She was angrily saying that she understood absolutely nothing. She didn't understand how things got this way. Alfred thought about math being a real demon. Elena approached Elenora and said that she was learning fencing quite quickly, which was unusual. The girl replied that she wanted to be the best in the neighborhood. She didn't want to lose to anyone. After a short pause, already less loudly, the girl added that Papa, of course, is an exception. Alfred reasoned in his head that compared to his sister Elenora, brother Silvio is much cooler. After all, Silvio pretends not to know things, and that was something he was very jealous of. When Alfred and his brother were reading in nature, the boy told Silvio that many girls are interested in him. The shy boy replied that it's not all true. Elena approached Alfred and asked if he was okay and if he understood everything. The boy within himself answered her that he could solve any problem with ease. However, Alfred realized that if he solved everything too quickly, Elena would just give more tasks, so he told her that he just wanted to go out and play. And then Elena said that if he could solve the tasks, she would let him out of class. Alfred was happy because that's what he wanted. Elena started handing out the problems to the children. She gave Alfred some pretty hard problems that she hadn't seen before, and she gave Elenora the same problems that she had last week. Not 5 minutes later, Alfred held his worksheet up and said that he was all done. He jumped up from his seat and went to leave. However, someone grabbed him by the collar. Sarah grabbed him by the collar and said that they had to check the answers to the problems, so the lesson wasn't over yet. Alfred mumbled quietly that he hadn't noticed her presence in the room. Elenora checked Alfred's answer sheet and it turned out that he hadn't made any mistakes, so he was excused from the lesson. Elenora was very angry at her genius brother. Alfred was walking along the corridor and dreamed of going outside for some fresh air, when suddenly he met his father, who asked if his classes were over for the day. Alfred replied that since he was able to finish his tasks earlier, his mother had let him out of class, so now he was going for a walk. The boy was glad that his free time coincided with his father's free time. Dad leaned over to his son and suggested they go outside to practice with the sword. They went outside and Alfred asked if they weren't supposed to practice with the sword this afternoon, to which his father replied that it was okay, because fencing practice is good anytime. Alfred decided it was worth it to spend time with his father, and then thought about the fact that he was excellent at magical training, so he should probably improve in the art of swordsmanship as well. His father told the boy that he should relax when he lowered his grip and when he stopped. His father carefully guided his son on how to hold his hands, telling him that it was not enough to just swing his arms. When Alfred understood how to hold the sword, his father told him to make as many as 100 strokes. Alfred finished with the blows, and for that his father praised him and then added that his swordsmanship had improved a bit. The boy with a heavy puff of breath thanked his father for his words and said that he would actually prefer not to do something like that again. The father stroked his son's head and said that they would continue the lesson in the afternoon, so he should try harder. Alfred was angry that he would have to practice again. He exhaled heavily and mumbled that he was mad that he didn't want to go to afternoon practice. He looked over and saw his sister Elenora practicing with her brother Silvio. A practice battle between Elenora and Silvio was about to take place. Father waved his hand, which signaled the start of the battle. Elenora tore straight at her brother. Pinning him down, she asked what happened to him. Silvio said nothing. The boy tried to swing and strike at his sister. However, Elenora was able to dodge her brother's sword with ease, and immediately knocked her sword on his head. The girl screamed that she had won. Silvio grabbed his head and shouted that it hurt. Elenora looked at Alfred and asked if he wanted to play with her. The boy was furious, for he didn't want any part of it at all. He was happy that everyone was calm and having fun. He was satisfied with another peaceful day. After his brother and sister fought, he had a match with his father, and he ended it the same way as his brother Silvio, for they are more suited to study than to fight. Alfred was walking through the house and reasoning that today was the day he would finally start making a swing set. Suddenly he noticed something strange. On the floor of his own house, an old man unknown to him was lying and sleeping. Alfred had no idea who the old man on the floor was. He had a black patch over his eye and his face was covered in old scars. The boy thought about the fact that he wouldn't wake up soon, so he had to think of a way to wake him up. He got the idea to yell out that it was lunchtime. And it worked. The man jumped up and started asking who said it was lunchtime. Alfred was surprised that he was actually awake. The old man turned to the boy rudely and asked who he was, to which Alfred replied that he shouldn't be so rude. After all, he was sleeping in his own house. The old man was surprised when he realized that this was someone's home and not a normal everyday resting area. Alfred told him that he shouldn't treat other people's homes so condescendingly. The boy introduced himself to the old man and then noticed that he was interested in his furniture. The old man said his name was Rumba and added that it was a pleasure to meet him. The boy remained silent, and the thought popped into his head that his name sounded just like the name of a vacuum cleaner. Rumba saw Alfred cooking something and said that he had a pretty nice place here. Then the old man said he didn't think there was a place to bathe, and Alfred asked if he had washed his clothes, for the house stank. The boy handed him a glass of ale. Rumba was grateful and said he knew a thing or two about hospitality. Rumba couldn't believe that he had ice-cold ale in his hands, so he asked the boy if he had a magic tool that produced ice. Alfred replied that he made it cold using ice magic. Rumba was greatly surprised that he could use magic at such a young age. Rumba rubbed his chin and said that the princess was also subject to ice element. Alfred asked him if he came here from the capital and brought him a plate of spaghetti. Rumba answered him that he needed to fill his stomach before getting to such a question, and looking at the spaghetti asked if it was the same dish from the rumors. Alfred asked how he knew about it. Rumba replied that a merchant he knew had told him about the spaghetti, and his name was Trila. Alfred knew this man. He was a boxman that often came to the village. The boy suddenly remembered the day he heard the girl bring Sarah some sugar. It turned out she had found a secret door. Alfred had been shocked then. It turned out that Trila had solved this secret. Sarah thanked the boy for such a find. Trila himself then apologized to Alfred for a long time afterwards. He explained to Alfred that if he became an enemy of the women of the village of Koliat, he would not be able to show his face in it again. The boy said that after that they took away all his snacks for a whole week, and the next time he saw him he would be sure to say it to his face. Rumba asked Alfred what was wrong, but he said he was fine. Alfred said that it was more interesting to know why he came to the village of Koliat. Rumba replied that he was actually one of the adventurers in the rank, the fourth from the top to be exact, and added that he has always had a passion for traveling, so he likes to visit other villages when he gets a chance. And one day, when he didn't know where to go next, Trila told him about the village of Koliat, so that's why he decided to visit here. Alfred was surprised that some adventurer came to their village, because he didn't remember any such case in his life, and most likely all because they are quite far away from the capital of the kingdom. Rumba said that he didn't even expect this village to be so far away. The boy pointed out that one could get very tired getting here. Alfred then asked him what he was going to do now. Rumba said that the village was quite peaceful and cozy, so he was thinking of staying here for a while. The boy then asked him where he was going to live for a while. Rumba asked if he could stay at his place, as it had a kitchen and a bath. Alfred replied that if he could take care of himself he could stay. Suddenly Rumba asked loudly if he lived here. Alfred replied that this was his second house and he lived in another. Rumba was surprised that this big house belonged to a child. Rumba asked him where his second house was. The boy explained that he lived in a mansion that was located a few steps away from the village owned by the feudal lord, and added that he was the second son of the Slalit family. Rumba said that the name seemed familiar to him. Alfred said that his father, who is the local feudal lord's name, is Nord Slalit. Rumba shouted that it is a dragon slayer. The boy said that such a nickname sounds silly. Rumba told the boy that many years ago a dragon ravaged the royal capital, and a man named Nord played a major role in subduing the dragon. Alfred was surprised, for he had not known anything like that about his father. Rumba went on to say that he had been in the same group as Nord back then, though they had only fought side by side once. Rumba said that he still remembered his gallant figure very clearly. Alfred replied that his father must remember him too, for he would never forget someone with such a strong personality. And anyway, Alfred knew that his father had been a wonderful adventurer in his youth, but he just never went into detail, probably because of the awkward nickname. Suddenly Rumba pulled Alfred to him and asked him to take him to the mansion. He wanted the boy to help him. Alfred thought about Elenora and Rumba being a creepy combination, and it scared him. Rumba came to Alfred's father's mansion and asked the maid to summon him. The girl replied that she would ask the Nord to come here right away. Alfred along with Rumba sat in the room. The old man was scrutinizing the mansion. The boy reasoned that he had no choice but to bring Rumba here because the look on his face was incredibly pathetic. And besides, he wouldn't let him out of his tight grip. Alfred's mom walked into the room and asked loudly with a smile who had come to visit them. Suddenly Rumba rose to his feet and jabbed his finger at Alfred's mom and shouted that she was the magical girl who was in love with Nord. At first the girl didn't realize what was going on and Alfred was scared for his mom. Suddenly old memories came to her and she remembered who Rumba was. She blushed hard and covered her face with her hands. Rumba laughed and said that she remembered him after all. Elenora replied. Alfred's mom replied that it was impossible to forget a man like him. The boy looked at his mom and thought about the fact that he had never seen her face like that before. He watched his mom and assumed that this was probably his mom's real personality that she used to have before she became a proper lady, not to mention that Elenora looked no older than 30. Suddenly Rumba reminded her that Alfred was eavesdropping on their conversation. She leaned over to her son and thanked him for his company and suggested he go to the living room to get himself a couple of candies. Alfred smiled and thought that his mother wanted to maintain some parental dignity in front of her children. He also didn't like that she kept treating him like a child. He thought about just going and getting the candy. However, he called out to his mom to say something. He smiled and told her that her worried face was incredibly cute. Hearing that, Elenora made a worried face again. Rumba laughed loudly and gently tapped the boy on the head. Alfred was satisfied, for all he wanted was to see his mom's face like that again. Happy Alfred walked down the hallway, imagining eating candy with his name on it. Suddenly he was called out by his father who was just on his way to see his guest. Alfred suddenly turned to his father and jabbed his finger at him and shouted that he was a dragon slayer. His father smiled, hoping the maid wouldn't understand. He wanted to ask his son where he had heard of this nickname, but Alfred ran off down the hall, disobeying his father. He was only convinced that the nickname was embarrassing. The next day, Elenora practiced with Rumba. The boy's father suggested that he train together today, because after talking about old times with Rumba yesterday, he wants to give his best during the training session. Tired after practicing, the boy wanted to go home, but his father tripped him and he fell with his face right into the ground. Angry Alfred asked him if he thought he tripped him and then asked him if he thought today's workout was too intense. His father said he was wrong, and told him to get to his feet. Alfred himself thought that his father was taking revenge on him for what he had said yesterday. More likely he was angry because he had teased him with an embarrassing nickname. Suddenly he noticed his mom who was wearing special workout clothes, and this surprised the boy a lot. He started fighting with his mom, thinking that she was hiding her true intentions. Helena wasn't as cunning as his dad, and in general Alfred thought that his mom should be rooting for her cute little son to win. Dad came in. He said that now would be their last fight and asked his son to try harder. Alfred was happy that soon the training would be coming to an end. Alfred thought about the fact that now he had a chance. Elenora was immersed in her fight against Rumba. Alfred was happy that he would finally be able to spend his day the way he wanted to. His father told him that he would now see if he could throw a punt, and grinned, adding that if he couldn't, his sword might completely accidentally hit him in the head. Alfred realized that his father was mocking him, so he decided to do the same in response and said that no matter how many times he hit him on the head, he would never forget that he was called a dragon slayer. His father smiled. Suddenly they both fell silent. Alfred wondered if they weren't having a provocative fight right now, and his father wanted to know why his son had fallen silent. And in a couple of moments Alfred was on the ground, his sword thrown aside. The boy did not even have time to realize what had happened to him. He just breathed heavily and lay on the grass. He closed his eyes and thought that he had no pain at all, but he didn't realize what had happened, because he didn't see his father move at all. When his father approached the boy, he was just musing about how the sky was especially blue today. Alfred opened his eyes and saw the face of his sister Elenora standing in front of him. Rumba was standing with her. She shouted to him that the boy was awake. Alfred didn't understand anything at all. His mind was filled with questions of who he was and where he was. Then he found the answers, that he was Alfred Slaughlet, and in his past life he was in Akayuji. He suddenly remembered that he had practiced fencing with his dad today, and of course he remembered it perfectly. When he fell to the ground, Elenora came running to him and shaking his body tremblingly asked if he was alright, and if he was in pain. Rumba shouted to her that she shouldn't shake him so hard. The girl answered him that she was very much worried, for Alfred's eyes were very empty. Then Rumba said that he had been born with such eyes, and Elenora was comforted by this. Alfred lay there wondering what had happened to those worried faces he had seen a few minutes ago. He opened his eyes a little and saw Elenora start an argument with Rumba. She started to ask if he really wanted a fight. However, at that moment the old man noticed that the boy was awake and said that now we can breathe out a sigh of relief. Rumba said that since he had won their little match he could take Alfred with him tomorrow, and he would belong to him all tomorrow. Elenora started screaming hysterically that she was angry because she couldn't land a single blow. Rumba put his sword on his shoulder and asked the girl if she wanted to give up, to which she replied that she was still willing to continue. The girl gripped her sword tighter and shouted that she would never admit defeat in her life. Rumba was greatly surprised that this little girl had a great fighting spirit. However, everything was said by the fact that she was the daughter of a dragon slayer. The old man looked around and saw Alfred begging his father to rest. Then he realized that Elenora and her brother were like day and night, completely different. Elenora called out to the old man and asked if it was normal for him to take his eyes off his opponent, because she could have attacked him while he was open. To which Rumba replied that it was very mean. After all, he was very nice to her and even gave her enough time to catch her breath. This phrase made the girl very angry. Elenora told him not to be so frivolous just because she was a child. He replied that he would never do that, especially since she was trying so hard. The girl wondered if he thought he could attack her in the sad state he was in now. Rumba told her, use all her strengths wisely, and her advantage could most likely be considered agility, so she should hone it and use it in her attacks. In a serious voice, Rumba said that he had lived twice as long as she had, so his trained body had accumulated much more experience and endurance than hers. Then he added that recklessness and irrational blows would never hurt a hardened warrior like him. The girl admitted that he could look pretty cool sometimes, though it pissed her off a bit. Rumba said she made him blush. Then the girl picked up her sword and thanked the old man, saying she was perfectly fine now, and asked him for another match. Rumba thought that even though she said that, however, he was sure that the girl was slowly reaching her limit. So he came up with an interesting idea. He offered Elenora a bet, which was that whoever struck first would be able to do something. Rumba turned around and looked at Alfred, and suddenly shouted that whoever struck first could spend all of tomorrow playing with Alfred. The girl answered him that she agreed to such terms. The girl lost this match, to which she was incredibly upset. Rumba brought her a drink and praised her for her good fight. He smiled and said with joy in his voice that he would spend tomorrow with Alfred. The old man said goodbye to the girl and said that they would see each other tomorrow. Elenora shouted after him that she would definitely win it next time. Alfred, lying in bed, could not understand why they had decided everything on their own without even talking to him. After all, he had his own opinion. Elenora called Alfred and informed him that they had prepared delicious food and water for him, and she left it all on the table near the bed. The boy thanked his sister. Then the girl suddenly said that if he was still not strong enough to eat, she could feed him herself from a spoon. Alfred replied that he could feed himself. The boy heard her cluck and asked her about it. Elenora replied that he had imagined it. Alfred thought about the fact that such an answer smells of big problems, because every time a girl says such words, offended by something, you should realize that you have big problems, and now Elenora is definitely hiding her true intentions from him. He brought the deciphering of female phrases. If the girl said nothing like that, it means that in fact something is bothering her. But for now she does not want to talk about it, and if she said absolutely nothing like that, then it is obvious that there is far from nothing. The girl crossed her arms and said that he should talk less anyway. He needed to rest. Alfred grinned. He was talking because she was here. Elenora left the room. She waved goodbye to him. The boy was happy to have some peace and quiet. The angry Elenora was walking down the hall and talking aloud about how she wanted to spoon-feed Alfred. It turned out that he could hear everything from the hallway. Alfred remembered that everyone was worried about him, which made him feel very happy and warm. But what made him even happier was the fact that he would be able to stay here and do nothing on such a beautiful day. Due to a concussion, the main character spent all day yesterday doing nothing. The next day, a Rumba came to take him for a morning walk. The man called out aloud loudly. He thought the lad's mind had already cleared and suggested that he take a walk. Since Rumba wanted to explore the village, He asked Alaya to be his guide. The hero's mind had a hard time digesting such a wording so far, but he thought it was fine and decided that he would definitely show him around the village. Seeing the endless fields of wheat, the man was delighted. He exclaimed that such a sight made his eyes go wild. Al smiled and was in complete agreement with him. Over the fall, the bright green ears would ripen and turn golden. Al explained to Rumba that wheat was grown here to always give a warm welcome to people coming to the village, and when it was time to leave, she would take the guests on their way. The man took a deep breath and compared this field to his own mother with a smile on his face. Al smiled back at him and agreed with him. The hero suggested the man to go to the square as there were many people there. Rumba agreed with him and recalled that Tryla had told them that bartering was very popular here. In the Koliet village, the infrastructure and building layout became more compact as they approached the plaza. Apparently, there was a law that new residents should build their houses and barns some distance from the center, depending on the circumstances. Some of the stores and workshops were set up specifically on the outskirts of town or closer to the center. For example, buildings such as diners and inns were built near where the most people gathered. Meanwhile, workshops such as blacksmiths were more likely to be found on the outskirts of the village because the noise of the work would disturb fewer people, and firewood was easier to gather. However, Logan lived on the outskirts by choice, not because of his profession. That is why the houses near the center were mostly owned by old-timers and people working in the service sector. From Ala Rumba's account, it made sense and he assumed that this village must be noisy. He was sure that if they were a little closer to the royal capital, a large number of people would come to visit. As the owl and Rumba passed one of the stores, a young lad came out of it and greeted the young gentleman. The hero was glad to see him and greeted Herman. Herman was a little startled when he saw a huge man in front of Al and asked about him. Al replied that it was one of his father's acquaintances. Rumba marveled at the amazing handiwork and exclaimed that he had never seen such fine work before. Herman smiled and said that it was because of the fact that he had come up with this design on his own. Rumba thought he was being joked at, but that was the peculiarity of their village. The man was interested in everything he found in the market stalls and enjoyed listening to the traders. It seemed to Al that apparently the Rumba was interested in every little thing. It was exactly what one would expect from an adventurer. Later, Rumba tasted the amazing dish and exclaimed that it was delicious. He believed that Al was the real savior. Rumba had already had time to think that he would starve to death like that. Al, of course, did not believe his words. He assumed that the adventurers took all the essentials with them, including enough food to last the journey. Or at least the adventurers could have resupplied at the nearest town along the way. Rumba hesitated a bit with his answer and explained that he usually always bought a large amount of rations when he ran out of food. But this time a story had happened to him. When he was passing by some abandoned buildings, he saw a couple of children. Rumba approached them and asked if they were hungry. When the man squatted down in front of them, the children looked at the stranger with a share of fright. Rumba told Alu how he met two starving children who needed food more than he did. Al remained thoughtfully silent, saying nothing to the adventurer. Rumba shook out his empty sack and said that for that reason he had no supplies for the remainder of the journey. After that, in the end, he barely made it to the village. The man sighed heavily and collapsed to the ground when he reached the settlement. In that case, the owl understood the reason why the Rumba was sleeping in his resting house. But now Rumba was thrilled that he was here and was enjoying such delicious spaghetti. Al didn't even know that there were slums located on the road to the village and he thought about it. But his thoughts were quickly interrupted when a Rumba called out to him. As they passed a vegetable stall, the man exclaimed that he was hungry and offered Al a snack. Al smiled and said he didn't mind. The hero had an idea and suggested that Rumba go to the series for lunch. During their conversation, Rumba held out a cherry to Al, and the guy was surprised that Rumba had money. The adventurer pulled a whole gold coin out of his pocket and suggested that the hero provide everything to him today. But Al forgot to tell the adventurer that gold coins were not in their use, so he wouldn't be able to use them. Al really couldn't believe that Rumba was going to pay for the food with a gold coin, because using it would get him in trouble. Rumba was shocked when he heard this and his hands shook. He asked him not to be nervous and suggested that it would most likely do well in the diner. The series had been raking in quite a profit lately. Hearing this, the Rumba was surprised and asked how the diner could make so much money in the first place. Al replied that he could see everything with his own eyes once they got there. Once they entered the establishment, Rumba was surprised at how spacious the place was. The diners he had seen in other villages were much more compact. The hero replied that the place had expanded due to certain circumstances. He didn't understand how he could lose again and didn't want to lose his tamagoyaki. Al noticed a crying wheatfield guy by the tables who was apparently named Roland. Al asked familiar diners what happened to Roland. The men smiled and replied to Mr. Alfred that nothing had changed here. They were just putting their side dishes to match in reverse. One of the men looked sympathetically at Roland and said that there was no way he would learn his lesson. First Logan was in this situation and now Roland was in this situation. Even though he was losing, he still loved to play. It was now clear to Al where he lived most of the time. Rumba looked under his feet and saw something rolling towards him. The adventurer picked up the pebble and asked what was there. Al replied that it was a Reversi. Because of this game, even at night the place was quite lively. Thanks to the Reversi and Sega, the diner quickly became crowded and for that reason it expanded. Judging from Rumba's reaction, he had never heard of these games. Rumba recalled that Tryla had shown him something similar the last time they met. At that time, Tryla had been in the business of selling the rights to the Reversi. Last year, the hero had transferred the rights to sell to Try. The Lowlight family got a percentage of the profits based on the number of games sold. Then they had a slow increase in family income. It was surprising, but there was also a patent system in this world. The world of craftsmen was also quite harsh. But if it didn't exist, craftsmen who specialized in making magical tools wouldn't be recognized for their hard work. One of the players noticed an interesting stranger he had not seen before and asked the Rumba if he would like to play Reverie with him. The player gladly showed how to arrange the pieces, and the Rumba gradually understood everything. After he had arranged them correctly, it was possible to capture the enemy's stones. Once Rumba understood everything, he smiled and said that even he would have little trouble with such rules. His playing partner exclaimed that the Rumba had a great spirit, and he was absolutely right. The man suggested with a smile that the Rumba put Tamagoyaki on the line. Al wasn't even surprised at how the man decided to pin the newcomer so easily. But Rumba didn't even know what a Tamagoyaki was. The player realized that the stranger had never heard of it before. The guy took the Tamagoyaki from his neighbor and slid the plate over to the adventurer. His friend exclaimed that it was his Tamagoyaki, but Roland ordered him to accept it, for it was only one small piece. The angry fellow exclaimed that he would not have said so if that had been his Tamagoyaki. Rumba wasn't going to be ceremonious and just decided to take a little bite. The guy was shocked when the Rumba completely swallowed his entire dish. With tears in his eyes, Roland's acquaintance took the plate with trembling hands, remembering his Tamagoyaki. It seemed to him that the adventurer had only promised to take a small bite. Al thought it was a small bite for a big goon like Rumba. After a good taste, the man exclaimed that it was delicious and asked for a second one. Roland said he could buy it later, but first they would play a game of Reverie. Roland replied that if the Rumba wanted to eat more Tamagoyaki, he would have to beat him first. The adventurer was not going to be ceremonious and asked Al to just drag him outside and beat him. Al replied that he had it all wrong, because Roland had suggested that he beat him in a game of Reverie. Rumba then decided to concentrate fully on the game and made a few moves on the board. Thinking hard about his actions, he placed 3 white pebbles on the board and with a smile, and glanced at Alain who raised a finger up. But later the adventurer himself did not realize how he could not place his own checker on the board, where there was absolutely no space left. Roland smirked and said that meant he had no choice but to spasm. As the game was being played, an old lady named Sari came up to them and replied that Roland came here every day. While the afternoon was already full of people, it was still busier at night. Since people drank a lot in the nighttime, Ceres was even busier, not to mention the fights that often broke out here. Whenever there was a fight, even a frail woman like her had to intervene and calm them down. The Ceres completely failed to understand the reaction of Ala, who smiled at her with a fraction of awkwardness. The thing was, the hero didn't even know that fights were common here. He doubted that even the Ceres' husband could stand up to her. The thought made Alea burst into laughter. The woman swung her fist and exclaimed that it was just like that. And when such an incident happened and her husband arrived, she would take them on. The mere sight of it made Al feel uneasy. It was all quite creepy, for her movements were surprisingly nimble. The woman was going to deal with her husband on her own if he suddenly got out of control. For example, if he stared at other women or quit his job to skip work, then he would be in trouble. Sirius smiled at Mr. Alfred and asked him to come with her just for a little while. With these words, she grabbed Al's hand and also dragged him behind her. Sari lightly tapped the ladle on Al's head and asked her to wash those plates for her if Al was okay with that. Of course, there was no way Al could refuse this woman. Carla turned to the guy and told him that he would never learn his lesson, because he had just said the forbidden word several times. Rumba meanwhile called out to Roland and wanted to ask him about Alfred. He thought that Alfred was an idiot, and in fact the others thought so too. Roland replied that he had made the same mistake yesterday when he fought his old man. Nevertheless, tamagoyaki and the square pan used to cook it, not to mention reversi and segi, were his ideas. Rumba exclaimed that the line between idiot and genius was very thin. Still, the answer to his question was one of the 7 mysteries of the village. He was eager to learn the other 6 mysteries, but Roland asked him to take his time. They had plenty of time anyway. Roland smiled back at the Rumba and the adventurer ordered him to pour him more alcohol. Meanwhile, the hero was sorting out the dishes and didn't understand why he had to do it. It had been a week since the adventurer had arrived in the village. Al had imposed a fee on his Rumba recreation center. The hero told him that to his knowledge his base was far more extravagant than any hotel in the village. Rumba had no doubt of this and exclaimed that it was certainly a very comfortable place to rest and thanked Al for the lodging. Al meanwhile was not happy that the adventurer repeatedly refused him when Al told him to just stay in their mansion. Also, Rumba was constantly disturbing his peace like some damsel in distress. Al wasn't sure if by not taking Elenora with them they were doing the right thing. The adventurer replied that he had already talked to the Nord about it. Al felt that if they had taken her with them, it would have been easier for them to kill their prey, as they could have attacked from multiple points. In that case, they would have instant destruction. Rumba believed that the guy was absolutely right. As they were talking, the hero stepped on a branch that crunched loudly under his feet. Rumba reminded him that he had to watch his step, because from now on, he needed to suppress his presence as much as possible. Al agreed with him and said that he understood everything. The boy wanted to adopt Rumba's knowledge as an adventurer firsthand, and so they headed into the forest. His footsteps were silent and devoid of any unnecessary movement. Besides, Al was running out of food at his second base. He couldn't kick Rumba out, but that would only be today. After a while, they came across a deer, but the hero scared it away with his careless step. After the deer they came across a hare, but the owl again scared it away with a broken branch. Meanwhile, Rumba spotted a wild boar nearby and, grabbing a small pebble, threw it at the animal's head. Al didn't understand how such a thing was possible in the world, and how a guy with such a physique moved so quietly. This time, Al almost stepped on a tree branch again, but he noticed it in time. Rumba paid no attention to him and focused on the boar. Al was puzzled as to how he too could hide his presence at the level of the Rumba. He noticed the adventurer's huge hand stopping him. The hero looked at the man questioningly and thought something was wrong. Rumba warned Al that he sensed a monster, or rather a goblin, approaching. Al was surprised that they could meet him here. The hero assumed that if that was the case, the goblin had simply gotten separated from his group. If one compared the forest surrounding the mansion, definitely it was much safer than the others. However, the deeper one went into the forest, the more frequent the encounters with boars, monsters, and their dwellings became. Since one of the feudal lord's duties was to protect people from monsters and bandits, adventurers and mercenaries were hired or a vigilant corps was formed to take care of the problems. Al noticed a pointy-eared short monster and remembered its illustration in the books. He had no doubt that it was probably a goblin. Rumba assumed that it was the guy's first time seeing a monster, but the hero replied that it wasn't. Actually, he had seen one before, but he was looking at it from a distance. Once Al met a snow-white monster called a wind wolf. That time he was lucky to escape from it. After this encounter, he heard that his father and the vigilant corps had set out to kill him. Rumba assumed that his father was able to show the wolf who was in charge. With this, Al reminded him that it was he who led the local vigilant corps. Going back to the previous topic, the goblin possessed a small build. Since goblins were a tribe of barbarians, they were usually armed with something like a crude blade, but this guy's weapon was a small log. Rumba suggested to Al that he try to fight a goblin with a sword, which caused the hero to fall into a stupor. Al thought that Rumba clearly didn't understand what he was asking of a 6-year-old child. Besides, Rumba knew his skills when it came to his swordsmanship. In order for the owl to have any hope of winning, he would have to use his magic. Rumba only now remembered that the owl specialized in magic. The goblin turned sharply in their direction and the boys cursed, thinking that the goblin had noticed them. The adventurer drew his huge sword from his back and warned the guy to stay away, because it could end up with the monster getting too close. Al thought that their battle with the monster was about to begin. Before Rumba knew it, Al wasn't around. The man looked back confused and saw the boy behind a tree. Rumba didn't understand why the owl was so far away from him. Al said that the closer he was to him, the more frightened he became. The adventurer became angry and ordered him not to be such a coward. Rumba assumed he would have no turning back and hid his sword back in its scabbard. Al was surprised that the adventurer was hiding his sword and didn't realize what he was going to do. The adventurer scared the hero to death that he ran towards him flashing his menacing grin. Al began to guess that the man was serious about getting him into a fight. The hero began to gather clots of energy into his hand, thinking that he had no other choice. The boy directed the magic upwards and called out to Rumba, saying that he was going to blast the goblin with magic. He didn't want to hurt him, so he asked him to get out of the way. Rumba was shocked by this little boy's abilities and exclaimed that it was simply unbelievable. With those words, he quickly bounced aside, opening the road directly at the goblin. At the same moment, Al stretched his arm forward and used the power of the ballista. A blinding flash of light enveloped the goblin, which became confused and stopped halfway. When it was over, the boy walked over to the goblin's body and its severed arm. He noticed that the creature's blood was purple in color, and it was definitely not human. Previously, the hero had hunted rabbits and boars countless times before. This was the feudal lord's duty in order to protect the people. For survival and sustenance, hunting was necessary. It was the best solution to their problems. Al realized that it was impossible to hesitate. At least it had to happen. The huge ice shard that stuck into the side of the goblin along with a flash of light was still sticking out of his body. The moment when his skill had torn off the goblin's arm in an instant ran before Al's eyes. The boy bowed his head before the goblin's dead body, thinking it was their duty. Al quietly said that such a thing was quite absurd and questioned the Rumba. But the Rumba thought that the same could be said about the boy's magic. Al told the Rumba that he was quite serious. The adventurer asked the boy if he was really but serious now. Al smiled slightly and thought he would be content just using magic to enrich everyday life and told Rumba that, regardless of the world, the value of life would always be difficult to understand. As Al had previously believed, the fight was simply not for him. After this incident, the adventurer along with the boy headed back to the city. One clear day, the main character decided to cook something, which caused the noise and clattering of knives in the kitchen. Al was mixing beef and pork in proportions of 7:3. Taking the knives in two hands, he decided to get down to business. The hero's helper named Bartolo was not sure if everything would be okay after Al had sliced the meat so many times. But the hero smiled and answered him that everything would be perfect. At this point, the hero was now trying to make a chopped steak. The guy asked his dear assistant where he had put the fried onions and the man replied that they were here. The Bartolo also had a bowl of ice for the hero, which he held out aloud. The hero gathered all the ingredients they needed. They were minced meat, onion crumbs, bread crumbs, and beaten egg. After dressing the meat with salt and pepper, they needed to mix everything thoroughly with their hands. The bowl of ice they needed to keep the meat nice and cold. Also, it was made of ice, so their hands will be a little cold when they mix everything. Otherwise, the fat on the meat might start to melt because of the temperature of their hands. Since they needed a chopped steak that kept its shape while cooking, Al was going to use his legendary technique. Bartolo couldn't believe his ears and froze in amazement. Al borrowed this technique from his mom. One had to throw the mixed meat between his hands 10 times. Bartolo watched the boy's every move with interest. This was to release the air inside the tortilla. Thanks to this, the steak would not disintegrate during cooking and the final result would be even better. Al suggested his assistant to try it. Al began to dream that if he could find a wife, he would like her to do that, wearing some nice apron. He wanted madly to see her do it. But now he had no time to dream, because he was busy cooking. Bartolo looked at the guy suspiciously and said that he had a kind of dirty expression on his face. This moment reminded the hero of the time when he was in middle school in his previous life. He still remembered that incident in the cooking class. At that moment, he accidentally dropped a ball of mincemeat on the girl who was standing near him. Al remembered something and asked his assistant to make sure to make a hole in the middle of the flatbread. Bartolo did not fully understand him, but tried to do it as he was explained. Al told the man that the flatbread was prone to expand slightly during cooking. It was difficult for the heat to get into its center, but because of the depression they had made, it would be easier. And the Bartolo understood. As soon as one side turned brown, they had to turn the meat over and add a little water. Next, they had to cover it with a lid so the steak could steam bake. This way the center became hot and juicy. After a while, their chopped steak was ready. Bartolo was delighted at how the steak smelled delicious. Turning back, the boys saw one of the maids. It was as if the aroma went even beyond the kitchen. It was a maid that resembled Al, a hyena. Al said that the wild hyena was watching its prey closely, waiting for the right opportunity to lunge at the leftovers. His assistant didn't know what the hyena the guy was talking about was, but if it was a beast hunting its prey, he could be understood. Al suggested leaving it alone for now. Now they had to lay out the steak and pour the sauce they had made earlier, and then garnish it with vegetables. At the end of the work, Al offered them something to eat, and Bartolo gladly accepted. Al tasted a piece and said with a smile that they had done well. It wasn't hard to cook either, and apparently they had enough heat. The man thought it was amazing how tender this meat was, not to mention its juices. The maid behind them was eager to take a bite and sighed languidly. Al wondered how long this girl named Mina would just stand there and watch the meat. Besides, she still had a job to do. Al said that even though they cooked the steak the first time it turned out, and he wanted to make a few more to build on the success. Bordello happily agreed. He thought it would taste much better if they added some cheese and asked Al's opinion. Al told Bordello that it was a great idea and suggested they try adding some to the next steak. He also suggested that carrots or mushrooms could be added instead of onions. That was supposed to turn out good too, and Bordello replied that it was a pretty good idea. Anyway, Bordello asked Al what they were going to do with the leftover steak they had made. Hearing this, the girl blushed and froze in place waiting for an answer. Bordello looked toward Mina with a smile and said that for the sake of their future cooking practice, he would give up his test portion. He wanted to give it to the maid and asked Al about it. Al was of course fine with it. Hearing this, the girl was delighted and a radiant smile appeared on her face. She could not believe her ears and clarified with Mr. Alfred that she was really allowed to eat this steak. After she received the approval, Mina thanked Bordello wholeheartedly. The girl eagerly sat down at the table looking at her chopped steak. Bordello served her a plate of the dish and the girl exclaimed that its odor alone brought her happiness. In that case it was time for dinner. Barely had she touched her steak when Elenora appeared on the aisle that she had come by such a delightful smell. The girl thought that Al had done something new again and came to check it out. If that was indeed the case, she asked to give her that dish too. Bordello and the hero were horrified that the scent had come to another cursed monster. Al snatched the plate from Mina's hands and presented the chopped steak to his great elder sister. Mina was horrified when her portion was taken away right from under her nose. Al mentally apologized to Mina, for society was cruel. Inferior creatures had to be completely obedient to their superiors, and such was the cruel world. Elenora was delighted at how delicious this dish looked. She was going to share it with her mom. After they partake of the meal, the humble cooks would like to hear opinions on the dish. As they left, Elenora said they would be happy to tell them about it and thank them again for the dish. After she left, all three in the kitchen were still frozen in place for some time by her sister's unexpected visit. There was an awkward pause in the room. Al grinned at the sniffling Mina and regretted to her what had happened. It seemed to Al's aid that this was his switch in personality. After all, Al was supposed to be a nobleman, but he wasn't a nobleman in the first place. He was a younger brother, and that was very important. Bordello asked Min not to make that face, because he would cook her another steak. She just had to wait a little while, and Mina smiled through her tears. She exclaimed that she would look forward to it. The hero decided that maybe he would forget about the sugar incident for a while. Suddenly he sensed some chemistry between the couple and smirked mysteriously. Mrs. Mel came into the room and asked Mina how much longer she planned to loiter. She ordered the girl not to sigh, for she hadn't finished cleaning the hallway yet. Before Mina could reply anything, Mel asked her not to bicker. Mina asked to wait for the girl for at least a minute, but Mel nudged her in the back and pulled her behind her. With tears in her eyes, Mina cried out for her chopped steak. Al waved goodbye and said they would be sure to call them back as soon as the steak was ready. In the end, Mina never got to try the steak that day because her little sister and mom asked for extra portions. Hero was sorry, and Mel ordered Mina to work even harder. Bordello wiped the sweat from his forehead and told Al that today was another day as hot as this one. The hero replied that it was summer after all, so it was okay. Truth be told, he was enjoying the summer. The wheat fields were gradually turning from a bright green color to a golden color, and it was a beautiful view. Bordello agreed with the boy's words and said that it looked very beautiful. Also, today was the day. As soon as the hero said this, a carriage with horses stopped in front of them. Mr. 3 jumped out of it and apologized for not writing to them all the time. He was happy to greet Mr. Alfred with a Bordello. Al along with Bordello were not happy to see this traitor who dared to come back, but the three pretended not to notice their reaction and thanked them for welcoming him. Al greeted Try and said that he had arrived just in time. The merchant replied that it had been quite some time since they had seen each other. Bordello along with the boy put smiles on their faces and said that they were really looking forward to his arrival. Their facial expressions made the merchant uncomfortable, and he replied that he was happy to see them too. That was how all merchants were. They were always wary of their surroundings and had sharp perceptions. But merchants were also people that they could not admit their own mistakes. The protagonists could not forget the horrors of that day. 3 denounced to the women the sugar that Bordello and Al had saved. As a result, he and Bordello had 1 week, an experience of bitter anguish, life, and sheer hell. Accompanied by Al, the 3 made their way to the living room and took a seat at the table. He smiled and replied that thanks to Reversi, even he was able to open a store in the royal capital. He had panicked a bit when he inherited his old man's firm so suddenly, but now his old man would be able to rest a bit. Al inquired about the old man's back. Tri replied that since he had retired, he wasn't doing too badly. The copies sold by Trila had benefited his development as well. To summarize, the interest from the sale of the Reversi translated directly into the Lowlight family's savings. Al had no idea of the income, but since he could supply the village and their pantry with a good amount of sugar and salt, he would not have been surprised if it was a substantial sum. Tri also provided the villagers with animals such as chickens and cows for breeding. Al was sure he was making a lot of money too. This merchant had quite the business sense, even though he looked like the type that was hard to rely on. Everything was going exactly according to plan. The merchant told the hero that Mr. Alfred had always been a frequent customer, and he had only become so successful because of his reverie idea. The merchant looked forward to continuing their partnership for many years to come. Al was of exactly the same opinion and suggested that they both do their best. But the way the merchant betrayed them last time was unacceptable, for which the three apologized to Al. Last time, the hero ordered him to stop, but Tri ran away. But now he would have to face the bitter pain he had to endure. Al believed that until Three felt it, he would not even consider forgiving him. But now the merchant wanted to move on to their other matters. He would like to continue their discussion with Al, but because of the long trip he was tired and he would like to wash. In that case, Al offered to use their bathroom. Al was going to go and prepare hot water for him, for which the merchant was grateful. There were no hotels in this world. If one stayed in a village, it was easy to find accommodation, but baths were a different story. The merchant knew that the baths here were on a completely different level compared to the elite ones found in the royal capital. They were truly magnificent. Mentally, the hero thought that for a former Japanese who grew up in comfortable conditions, such long journeys were too difficult. He decided to take the three to a room and asked them to follow him. Three also recalled something. The last time they met, the merchant had asked him to check something. Al thought that so far there had been no difficulties during the journey and everything should be fine. He was struck like lightning when the trader talked about the rice. The merchant was scared out of his wits when Al swooped down on him and, grabbing him by his clothes, asked him to tell him everything he knew. Al hoped that he had not misheard him and that he had really heard about the rice. The merchant fell to the floor in surprise, but hesitantly replied that Al was right. In that case, the hero assumed that he had some with him. The merchant mumbled uncertainly and replied that he only had a small amount. Al shook him, asking how many kilograms or tons of rice he had. When he heard the answer, Al gloomed, for it would not even be enough for his needs. Rice was the staple of Japanese cuisine and the sole food of the Japanese people. Without even realizing it, he was looking for an ingredient that resembled rice in this world. Over the course of a year, the average Japanese consumed approximately 1 bag of rice if they ate it every day. 1 straw bag of rice contained approximately 60 kilograms, but such an amount was only suitable for an earthly lifestyle. Al didn't think the same statistic would hold true here in the Kaliat village, given each person's individual preferences and diet. 60 kilograms might not be enough for a growing 6-year-old like him. It wouldn't be strange to consume 80 kilograms of rice, but maybe he should have started with 40 kilograms. Obviously, Al will start cultivating his own rice fields. In this way, he would be able to eat as much rice as he wanted. The initial size of the rice field was 0.1 of a hectare. 1/10 of a hectare of land is 31 by 31 meters square. From 1/10 of a hectare of land, he could harvest about 8 or 9 bags of rice. Figuratively speaking, this was enough to cover about half a tennis court. If he harvested enough rice for consumption by one person, he would need it. While he was in his thoughts, the merchant decided that Mr. Alfred couldn't hear him at all. He hoped that the hero was all right. Al looked dreamily at the merchant and replied that it was his joint, for he was deep in his thoughts. The merchant admitted that this was a rather unusual way to express himself. In any case, the hero was about to return to the rice and asked about the quantity he had brought. He hoped that the three would have at least 1 ton. The merchant replied that there was no way he could carry that much rice and he could only bring about 100 kilograms. Al was horrified and exclaimed that 100 kilograms would not be enough for him. The boy grabbed his head and shouted that such a quantity would only be enough for him for 2 years. The merchant was embarrassed and asked Mr. Alfred to calm down. He said that if he could get more, the hero would be the first person he would notify. Hearing this, Al looked at the merchant with hope and a twinkle in his eyes. Al grasped the hands of the three and said that he was glad to meet him. He offered to let him prepare the merchant a bath, and when the merchant came out of the bath, Al would bring him chilled ale, after which he would prepare a chopped steak for him. The merchant was surprised at such hospitality and thanked the owl for his help. Heading forward, the hero suggested that they hurry up. The merchant was pleased that he was able to meet Alfred's expectations. The hero was once again hovering in the clouds and kept talking about rice. He no longer cared that the three were traitors. Rice was the only thing he needed to make all of humanity happy. Rice could bring world peace and Al was ecstatic about it. Al held out a treat to the merchant and asked him to take this. It looked like a candy, but it wasn't that simple. The merchant wanted to know what it was and Al replied with a smile that it was their new product. It was quite sweet and tasty and it also restored energy. Tri thanked the hero for the unusual treat and tasted the candy. Judging from the expression on the merchant's face, it was indeed very tasty. Thus, Tri was reborn from a dirty traitor to a comrade in arms. But now the hero didn't understand how to explain everything to the Bartolo. In Al's mind, he was already imagining how he would tell Bartolo that Tri had brought them some rice. He would ask Bartolo to forget about his revenge. Al's aide would be shocked and exclaim that the hero was pathetic. Knowing Bartolo, the owl was quite sure that he would say so, since he was the one most affected by what had happened. While he was thinking, a maid named Mina ran up to him and asked Mr. Alfred for forgiveness. The hero assumed that something had happened and the maid confirmed it. She said that she had just made inquiries with Trial and he informed her that the gentleman had some sweetness. Al laughed nervously and scratching the back of his head said that he had candy, but the hero clarified that they were gone now. The girl asked her to Candace, for she was to report all to Mistress Elenora. Al seized the departing Mina by the hand and exclaimed that it was only a joke and a fiction. He placed 3 candies in the maid's hand and asked her to take them. Mina froze in place looking at the candies and felt her heart pounding hard. The maid stared at Mr. Alfred in surprise and asked him to jump. Al was puzzled, not understanding her sudden request. Mina repeated her request and asked the hero to jump like a rabbit. Al pulled a faint smile on his face and agreed with ma'am. The hero took a couple hops, and his pockets made a treacherous rustling sound of candy. It seemed to Mina that he had more candy. Al remained silent and lowered his head gloomily. He gave her 5 more candies and, apologizing, said that was all. The girl immediately tossed 1 candy into her mouth and a smile shone on her face. Al was furious and throwing his hands in the air yelled that this was extortion. Besides, there were no people around to witness her crime. The hero angrily stomped forward, sending the mine to hell. Al also cursed the merchant 3 who always talked too much. The hero walked into the kitchen where he met the Bartolo and called out to him. The man greeted the guy and said he had some acal pods, so they could try incorporating them into the chopped steak. One had to be careful with the amount one could use because the acal pods were incredibly spicy. The hero thought that with this 3 he was sure to get paid and told the Bartolo that the pods were not enough. The helper looked questioningly at the mad Ala, which grabbed his head. Al asked to add the pods to the chopped steak as much as possible. The thing was, out of the 3 new candies they had produced, they had been discovered by a landmine. Upon hearing this, the Bartolo was horrified. In addition, the landmine had taken all the candy away from him. Al apologized to his assistant and admitted that it was his mistake, for he had let his guard down. Bartolo became enraged and dumped a basket of pods into the steak mixture. He exclaimed that they couldn't just leave it like that, and Al supported him by asking him to show no mercy. Al ordered the pods to season the steak up to 100 times so that the 3 could savor the epitome of anger and despair. As it was cooking, Elenora walked in on them, smelling the delicious odor. She thought she smelled chopped steak, which she simply adored. Al, along with Bartolo, looked back in horror at the new trouble that had arrived. Al apologized and said they were cooking now and were very busy. His sister puffed up her cheeks and exclaimed that he was no fun at all. Elenora ended up waiting until the hero and Bartolo finished finishing the steak. She asked to take one as she was a bit hungry. She had just finished her morning sword practice. Al indifferently took one of the steaks and gave his permission. Elenora wanted to make sure that Al was okay with it. The hero irritably confirmed his words. He wished Elenora would hurry up, eat it and get out of here. Elenora further clarified the fact that she would take it and the hero repeatedly confirmed it. This steak was made with his utmost gratitude, so Al asked to eat it with relish. Al's aide clarified that this thing was in her steak. They looked in horror at Elenora, who was already tasting the steak, and decided that it was time for them to flee. With tears in her eyes, Elenora exclaimed that it was very spicy and grabbed a mug of water. She drank the entire glass in a gulp and took a deep breath. The blushing sister glanced treacherously at her brother and Bartolo. She said that if this was his deepest gratitude, then she understood how he really felt about her. Al felt embarrassed and couldn't even find the right words. The guy nervously waved his hands and said what he thought. He thought that the sister was like the spice of life. It was because the sister was the most fiery person he knew. After these words, Bartolo covered his face with his palms, and the hero himself tried to realize what he had just said to her. As Elenora had said earlier, she now understood how her brother felt about her. She wished he could taste it and grab the remains of the spicy steak and shove them into Al's mouth. Feeling this spicy taste, the hero's mind blurred. Akala had entered his mouth in a completely wrong way. A little later, the hero fainted from the pungency. Meanwhile, the three served regular food instead of revenge food. But Al had no doubt that he would definitely get his revenge one day. He also thanked the merchant for the rice. One day, while washing his face, a maid named Sarah handed the hero a towel. Al thanked her for her help. The girl asked her not to thank him. This is exactly what Al expected from Sarah, because she was very tactful. Sarah had been taking care of the hero since he was a child. He figured she must be somewhere around 22 years old now. Al glanced at her black hair. He unconsciously glanced at her from time to time. Al remembered talking to his mom about it recently. Black hair was a rare sight in this world. The hero was used to this hair color since he was born in Japan, but he still felt nostalgic. As Sarah was leaving, Ala's mother noticed that the boy was seeing her off with a look. She assumed that the guy had feelings for Sarah, but the hero didn't understand what she was talking about. The mother smiled and said that he always looked at her fondly. Al didn't even notice it from the outside. It wasn't that, it was that he just loved black hair. The mother wanted to make sure it was true, and the hero confirmed it. The mother thought her son was very young, but nevertheless he had developed such a specific preference already at that age. Meanwhile, Ala's older sister looked at her hair in the mirror and blushed. After this incident, the hero thought that now they would think differently about him. After all, his inner age was about 33 years old. Today, lunch had to be prepared. On the way, Al ran into a Bartolo who was carrying a basket of laundry and reminded him about cooking. The hero swapped his shirt for a work shirt and thought that since the weather was nice today, it was worth getting busy. He suggested that Bartolo have a little picnic today and walked over to the stove. Seeing the new utensil on the stove, the hero grinned contentedly. The guy introduced their new rice cooker called Hagama to Bartolo and said that he made Logan make it for him. With this thing, he would be able to cook the best rice. While cooking, Al looked at the rice with a smile and exclaimed that it was quite nice and fluffy. After the rice was cooked, it was necessary to reduce the fire in the oven, then let it steam for a while. It was necessary to go a long way to reach a high level of skill in cooking rice. Then one had to wrap the rice in a sheet and put it in the Ala storage. In the spatial vault, the concept of time did not exist, so Al could enjoy the scalding hot onigiri whenever he wanted. Thanks to the rice cooker, he was one step closer to achieving his goal, an exceptional way of life. He was insanely grateful to Logan for this. The guy took the towel and said that now he had to show him all the virtues of rice. If Logan showed great enthusiasm for tamagoyaki, Al had no doubt that he must also like rice dishes. The hero wrapped the dish in a towel and thought of the combination of rice and tamagoyaki that nothing could compare to. He might not have miso soup to match them, but there was no point in grieving. In the end, the guy decided that he needed to find some miso, but he didn't know if soybeans even existed in this world. Al stopped in thought and decided that if rice existed, soybeans had to exist somewhere. He just had to find them. The boy decided that he would look for soybeans everywhere, no matter where his path led him. Al was like obsessed with the beans, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a noise nearby. The hero didn't realize what was going on there as he worked out his happy plan to recreate Japanese cuisine. The rice onigiri almost flew out of his hands when he heard the name of Mrs. Elenora being wished good luck. The locals cheered for Lady Elenora, who was not to lose in her duel. The other side of the people cheered for the commander and asked him not to hold back. Judging from the shouts, the hero realized that she was training with the Vigilant Corps today. The sister was full of fighting spirit as always. Suddenly, the hero remembered something and froze on the spot in horror. He snapped back abruptly and decided he had to run before she found out. As the proverb said, a wise man did not put himself in vain danger. A few minutes later, Al arrived at Logan's house and called out to him. He knocked loudly on the man's door and told him that he had food. The angry Logan abruptly opened the doors and asked him to be quiet. Logan asked to think about what would have happened if someone had heard him. Al replied that nothing would have happened to him, for no one lived in such a wilderness except the Logan. He held out his rice dish with a smile and said he had brought some for him. The hero explained that he cooked it using that rice cooker he made for him last time. The onigiri was very hot, so Al asked him to be careful. Logan was surprised that he actually used it. Only after a couple minutes did it come to him that Al had come all this way for the sake of bringing him food. The guy grinned and said that he was thinking of going to the picnic after he gave the onigiri to Logan. The weather was pretty nice today. The man looked at the blue sky and taking the treat said he would eat onigiri later. As soon as Al heard that, his hands trembled with anger. He thought it was ridiculous because he didn't know that there was such a person in the world who could eat scalding hot onigiri later. It was unthinkable, and the hero decided that it was just a stupid joke. Logan was also a gourmet, and he would never do that. The guy had to come up with a good excuse for Logan to eat him now. Al had one idea, after which he invited Logan to go on a picnic with him. Logan declined, not understanding why he would suddenly want to go on a picnic with Al. The guy smiled and told the grumpy man that he was no fun at all to be with. Logan eventually closed the doors behind him, thanked him for the onigiri and said goodbye to the guy. He was going to tell Alu his opinion of the dish next time. The hero stood silently near the doors for a while, and knocked on Logan's door one more time. The boy knew what Logan that tsundere was really like. The man was one of those people who would just try a piece to find out what they tasted like. With these thoughts, Al leaned his ear against the door with a sly smile. Since Logan was hungry, he actually picked up one of the onigiri and decided to see what it tasted like. After the hero heard Logan's reasoning, he only confirmed his hunch. Like all tsunderes, Logan also had such a sweet, honest nature. Just when the hero thought about it, the door behind his back opened and an angry Logan stepped out. The man was furious that the owl was still here. The confused owl looked at Logan and asked what was the matter. Logan gave him the cloth the onigiri were wrapped in and asked about the snack series. He wanted to know how soon they would be sold, and Al thought he had already eaten them. In response, Logan only furrowed his eyebrows and asked the boy to answer his question. Al noticed that there was one grain of rice on Logan's cheek and realized everything. The onigiri was delicious and surely the man wanted to know when it would be served for dinner. He was clearly out of patience and all he had to do was be honest with his feelings. The hero replied that he was low on rice at the mansion, so the series might not be able to serve this dish. The man understood and thought that they would go well with the tamagoyaki. He asked the lad to hurry up and bring some more rice so he could taste it. As expected of a Logan gourmet, he was able to immediately feel that rice and tamagoyaki would go well together. Logan closed the doors behind him again and after saying goodbye to the guy, he said that it was delicious. Al wasn't even surprised and thought it was pretty easy to read. Al pulled his hands to the top and thought it was time for a picnic, then leisurely headed his way. After a while, the boy reached the forest where he admired a waterfall. After that he followed a forest path and passed a small lake. Even though Al wanted to go on a picnic, going alone was a little sad. Al wondered if Logan would go with him if he asked him again. The boy seriously thought about his problem. If you think hard about it, he didn't have any acquaintances or friends his age, and that was really sad. All of his friends were old people. Al wanted to enjoy his free time with friends his age, but they just weren't there. In that case, a frustrated Al decided to ask his brother Silvio if he wanted to go out with him. Al could have suggested that he go outside and read while enjoying the beautiful scenery. If he said that to Silvio, surely he would agree. On his way, the hero met some familiar people who were happy to greet Mr. Alfred. They wished him a good day and asked him where he was going. Al greeted the villagers and said that today he would like to go to the mountains. The people said goodbye to Mr. Alfred and asked him to be careful. Al enjoyed talking to the villagers and hoped he could do the same with friends his own age. One of the little girls noticed the boy and told her mom that everyone was talking about how he was connected to one of the 7 secrets of the village. The mom got angry at her daughter and told her that pointing a finger at people was very rude. Al glimpsed the girl, not sure what she was talking about. Al was about to move on when he heard a familiar voice behind him and stopped. He didn't want to believe it and cautiously looked back. It was his older sister who wanted to know what her younger brother was up to. Al glanced glumly at his sister and the 2 maidens behind her. Al did not know who the girls were and one of them assumed that the younger brother of Lady Elenora was in front of them. They assumed that the one in front of them was the same Mr. Alfred they had heard so much about. With these words, one of the girls moved closer to Al. The girl crouched down in front of the guy at his eye level and asked to be called Emma. She was very pleased to meet him. In response to her smile, the boy introduced himself as the second son of the Lowlight family Alfred and said that he was also very pleased to meet her. He thanked them for always taking care of his older sister. The girl was delighted and exclaimed that it was marvelous. These were exactly the kind of words she expected from Mrs. Elenora's younger brother. He was a very polite and courteous young man. The second girl wondered if he was always so polite because of his noble status. The disgruntled older sister told Shaylee that he was just being a jerk. Sis Emma seemed like a very kind person. If the hero was right, she just adored him. A person's first impression was formed within 10 seconds of meeting them. Al needed to butter up the kind little sister Emma a little more for her to start adoring him. Al figured that with a greeting like that, his sales would be through the roof. The second girl greeted Mr. Alfred with a smile, and Al said it was a pleasure to meet her. As he had already realized, her name was Sheila. As a 33-year-old man, the hero noticed a very important detail of the girl when she leaned over him. To call it divine was not enough. It was a true fulfillment of every man's hopes and dreams. Al was only curious to know their size and how big they were. Al realized that this was not a good thing, for they were sucking in his consciousness and he needed to look away. He immediately shifted his gaze to his sister's breasts, and with a sigh of relief he decided he was safe. For whatever reason, Elenora had a strange urge to hit her brother. Sheila asked Mr. Alfred what he was going to do today. The boy replied that he was thinking of going to the mountains to play after he found a nice place with beautiful scenery and stopped for a picnic. Sheila exclaimed that it was a great idea. Emma seconded them and said that the weather was gorgeous today. The girls perked up and suggested they go along. Elenora thought it was a good idea as she had no plans for the afternoon, so she agreed to go too. The hero didn't mind, of course, but he didn't like the fact that Elenora's little sister was going with them too. Elenora apologized profusely and warned the girls that she would go ahead and have the Bartolo cook lunch for them. The girls thought that sounded great, as the Bartolo's cooking was just great. The boy was shocked that his little sister apologized profusely. The guy didn't even know that she actually used a refined tone around her friends, for she was usually very rude. If she were alone, she would have made Bartolo prepare the food and asked Elia to go and cook something herself. Sis noticed that the hero was thinking about something and asked a question. The guy looked away and replied that everything was fine. Bartolo was shocked when he heard about the bento and other dishes. Al said that they needed to cook for 4 people, but the assistant didn't know if they had enough ingredients. Besides, he didn't even have time to restock. While Bartolo was dealing with that, the hero thanked him for his help. Al and the others were finally able to go on a picnic as a foursome. His sister remarked that it was quite refreshing even though it was summer. Emma agreed with her and felt a lovely cool breeze touching her skin. Al looked in surprise at Emma's hand that reached out towards him. Emma told Mr. Alfred that the local slopes were quite steep and wanted to make sure he was okay. Al took Sis Emma's hand and replied that he was fine. The annoyed older sister told her friend that Al had been fencing for a long time, so such a slight incline was nothing to him. Emma took her hand back and apologized in that case. The hero gloomed and decided that his sister was interfering with his hopes. The guy looked at his hand and thought that Sis Emma's hand was quite soft and feminine. Emma meanwhile was embarrassed and thought that the calluses on her hand were quite unpleasant. She got them by clutching a wooden sword. The hero didn't understand what she was talking about, and Sheila replied that they had been participating in Vigilant Corps training for the past 2 years. Emma was thrilled that somehow Ms. Elenora could keep up with the Vigilant Corps and swung her blade magnificently. It was a wonderful sight, and the girls both hoped to one day be as strong as she was. The girls clarified with Mr. Alfred that he had only started training with the sword this spring. Al replied that he practiced every day, although Papa and sister are quite energetic about it. Elenora looked at her brother in surprise and exclaimed that it was natural. Emma smiled and said that Miss Elenora and the feudal lord were very strong. Every time they participated in a match, she lost to them. Al heard her laughing and thought she was very cute. Sheila's stomach rumbled and she admitted that she was getting hungry. She suggested they stop somewhere and have lunch. Al smiled slightly, trying to remember how many times she had said that before. Emma asked Sheila to hold out a little longer since they were almost there. Sheila couldn't take it anymore since their food smelled so good. Finally, they arrived at the slope where they had a very nice view of the city. Sheila took a wicker basket of food and suggested that they hurry up and open a bento. From this spot they could completely see the Koliat village. In addition, the mansion where Mrs. Elenora lived was visible from here. The hero was delighted by the pleasant breeze and raised his hands up. Sheila looked at Emma and the hero for admiring the view and asked to move on to dinner as quickly as possible. Elenora knew that whenever it came to food, Sheila lost all composure. Emma laughed in response and Sheila continued to remind her of the bento. Finally, they had laid out a whole glade of food and were about to get down to business. When Emma opened her box, she exclaimed with delight. Her bento looked quite appealing. It looked like Bartolo had made an effort. Meanwhile, Sheila noticed that her bento didn't contain too much tamagoyaki. Earlier, Bartolo had mentioned that they didn't have enough ingredients. The hero decided that it was no big deal since it was still noon. The guy thought it was worth replacing the extra with food from the spatial storage. Sheila tasted her tamagoyaki and clutched her cheeks. She smiled and exclaimed that it was delicious and all the food felt like it was melting in her mouth. Emma grinned and said that in that case she would try her bento. Emma noticed a strange white thing on Elenora's lady and asked what it was. It was the first time Elenora had seen something like that, too, so she asked Al about it. After all, it was Al who was helping Bartolo with the cooking. The hero explained that it was called onigiri, and they could eat it with their hands. It went well with meat. It was also seasoned with a little salt. It was the first time the girls had seen something like this. After tasting one onigiri, Sheila said it was very tasty. She was hard to understand and the girls asked Sheila not to speak with her mouth full. After chewing everything thoroughly, the girl smiled and agreed with them. Al blushed and thought she was pretty cute too. Al's big sister took a look at the onigiri and admitted that it was pretty good. Emma was in agreement with her, for it had a sticky texture, but the first bite showed softness. Elenora was silent at first, but then confirmed Emma's words. Judging from her look and face, she did not understand a single word and Al noticed it. The hero said that the onigiri tasted better if eaten warm. The girls assumed that this was a new recipe that Bartolo had developed and the hero confirmed their words. Onigiri also went well with fish as well. It seemed to Al that it would be a shame if people continued to think that he had invented it all. After a hearty lunch, the hero collapsed on the green lawn and decided that he had hit it right on the spot. He had a nice meal, beautiful scenery, and spent his time the way he wanted to. The most valuable treasure of the Coliet village was right here. Suddenly the boy heard a rather silly bird cry and sprang to his feet. He admitted that it startled him and looked at the flying bird. The hero decided to ask his sis Elenora about the bird that was making such a strange sound. His sister was surprised that his brother did not know about it. It was a bird called a funii. They could be seen from time to time when one went up on the uplands. But screaming wasn't their only unique feature. From her words, Al realized that there was something else special about them. Despite being a bird, it could also run on the ground. However, it still stumbled quite often. Al kept his gaze on the flying bird and thought that it was rather strange. In any case, the hero wanted to know how long his sister planned to continue using the refined tone. With this, she probably wanted to say that while she was away from home, she always acted like this. Elenora stared unhappily at her brother and an awkward pause ensued. The girl threateningly replied to her younger brother that she would ignore the last part for his sake, for every girl had her secrets. The boy turned pale and replied that he understood. Emma smiled and thought that Mrs. Elenora was very fond of Mr. Alfred. Sheila looked at them and agreed with Emma. The girls noticed that as they walked up the mountain, Mrs. Elenora walked quite slowly, looking back often to see if Mr. Alfred was all right. The big sister turned back toward the girls. She decided to tell Emma that they had heard her, and Emma apologized. The boy frowned and decided to clarify if sister was really looking out for him as they walked up. The thing was, Sister Elenora was always the kind of person who only frowned at a laugh. In that case, the hero didn't understand anything. He looked at his sister, who turned away from him and replied that she didn't. According to her, she only wanted to make sure he wasn't holding them up. Al hesitated, keeping his gaze on his sister. His sister's tone was as harsh and cold as usual, but compared to the past, this time there was a gentleness and softness coming from it. Al smiled and mentally thought about the fact that he understood her. One day the main character walked into the village tavern of the series. He looked around at the bunch of people and assumed that the old woman was very busy. The woman replied that he was right. After all, there was a rich harvest this year. And that's not to mention that they had to prepare for the festival in 5 days. Al had already forgotten that it was that time of year. The harvest was slowly coming to an end. Carla was sure that in the next 3 days, they would start to hear the festival cries coming from the village square. According to Carla, they would also be having a reverie tournament this year. She assumed that Mr. Alfred would also participate in it and Al confirmed her hunch. Looking at their tavern, it was quite lively. Syria grinned and said that she was also happy about such a thing. Although as she thought, it was quite noisy in the mansion Alar. Al recalled how things were at the Lowlight family kitchen. They were constantly busy. The maid that barely had time to carry bags of vegetables asked the Bartolo about the number of portions. In addition to providing enough food for everyone in the village this year, he also had to account for guests from outside. Bartolo exclaimed that this year he would cook non-stop. A maid named Sarah called out to the assistant Ala and asked him to speed up a bit. Al laid down on his bed with a smile and thought that it was quite noisy outside. After putting on 2 pairs of pants, the hero used fire magic, which made him immediately feel warmer. On a cold day like today, it was best to just stay in a cozy room while the clock ticked away. At the same moment, his sister ran into his room and told Al that it was time to practice with his sword. The boy glumly grabbed his pillow and told sister that she could at least knock. It was quite cold today, so he wasn't going to go anywhere. Elenora smiled and replied that he couldn't do that. because if he didn't practice hard, he would never improve his skills. The hero reminded her to prepare for the harvest festival, for they needed to greet the guests. Elenora replied that if they were already invited, there should be no problem. But even if it didn't work out, they would have extra time to practice with the sword. Looking at the frown on her brother's face, the girl offered to remove the annoyed expression from his face before she helped him in this. He got up from the bed, bowed and told her that he would come as soon as he changed his clothes. Before leaving, his sister asked him to hurry up, for Silvio had already gone. Compared to the rest of their family, Al's appearance was little better than usual. But if she tweaked his face, the hero suggested that he could become more handsome. Al decided to forget about it, for such a thing was absolutely impossible. Going outside, Al was shivering from the terrible cold. Elenora called out to him and asked him what reason he was idling. It was a little cold now, so it was necessary to move around at least a little to keep warm. Al said he understood and looked at his sister in horror. He was shocked that Elenora, along with Silvio, had gone out in such cold weather in shorts and a short-sleeved sweatshirt. He figured the two of them had just lost their minds. Silvio was glad to meet Ala and wished him a good morning. They looked like a high school kid that Al was studying with. He tried to look cool by wearing short sleeves even though it was winter. The girls would wonder and ask if he was cold. The boy would answer that he wasn't cold, but he was probably lying. The hero could still understand little sister Elenora, but he thought brother Silvio was cold. Elenora frowned, not understanding what he meant about her. Silvio smiled and replied that he got warmer when he moved, so it was okay. Elenora ordered her brother to answer her previous question. Their father arrived on time as always and wished his children a good morning. He wanted to make sure everyone was ready. Since it was a little cold today, their father suggested starting with a little jog around the mansion. All the children happily agreed with him. Al was the very first to run ahead, which surprised their father greatly. It was rare to see him so energetic. During the run, Elenora asked Al about what he had said earlier. Al averted his gaze from her, thinking that his sister was rather persistent. Silvio intervened in their conversation and told sis Elenora that it would be better to find out everything during the duel. Hearing this, a shiver ran through Ala. Elenora replied that Silvio was just a genius and he was right. Al stopped in place, not understanding why Silvio had done that to him. At the end of the run, the father smiled and thought that the children should have warmed up by now. Now it was possible to do sword practice. Everyone stood up in the building meekly agreeing with father, but Al was still trying to catch his breath. It was only 5 months ago that he had first picked up a wooden sword, but recently he had started to hear a whistling sound when he swung the sword, and it was quite pleasant. His father watched his son's training and said that his swing still lacked power. He needed to use his whole body weight when striking, and Al listened to his father. Al looked at brother Silvio's movements, which were clear and precise. It was quite similar to him. He was always someone who thought things through carefully before acting. The hero remembered that Silvio often asked his father different questions regarding fencing. He was definitely completely serious about it. On the other side of the Ala stood sister Elenora. Without paying attention to anyone, the girl was deftly swinging her sword. Al had only a hunch, but the wooden swords they were using shouldn't have been sharp. Elenora suddenly looked at her brother, catching him off guard. At the same moment, a small leaf from a tree flew past Elenora, which she struck a swift blow at. The hero didn't quite realize what she had just done and glanced at the small leaf that continued its fall. Al froze with horror as the little leaf exploded into small, even pieces right before his eyes. Right before his eyes, his sister had just done the unbelievable with a single swing of her sword. He definitely only heard one sound, but he didn't understand how she could make 4 cuts on one leaf. Her gaze directly told him that if he made her angry, he would end up the same way. Her father walked over to Elenora and reminded her that it was only the middle of the warm-up. Besides, he had told her earlier that sword technique wasn't something to play with. Elenora bowed to her father and apologized to him. Al was shocked to see little sister Elenora so obedient. It was said that the way of a warrior could tame even a demon, and this seemed simply incredible. His father called out to Al and asked him to keep his attention. The lad bowed to his father and said he was sorry. The lad thought that there were too many Aspers in this village, or rather people with paranormal abilities. The father said that the training was going well and they needed to do another 100 swings of the sword. After that, sparring awaited the boys. Silvio smiled at Alu and suggested that they have a good match. Hiro was not thrilled that Silvio's brother was his opponent today. Hiro recalled the words that Silvio had said to Elenora earlier, and wished he could take them back to his brother. Without stopping to smile, Silvio reminded Al that it was just a sparring session and he didn't need to look so angry. Al said that he would have to get ready anyway. The hero took a deep breath, then abruptly went on the offensive against his brother. Silvio was surprised at such an unexpected attack from Al. The surprised brother said that he could really do such a thing if he tried hard enough. Al was of the same opinion of Silvio. As expected, his defense was pretty good. But to fight against Eleonora's sister, such a skill was simply necessary. With those words, the hero aimed at Silvio's thigh, which turned out to be open. Al saw Silvio parry his attack and thanked him for it. He decided to use it as a defense later. Silvio laughed and suggested that in that case, he should invite his father, who could set a better example for Al. Al felt a shiver of fear. There was no way he wanted to call his father. If Silvio was going to do that, Al was determined to stop sparring right here and now. The hero heard the clinking of swords and looked toward his father and Elenora in surprise. The thing was, a wooden sword was not supposed to sound like that. If you looked closely, you could see them pouring some of their magic power into the swords. Sis Elenora could use fire magic, but she wasn't too skilled at using it. To even slightly hurt enemies like a goblin or a wind wolf, she would need up to 3 fireballs. Magical power will only increase when one completely uses it up and then regains it. Al tried to convey this thought to Sister Elenora every day, but he doubted she listened to him. Perhaps she was practicing until he didn't notice it. The hero had heard that his father knew how to use wind magic, but he had never seen him use it before, even though their blades were clad in magical power. Now there was one of those sparring matches going on that the hero didn't even want to get involved in. After a while, the father told the boys that they were done for the day, and the children thanked their father for the lesson. In the end, Al never got to take revenge on his brother Silvio. Now it was time to heat the bathtub. Before Al was born, the water was heated with a magic tool. Now the hero used his magic to heat the bathtub twice as fast. If they used his little sister's fire magic and his mom's water magic, they could do that. But Al had absolutely no trust in the skill of his sister's magic. Al remembered how the ice had just exploded once. That experience was not too pleasant. Then he caught a cold because he tried to heat water while staying naked. To get revenge, he filled his brother's bathtub with enough bone-chilling water. While the hero was dealing with the bathtub, he ran into brother Silvio, who was passing by. Al ran up to his brother and told him that he had just prepared the bath and he could go first if he wanted. Silvio thanked his brother and said he would go as soon as he got a change of clothes from his room. Satisfied, Silvio went to his room, and the equally satisfied Al escorted him with a sly look. At the mere thought of greeting his brother in the cold depths of the Arctic Ocean, Al laughed. Al dissolved a huge block of ice with fire magic. The cold vapors emitted from the water will look just like the hot vapor. Silvio won't realize anything, but as soon as he climbs in, cold water will be waiting for him. The hero thought that this was his way of teaching his brother a lesson for what he had said to his sister earlier. He wasn't lying when he said that he had prepared a bath for him. It was just a cold revenge bath. There was no way the hero could wait, for he wondered how Silvio would react when he realized everything. His thoughts were drowned out by someone's shrill and loud scream, from which the guy jumped on the spot. He grabbed his pillow and turned back sharply, not realizing why he was hearing his sister's voice. The hero was horrified when he realized that his sister was in the bathroom. Elenora yelled that there was steam coming from the water and she thought it was already heated. She didn't understand why it was so cold and decided that it was definitely Ala's doing. The hero decided to cautiously peek out of his room and saw a girl wearing only a towel walking up the stairs to his room. Elenora ran to the door Ala, and the hero screamed that she was a demon. Al dazed on the spot as he realized that he opened that door without thinking. His sister had a murderous look in her eyes and the guy's hands started shaking. The hero grabbed the doors and tried to calm down a bit. He decided that if he could close the doors, he had won. The hero decided to do it calmly and carefully, and mentally asked Ms. Door to close as soon as possible. Somehow he could no longer hear the demon's footsteps and only asked for one more second. At the very last moment, the girl's foot appeared in the doorway, which prevented the door from closing. She grinned at the guy and thought that if she could wring his neck, the victory was hers. He knew very well how people talked. On the verge of death, one's whole life flashed before one's eyes, and that day he was able to experience this phenomenon for himself. One clear day, the protagonist met with the merchant Tryla and they headed to the clothing store together. Try said that all the outfits came straight from the royal capital, so he was quite confident in such a selection. The hero invited Tryla to have a little shopping day. Al's mother was delighted at how many clothes there were. Thanks to the sales of Reverie, Try was able to create all sorts of connections. Since father and brother Silvio were busy preparing for the upcoming harvest festival, to avoid having to partner with Elenora in one-on-one hell sparring, They invited Tryla. Al said he would like to buy some new clothes and suggested a similar idea. Elenora was furious when she learned that they wouldn't have practiced today. Al's mother asked her son to look for something, since she wasn't going to get her own clothes. To be honest, choosing clothes was a real pain for Ala. On the other hand, the sister showed more interest in weapons than clothes. She had almost no feminine side. The hero looked at the outfit and thought that it was more extravagant than he had originally imagined himself to be. Since the clothes were meant for nobles, the materials used for sewing were of much higher quality. It felt completely different compared to the clothes sewn in the countryside. Only people in the royal capital walked around in such clothes, and Al couldn't even imagine such a thing. The merchant decided to orient Mr. Alfred and pointed out the men's clothes to him. The hero picked up one of the shirts and saw the puffy collar that was on all the clothes. The merchant explained that it had recently become fashionable to add jewelry or embroidery along the neckline. Al sighed heavily and said that he wanted clothes that were easy to move around in. Al pointed out a coat and gown that looked pretty cool. Elenora admitted that the outfit was completely out of character for her brother, and Al got upset. Al said that once he gets older and looks like his father, then he will take the outfit. But Elenora shook her head negatively and asked him not to even hope. Someone behind him touched Al's shoulder and the boy turned around. The merchant was offering him a fluffy jacket and his mother had brought a jumpsuit. Al reminded them that he chose his own clothes and found it cruel. He too wanted nice clothes like brother Silvio's. The mother told her son that he couldn't have it, not because it didn't fit him or was too expensive. It was just that there were certain clothes that could only be worn after having attained a certain rank. That's why he couldn't wear it. In that case, the hero didn't understand why clothes were brought here that they couldn't wear. The merchant explained that he brought it at the request of Mistress Helena to teach the Ala the ranks and titles associated with objects and clothing. It was all for the sake of Mistress Alfred. The hero now realized that his mother had done such a thing only for him to learn and was touched by her act. In that case, the boy decided to choose something else and took one of the sweaters. He thought he would like something like this. The mother looked at the clothes and agreed that they were beautiful but looked too plain. The irritated Al said it suited him. The woman was quite sure that those colors would not suit him at all. Seeing the look on her son's face, she cut herself short, and then said that those colors would suit him for no clear reason at all. Seeing her strained smile, Al didn't understand where this mocking atmosphere came from. The mother gave the clothes to Al and suggested that he change his clothes behind a screen. The boy went to the fitting room without enthusiasm, with an aching heart. Meanwhile, Elenora also gloomily eyed one of the goods. The elder sister picked up one of the swords and didn't understand why something like that was included as jewelry. She thought it was better to use a sharpened blade as jewelry rather than this toy. At this moment, Al understood how she felt, but some nobles were pompous people by nature. Al seriously wished he could ask to give him a break. The mother was displeased that Elenora was only looking at the swords. She reminded the girl that she was supposed to act more feminine. But Elenora didn't want to do something like that. As for the men's clothing, it was enough to just throw it on. Al tried the jacket on and decided it was pretty good. These clothes may not have been as nice as brother Silvio's, but they were lightweight and it was comfortable to move around in. Besides, it had a pretty good color. The hero soon recalled that it was not at all cute for a guy to twirl around in front of a mirror like that. Al came out of the fitting room and told his mom that he had changed his clothes. Elenora, his mother, and the merchant stared at Al, but Al didn't understand why they were looking at him like that. The mother confirmed that the jacket did look good on him. Try doubted that any of the ordinary people would look like Alfred-san, although the color was quite plain, but it suited Al very well. His mother asked him to turn around and then put his hands up. She wondered how he would look if he bent his knees a little. The hero ended up having to try on different sets of clothes. In total, they tried on and bought 12 sets, which made Al terribly tired. At this point, the hero realized how a husband feels after going shopping with his wife on one of his weekends. The mother was more concerned about what to do with Elenora. She was worried that Elenora would have a hard time making a decision on her own. Al looked at his sister and assumed that she was going to change her clothes, but Elenora wasn't even thinking about it. He didn't understand what she was doing, because Elenora was looking at clothes in the men's department. Her mother suggested that something like that might suit her, but she wished the girl had chosen more feminine clothes. Elenora took one of the clothes at her mother's request without enthusiasm, and went to the fitting room. What was surprising to the hero was how the Tryla was quite tactful. But when it came to Mistress Elenora, nothing could be done about it. While she was changing her clothes, Try offered to pick out a few things for Elenora to try on. The mother sighed heavily and told Al that such clothes would definitely suit his sister. As expected of a mother, she was capable of guessing her children's tastes at a glance. Elena smiled and replied to Alu that she was their mother after all. Elenora had the makings of a beautiful girl, but her indifference to style and fashion was a problem. Looking at the amount of clothes she had to try on, the hero felt sorry for her. Her mother wished Elenora would show a little more interest in things other than fencing. An embarrassed Elenora came out of the fitting rooms and said that she had finished changing her clothes. Her mother was delighted at how well her new clothes fit her. Al exclaimed that his sister looked dazzling. As Al had already realized, Elenora planned to use such an outfit for training. The mother sighed heavily looking at her daughter who was trying to find a place in her clothes for her blade. But now Elenora's mother wanted to move on to the next costume. She asked her daughter to stop admiring the sword and come over here. The girl was shocked when she saw the pile of clothes and exclaimed that it would be half a day before they finished measuring everything. But Al immediately thought that if he could get his sister to try on more clothes, he could shorten the time of his morning workout. Al found one of the outfits for his sister and held it out to his mother. His mother thought something like that would look great on his sister and told his brother that it looked pretty good. Elenora didn't understand what Al did it for and got angry. The mother told her upset daughter that if she didn't speed up she might not make it to practice. Elenora didn't understand what this was for, since most likely they wouldn't even buy half of these things. She noticed her mother's intense and stern gaze on her. The mother told her daughter that if she tried on this dress, she would not make her try on the rest. Elenora was horrified when she learned that she would have to try on the dress. The older sister had completely fallen in spirit. Al wasn't sure that her sister would fit the dress, but their mother had no doubt about it. The mother told Elenora that she didn't have to try it on if she didn't want to, because there were enough other things here. But if she tried on so many clothes, she would have to miss her favorite workout. Al decided that if something like this should bring out the inner charm of his favorite older sister, there was nothing to be done about it. Unable to stand it, Elenora realized everything and screamed that she was going to try on that stupid dress. Her mother called Sarah to her and asked her to come over here. Also, she would like to invite Tryla to tell her more about the dress. 30 minutes later, Elenora called out to Alan and Tryla and allowed them to enter. The boys opened the door to the fitting room and apologized. Sarah helped the embarrassed Elenora try on the dress. The three along with Al thought she looked beautiful. She did look better now than ever, but Elenora found it hard to move in it. Her mother smiled and said that this was exactly what she expected from her daughter. She told her that the next dress would be her last. Al was horrified when he heard this. He realized that at this rate they would still have time to practice with the sword. The hero thought that his mother would continue to make his sister try on different clothes, making up any excuses. The sad Al suggested that the three at least have some fun before they left here. The merchant didn't understand what had happened to the owl and asked if he was okay. 40 minutes had passed since trying on another of Elenora's dresses. Come to think of it, trying on these dresses had taken a considerable amount of time. It was now past noon and the hero was glad that they were able to limit the practice time for today. His older sister tried on the bouffant dress by changing her hairstyle and wearing jewelry on her hair. Al looked at his sister as if she was a stranger and asked who she was. Elenora looked at her brother irritably and said it was her. The boy jumped back in fear when he recognized Elenora's sister's voice. He decided that she was definitely an imposter in disguise. Elenora went at her brother and exclaimed that she certainly was not. The mother called out to her daughter and asked her not to stomp around while she was wearing such nice clothes. Elenora asked to take off her dress, and the mother was fine with that. It may have been unexpected, but Elena suggested that Elenora try on her new workout clothes. The girl immediately forgot her fatigue and began to change clothes in a flash. It seemed to her that it would be difficult to move around in those clothes, so they didn't fit. And after all they had to do to her hair, she liked her normal hairstyle better. Thus, Elenora's little sister changed back into that training outfit that she usually wore. The girl gave a sigh of relief and said that her everyday outfit was the best. Her mother was sorry, for Elenora was quite cute in that dress. The happy big sister grabbed Ala's hand and suggested that she go practice with the sword. But first, of course, they had to have lunch. The boy thought that the elegant figure she had shown earlier was probably good. But to be honest, such a lively and energetic sister wasn't bad either. The girl pulled her brother behind her and asked him to run faster. The tired Al didn't realize what he was in for. One day the hero was digging through the crates in the warehouses and found something interesting. At that moment the owl felt as if he had found gold. Unexpectedly, he managed to acquire some sweet potatoes that looked pretty good. This happened at the moment when Dad and brother Silvio were going around the village. While the Ala family was walking down the street, Mr. Feudal was called out by one of the locals. The people assumed that the father was on patrol with his son and asked them not to overexert themselves. The father hoped that the people had nothing wrong, but one of the women replied that they were fine. Everyone was too busy preparing for the harvest festival. They had been able to harvest a lot of halm and fruit this year and would like the Lord to take some for himself. But if the Lord wanted to take more, the people were happy to share with him. His father winked at Silvio and the lad replied that they had already bought enough ingredients for the harvest festival, so that was fine. The villagers were very eager to share their harvest. That was their way of showing that everything was good now. In addition, this kind of thing also demonstrated that the household was well established here. Father and Silvio agreed on a common ground. Gradually, the pantry became increasingly clogged with many bags and groceries. Thus, everything ended up at Ala's family and there was almost no room in the pantry. The boy looked at the potatoes and thought that it was already fall. Since Ala had some sweet potatoes, he decided he had to bake them. If cooked with inappropriate seasonings, one will no longer be able to appreciate the natural flavor of the potatoes. Speaking of baking, once the hero used leaves to start a fire, but it was difficult to control the strength of the flame with them. Unfortunately, the microwave oven did not exist in this world, so Al just used rocks to create his own. He thought that such a thing was normal. After all, he still wanted to try something new for today. In the storeroom, he found exactly what he was looking for. He picked up a large vase and decided that it was deep enough to fit him. The hero took a look and made sure there was nothing inside it, and it wasn't too dirty. He thought it would be fine when he washed it off. Now that it was done, Al wondered how to carry it to the garden. It would be easy if he used enhancement magic, but the vase was a bit dirty. He was wearing the new fall clothes he had been bought the other day. Al decided that he could use it for practice as well. Then he stretched out his arm and used teleport on the object. The vase jumped up and glowed with a bright light. The guy looked around and decided that it had gone perfectly, since that was exactly where he wanted to move it. Now someone might see him if he teleported her right into the garden, so he decided to move her slowly. When the hero reached his vase, he decided that the next step would be to move it past his dad's office. He touched the expensive vase and said that they would teleport together. The hero looked around to make sure no one was here. He used the teleporter and thought everything went perfectly. The first thing the hero did was move the vase and was about to teleport himself when he suddenly heard his name behind him. The voice that was heading towards him asked Ala what he was doing. The boy looked back in horror when he heard the voice of Elenora's sister. Al quickly began to think of an escape plan and noticed a window above his head. He thought it was strange that his sister was nowhere to be found. He didn't understand at all how she could have noticed him and decided that he was probably hallucinating. Then the hero heard his father's voice asking his sister what was wrong. The girl replied that she had seen Ala outside the window, and the boy realized that her voice came from her father's study. Silvio approached his sister and asked if she was really sure of that, since he had not seen Ala anywhere. The sister was surprised that Silvio was unable to detect his presence by hearing footsteps. Al was settling on the window in shock, not realizing what nonsense she was talking about. A surprised Silvio opened the window and noticed that Al was indeed outside. Big Sister mentioned that she had told him that earlier. Al so wanted to curse his big sister and her animal intuition. Elenora wondered what her little brother was doing in a place like this. The hero replied that he was just passing by on his way to the barn. He thought he could find something cool and looked at the vase beside it. Al knew that Sister Elena rarely noticed his lies, but he'd better not make any easy excuses anyway, so that there would be no interference while he was baking his potatoes. He was going to come up with a partially truthful answer. Big Sister had asked him to help them with the paperwork if he had so much free time. Apparently, she really didn't notice his little lie. However, it was rare to see Big Sis doing paperwork. The hero wondered if Mom and Dad really made her do it. Al said that she wanted to go to arithmetic, in which case there was no point in him helping her. Elenora puffed up her cheeks in frustration and said he was right. Silvio felt that it would not be good if the work was done by someone other than the sister. Whenever some misfortune happened to Al, Silvio's brother was always there to help him. Elenora sighed heavily and said that looking at the numbers was rather boring. Al suggested that if she wanted to help Mom with needlework, then she probably wouldn't have enough time to practice with Dad. Elenora immediately changed her mind and suggested that Silvio go and look at some more figures. Al was shocked that she really appreciated sword training so much. Silvio waved at his brother and told Al that they would see each other later. Al also waved and asked him to do his best in their work. It seemed to Al that the people who were working so hard were wonderful. He was sure that brother Silvio had a bright future ahead of him. With the vase washed, it was now time to put some charcoal and a metal device in it so that Al could hang the sweet potatoes. To cook the food in the ceramic pot, it was necessary to add a briquette to the vase. But the hero had no such thing, so he would have to make do with a regular charcoal roaster. When the hero had done everything, he took a rather glance at the ceramic baking pot that was already ready. Now it was necessary to insert the small basket he had made with the metal attachments attached to it to hold the sweet potatoes. Then he set the charcoal roaster on the bottom and it was done. After that, Al lit the coals with fire magic. Next, it was necessary to cover the vase. To do this, the lad found a suitable board for the cover from his teleport. Now all he had to do was sit and wait. Al closed his eyes and thought of his baked and sweet potatoes with a smile. Charcoal generated strong, far infrared rays, or FIR for short. Because the heat from the Fury rays was quickly and evenly distributed, everything inside could be cooked at the same time and therefore retained more of the flavorful umami. If the hero used this method to cook sweet potatoes, he would undoubtedly get a deliciously thick umami. To summarize, the charcoal's primary material diatomite helped to produce a lot of infrared rays. There were still 30 or 40 minutes left before they would be cooked, and the hero suggested that he should practice his magic. He used fire magic first, and then moved on to water magic. It may have looked pretty simple, but it was still a training in magical control, and a lot of fun besides. Next, the hero used earth magic. He could do anything with this magic, and something like this would never bore him. The guy made a dinosaur out of earth and thought that the more he practiced, the more results he saw. Magic was only limited by his own imagination. Through it he could enrich his life endlessly, and that was the best part. The hero slowed down his thoughts, deciding that he had heard those words somewhere before. His sister Elenora talked about how the more she trained, the more results she saw. The same attitude his sister had towards fencing. The hero exclaimed that it was impossible, because magic and fencing were completely different things. You couldn't drink water while swinging a sword, and you couldn't light a fire with a blade. Fencing wouldn't help you attack a target that was far away, not to mention that a sword didn't allow you to teleport. While the hero was thinking about it, a bell rang in the tower of the church. Hearing this sound, the hero realized how fast time was flying. According to his watch, about 40 minutes had passed. In this world, time is recognized by the ringing of bells. People are used to living without clocks, but Al simply followed his internal clock. The village of Koliat was a quiet region with a wide variety of people, but even so the number of people complaining about the time delay was high. The boy was horrified when he approached the vase and saw that the sweet potatoes were burning. After removing the 2 lids on the vase, Al checked to see what he ended up with. He smelled a sweet flavor and flowing juices that resembled nectar. Apparently nothing had burned after all. With the help of his magic, the hero took out one of the potatoes and held it in his hands. Now the flavor of the sweet potato should have intensified a bit. As soon as he grabbed the potato, he burned his hands and exclaimed that it was hot. The hero pulled thick gloves from his teleporter and put them on his hands. He broke the sweet potato into 2 pieces and decided that he would not make such a mistake again. The potato was softer than he thought, and Al exclaimed that it was excellent. Now it was time to taste her. The hero was delighted with its flavor, for it was different from the sweetness of sugar. Such a flavor could only be obtained by using natural sweet potatoes. In addition, its flesh did not fall apart. Instead, it had a nice, tender and soft texture. The peel also did not burn or harden. Now the hero had no doubt that he had done the right thing in baking it. Only the peel remained on the straw plate, and with a heavy sigh the boy exclaimed that he was full. The sweet potatoes he had tasted up to this point were not so tender and soft. He hadn't eaten its peel until now, but he wouldn't mind eating it now either. No sooner had the hero laid down and rested than he heard his sister's voice. Elenora had come here with her father and Silvio to find out what their brother had been doing. The hero was shaken with fear when he realized that Elenora was already here. The frightened brother assumed that they were already done with all the work. Elenora pretty much confirmed this and said that everything was thanks to their help. Silvio wondered why the hero had brought the vase here. When he touched it, he noticed that it was warm. The father screamed in horror when he saw Viscount Julian's gift. With his screams he frightened all the children. Al did not understand why such an important object was kept in the barn, for he had just used it to roast sweet potatoes. As if on cue, the vase began to look a little more expensive. Al didn't understand how something like this could have happened. It was a gift they had received from another nobleman, moreover from the Viscount himself. Al hoped that they would really be alright after what happened. While Al was berating himself for the unforgivable mistake, his brother and Elenora took a surprised look at the vase. As they realized, he had baked potatoes inside. Elenora smelled the pleasant odor of sweet potatoes, and Silvio thought it was funny. Later, Elenora along with Silvio tasted the baked potato, which was incredibly sweet. Silvio thought that its peel appeared tender as well. His father told Al that since the vase wasn't too valuable, he wasn't too angry with him. However, he thought he would explain things to him later. Al hesitated, not understanding what his father meant. The father approached the children and asked them for some potatoes. Al realized that his father was also interested in his potatoes. He grabbed his head, thinking that his father would be angry with him. In the end, the hero was given a not-so-long lecture for his misbehavior. He wasn't sure, but maybe it was from the baked potatoes. His father said that from now on he was not to take anything out of the barn without his permission. Al agreed with his father, hoping that they would really be okay. Close to the harvest festival, there was a terrible rush and chaos in the feudal lord's kitchen. Bartolo hoped the vegetables were ready, and the maid replied that she had them. To the other assistants, he ordered them to be well chopped. One of the girls told Sarah that they did not have enough plates and offered to use others. Sarah flatly refused and exclaimed that such a thing could not be served to the bones. Looking at it all from the sidelines, Al realized that everyone looked mighty busy. The lad remembered that today was the start of their harvest festival. Everyone in the Koliat was looking forward to it. The village was also noisy because of the big Reversi tournament. The harvest festival was the only day when all the villagers could rest and relax. During the feast, all the people ate, drank and danced to celebrate the abundant harvest. For 3 days after the feast began, everyone had fun without worrying about work. If the harvest was poor, however, the feast would be small. They hoped that it would not happen again next year. People also prayed that the next year's harvest would be as bountiful. In addition, there was a Jubilee feast this year. Because of the income that Al got for inventing Reversi and other things, the harvest festival was becoming terribly extravagant. Bartolo noticed Al and greeted him. The hero thought their helper looked rather loaded. Bartolo replied that he had been assigned to prepare food for the festival. No matter how much he worked, it all seemed insufficient. And that's not to mention that there might be many noble guests coming this time, such as Count Viscount others. Al felt as if he was paralyzed when he heard about the Count Viscount. He immediately remembered the very misbehavior he had committed with the Viscount's gift. The hero had previously used it to roast sweet potatoes, but his father had told him earlier that the vase was not too valuable, so it should be fine. Still, Al thought it might have been too rude to talk like that about a gift received from anyone. The hero also remembered that there was going to be a Reversi tournament today, and he had to go. When the hero was walking along the path along the field, he turned his head and noticed something interesting. Before his eyes stretched vast fields and a bright sunny clear sky. He recalled how not long ago there had been a lot of wheat here, but now it was empty. The harvest was indeed plentiful, and thinking about it, Al grinned. In his past life, when he was still a townsman, he had no time to enjoy the beauty of the changing seasons. He was always busy, but now it was different. The hero felt that he could afford something like this now. He was very glad that he was reborn in a village like this and in this world. With these thoughts, he spread his arms out to the sides and looked up at the clear sky. After admiring nature, the hero returned to the Koliat village where he greeted the locals. Everyone was so busy preparing for the harvest festival that they did not even notice a lad. Al was greatly surprised to see so many people and decorations here. The village was simply unrecognizable today. He noticed some residents here whom he had never seen before in the village. Travelers and shopkeepers turned out to be here. Such liveliness made this village the most beautiful, and a sense of unity was in the air. Al came to the diner series, the venue for the Reversi tournament. The guy was about to greet everyone, but once again no one heard him. Even though they added another building, the place was pretty crowded. Al squeezed forward with difficulty and spotted Roland. He waved to the man and Roland smiled at the hero. Al wondered if more people would come. Roland thought that about 20 more people should come up. Al was getting uncomfortable looking at such a crowd of adults. The hero doubted that anyone else would be able to squeeze in here. Roland smiled and said that if it came to a fight, they would just make them play outside. Al felt that it would be quite difficult to play a match here, and there was almost nothing for the audience to see. He walked over to the counter where he met the series. The series was pleased to meet Mr. Alfred and welcomed him to their diner. The guy asked for permission to put some chairs and tables outside their diner, and the woman was fine with that. She replied that if they could reduce the number of these dirty guys, they would help her a lot. She was counting on them from now on. Al ran to get chairs, saying that he would do everything right now. Roland wanted to deal with the one the woman called dirty. The series looked at him with a murderous look and thought he was in some kind of trouble. Roland realized that he shouldn't mess with Syria and decided to just leave. Meanwhile, Al had already moved some chairs and tables with his magic and hoped it would fit. When it was done, a surprised Roland and the rest of the locals took a look at the seats that the little boy had made. Roland thought magic was a cool thing. One of the boys realized that it was earth magic and said that he couldn't use that level of magic. Roland replied that his fire magic could only light wood, and even then at best 3 times in a day. His acquaintance replied that it was ridiculous to compare himself to someone like Mr. Alfred. After these words, a strained grin appeared on Roland's face. Roland jabbed his finger at Vester, thinking that he had used the water attribute. In that case, Roland wondered what he could do with his magic. Since he was asking, Vester decided to answer and said that he could fill an entire bucket. Roland thought that was rather silly. Roland asked the lad what he would do if a big fire broke out, for his little puddle could do nothing. But Vester wanted to know what Roland would do in case his stupid fire set him foolishly on fire. Al realized that things would only get worse if they started a fight. But the rest of the locals apparently only supported the situation. Some decided to bet on Vester and some on Roland. Everyone was in anticipation, but Al would ask for it to stop as they were scaring the ladies. Looking at the way Roland and Vester were frolicking with each other, a couple of the girls decided that they were really frisky. One of them always knew that Roland was dominant on top while Vester was submissive underneath. Her friend didn't know what she was talking about, for Vester had just made a sharp turn and now he was on top. The blonde-haired girl smiled and thought that the Roland below was pretty good too. Annoyed Al would like to ask these ladies to choose their words. An equally irritated Al walked out of the diner and ordered everyone to shut their mouths. If they wanted a fight, they should have fought through the reverie. She reminded them that all the residents were here for the tournament. Al looked fearfully at the angry woman and decided she was right. This sort of thing was to be expected from every mother. The fighting boys looked at the series in fear and apologized to the mistress. Roland agreed with the series with a defiant smirk and suggested that his opponent settle things through a game of Reversi. Vester snapped back and said that those were his words and he certainly wasn't going to lose to him. The angry and frazzled boys abruptly turned away from each other and staggered off in different directions. The 2 girls smiled and thought it was cute. But a little later, Roland and Vester were eliminated in the very first round of the tournament. Hero, on the other hand, made it to the next round with ease. Being the inventor of Reversi, at least everyone thought so. It wouldn't have been cool for him to lose in the very first round of the tournament. As he approached one of the food stalls, the hero noticed that they had already started selling lunch. The second round was starting a little after noon, and he hoped that Carla could advance far enough for them to have a rematch. Apparently some of the couples had already started. Carla believed that she wouldn't lose next time. Watching the game, one of the residents decided that if a player put his stone here, he would get his chip back. The man next to him asked him not to be silly, for if he put it here, he could make a better move by returning the chips on the next one. The disgruntled man told his friend that this is the reason he sucks at this game. Al noticed that the spectators were also becoming quite advanced as they watched the matches. Meanwhile, Roland looked at Vester and said that he too had lost in the first round. An annoyed Vester replied that he just had a bad match. If a different opponent had been there, he would have won for sure. But Roland saw that Vester was playing against a narrow-eyed guy. From the outside it seemed to Al that the two were actually getting along quite well. Vester replied that he was different from the rest of the people and suggested that he was a foreigner. But they couldn't know that since they don't know people from outside. It's just that that guy was very strong. Vester wanted to know who Roland lost to and Roland replied that he lost to the guy who ate tamagoyaki. Vester counted on this guy being at least somewhat good. Roland replied that he didn't get that feeling when he looked at him. In other words, Vester reckoned that Roland was so weak that he couldn't even appreciate his opponent's strength. Roland exclaimed that this was certainly not the case, since he wasn't even putting up a full effort. Al tried to ignore them, for these guys annoyed him a lot. The hero looked at the couple and the very guy he lost the Vester to. Not that the hero remembered the name and face of every villager, but he couldn't remember if he had seen them before. Compared to the villagers, for some reason Al was getting uneasy. He decided that he should have been more careful around these people. While he was thinking about it, a guy named Herman appeared behind him and called out to Mr. Alfred. Herman looked at his list and told the guy that his opponent in the second round was the man who eats tamagoyaki. And when they are both ready, then Herman would like them to start. But the man with the tamagoyaki held out his empty plate to Ms. and asked for a refill. Carla looked at the man in shock and asked how much more he planned to eat. She reminded him that he had better have money on him to pay for it all. The man was certainly fine with that, and dumped a bag of coins on the table. Al opened his mouth in surprise when he saw a few gold coins, for there must not have been too many people carrying gold coins in the village. Al assumed that he was an adventurer like Rumba. If you looked closely, he looked strong enough and suspicious enough. But even if that was the case, one couldn't eat too much. Carla reminded the guest that if he ate everything, there would be nothing left for the other guests. It seemed to the man that this really wasn't too good for her, and he would probably have to make do with what he had already eaten. The man got up from the table and turned to the manager. He had heard that his next opponent would be some kid. The stranger looked at the allow that was looking at him with a smile, and decided that it was the same kid. Herman confirmed his guess and told him to start as soon as they were prepared. The man offered the toddler a game and introduced himself as a Malnar. Al introduced himself by his first name and said it was a pleasure to meet him. Malnor rolled up his sleeves shorter and suggested they have some fun. In the midst of Harvest Day festivities in Harvest Village, the second round of the Reversi tournament begins. The second duel will feature the second son of a feudal lord named Alfred Lowlight. Playing against him is a mysterious man named Malnar. As a result of this duel, it ended in an unconditional victory for Al. Alfred advanced to the third round and Almer surrendered. During the game, something became clear to the hero. Malnar was not so good, as the man thought the power of the real creator was very different from other people. The hero asked him to correct him if he was wrong and suggested that Malnar was from elsewhere. Malnar confirmed this and said that just recently the Reversi had reached the place where he lived. After the fight, the man asked for a plate of tamagoyaki, but the girl replied that he was not allowed any more. She suggested he order something else, like spaghetti. Al thought it was funny that he still wanted to eat the tamagoyaki. Usually people felt annoyed or disappointed after losing to a kid, but this man seemed quite relaxed. Al decided that he would have to try his best to gain his trust. Malnar asked the waitress not to talk like that and just do him a small favor, but she refused. For whatever reason, the hero thought he and the Rumba would make a great combo. One spectator came up a lot and said that his strategy in this match was just spectacular, and he definitely learned a lesson from such a spectacle. Al looked at the stranger with a smile and wished he knew his name. The guy apologized for not introducing himself and called himself Yelena. He said that if they ever played each other, he hoped they would have a good match. Yelena politely asked the young lady to bring him some fruit water. Al wondered about their names. He thought he had heard them before, but he assumed he was just imagining it. After that, the hero won all his matches one after another and made it to the finals of the tournament. His opponent in the finals was the one who won the Carla, a constantly squinting man named Yelena. Watching his match with Carla, Al noted that he was calculating and outmaneuvered his opponent by 2-3 steps. Of course, he was no match for brother Silvio, but he was clearly a man to be careful with. The pride of the Allow was at stake, even if he couldn't beat brother Silvio in Shogi or Reversi. It was really frustrating for him. But anyway, right now he had to focus on the finals. When Al along with his opponent walked to their table, all the spectators clapped for them before the game started. Carla wished Al good luck and Roland wondered who would win. It seemed obvious to Wester that Mr. Alfred would win, of course. Even at the end of the last tournament he had beaten Carla easily enough. Roland asked him to be quiet, but the girl heard everything and looked angrily at Wester. She replied to him that Mr. Alfred had made his own reverses and of course he was good at them. However, Yelena also defeated Carla easily. Wester thought it was definitely going to be a good match. Carla offered to stop picking up on the fact that she lost her match, but Wester couldn't do that. The only way for them to understand the situation was to pick out winners and losers. In this case, Roland was in agreement with Wester and said it was the easiest way. But Al thought that if they were in her shoes, they would probably be even angrier. Carla decided to find out in that case who they were betting on. Roland bet 5 bandit coins on Alfred. One of the villagers bet a bronze coin on Alfred, but someone else bet 2 bronze coins on Yelena. Al thought it was certainly good to place bets and things like that, but it wasn't worth going crazy when someone else loses afterward. Before the match began, Yelena smiled and wished Alfred a good match, and the hero returned the favor. Herman declared the finals of the Reversi tournament open and waved for the start. Herman wanted to take the black pieces if Al was okay with it. Hero, of course, agreed and said that in that case he would take the white pieces. Perhaps Yelena did not look like one who would set up simple traps to confuse his opponent. Al decided that he would try to make his moves unpredictable and thought hard about how many stones he would have to take. This was definitely going to be a battle of wits, or at least that's what Al thought. Finally, the long-awaited game began. Despite how much everyone was looking forward to this finale, it went pretty smoothly. Still, it was just a game of reverie. Roland wondered why Al put the stone exactly there if he could have grabbed one piece. He thought that such a move would have been better, but Wester said it was just stupid. Carla also knew that it was not a good idea to capture an opponent's stones at the first opportunity. It looked like neither player was going to give up. If you counted by the number of stones on the table, Yelena was first. but it was silly to say who had the advantage just by counting who had more stones in the first part of the game. Al knew perfectly well that whoever had the most stones at the end won, but now he was strategically placing his stones for the future. His game could be called a plan of attack. Yelena noticed something interesting. He finally noticed that the hero had limited the squares in which he could place his stones. Al forced Yelena to play his scenario and made him take only the squares on the diagonal. This was the extent of his strategic plan. He made Yulin occupy points from which he could capture only X positions. In this way, Al appropriated the edges of the board. After the middle of the game, it would be much more difficult to take these areas. Yelena had already realized that all the important points had been captured. Roland didn't understand anything, but he suspected that something amazing had happened. Vester smirked, not surprised that Roland didn't understand anything. Ronald offered to explain everything to them in that case. Wester wasn't going to enlighten the fool and asked Carla to do it. But Carla had already realized that Wester didn't understand anything either. Carla explained to them that Mr. Alfred had led Yelena right into a trap. He made it so that no matter where the Yelena put her stones, the master could take either the corner or the side of the square. Roland and Wester apparently still didn't understand anything. They probably did not know how to play Reversi at all and did not realize that Alfred's opponent would not be able to place his stones on squares diagonal to the corners. Carla told Wester that he didn't understand anything until she told him everything. She didn't understand why these two were so stubborn and asked them to use their heads to do some thinking. Carla also thought that they trusted their instincts more, which is why they both lost in the first round. At first glance, these three might have come off as an odd group, but actually complementing each other, their personalities formed an interesting trio. Yelena realized that this game was quite agonizing for him. In the end, he smiled and admitted that he couldn't find a single way to win. Al smiled at Yelena and eventually the match was over with a score of 51-13. Herman put his hand on the guy's shoulder and exclaimed that it was a clean victory for him. This meant that the winner of today's Reversi tournament was none other than Mr. Alfred. Yelena shook hands with Al in a friendly manner and thanked him for tonight's match. For a second he thought he had a chance to win. Al could probably tell that of all the people present tonight, Yelena's strategic thinking stood out the most. The places in which he placed the stones were carefully planned, and he thought several steps ahead of his opponent. However, he lacked experience. If he played against more experienced people, he might become as good as Brother Silvio. Al decided that when he had some free time, he would try to organize a game between the two of them. Al heard behind him the desperate cries of the boy who had lost his 2 bronze coins. His friend on the contrary was happy about it, because this way he would get more drinks. They decided that they would have a feast tonight. One of the onlookers offered a drink and asked the series to bring them ale, tamagoyaki, and some grilled meat. They asked to make the tamagoyaki without sugar and the woman understood them. Malnar called out to Mr. Winner and showed him a bag of coins. He offered a meal on him if Al was hungry. Al smiled and said he would gladly accept his offer. Just then a Yulin approached them and asked to join them. Malnar was of course fine with that and asked him to take a seat. Looking at the two of them, it seemed to the hero that they knew each other. Malnar called out to the miss and asked her to bring them 3 ales. The girl gave a surprised look in their direction and clarified about the amount of ale. Yelena exclaimed that Malnar could not order ale for a child. No one even knew that Al was actually an adult. In that case, Malnar asked to bring him some fruit water and asked Al what he would eat. The lad smiled and replied that he would have spaghetti. Yelena ordered the same, for after all this is where spaghetti first appeared. Carla smiled and recalled that they were invented by Mr. Alfred. Yelena looked at Alain surprised that he smiled at him. The guys raised their 3 drinking glasses and celebrated Mr. Alfred's victory. Al drank his entire glass of juice in a volley. Malnar laughed, for Al looked like he was drinking ale. Of course the hero had plain fruit water. Malnar offered the Al a taste of the ale and promised to give him quite a bit. Yelena looked at Malnar and asked him not to do that. After all, Alfred was just a kid and the Malnar agreed with him. The boys asked Alfred how old he was, and the Al replied that he was 6. Yulin found it surprising that he was quite reserved for his age. Al explained that his household duties were rather strict. In Malnar's opinion, it appeared that Al had come to know the world after suffering all those horrible days. He thought that was pretty cruel for a 6-year-old boy. In response, Al only laughed. Yelena offered the boys to drink as much as they wanted today and handed Al a glass of fruit water. For some reason, Al didn't really like the way they were treating him. Later the boy turned to everyone present and introduced himself as 6-year-old Alfred. Now he was going to show them a trick. People did not understand what was going on but supported him and watched Al with interest. After gathering a lot of spectators, Al decided to start and said that he would enter a box that he made using earth magic. He would try to get out of the box without breaking it in 10 seconds. The guys wondered if it was really possible to get out of the box without breaking it and doubted that the guy could do it. In that case, the owl asked them to get ready, and when he entered the box, start counting from 10 to 1. After his words, the box slammed shut. All those present hesitantly started counting down. Al wanted to ask for permission to exceed their expectations. He was going to show exactly how a real magician casts magic. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light, causing people to cover their eyes. They noticed that the box had collapsed and worried if Mr. Alfred was alright. They looked around the ground, but Eli was not there. No one could figure out where he had gone, and the light still continued to blind their eyes. When the men turned back, they saw Mr. Alfred behind their backs, who had somehow ended up behind them. When the men were convinced that it was really him, they asked how he had managed to get out of the box. Al remained silent, and the audience thought it was just amazing. Al was able to appear out of nowhere along with a flash of light. While they thought Al had teleported to the kitchen, he simply used earth magic to destroy the box and walked through the door. Al thanked everyone and hoped they enjoyed his performance. People exclaimed that it was a great performance and that Al did just fine. They wanted to know how he did it and asked him to do the trick again. The people insisted that the hero tell them the secret and begged for it. But Al thought that if he revealed the secret to the people after just one performance, it would not seem as effective the second time as the first. He might have called it King Alfred's Amazing Escape. Syria handed Al some fruit water on the house, and the hero thanked her for the water. The woman replied that if he wanted to show his gratitude, he should have told the secret of the performance. Yelena admitted that he had no idea how he did it either, and asked the Allah to enlighten them. Al laughed and said that it wouldn't be a performance if he told his secret. Syria agreed with him, and the hero thanked her once again for the drink. The hero thought that this drink was not cool enough and decided to use ice magic to cool it down. At that moment, Elnar and Yelena stared at the guy's glass in surprise. Yelena said that Al was using the amazing action again. He never thought that Al could even use ice magic. Elnar recalled the ice princess in the kingdom's capital that also had this magic. Al stared at the man in surprise, clearly having never heard of an ice princess. The men found it quite astonishing that Al possessed the same ice magic as the ice princess from the royal capital. Al looked at the men in surprise, not realizing which ice princess they were talking about. Elnar explained that that was what she was called by the people. The person nicknamed the ice princess is actually the third princess of the kingdom of Misfelt. Therefore, the people of lower status had no choice but to call her by such a glorified name. In that case, the hero wondered what others called her. The men replied that others called her Ice Doll. Calling her a doll was somehow too much, but the hero still did not understand the reason why she was so nicknamed. The third princess of Misfelt, Layla, had been unable to walk since birth. It was rumored that because of this, the frustrated people surrounding Layla did not treat her well. However, when Layla herself mastered ice magic, people's attitudes towards her began to change, and they began to welcome her with open arms. Because of their shameless behavior, Layla began to lose faith in the people around her and even in her own family. Sometimes it was very unfortunate to see a person's true nature. Al felt sorry for this girl and what she had to go through like this. Al clarified that those were the rumors about the royal family, but he felt that it was too detailed. Al wanted to make sure that it was definitely gossip that went around among ordinary people. Yelena smiled and admitted that he was actually an unusual person. Al was surprised to hear this, but he was even more surprised when Elnar said that he was also an unusual person. Al was suddenly startled when he realized that two unusual people were sitting in front of him and talking to him. The hero didn't understand what they were doing here if it was true. He wondered why they had chosen to visit a remote village like this one. Yelena smiled and asked them not to treat them so politely. The fact was that Elnar was an earl and Yelena was a viscount, and they were close friends of the Nord. Al was horrified when he realized that a vase man was standing in front of him. They had actually come here to check on how things were going in this village. Nord must have told Al that there could have been visitors from outside. Earlier, Bartolo had told the lad that a lot of nobles might come again this year. Yelena said that they had heard something from the villagers while Al was showing the performance earlier. If he was not mistaken, the owl was the second son of a Nord. The hero confirmed that he was indeed the second son of Alfred. This was exactly what Elnar expected from the son of Nord and Helena, for the boy had quite good manners. But he still liked his silly side better. With his words, the owl laughed nervously. Yelena stood up from the table and offered to leave in that case. Before leaving, he left the gold coins on the table. Al looked at his new friends confusedly and asked where they were going. Yelena smiled and replied that he was of course going to their mansion. His wife should have arrived by now and it would be inconvenient to keep her waiting. The hero was completely shocked when he found out that this guy was also married. When the owl along with the count approached his carriage, he saw a coat of arms with an eagle on it. Giulino explained that it was the coat of arms of his family. His grandfather had received it from the royal family when he became a lord. The boy exclaimed that it looked pretty cool. Al looked at the bigger carriage and assumed it belonged to a Melnar. It had a coat of arms with swords on it. Melnar said that neither his coat of arms nor Yulina's could match the Lowlight family's coat of arms. Yulina smiled at Melnar and said that they had the dragon sigil after all. Al recalled that their carriage did indeed have a coat of arms with a large dragon. Even though his father was ashamed of his nickname of Dragon Slayer, he wouldn't be able to hide this fact that he had a crest with a dragon. Al grinned, wondering who wouldn't be ashamed of such a Chunibaba nickname. Al could barely contain his laughter at the Dragon Slayer's nickname. Melnar noticed the little boy laughing at his father's nickname. Yulino smiled, but thought it might have been too rude. Al thought it sounded rather pathetic, and if he had such a nickname, he would suffer every time he was called that. At the thought of being a dragon slayer, the hero laughed even more, almost dying with laughter. Melnar pulled the hero's cheeks to calm him down a bit. The whole situation made even Yulino feel very funny. Suddenly, Al's father appeared behind them and asked about the dragon slayer. All three turned back and saw the feudal lord in front of them. Melnar introduced himself as one of the nobles of the kingdom of Misfelt and asked to accept his thanks for inviting them here on this beautiful day. Yulino responded similarly, introducing himself as Yulin Estel. Even though they were currently dressed in the clothes of ordinary villagers, they simply radiated an aura of nobility. The speed at which they handled every problem was amazing. Al had no doubt that these guys were noble after all. Al opened the doors and welcomed them into the Lowlight family's house. He asked permission for the second son of the Lowlight family to greet them wholeheartedly. Melnar thanked him and noticed that the second son was quite polite. The hero smiled and thanked him for this compliment. In that case, he decided to deviate, but his father ordered him to stop. His father replied that even after such a performance, he would not just run away from him. But since he needed to talk quietly with the Lord and Viscount here, his father decided to deal with him later. The father smiled at Alfred and said they would leave it for later. He asked his son to wait for him in the garden and make sure he took the wooden sword with him. Seeing how scared Al was, Giulino smiled. All three men went to the door and knocked to enter the room. The girl that was sitting at the table with Al's mother got excited when she saw Estelle and jumped up from her chair. A girl named Lenaria threw herself into the arms of her husband, who was anxious to see her. Al was surprised to see what Yulina's wife looked like. She was very small, and it was hard to say anything about her except that she was small. He noticed that they were now spinning Shiramura and didn't understand where the diligent and intelligent person from earlier had gone. Al had no doubt in his mind that this man was a Lawlakan man. It was not the Viscount of Yulin, but rather the Viscount of Lawlin. Al's father pretended not to pay attention to them and coughed. The husband reminded Lenaria that she still hadn't introduced herself. The girl exclaimed that he was right and apologized. Taking up her lush dress, she bowed and introducing herself as the Viscount's wife asked to be called Lenaria. She was delighted to meet Count Melnar and Alfred. Melnar bowed and said she was as nice as they said she was. He introduced himself by his name and said it was a pleasure to meet her. The girl was embarrassed after being called cute, but the hero didn't understand how she could be embarrassed after all that amorous introduction. He noticed how her ears were turning red and hoped she would be okay. The girl approached Al and he introduced himself as the second son of the Lowlight family. He was honored to welcome her into their humble abode. Putting her hands together, the girl thanked him for his hospitality and hoped they could get along with Alfred. Al blushed and suggested that Yulina had fallen for her smile. Later, the girl thanked them again for their wonderful hospitality and admitted that the Bartolo cooking had been top-notch. Al's father asked if they had tried the spaghetti in the village and Yulina replied that Melnar liked it very much. Melnar remarked that he spoke as if he did not like them. In that case, Ala decided to go back to his room as he suddenly felt someone stare from behind. Al didn't understand why Ms. Lenaria was following him. Lenaria smiled and said that the missus was getting too old for her, so he could just call her by her first name. The hero hesitantly addressed her by name and asked why she was following him. The girl smiled and replied that she just wanted to talk to Alfred. She made innocent puppy dog eyes and hoped he didn't mind. Al couldn't refuse her, but warned her that his room was rather small and there was almost nothing to do there. Lenaria happily agreed and replied that it was fine. The guy thought it was odd that she looked like she was looking forward to it. As Lenaria followed him, a strange uneasiness played out inside Ala. He looked back sharply at the girl and the girl thought something was wrong. The hero thought it was rather strange. He could have sworn he felt some kind of presence near his head. Al apologized and said he must have imagined it. The hero decided that because of Elena's sister, he had apparently become overly sensitive to the presence near him. She often stood behind him when he was reading. She had a habit of magically appearing behind him unnoticed. Al pressed his lips together as he felt uneasy again. He realized that it was just him and Elenora here, which meant that the reason for this feeling must have come from her. Experiencing this restlessness, the hero decided to change his walking rhythm, and now the presence would be far behind him. Elenora noticed how the boy was rapidly moving away from her. Al mentally cursed, thinking about this becoming a pain in one place. They finally reached the room, and Al told Elenora that they had made it. He barely had time to turn his head toward Elenora before the girl stroked his head. For a while afterward, they looked at each other in surprise and silence. The girl smiled and said that she just stroked his head. She continued to do so until she noticed a look of shock on Al's face. Elenora was embarrassed and blushed, after which she apologized. She thought Al didn't like it. He couldn't say he didn't like it, but the sudden stroking of his head puzzled him a bit too. Elenora was delighted that the boy knew such a difficult word and exclaimed that he was quite clever. She stroked Al's head again and called him a good boy, but the hero wished she hadn't changed the subject. Elenora was embarrassed and said that he was just pretty cute, and before she knew it, she actually wanted to stroke his hair. Al realized why he felt something trying to reach his head. As the hero realized, the girl liked children a lot. Elenora confirmed this and said that she was the youngest daughter in a family where there were only girls, so she always wanted a little brother. Al could understand how she felt. In fact, in his past life in Japan, he had 3 sisters, which was too many. As the youngest in the family, he didn't understand what they wanted, and it ended up turning into their plaything. But even now, his situation hadn't changed. If he had a younger brother, then he could use him as a shield against his sisters from his past life or Eleonora's sister. Thinking about it, Al sighed heavily. He told Elenora that he too would like a younger brother. Elenora rejoiced and suggested that in that case, the hero wouldn't mind being her child. Al was at a loss for words, trying to comprehend what she had just said. Elenora looked at the hero with delight and offered him to be her child. Al was at a loss for words, trying to realize now what she had said. Al thought it was a pretty big leap and said this to the Elenora. All he said was that he would like a younger brother. Above all, it would be better for her if the Viscount and Elenora had a child of their own. Elenora blushed and turned away from Al. She felt that talking about children with Estelle was too awkward. Al didn't understand what the problem was. After all, she and he were married. At some point, Al thought that the corridor was getting a little cold. In any case, he would like to go to his room. Elenora came to her senses and agreed with him. When they went inside, he was going to warm up the room a bit. Elenora looked in different directions and apologized for her ignorance, but she didn't see a fireplace anywhere in this room. Then the guy raised his finger up and Elenora saw fire in the air. She had heard earlier from Elena that Al could use magic, and it was wonderful. She reached out her hand to the warm fireballs. Elenora was thrilled that Al was so capable, but Al said it was because he practiced a lot. The girl replied that she could only use wind magic. She wondered if there was any trick to using it. Al thought about it and suggested that magic could be used when a good opportunity came up. For example, when she saw a small twig hanging from a tree, one could try to knock it down using magic, or one could try to change the air in her room. Al thought that using magic in every aspect of her life was good practice. Elenora was embarrassed and admitted that wasn't what she meant. Al looked at the girl questioningly. Elenora was referring to the attack magic similar to Wind Slash. Al may not have started practicing intermediate level magic yet, but the hero understood what she meant. The thing was that the attack magic was quite dangerous. Since the hero didn't particularly go outside the village, he didn't have the opportunity to use it. However, even ordinary everyday magic could be used as offensive magic if applied correctly. Elenora understood Al's interesting point of view and admired it. Al was embarrassed that the girl was now calling him by his first name and at one point turned away from her. In this world, the idea of using magic to help in everyday life didn't really cross people's minds. If the people of this world were more forward-thinking and started using magic in their daily lives, they would have a much easier life. It was worth mentioning that this kind of magic could help get rid of threats that could arise. In any case, it was mainly because of her that he could protect himself. By threat, Al meant his older sister. Elenora walked over to the table where she noticed a game called Reversi. To be honest, after playing so many games in the tournament, Al was no longer able to play it. Elenora excitedly said that this game even made it to the capital, which surprised Al. Apparently, the Tryla to whom the hero had given the right to sell had sold everything quickly, which was good. But for some reason it made Alao a little angry. Lenaria said that her father was able to afford one copy when they were at the height of their popularity. She was beyond thrilled when he asked her to play with it. The boy was shocked when he found out that Lenaria's father was the Duke of Lao. The Duke was almost at the top of the social ladder. Elenora blushed fearfully, thinking that she hadn't talked about this yet. This was really the first time Al had heard of it. For those who were not part of the royal family, one could only obtain the title of Duke by achieving great feats. In other words, it was the pinnacle of nobility. Al got a shiver when he heard his sister's voice behind him. A disgruntled Elenora told Al that he had not heard his father's words. Al ignored her words and said that she should have knocked on the door first. Elenora exclaimed that she had, and she would certainly do so, especially since they had guests now. Al looked incredulously at Mrs. Lenaria, who was surprised by Eleanor's visit. He doubted, after all, that his sister had knocked. But even if she had knocked, the boy thought it was still rude to enter someone's room before waiting for an answer. Besides, Mrs. Lenaria was in the room with him, and she, too, did not realize that her sister had sneaked in. With her whole look, Elenora made it clear to her younger brother that he should keep quiet. Al turned pale again and agreed with ma'am. Al looked at the embarrassed girl and assumed that Lenaria was somehow related to the royal family. Lenaria explained that she was not related to the royal family in any way, to which Al was glad. He didn't know what could have happened if he had said something rude to someone related to the royal family. It could have been the end for a village noble like him. In that case, Al asked permission to ask something. Al wondered how she became the Viscount's wife, and Eleonora also became curious about it. Lenaria blushed even more and hesitated to answer. She didn't know how she should properly answer this question. She clutched her flaming cheeks and said that it was surely love at first sight. Elenora and Scarlet thought it was adorable. Big Sister assumed that was when she met the Viscount. No matter what world Al was in, love gossip was everywhere. Lenaria started muttering something again, searching for the best words. The girl replied that it happened 7 years ago. Al clutched his head in horror and thought that Viscount Yelena had turned out to be the real culprit. He apologized for his rudeness, but he wanted to know how old she was. Elenora looked at her brother unhappily and thought it was really rude. Al was shocked when he found out that she was turning 16 this year, but her appearance was for a younger age. First of all, the hero decided to look at this situation differently. This meant that her love story started when she was 9 years old. But Al thought that falling in love at first sight at the age of 9 was a bit strange. Elenora apologized and asked the girl how they got married. Al put his thumb up and said it was a pretty good question from his sister. Lenaria's father didn't approve of it at first, but after years of trying to get him to change his mind, she was able to get his blessing. After that, she finally got back into a serious relationship with her beloved Estelle. Elenora specified that she had been pursuing this for 7 years. Al looked at the girl in surprise and decided that it was simply flawless, because there was not a hint of selfishness in her. He wanted to express his respect to Lenaria from the bottom of his heart. Elenora was delighted and exclaimed that a love story between two people of different status, it was a story like from a fairy tale. The embarrassed Lenaria was happy to tell them about it. Al shook his head negatively and said that since his sister lacked feminine strength, it was impossible for something like that to happen to her. Elenora believed that the feminine power he was talking about she had plenty of. Al believed that his sister didn't understand what he meant by feminine strength at all. The hero believed that feminine power was the power that every dazzling lady possessed. It is the ability to stand out by using one's good sides to show their very existence. In other words, that ability used to pamper the guys. A disgruntled Elenora said that she certainly understood what he meant by female power. Al exclaimed that to compare it to the fantastic power of Eleanor's sister was something else entirely. Al was pretty sure that by female strength sister meant that something related to weapon wielding or fighting strength. While he was thinking about it, sister's heavy fist hit him on the head. The boy cried out in pain and asked Elenora why she had hit him. Elenora smirked and said that a voice in her head ordered her to hit him, so she did. The guy didn't understand what kind of stupid oracle she had that was dispensing such advice in her head. Lenaria grinned and remarked that they were definitely getting along well, but Al couldn't believe it could look like that from the outside. At that moment, Yelena came into their room and told Lenaria that they had to go back soon. The girl called out to Estelle and the boy thought something was wrong. The smiling Lenaria waved her hands and replied that everything was fine. Yelena looked questioningly at the girl, who nudged him in the back and told him to get out of here. On her way out, she asked Estelle if the siblings were really great. Early in the morning, the hero awoke to the first rays of the sun, but he continued to lie with his eyes closed. Different thoughts were going around in the guy's head about how he wanted to sleep. It was quite cold here, but he didn't want to get up. For whatever reason, the futon was lovely in winter. It didn't matter how much magic power he had, he would never be able to beat the futon that had such magic power in winter. Even after millions of years, the hero screamed and grabbed the blanket and told his favorite futon that he would never let it go. The hero continued to lie with his eyes closed with the feeling that he was floating merrily in the air. It could be called happiness. If Al wanted to sleep as well as possible, it was difficult to settle down lying on his side. However, if he could doze off in this position, it was possible to simultaneously enjoy both the futon and the pillow while sleeping. A frustrated Al opened his eyes and felt that he now needed to go to the bathroom. But if he got out from under the futon now, the freezing winter air could attack the warm space between the futon and the blanket. The hero wasn't sure if he could give up that comfort to feel relief, or if he could let his urges attack him and he could endure it. For now, he was going to defend his comfortable place until his last breath. This was really one of the major problems that the characters in the stories had to face. The angry Al opened his eyes again and said that he couldn't take it and he needed to go to the bathroom. One could not hope to return to sleep if the Al felt the urge to go to the toilet. In order to fall asleep in the most pleasant way possible, the Al needed to go to the toilet and return as quickly as possible. These chores had to be done even if there was a danger of staying awake after going to the bathroom. The hero grudgingly said that he had just finished exchanging love vows with his futon. He hoped that the futon would forgive him for breaking his vows so unexpectedly. The boy gripped the blanket tightly and exclaimed that he had to move on. The nasty thing called the morning sun was blinding his eyes. It emitted rays of light that simply burned his pupils. Al had just opened his eyes, but the path to the restroom was already looking pretty difficult. Even though he had to move on, Al exclaimed that it was damn cold outside. He barely slipped his foot out from under the blanket as he hid it again in the warmth. Now he wanted to get his feet back under the blanket. He felt he still had time before it was too late. If Al got his foot back under the blanket, his favorite futon, and he could warm each other's body and soul. Al didn't find this to be a good thing, for the desire was beginning to grow, and soon he would reach his limit and explode. He had a pride to protect after all. Finally, the hero got up from his pillow and apologized. He wrapped his arms around himself and shook from the cold. He had to get to the restroom and wanted to use the teleporter. Al made attempts to conserve the warmth that was left in the futon. The hero wrapped himself in his sweatshirt and ran to the restroom in a flash. Finally, when he had done his business, he breathed a sigh of relief and said that his pride could remain intact. At the same moment, the frightened Al opened his eyes screaming and realized that he was in his bed and birds were chirping under his windows. Even though it was a dream, it felt quite realistic. Today was already the second day of the harvest festival. That's why it was so cold. Suddenly, Al remembered something, which made him wake up in a flash. Jumping up from the bed, the guy looked under the blanket. He asked not to tell him that he had wet himself. But when he realized that the bed wasn't wet, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was fine and his pride wasn't touched after all. Relaxed, Al lay back in his warm bed and decided it was time to go back to sleep. At the same moment, someone knocked on the room and asked if he was awake. Silvio heard the Al answer him by saying that he was still asleep. Only upon hearing his name did the Al respond by saying no. Silvio smiled and replied that he hadn't even said anything yet. He wanted to say something about Elenora and him, but Al exclaimed that he didn't want to hear anything and asked to leave. Silvio was confused, but he had to agree with his angry brother. The hero mentally cursed and asked not to be touched while he was trying to sleep. Even though Silvio's brother rarely came directly to his room, he didn't want anyone to come in here. But then Al had to open his eyes when he heard his sister's voice. Elenora knocked on the door and assumed he was already awake since she had heard their conversation with Silvio. Al thought that he may have said one word to his brother too many times. Elenora wanted to enter the room, and the boy thought she had decided to do it too quickly. Al berated himself for not locking the door yesterday, but there was no point in lamenting that now. Elenora entered his room and walked over to Al's bed and motioned for him to wake up. Al made the most angelic smile possible and closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. No matter where Elenora looked, she would only see her cute little sleeping brother. At least Al thought so. Elenora put her hand on the hero's face and Al squealed in pain. He felt like his sister was squeezing his skull. Elenora smiled and asked him not to think that such a fake face could fool her. Al exclaimed that he was stupid and apologized. The hero would like to ask her to take her hand away from his skull, but Elenora was not going to do that. The guy thought that today was only the second day of the harvest festival, and he didn't need to get up so early. Count Melnar and Viscount Loli were also planning to have it easy. The girl corrected him and said he was in Viscount Yulin. She warned him that if Al kept acting like that, he would be walking on thin ice. Now Al was contemplating what was the real crime. Walking on thin ice or this thin line that Elenora called breasts. The girl grabbed her younger brother's hair painfully, as if she had read his mind. The boy screamed and exclaimed that he hadn't even said anything. Elenora smiled and said that her feminine intuition told her to hit him. She must have meant that stupid oracle voice in her head. Elenora reminded her brother that morning practice was still in progress. Al stretched out in bed and said that his father hadn't said anything to him about it. But their father had just decided so himself and suggested they have sword practice with Count Melnar and Rumba. Al wasn't thrilled that the Rumba had returned so suddenly. He didn't understand why the Rumba had to come today. In that case, the hero decided that he would only be a nuisance and wished Elenora good night. Elenora told him that the Count and the Rumba had personally summoned him. The hero hoped to the last that he could use Silvio's brother as a shield. The lad glanced toward the door when he thought he heard a voice. Elenora replied that if it was Silvio, it was impossible, for it would break if the hero did so. The brother decided that his sister was right, for brother Silvio was weak in defense, as it were. In that case, if the hero understood everything, Elenora hoped he would go along with them. Al slowly got out of bed and said that if he was called by the Count himself, he had no choice. The hero grabbed his head, hoping that his sister hadn't left an imprint on his forehead. After a while, Elenora came into his room again to make sure he was already packed. Big sister noticed Silvio sitting on the floor facing the wall, and asked what he was doing. She reminded him that it was time for practice. Silvio looked at his little brother and warned that he had better get ready for today's practice. Al smiled at Silvio and suggested that they both try harder. But before leaving for the morning practice, sister decided that Al had better go and have breakfast. If he didn't eat properly, he wouldn't be able to practice to his full potential. The problem was that Al was not so hungry in the morning. But to live a fun, slow life, it was important to keep the body healthy and in shape. Al walked into the kitchen and wished good morning to his mother. Elenora was happy to meet Al and wished him good morning. Elenora grinned and said that the kids were quite active today. He didn't understand the reason why she acted like that. The hero looked at his mother and asked what was on his head. Elenora looked at her son in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Al suggested that his head might have turned into a pumpkin where there was some kind of mark on it. Elenora grinned and replied that there was nothing wrong with him and his head was not deformed. In that case, Al didn't understand why his mother was laughing at him. The woman laughed again, not understanding why she was not allowed to do so. The hero exclaimed that she was doing it again. At that moment, Sarah, the maid, walked into their kitchen and told Alfred that she had brought his breakfast. Al thought that Sarah was a maid that could be relied upon. Her powers of observation were the same as her mother's, unlike mine. The guy thanked the maid for breakfast and Sarah smiled. As soon as Sarah looked at the guy, Al noticed that she laughed and told her so. The girl immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Helena decided to cover for the maid and told her dear son that Sarah just sneezed, not laughed. He frowned and his mother said it was a rather short and sweet sneeze. After all, she was a lady and they tended to pay attention to their sneezes. While the hero was eating breakfast, he decided to confirm with his mother that Sarah's sneeze had absolutely nothing to do with it. He decided that if he couldn't find out anything from his mother, he would just directly ask Sarah about it. Before the hero knew it, his mother had magically disappeared. In the end, Al decided to proceed to eat a delicious meal and eat, because this way he can lift his mood. Al stuffed his mouth with fresh and colorful vegetables that penetrated every part of his body. The hero almost dropped his fork when he heard someone's laughter in the next room. Al thought that this was very unusual. At that moment, one of the maids came into his room carrying a vase. She wanted to say something to Al, but her cheeks puffed up. Unable to contain her laughter, she laughed loudly and asked Alfred what was on his forehead. The hero slammed the table, demanding an explanation from his mother, who also could not contain her laughter. The woman told the mine that she shouldn't have done that, and to show self-control. Unable to hold back, Mina said that the imprint on his forehead looked very funny. Elenora thought that the hero would feel unhappy if she laughed at him like that. No one doubted that Elenora had left that print for him. Al immediately got up from the table and ran to his room. He ran to the mirror and saw a huge red handprint all over his forehead. Al didn't understand how this person had such absurd grip strength. Elenora was clearly a demon king. The hero felt that they should have all told him that instead of laughing at him. The guy decided that he would put his training to good use today and vowed to be faithful to his sister's debt. But before that could happen, he had to finish his breakfast. The hero furiously took his knife and fork and asked the demon king to just wait for him. Al greedily began to quickly devour his food. Alina along with the maid approached the sullen Al and said they were sorry. They clearly shouldn't have laughed at him earlier. Al took a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and looked back at his mother. He couldn't say he was angry, besides he had more important things to do right now. The hero stood up proudly from the table, thanked her for the treat and apologized for leaving. Alina remembered that they had morning training and asked to make the best of it. Helena tried to hold back her laughter, but Mina was able to pull herself together. She called out to Mr. Alfred and told him that the handprint on his face was almost gone. As he left the room, Al exclaimed that he was still not angry. At this moment at the entrance, Sarah hid behind the doors that she had heard their whole conversation. At the training ground, Elenora told Al that he was late. She had no doubt that he had obviously been eating breakfast the whole time. Al glared angrily at the demon lord and said that he had come here to chop her apologetic self into little pieces. Elenora rewarded the guy with a murderous cold stare, not realizing what he had just said. Al bowed to her, and Elenora continued her warm-up routine as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Silvio came up to them and apologized for being late. Al was once again angry at himself for being nervous because of her stare. He felt like an animal she was training. The hero caught himself thinking that he was still in his right mind. But even if he was more disciplined, he wouldn't have the willpower to protect her now. In a previous life, the girls had ordered Eugen to go and buy them yakisoba. Elenora asked her brother to stop saying weird things early in the morning and stretch. The gloomy Al lowered his head and said he understood. Staggering from side to side, Al ran after Eleonora and Silvio. They were later joined by Rumba and Count Melnar. Melnar told Rumba that he was too late. The sturdy adventurer greeted Allah and asked how he was doing. The hero replied that all was well, and from the look on the Rumba's face, you could tell he was as well. The adventurer agreed with him and offered to arrange a match at once, but the Al declined. The hero was in no mood to fight with the Rumba. He didn't look like a man who knew how to restrain himself. With such a huge carcass, even a simple swing of a wooden sword would literally send him flying. In that case, Melnar offered to fight him, but the hero thought that he was clearly the type of fighting maniac just like his father. Melnar didn't even hide the fact that when it came to fighting, he was certainly serious. Just looking at him was enough for Al to realize that. Melnar replied that he was also teaching his child how to handle a sword, so Al could take it easy. Al was surprised to learn that he had a child, and suggested that in that case they set up a duel a little later. He figured that since he had children, he would at least know how to restrain himself against a Rumba. But the Rumba insisted that he also wanted to fight the Scarlet Man. The Count remembered how Rumba had recently broken his wooden sword, so it was clearly too dangerous to pit it against the child. But the Rumba had the same opinion of him and recalled that he had also broken his sword. Melnar replied that the Rumba had surprised him a little. Besides, this sword was already a little damaged in his opinion. Al was shocked that Melnar wasn't sure about this. An argument ensued between the Count and the adventurer, but Elenora asked them to split apart. She grabbed her younger brother by the scruff of the neck and dragged him behind her. Elenora ordered them to stop loitering and continue their warm-up as they were wasting time. Al asked for permission to forfeit this match, but Elenora refused him. A tired Al looked at his brother Silvio and noticed that he was overly enthusiastic today. The brother was always very serious when it came to practice, but today, although serious, his gaze was sharper than usual. It was all from the fact that he had an enemy he wanted to defeat, or rather he needed to defeat him. The enemy Allah he needed to defeat was Sister Elenora. It was safe to say that brother Silvio had the same problem that he had. The hero assumed that if he was together with his brother and his fighting spirit, even against his sister, they would have a chance to win. The hero clenched his hand into a fist and asked the damn Demon King to just wait for him. Today, the two guys he saw earlier would change once and for all. Al mentally told his brother to give it his best. Meanwhile, Silvio persevered, continued to practice and decided that he would make Al take back what he said. Earlier he had heard their conversation with Elenora in the room when he said that Silvio was completely weak in defense. His father asked for everyone's attention and announced a general assembly. Surely they had all finished warming up and now it was time for a little fight. In order to gauge the strength of both fighters, they will fight on Robin's circular system. This will be a great opportunity to see if Al can fight against Count Melnar. Upon hearing his father, Al came to be horrified. He grabbed his pale face and exclaimed that it was impossible. It was very important to fight together with allies against the Demon King. Even heroes usually have a mage or cleric in the group. Elenora coldly looked at her brother and smirked, saying that she liked everything. Silvio also looked at his little brother and said that he understood everything. Al was getting uncomfortable that brother Silvio for some reason also had the same evil smile on his face as Eleonora. The first match was going to be Silvio versus Al. Al thought that if the little brother fought against his sister first, then they would both weaken before fighting him. He barely restrained himself from saying this out loud. Before the fight began, their father ordered both opponents to stand in the stance. Rumba asked Melnar a question as to who would win. Melnar didn't know the answer, but assumed that the older brother usually won, and that Alfred was much better with magic than with a sword. Rumba agreed with the Count's assumption. Melnar recalled how Al had cooled the juice yesterday using ice magic, which was considered quite rare, and after that he used earth magic and created a shelter for himself. He was capable of showing exemplary magic. Rumba agreed with him and told him how one day they went into the forest with him and he created an incredibly huge icicle. Rumba asked Melnar what he meant by exemplary earth magic. The Count asked Rumba if he had attended the Reversi tournament yesterday, but the adventurer replied that he had not. Al wondered what the two were talking about heavily. It wasn't as if they were meeting for the first time today. Silvio decided to cut to the chase without further ado and swung his sword at Al. Fortunately, the hero noticed it in time. At the last moment he blocked Silvio's blow, which was quite strong. The guy noticed that his brother's fighting style was different from what it was before. In addition, if they competed in the number of sword swings, Al would be only a few steps behind. Al smiled and told his brother that he was quite aggressive today. Silvio gritted his teeth and remembered what Al had said about how his defense sucked. Al could barely contain his older brother's onslaught and didn't understand why he had such a disappointed look on his face. Silvio kept advancing and his sword almost touched Al's face, who managed to dodge at the very last moment. Al hoped that Silvio would appreciate this, because thanks to his sister's constant aggressive antics, he had achieved supreme skill in dodging and parrying. Rumba didn't understand why they were fighting like this, but apparently Melnar figured it out. It seemed to Elenora that they had something personal on each other. Rumba smirked and replied that there was no such thing here. The hero kept glancing in their direction with interest in what they were talking about. The angry Silvio swung his sword again and ordered them not to dare to look away from him. Dodging the blow, the hero went behind his brother's back and thought he was caught. But Silvio saw it coming and swung his sword backward, almost hitting Al's face. Al realized that the attack earlier was just to trap him and deliver another strike from below. The guy took a few steps back from Silvio. At some point they just stood opposite each other and watched. Apparently Al was back in the starting position and this fight was harder than the previous ones. But as it was, Al looked more exhausted than Silvio and the brother decided this was his chance. But no sooner had he attacked Al than his father ordered their duel to be stopped. Silvio did not understand what was the matter, for they had not yet struck a single blow. His father agreed with them, but said that this match was only to reveal their true strength, so it didn't matter if a blow was thrown or not. Al was glad that this was the end of their fight and plopped down on the ground. He sighed heavily and said that he was at his limit. Silvio smiled and said that he felt the same way himself and promised to strike his brother next time. Al thought that his father had also noticed that Silvio was incredibly aggressive today. His father smiled and said that he was, after all, his big brother. Most likely, he just didn't want to lose to his younger brother. The hero decided that in which case he would, as he did with the Shigami, outdo him in a moment of eye. Silvio was a big workaholic, so there was a very good chance that this would happen. Therefore, his father felt that Al needed to work harder. Al still relied more on his magic than on his sword. The father decided to warn his son and told him that he forbade him to use magic during the matches. Al took a deep breath and asked to be allowed to use at least low-rank magic. The father smiled and forbade his son to do so. He hoped Al understood him, and the hero had to agree with him. Since he understood, the father announced the next match between Elenora and Al. Al couldn't believe his ears and came to his horror. He didn't understand why he had to fight again and asked about brother Silvio. Elenora thought it was funny. Her father remarked that Al appeared to be full of energy. Also, the hero was the only one left. Out of terror, Al grabbed his head and screamed. He noticed that Elenora began to look very happy. His sister ran up to her brother and suggested that they start. Al quickly turned sideways, trying to find Silvio with his eyes. The hero wanted to say something to Silvio, but his older brother smiled at him and suggested that they should give it their best shot. The exhausted Al fell to the ground and decided that he had just been fooled. A happy Elenora walked over to her brother and made sure he was ready. The expression on her face in no way matched the aura of bloodlust she radiated. Looking at his sister, his brother was becoming very scared. He wished he could ask that Elenora be gentle with him. It would be a duel between the hero Alfred and the Demon King alone. Melnar thought that even if Al practiced a fighting style where one had to avoid the opponent, He doubted that Al had a chance. Rumba looked at the Count and told his friend that he wouldn't stand a chance even if he was immortal. In this duel, the hero Alfred will face off against the Demon King in single combat. Without further ado, his father orders them to begin the duel. No sooner had the duel started than there was an instantaneous killing. The father raised his hand and ordered them to stop as the match was over. The battered Al was lying on the ground and decided that it was pretty brutal. Earlier, the father had said that the beating was not even necessary. Elenora told Al that he was just too weak and needed more training, but he thought he had used all his stamina fighting in the first match. Elenora didn't think he would have been able to defeat her in that case anyway. Looking at their argument, it became clear to Melnar. The Count approached Al's father and asked him for a moment. Wiping the dirt from his face, Al thought of how tired he was. Before he could recover, his father called out to him and asked him to come over. Meanwhile, a satisfied Elenora took a sip from her glass and smiled. Although she had been practicing for quite a long time, but she didn't even break a sweat from their training. Silvio smiled at his sister and said that she certainly didn't know how to pick her expressions. Elenora wondered what Al was doing together with the Count. Melnar was adjusting the Al's fighting stance. The father approached Elenora and said that the Count was helping the Al to train. The girl exclaimed that it wasn't fair. The father suggested asking the Count to also help practice with them after the Ala was finished, and Elenora gladly supported the idea. Meanwhile, the hero gripped his blade tighter and realized how they were doing it. The Count hoped that the lad now realized what his flaw was. Al smiled and said that now he felt he could handle the sword with ease. This was exactly what one would expect from a maniacal battle Count. He also had experience teaching his child. Melnar suggested that he now put what he had just learned into practice and called for a Rumba. Rumba was so happy to be the opponent of this child. At last he waited for his time, but Al screamed with shock. Rumba swung his sword in impatience and motioned for them to begin. Al pressed his blade closer to him and asked him to stop. Contrary to his fear, the hero surprisingly managed to block Rumba's strike. He closed his eyes and heard the terrible clangs of swords. The guy was shaking so much from fear and the sight of the strong Rumba. The adventurer smirked and said that Al just broke the stance. The hero just opened his eyes and noticed the man already attacking him. Al screamed in fear that the Rumba would kill him. After a while, he did start to get used to the fight. The Count couldn't believe that Al actually thought he could improve and fight with the best of them with such skills. He was probably right, but Al's father replied that the hero didn't want to be a knight specifically. At any rate, he would say that he had the talent to become an adventurer, which was obvious from his unwavering will to survive that he was showing right now. He had once told his father that he would never become an adventurer because it was too dangerous. It was one of the worst conversations he had ever had. Melnar thought Al was a strange guy. The next day was the last day of the Harvest Festival. Heavy groans came from the hero's room. Al ended up spending the whole day in his room even though the Harvest Festival was going on. Bartolo greeted the lad and noticed that he looked very shabby. The hero greeted Bartolo and wished him a good morning. Bartolo reminded him that today was the last day of the Harvest Festival, and the guests were starting to disperse. It seemed to him that the place would be a little lonely after they left. Melnar shook hands with Al's father and said that next time let them come and visit his grounds. They would be glad to see them, and his father promised him that the next time they went to the capital they would be sure to stop by. Melnar put his hand on Al's shoulder and said that he definitely needed to go with him. Al smiled and said he would. Before leaving in the carriage, the Count said that he was already almost at the age where he would have to show up at the nobles' parties, but Melnar felt that they would most likely see each other before that happened. The hero didn't even know that nobles had parties and glanced questioningly at his father. The boy frowned and thought it was a real pain in the ass. Elenora was grateful to them for hosting them for a few days and asked them to come to their land as soon as they had time. They were going to welcome the Lowlight family with open arms. Al's father agreed to his proposal and said that Al would also accompany him. The hero hoped that they were saying this out of politeness and were not serious. He glanced at Lenaria, who looked quite happy. After that, the Count and his wife got into their wagon and the guy waved goodbye to them. Al smirked as he thought of the party at the noble's place. It would be nice if there were a lot of friendly people present. If it was exactly as he imagined, it sounded fun. But more importantly, the time had come. It was time to enjoy the last day of the Harvest Festival. With these shouts, the boy ran along the market stalls. Silvio looked around and exclaimed that it was just wonderful here today. The brothers were glad that they had come here. Even so, Silvio's brother was apparently going to spend the day reading books in his room, even considering that today was the last day of the holiday. Silvio smiled and apologized to his brother. Al couldn't believe that his brother really loved books that much. Silvio believed that he could go to all sorts of worlds with books, so it was a lot of fun to read them. He was able to look at and understand the values and ideals of different people. By doing so, he felt that his own way of thinking and point of view would also improve. Al now understood why he was going to lock himself in his room and bury his nose in a book. Real-life experiences were just as important too. Silvio couldn't help but agree with his brother, but even stories have their good points. Al asked about the book that Silvio was holding. It turned out to be a book called Sea Princess and the Three Dragons. Al smiled and said that he had just recently read it. Silvio was surprised, but asked him not to spoil anything of the plot, because he was looking forward to reading it later. In any case, he didn't expect Al to read something like a heroic tale. Unlike the protagonists of these stories, he could not do such dangerous things. That was probably what attracted Silvio to such stories in the first place. Al noticed that his brother would perk up when the conversation turned to books. If they talked about dangerous situations, they could just leave them to his sister or dad. Today, Silvio noticed that sister was up early again to practice by herself. It was like Daddy's blood wasn't as pronounced in the two of them compared to her, although at first glance you could still tell there were similarities between Silvio and Daddy. Silvio suggested that Al also had traits that made him look more like his mother. He probably meant to say by this that Al was as fickle and conniving as she was. Furthermore, he believed that he was not as evil as her. Al didn't even notice when his mother appeared behind his back and grimly asked about the person he was calling evil. The boy frowned and thought that he didn't look as good as his mom after all. After this conversation, Silvio and Al continued their walk through the festive village. The older brother pulled Al along and suggested that there were probably a lot of their people further along. Silvio suggested that the first day was the same, but Al replied that there were fewer people on the first day and today was a banquet. Their father was okay with a lot of food and alcohol. During the banquet, people would gather around the fire to sing and dance. It was a time for everyone to just eat, drink, and enjoy themselves. This time the food was prepared and provided by the Lowlight family, so everything was free. Bartolo thought they did a great job and made everything just right. Since this year they have support from the Trila Trading Company, the father said that everything will be much more extravagant compared to previous years. Al thought in horror that it was all out of the profits that the Tri had made from the sale of Reversi. Now that the guy thought about it, the clothes he wore were also becoming more and more extravagant. The hero had no idea how much this trickster could earn. 3 was probably thanking him for his constant patronage. Thanks to this merchant, he and Bartolo had to endure a lot of suffering. Silvio didn't know what had happened between the two of them, but he asked his brother not to get so angry about it. After all, it was a holiday now, so they needed to have fun. Al came to his senses and thought that his brother was right. He was supposed to enjoy the festivities today. He had no time to curse the Trila. Al shook his older brother's hand and thanked him for Silvio's ability to calm him down. Silvio smiled and replied that it was a good thing. The hero took a deep breath and said that the excitement made him thirsty. Silvio pointed to a fruit water cart that stood nearby and suggested that his brother see what was there. While Al and his older brother were walking along, 2 figures peeked out from behind the nearby houses and followed them. After a while, Al noticed that Silvio's brother had strangely disappeared and he was left alone in the middle of the street. Al ate his food in parallel, looking around and assumed that his brother was lost. Suddenly behind his back, the hero heard the local girls discussing their encounter with a very handsome blonde man. They were discussing how he was holding hands with some short guy with brown hair. The other girls wanted to see them too, and hurried over, for they were probably somewhere nearby. Al guessed that they were now talking about them to his brother. In the middle of their conversation, one of the girls asked her friend about her husband's whereabouts. The annoyed woman replied that she didn't know that, plus she had other things to do right now. Right now she was focused on finding that blonde guy, and her husband could wait. If you think back to the showdown between Wester and Roland, these girls were there at the time of their fight and were watching them. The hero assumed that they were acquainted with them. Instead of aimlessly searching for them, it would probably be wiser to find information through their Fujoshi killing network. That way, they would be able to find their brother much faster. Thinking about it, the hero discreetly waved his hand at them and wished them good luck. Al decided that he would just spit on everyone at this time and continue wandering around the village. Silvio would probably say that his brother was heartless. Enjoying his walk, the hero decided that it was great and thought about going for a walk on the east side. He heard again the voices of the very girls who were looking for them but never found them. The girls were still racking their brains as to where they could go. One of them waved to the others and said that Nora had talked earlier about seeing them on the east side. The girls rejoiced at this information and decided that they would go there. The bunch of girls ran forward with a loud stomp and the guy turned and staggered in the opposite direction. Somehow the hero heard a voice. It was telling him to head to the west side and he decided to listen to it. On the way, Al met an elder that wished Mr. Alfred a good morning and asked him how his harvest festival went this year. The hero said that he liked everything, plus the people here were quite lively. He also told the elder that the food here was delicious. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the noise of people nearby. The elder replied that while they were chatting, an arm wrestling tournament was going on in the village square. He noticed that everyone was already excited. The first thing Al saw as he made his way through the crowd was a couple of big biceps. But as he got a better look at the man, he realized it was just an old man named Roland. Al was even surprised that the man appeared to be quite muscular. The hero began to guess what was about to happen and looked back at Roland's opponent. Standing in front of him was Vester. Vester was the kind of guy who looked skinny and squishy before he took off his clothes. But even people like that probably had their limits. Roland would compete against Vester in this round. Just looking at their muscles, everyone wondered how they were able to pump them up. One of the locals cursed and thought he would bet on Roland now, as he just had huge biceps. He looked like he could send anyone flying with one flick. The enthusiastic onlookers thought that even an orc couldn't resist those muscles. One of the boys had clearly forgotten that he was not alone and said that he would like to be in his strong arms. One of the spectators who was standing next to him looked at the enthusiastic guy cautiously. Before their fight began, Vester crunched his neck and then proceeded to crunch his fingers. Roland did about the same and crunched his forearm. Several enthusiastic spectators bet 5 bandit coins on Roland and 7 bandit coins on Vester. One of the spectators bet a silver coin. The hero remembered that the same thing had happened at the Reversi tournament. As far as he understood, the men in this village liked to bet big. There wasn't much entertainment in the countryside, and that's probably why something like this was a great pleasure for them. Vester, along with Roland, clutched at each other with their hands, preparing for a duel. The girls were so excited that the sweat from the fight was starting to turn them on. It was worth it just to look at the strong muscles as their hands made contact. And that's not to mention that the distance between them was so short that they could feel each other's breath. Honestly speaking, Al was not surprised by such conversations. The arm wrestling tournament that was held every year was undoubtedly popular among the women. One of the locals looked at his friend and assumed it was his wife. She probably never told him about why arm wrestling was so popular among women. Her husband asked her once, but she never told him the reason. But from what he understood, there was a rule, passed down from generation to generation, that forbade her to tell the reason. Anyway, he didn't think it should be that important to them. The boys agreed on a common ground. Al smiled and thought that there were things in this world that it was better not to know about. A couple minutes later, the referee signaled the start and the men clashed in a duel, letting out loud, heavy shouts. It seemed to Al that the women had done a pretty good job of setting the rules amongst themselves and keeping it a secret from the men. The boy decided not to linger and walked on, thinking about what he should do now. Among the crowd, he noticed a beautiful blue and familiar hair. The hero's eyes sparkled with happiness as he remembered his sister Emma. But before the guy came to his senses, he noticed that Emma mystically disappeared somewhere. He quickly squeezed through the crowd and asked his little sister to wait for him. One of the locals recognized Mr. Alfred and wished him a good day. The hero said hello to her and immediately said goodbye without even paying attention to her. Running off after the disappearing Emma, he apologized and suggested they chat later. Peeking around the corner of the house, Al called out to his little sister Emma. But as soon as Al saw Emma, his smile abruptly changed to terror in his eyes. With his mouth open in amazement, the hero looked at the girl who stood next to some guy. Angry, Al approached Emma and asked her who was that jerk next to her. The disgruntled guy looked at Al and asked the girl the same thing in the hero's direction. Al thought it was rude to call someone he was seeing for the first time and figured the guy had balls of steel. The unfamiliar guy reminded Al that he had called him names first. The hero was so pissed off he didn't even notice he said it out loud. The girl asked Tor to calm down, for it was better not to talk to Al in that manner. She warned that the boy was the second son of the feudal lord, and his name was Mr. Alfred. The lad was surprised that such a jerk could turn out to be such a big shot. Emma reminded him not to behave in such a manner and bowed her Torah head to the Scarlet. Emma smiled at Al and apologized for her little brother's behavior. Al now realized who this guy was. Thor snapped back and said he didn't care whose son Al was. He didn't like him and wouldn't talk to him any other way. Emma asked him about what he was muttering and grabbed his cheek painfully. Thor screamed and asked her to stop it. Emma's younger brother named Thor apologized to Al. He introduced himself by his name and clarified that he was 8 years old. Al shook Thor's hand and asked him to call him Alfred. He was 6 years old and also had an older sister and brother. Thor had already guessed who Al's sister was. The guy suddenly led a laugh forward and suggested that they step back just for a moment. The hero didn't understand what was going on, but agreed with Thor. When they were alone, Thor pinned the frightened Ala against the wall and slammed his palm loudly against the wall near Ala's face. Thor was about to seriously talk to him, but didn't know where to start. He mumbled something under his breath and assumed that the hero understood him, but Al thought he was mocking him. Of course, he couldn't know what Thor was trying to tell him. As Thor struggled to say something to Al, his cheeks turned red. Al tried to listen to his words and asked the guy not to mumble. Eventually, the Thor exploded with anger and asked the guy if Mrs. Elenora had a lover. At first the hero didn't understand his words, but as soon as Al began to understand their meaning, his jaw almost fell off from shock. In other words, this guy wanted to know if Mrs. Elenora had a lover. Hearing such words, a loud heart throbbed in Al's chest. Al hoped that Thor wasn't saying it seriously, but apparently the guy was the most serious in the world right now. There was no doubt that Elenora was indeed beautiful. In addition, thanks to regular workouts, she has a good and trim slender body. Her facial features are so beautiful that she was able to win the eyes of all the men passing by her. This is despite the fact that her breasts left much to be desired. However, the hero could not let her looks deceive Thor. He decided that it would not happen in this life. He would have to tell the Taurus what Elenora was really like. The first thing the hero decided to do was to find out what Thor liked about her. He immediately warned his new friend that she didn't know how to express love at all. Al felt that he should have had enough of his sister and asked what he liked about Elenora. Just thinking about Elenora made a light go on in Thor's eyes. He thought that one would have to be a complete idiot not to be charmed by such a kind and beautiful smile. Al frowned and thought he was talking complete nonsense, but the Thor suggested Al look at himself from the outside. He thought that the hero was not alright and apparently needed help. The hero tried to explain to Thor that Eleanor's appearance was deceiving. He did not understand how it could have occurred to him that Elenora was kind. If that was his joke, it was clearly not funny. His older sister was the complete opposite of Emma, though Al decided not to lie and admitted that she wasn't even next to her. Thor didn't realize what he was saying and exclaimed that he had just never seen Emma in a moment of anger. The guys ended up coming to completely different opinions and silently pilled each other with angry looks. Out of his last strength, Al tried to explain to Thor that Elenora was very hot-tempered and cruel, and there was not an ounce of kindness in her. In reply, he too said that his sister was careless, slovenly, and unkempt, and hoped that Al would understand this. And this he was still silent about the fact that she used to put absorbent cotton to make her breasts look bigger. Suddenly their argument was interrupted by female voices that asked the boys what they were whispering about. They wanted to listen to them too, for they were curious about what they could tell them. The boys froze with fear, as if they had seen a ghost. Right in front of them stood a shabby Silvio, and Elenora and Emma stood beside him. Silvio waved to his brother and the hero told Silvio that he had been looking for him. Al was about to run away from the trouble, but Elenora grabbed him by his jacket and asked him where he was going. Al looked at his sister in horror and thought she was now using his father's fighting technique. An equally intimidating Emma grabbed her brother with a smile and asked Thor to come over to her, which was to be expected. Talking about women's breasts might have hurt even Emma. Elenora waved goodbye to Emma and said they would see each other later as they had some business to attend to. Emma also waved goodbye to Elenora. One of the locals spotted the feudal lord's children. From the outside, the woman thought that these children got along well with each other and looked adorable. From the outside, they looked like loving brother and sister, but they were actually wrong. The woman recalled that her children fought with each other all the time, unlike the lord's children. She wished their children could be just as friendly. Al wished he could tell them that things are not as they seem from the outside. Al decided that he had started this conversation for nothing, and now there was nowhere to escape to. The village of Koliet had a bright future ahead of it, but the hero felt that his future was not likely to be as bright. Earlier, a very interesting situation happened to the main character. The harvest festival was in full swing, and he and Thor were discussing their sisters. However, they couldn't even imagine what might happen next. The guys had no idea that their sisters were standing nearby and heard absolutely everything. Then they were detained and taken home, but the worst was yet to come. That day the screams Elias spread all over the house. Elenora decided to give him the worst torture of all. Taking her brother in her arms, she began tickling him. The children's mother smiled and suggested that the Oin appeared to be getting along well. From the outside it looked quite fun, and even the maids chuckled at the shouting Ala. Eventually, Elenora did let her brother go and Al hurriedly left. It was just awful for him and he assumed that the banquet was already in full swing. He made his way to the stunning place where a lot of people had already congregated by evening. Al was glad that their banquet was just beginning. He looked around and noticed a Tora who called out to Al and told him that he was running late. The hero smiled and noticed that Tor was still alive. Emma's brother made a forlorn look and admitted that he had barely survived. They each wondered where sister Emma and Elenora were. Earlier, Emma had told her brother that she was coming with Sheila and her friends. Al recalled leaving the mansion before her, which meant that Elenora would probably be with Emma. Also, Silvio's brother refused to leave his room and said he'd had enough. He was determined not to leave his room and asked to be left alone. In all likelihood, that Tor along with Al would be the only ones alone tonight. Suddenly they became buddies to each other. Al assumed that if he ever got a chance to talk to sister Emma, there was a high probability that Elenora would be with her. It was because the girls usually went together. Thor agreed with him and said that in that case they would have to go out tonight. Thor suggested that his friend get drunk. Al slowed him down and reminded him that they were still underage. Also, Al didn't understand why Thor thought they were friends, but he thought it was obvious since they had already told each other who they loved, and that should be enough to call him their friend. Al thought about it and assumed he was right after all. Al finally had a friend his own age. In truth, he wouldn't call what he felt for Emma love. It was more likely his admiration. He glanced at Thor, who was insanely excited to finally be talking to his friend. In any case, the hero invited his mate to tell him what he was interested in. Thor immediately wanted to know about Elena's preferences. After some time of conversation, Al suggested that he was too annoying. Thor told Al that he had not yet answered his question about whether Elena's little sister had a lover. Al just remembered that his friend had actually asked that. He frantically cheered Thor up, saying that she didn't have anyone, but there were rumors of someone proposing to her. Thor grabbed the guy by the shoulders, not realizing what he was carrying. He shook a laugh, but the hero asked him to slow down and said he couldn't talk about it in that state. Thor came to his senses and apologized. The hero sighed heavily and said that everything happened 2 years ago. His sister was at a party of nobles and some guy saw her and fell head over heels in love. Thor wanted to know the details, but the hero didn't know everything. Before he spoke to her, she had already pulled out her sword and pointed it at him. After that, the sister was never invited to parties again, and the conversation never came to a marriage proposal. She always talked about how she didn't want someone weaker than her. Elenora was really strong and Thor decided he didn't stand a chance. Al doubted at all that there was such a person that was capable, was able to defeat his older sister. For some reason at this point the hero remembered Sheila, Shiria and Carla, but they were all girls. Suddenly the heroes heard the enthusiastic cheers of the girls who noticed Roland undressing. His example, of course, was followed by Wester as well. Thor noticed that the adults today were very noisy, but Al thought that they were always like that. He asked, just ignore those silly old men. The same people were not surprising to him. The hero had long ago realized that the adults lived in their own world and they lived in their own world. Thor was in complete agreement with Al. Thor was silent for a while, and then he pulled himself together and exclaimed that he should have tried harder. That evening the boy decided that he had to become stronger than Elenora. He might never happen her fencing in, but that didn't mean he was going to give up. He wanted with all his heart to become that person that would stand in line with the best. Al smiled as he looked at the serious Taurus. If he wanted to keep up with the best, he wanted to become an adventurer. Thor seriously considered becoming one and looked up at the night sky. A week passed after the harvest festival. Al looked out the window to the outside, where it was quite cold. On days like this, it was best to just lie in his room and enjoy life while reading a good book. With his fire magic, the guy also kept the room warm. There was nothing better than a warm room and hot tea. Taking a deep breath, Al thought that his magic was amazing. When spring came, he decided that he could go outside, relax and read. When he got hungry, he would use air magic to get any food from the refrigerator. Al was insanely happy with his wonderful new life. But right now, he needed to spend his time as elegantly and nobly as possible. He hoped that every day would be as relaxing as this one. Suddenly, someone outside the door called loudly to Al and suggested him to play. From surprise, the hero dropped the mug with tea and fell on the bed. Someone called out again and the hero realized that the screams were coming from the street. He pretended that he didn't hear anything and that he imagined it. He wanted to spend this day in peace and quiet. It was quite rare for him to be alone with himself. Thor kept calling for Alfred over and over again. Annoyed, Al opened the window and Thor told the guy he had something to tell him. A happy Thor announced to Al that he had decided to become an adventurer. Adventurers were people who made their living by fulfilling orders regardless of where they might lead. They hunted magical beasts, accompanied nobles and merchants on journeys, to name a few. Sometimes they could be commissioned to mine mysterious items and materials or to search for ingredients. There have even been times when they have been asked to gather information about the vegetation of forests. Every man in this world dreamed of becoming an adventurer at least once in his life, although Al never once thought about it. But on the other hand, he would really like to go around the world. Besides, he had the rarest opportunity to reincarnate and enter this world, so he just wanted to exist quietly and cherish the life he was given. Thor offered Al to join him and become adventurers together, but Al flatly refused. He only wanted to live peacefully in this village. Thor laughed and admitted that he already knew of his refusal. It didn't matter to him, but he wanted to talk to Al about something else. He asked permission to come in, but Al didn't think it was a good idea. He told Thor that he would like to spend the day alone, but Thor offered to come visit him. The thing was, his sister Emma was at home. As soon as the hero heard this, he immediately jumped out of bed and asked to be given 1 minute. Thor heard something rumbling in the house, something rumbling. A couple minutes later, the hero was ready and left the house and asked his sister Emma to wait for him. No sooner had the hero left the house than he heard a strange sound behind the door. He cautiously opened the door to Elena's room to check what was the matter. Al didn't realize what had happened when he saw his sister, who was lying on the floor. Our chapter begins with the moment when Alfred's sister Elenora suddenly fell to the floor. The boy stood in front of her in a stupor, not understanding what he should do now. Alfred walked over to his sister and squatted down, his head filled with thoughts of what he should do now. The boy gently pushed his bangs off his sister's forehead and realized that this collapsed body was really his sister Elenora. Unfortunately, it was really her. Alfred tried to think of what to do with her. Solutions to the problem began to come to him. He thought that maybe he should bury her, or maybe he should just leave her here. But then Alfred realized that first he needed to figure out if she was alive or not. The boy gently took her hand and wrapped his arm around her thin wrist and measured her pulse, and it was there. Then he put his hand to her nose and felt the warm currents of air coming from her nostrils. Alfred realized that she was definitely alive. He breathed out in relief when he realized that little sister Elenora was alive. He decided that if he thought about it that way, his sister couldn't have died from being hit by the door. There would probably be a dent in the door. After all, she is a perky girl. The boy raised his head and looked at the door, which was unharmed. He realized that all the damage was the redness on the girl's forehead. Alfred looked all over his sister's body and realized that there wasn't even a drop of blood anywhere. When the boy realized that there was no blood anywhere, he thought about the fact that maybe he should throw one last punch. However, right after those thoughts, he thought that killing was very bad and he should definitely not set foot on that path. Then the boy wondered if she would hibernate if he just buried her body in the ground. But then he realized that Elena's little sister would definitely wake up looking for food, and the food would most likely be him. He suddenly visualized his sister Elenora as a hungry bear, and decided for sure that burying her body in the ground would be extremely dangerous. After that, Alfred decided that he should just carefully move his little sister to her room, because he should have no problem with spatial magic. Then he thought about the fact that when she woke up, she would think that it was all just a dream. The boy hoped that nothing would happen and no one would find out. While the boy stood in the hallway by his sister's body and hoped that nothing would happen and no one would find out, a maid named Mina walked past him. He was very frightened, for he didn't know how long she had been standing there, but he smiled broadly as if nothing was happening. Then the boy realized that heaven was on his side, because it was just a poor maid named Mina, and he thought about giving her candy, because he had plenty of it now. The boy took one candy from his pocket and stuck it in the pocket of her maid's apron, saying that she should just take it. But the girl continued to look at him with a face full of surprise. Because of this, Alfred thought that something was wrong, because she had too serious an expression on her face, and it was very difficult for him to predict what she was thinking. The boy assumed that she didn't have enough candy and gave her more. After the boy gave the maid more candy, her face became simpler. Alfred exhaled with relief, for his supply of candy had almost run out. Realizing that the maid didn't understand anything, he asked her to take little sister Elenora to her room. Alfred grabbed the book and hurried to his sister Emma. The maid Mina was watching the boy from the second floor. The girl told the boy to be careful. Alfred jumped out of the courtyard, where a boy named Thor was already waiting for him, with whom they were to go to Sis Emma's house. The boys walked away down the path, past small tree houses and hills. Alfred fanatically wanted to know what Sis Emma's house looked like. He thought for sure it must be big and amazing. Thor answered him that it wasn't like that, because it was worth remembering that he lived there too. Alfred was surprised and asked Thor if he really lived under the same roof as little sister Emma. Even the thought of it made the boy very jealous. Thor answered him that he was being too loudly frank again. So Thor decided that he would repay him and said that he would love to live with Mrs. Elenora. Alfred told him that he was obviously crazy. At last, after a time, the boys came to the village of Koliat, where Sis Emmy's house was. As the boys walked through the small village, Alfred noticed that he had never been in the village before, and Thor told him that there were no stores and only ordinary houses. When they came to one of these ordinary houses, Thor said that it was Emmy's little sister's house. Alfred was a little surprised at what he saw. Thor pointed to a cluster of houses nearby, and Alfred scrutinized them. He wondered if all these buildings were Emmy's house. Thor replied that he shouldn't be a fool, and explained that her house had an orange roof. Alfred objected to him that all the other houses around also have orange roofs. Thor replied that he should look at the roofs more closely, because his house has a different one, as it has been repainted. The boy replied that if he said so, he was probably right. Then Thor pointed his finger at another small house and said that little sister Sheila lived in it. Alfred replied that he remembered it and would never forget it in his life. Alfred was greatly relieved that there were such beautiful girls like flowers living in the village of Koliat, and also very close by. Thor entered the house and shouted that he was back. Alfred also wanted to come in, but Thor closed the door sharply in front of him, and the boy thought it would be better to wait outside. He could hear his friend calling his sister perfectly well. Thor said he warned him that he was coming home with his friend today. Little sister Emma replied that she remembered the conversation but thought a boy named Asmo was coming to visit. Thor explained that Alfred was coming to visit them today. Alfred was frantic standing outside the door. The boy could hear absolutely every conversation that was going on inside the house. Emma asked Thor when he had become so good friends with Alfred. Then Thor started to swear at his sister because she was throwing her things in the wrong place. Alfred suddenly thought it was just the voice of Thor's mom. The boy thought that perhaps his little sister Emmy had gone to another part of the house, where she was in the middle of beautiful nature drinking tea in a small house and playing with birds, wearing a pastel-colored dress. Thor finally opened the door and in a tired voice told the boy that he could come into the house. Alfred saw his unimportant look and asked what was the matter, but Thor said it was not worth asking. When they entered the house, Alfred said it was very strange. Thor asked what he was talking about. Alfred explained that he didn't see any stairs leading to the other side of the house, and since there were no stairs, he couldn't get to the flower garden where little sister Emmy herself lived. Thor was shocked at what Alfred had made up about his sister. At that moment, Emmy's voice was heard behind him, saying hello to his guest. Emmy smiled and told the boy that although the house was small, he could feel at home. Alfred went crazy about the girl. The boy didn't expect to see her in casual clothes at all, not her usual attire. After a short while, Alfred told Thor that he had enjoyed his visit, and now it was time for him to go home. Thor grabbed his hand and asked him for a couple of tips. At this point, Emmy came up to the boys and said she could only offer water. Alfred immediately started saying that he loved water and would love to drink it. The boy complimented her by saying that it suits her to be a housewife. Emmy replied that she always does housework while their parents are at work. At that moment, Thor was surprised by her words and asked his sister what she was talking about. At this point, Thor suddenly became stunned. It turned out that his sister had stepped on his foot on purpose and looked at him with a look that said that no one should know the truth. Alfred was frightened by Thor's behavior and asked if his leg was cramped. The boy groaned in pain as his sister pressed on the bones in his feet, but Emma herself pretended to feel madly sorry for her beloved brother. Emma said goodbye to Alfred and left the house. The boy wished he could go along with such a beautiful girl. Finally, Alfred and Thor were alone. Emmy's brother was very eager to take advice from Alfred. He loudly put a glass of water on the table and asked Alfred if he should become an adventurer. The boy told him that such a decision should be made by himself. Then Thor said that he was asking for advice as he didn't know much about this business. Thor reminded the boy that his father was also a former adventurer, so he should know better. Alfred emphasized that his dad held the title of Dragon Slayer. When Thor heard about Alfred's father, his eyes immediately started to light up with sparkles. He thought that being able to crush a dragon was incredibly cool. Alfred himself at this moment thought of Emmy's bright smile. He even wished his father could see such a beautiful girl. Thor in a worried voice asked to talk about this topic to Alfred, because he was very worried about it. Alfred replied that since the subject was at his house, he should probably go to his house and they would tell him everything in detail. Thor said that Alfred should definitely invite him home. Alfred decided to tell him that according to the rules of adventurers, he could of course register with the guild when he reached 12 years old. Thor replied that he was only 8 now and would have to wait 4 whole years. Alfred said that was serious. Thor asked how much his life could change in that span of time. Alfred replied that he didn't know exactly what could happen in that period of time, but he could learn things and work hard. Thor asked if he was talking about the sword. The boy replied that he was just talking about it, because he would need the strength too. Alfred suggested that he take fencing lessons with his sister Emmy and Sheila. Thor replied that he had a good enough environment. Suddenly the boy jumped up to Alfred and asked if his father taught him fencing. The boy replied that he did. Thor said with burning eyes that he was crazy to take lessons with him and Elenora. Alfred thought that Thor should not join them, for it was too soon for him to give up his humanity, and he should take care of his life a little more. Alfred started to talk in a half-voiced tone of voice about how it was a strange idea to bring a newcomer into the team. Thor understood the boy's hints and said that he should start his training with his sister after all. Alfred then asked Thor if he could read letters. The boy told him that of course he couldn't read. Alfred was horrified that Thor couldn't read. The boy turned around and asked what was wrong with the fact that he just couldn't read. Alfred realized that the literacy rate in this world is very low, and it is not strange to not be able to read, especially when you are a child in a village where there is no school. Alfred asked Thor to calm down and told him that it is very difficult for someone who can't read or write to be an adventurer. The boy was shocked and asked why this was so. Alfred explained that adventurers are not only strength, knowledge is also very necessary, because from time to time he will have to deal with books and documents. In addition, he must be able to count money bills and other things. Thor was very disappointed. The boy anxiously began to ask what he should do. Alfred replied that he could ask his little sister Emmy to teach him literacy. Then Thor told him that his sister was illiterate like him. Alfred was even more surprised as suddenly Thor jumped up to him and abruptly kneeled down and hugged the boy. Thor began to almost cry, asking what he should do, as he was madly wanting to be an adventurer. Alfred began to calm him down. Alfred smiled and told Thor that he could teach him literacy sometimes. He started jumping all over the house with joy and thanking his friend. Alfred walked home completely tired. His mind was only on Emmy. He remembered her bringing them water, and at the same time the boy couldn't forget that she was illiterate too. As he approached his gate, the boy saw that it was completely open, which was very strange as it was usually closed. He wondered why the gate was open and went further into the house. Suddenly the silhouette of his little sister Elenora met him on the threshold. The girl shouted to him that she was glad to see him and asked him where he had been today. The boy was horrified, for when he left his sister was still unconscious, and now she was standing in front of him. He began to reassure himself that she had lost consciousness after he had hit her, so she could hardly remember anything. The boy told his sister that he had gone to play with Thor today. Helena remembered that he was Emma's brother. Alfred asked his sister what she was doing outside. The girl replied that she was just practicing with her sword, and then thought about Alfred being much delayed. The boy exhaled in relief that she didn't remember anything. The boy apologized for his lateness and went to his room. However, his sister stopped him and said in a quiet voice that she knew that she had rubbed her consciousness today. Alfred's legs began to shake violently, and he was afraid that she remembered something, but he thought that the maid Mina might have betrayed him. In front of his sister, he tried not to show it and said that she should take better care of herself. The girl looked at the boy with distraught eyes and said that Mina had already told her everything. Alfred was utterly horrified and disappointed that the maid had ratted him out. Elenora asked her brother to pour hot water into a cup. The girl explained to him that she just wanted to wash her face and handed him a cup to pour hot water into. The boy suddenly began to indulge her that her element of magic was fire. The girl pretended not to see the connection. Alfred realized she was faking it. Alfred remembered that before this moment Elenora had told him that Mina had told her about everything. The girl started swinging her sword at him and asking if he really wanted to bury her in the ground. The boy tried to say something to her but realized it was useless and he just had to retreat. The boy ran away from his sister very quickly. She was very angry and decided that she needed to use magic. Elenora filled her legs with magic to catch up with her brother. Alfred was shocked that she did this. As Alfred ran away, he thought about how he couldn't even believe that she was just using body enhancement like that. Elenora is capable of such complicated things, yet she can't use fire magic to heat water. The boy saw Elenora starting to catch up to him and used magic too, creating concrete blocks. These concrete blocks made a staircase, which Alfred ran up. Elenora saw his trickery and started yelling that it wasn't fair. The boy remembers that day as the worst. After Elenora asked him to heat water for washing, Alfred said that how to boil water. She can handle it herself. The girl replied that it was too difficult. At this point, the boy realized that she could do it, but just didn't want to. So he decided to tease her and laughed with her that she cannot even boil water. Elenora immediately got angry with him and began to shout that in fact she can do everything. Alfred looked at his sister blankly and said that since she could do it, it would be much quicker to do it herself, and asked if she had not asked him because she could not. The girl got even angrier. She yelled at him not to make a face that pissed her off and gave Alfred a cup to pour water into. The boy replied to her that he was now making his usual serious face. The boy used magic to create a ball of water that flew above them and showed it to her. Elenora started to resent him for creating too little water. Alfred replied that you can't heat a whole tub out of the blue. His sister yelled at him that she could do it. Alfred replied to his sister that he was happy for her, so let her heat that water balloon to body temperature herself. Elenora asked him how warm her body temperature was. Alfred grinned at her and said that is why she is a strongman and not a genius. The girl got angry and threatened to hit him if he made that face again. Alfred apologized and said it wouldn't happen again. The boy explained to her that the temperature of the human body is usually lower than the temperature in the bathtub. Elenora still understood absolutely nothing. Alfred realized that he had to explain it differently and simply said that the temperature for the bath was enough. Then he added that there was no way that the sister could pick up the temperature of the water. The girl grinned and said that she understood what he thought of her. The girl pulled herself together and decided that she needed to show Alfred what she could do. Elenora called to the water ball a small flame that could burn anything, but something went wrong. There was too much fire in the sky that was becoming uncontrollable. Alfred shouted to his sister to take cover immediately, because otherwise, the boiling water would spread everywhere and get on them. The boy thought that nothing could be done and decided to use his magic. Elenora looked at the ball of water silently and asked her brother to check the temperature of the water. Alfred was shocked at how stupid his sister was. If he had checked the water now, he would have been burned. The ball of water fell to the ground and started to vaporize due to the high temperature. Alfred asked his sister what she thought about it. Elenora answered him that today was just a bad day. Alfred was annoyed that she wouldn't fully admit that she couldn't heat the water properly, but told her that they should try something basic now. The boy pointed to the firewood and said it would do quite well. Elenora asked him if she needed to light them, and the boy told her that was right, and that making fire was the basis of all basics, for even Uncle Roland the peasant could do it 3 times a day. Elenora haughtily said that if the pervert could do it, she could do it. Alfred told his sister that she was ruthless enough. Suddenly, Elenora silently pulled an unopened letter out of her pocket. Alfred noticed this and asked if it was a letter. The girl replied that it was, but she did not need it at all, so it should be burned with the wood. Alfred looked closely at the letter and noticed a stamp-like mark on it and wondered if it was a message from such a nobleman. The boy realized that it was better to stay out of it and switched to Elenora's skills. He told her that she could proceed and added that she just needed to set them on fire. Even a small spark would suffice. The girl began once again summoning a small flame that could burn anything. Alfred noticed that his sister was doing everything slowly and even more carefully than before. Even the movement of her magic was a bit slower than before. The boy assumed that this time Elenora might succeed. The girl launched a small flame into the firewood. However, something went wrong because the flash was still incredibly strong. The firewood turned into brittle coal that crumbled in the wind. The brother and sister looked at this picture in silence. Alfred said seriously that he had only told her to light the wood, not to burn it. Alfred realized he had nothing to do and had to show her what he could do, and it only took him a second to carefully set the wood on fire. Elenora admired her brother for being able to do it so well. The girl also added that she had long ago noticed that Alfred did not use spells when he used magic. The boy told her that in the future she would be able to do the same. Alfred explained to her that words cannot convey this, but practicing magic all day long, sooner or later you will learn it. The boy thought about the fact that to train and increase his magical power you need more time to practice your skills. Alfred decided to show her how to do it. Elenora made a fire in her hand and asked how it was for him. However, the boy shouted that it was too big a flame. The girl then reduced the flame and Alfred said it was too small a flame. After that she increased it again and again. She heard about overdoing it. The boy told her to very slowly, carefully reduce it. Finally, she managed to make the flame the right size and Alfred told her to keep it that way for a full minute. Alfred tried to encourage his sister and said that it was easier than a minute of sparring anyway. She was just standing in one place, and that was it. Elenora tried to hold back too, saying that it was easier than swinging a sword, but her magic was starting to lose stability anyway. The girl worried a lot trying to calm herself down. However, she couldn't believe that practicing with the sword was easier than just maintaining magic power. After all, she could do it lying down and even reading a book. Alfred had said that controlling magical power was something you just had to feel. Elenora, trying to maintain one small lump of magic, looked at her brother who was dabbling with more magic. The girl was shocked that Alfred was so good at magic. She was already very tired of maintaining the magic. However, the boy told her that a minute still hadn't passed and added that she should close her eyes and concentrate. The girl did as he said. Alfred counted down the last 3 seconds, and as soon as the time was up, a tired Elenora fell to the floor, exhaling heavily. Alfred smiled and asked why she was so tired, and added that if she didn't fix it right away, she would forget the sensations. The girl gathered her strength and stood up determinedly and said that she was ready to do it right now. Alfred was surprised at her confidence. Elenora closed her eyes and began to maintain the magic. Alfred looked at his sister with admiration, for as expected, she had amazing concentration. She began to cast the spell very slowly. Alfred noticed that this time there was no hesitation in her magic and the size was maintained. Now he wondered if she would hold it while she applied the magic. Elenora finished her spell and saw that she had succeeded in setting the wood on fire. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. Out of happiness, she hugged her brother and shouted that she had succeeded. Elenora even sincerely said that it was the first time she had ever done it. But then she said that it was very easy for someone like her. Alfred looked at his sister and realized that she was incredibly happy at this moment. The girl smiled shyly as she turned away from her brother. Alfred thought she was very sweet at that moment. He suddenly realized what he was saying and pretended to mock her, and then said that now that she could summon a small fire, she could heat water to the right temperature. Elenora answered him that she would try it again later. Elenora left the room full of joy. Alfred was glad it had worked out so well. That same day, something strange happened, for Silvio's brother's scream echoed through the mansion. Our chapter began with a moment in which Alfred was running from Elenora. He thought that her footsteps behind his back sounded like the melody of death. Breathing heavily, the boy felt that they were trying to take his life away from him. His sister's footsteps were approaching him with a loud noise. Alfred was sure that was what death sounded like. An angry Elenora ran after the boy, yelling for him to stop. However, Alfred was not going to stop. He only shouted to her that there had been some sort of misunderstanding. As the boy pulled away from his sister a little, he thought about the fact that it all made absolutely no sense, and it had all started quite recently. Alfred was really angry that he had to run now, even though everything had been calm just a couple minutes ago. Alfred was walking down the corridor of the mansion and was thinking that it was stupid to stay in his room on such a nice day, when the weather was so nice he could sit on the veranda and watch the leaves changing color. Then he thought that it would be nice to invite Thor to their rare classes. Suddenly the boy noticed something. Alfred noticed the open door to little sister Elenora's room. Alfred wanted to tell her that she had an open door, and after all, it was important to the girl in the first place. Then he took a closer look at his little sister. She didn't notice her brother and was admiring herself in the mirror, going through her strands of hair. Alfred realized that she had finally gotten a new mirror for her room. Suddenly, the girl started touching her belly and sides. The boy quietly mumbled that she was fat, and a second later a slipper flew into his face at high speed. Elenora began to ask loudly who Alfred thought was fat. The boy was very frightened and didn't know what to answer. Alfred huddled in a corner and said that he didn't mean it. Then he looked at the slipper, and it was the same shoe he had made for her, and said that Elenora was very mean. Originally, there was no such thing as slippers in this world, but due to his mother and sister always appreciating everything he invents and wearing it with pleasure, the slippers started to be actively used, and besides the residents of the manor, it was necessary to make them for the guests as well. Alfred looked at his sister and couldn't understand the speed of her reaction, for he didn't even notice her taking off the slipper before throwing it. Alfred told her that first of all he couldn't peek at her, and he thought about the fact that Elenora seemed to be reflexively violent. Then the boy realized that he would still have to apologize for what he had blurted out. Alfred quietly resented that his sister's memory only worked on things like that, though usually her memory left a lot to be desired. Elenora swung her slipper at him and said she could hear all his outrage. The boy apologized and asked her to put the shoe on the floor. Alfred realized that she was not likely to put it on the floor. The boy knew that in a woman's hands a slipper turns from an ordinary shoe into a sword of 1,000 truths, especially if she is middle-aged, and no matter how fast you are or how far away you are, she will always hit the bullseye. And also the slipper in Japan plays a very important role in the battle against the formidable enemy that is the insect. Elenora continued to hold the slipper threateningly. The girl calmed down a bit and asked what he wanted to tell her. Alfred lowered his gaze and said he was talking about how she might be worried about her clothes. In fact, Alfred didn't say that she was worried about her belly only out of the goodness of his heart and because he didn't want to get hit with a slipper. Elenora said upset that it was not about clothes. She had recently felt that she had gained weight in her belly area, Alfred smiled and asked if her sister didn't gain a little weight every winter. He started to say that in nature when animals store fat in preparation for winter they gain weight. But when he came to his senses he didn't finish and said he was just joking. Alfred bowed at his sister's leg and said that all parts of her body, be it arms, legs, stomach or breasts, they are all thin. Elenora slowly asked if it was even her breasts. Alfred, startled, said her breasts were particularly thin. Elenora looked nervously at Alfred, planning to make a run for it. All of these events had preceded this horrible game where Alfred spent a bunch of time trying to escape from his sister. He realized he had screwed up a little this time and it would be nice if she could forgive him. The boy said he understood why she was angry. Elenora threw things at him to stop him. Alfred was yelling at his little sister Elenora to stop throwing the wooden sword down the stairs anymore. She yelled at him to stop, but Alfred answered her that he would never give in to her in his life. Alfred ran further down the corridors of the mansion. Suddenly Alfred ran into his father, who told him that it was dangerous enough to run around the mansion like that. Alfred didn't understand how Elenora could run so fast in her slippers. With every step she took, Gakota-kun wrinkled more and more and screamed in pain. Alfred himself also ran in his slippers as if he was floating on water, but in his previous life, in middle and high school, he had spent more time in them than shoes, so he could run so confidently in them. However, Alfred still didn't understand why he couldn't get away from his little sister Elenora. She kept behind at the same distance. The boy was afraid that eventually his strength would run out and he would be captured. Alfred guessed to lock himself in one of the rooms of the mansion. Elenora shouted to him that she was willing to forgive him if he would train with her for one day. Alfred replied that training with her was comparable to a death sentence, and he certainly didn't want to do it. Elenora mumbled that she would open the door very soon. Alfred was afraid that his little sister was going to break down the door now. Elenora, however, was not going to do that, but walked away down the hall. Alfred guessed that she had gone for the spare key, which meant he had a chance. The boy spotted a rope lying in the corner of the room. He dangled one end of the rope and decided that if he climbed down it, Elenora would think that he had escaped from the manor. The boy realized that he had lost his temper, but now he could fool his little sister and maybe she would go looking for him in the village. Alfred heard a rustle outside the door and realized that Elenora had already arrived, but luckily he had already had time to make his escape. Alfred activated the teleporter. Elenora, standing outside the door, shouted to the boy that they would have a good practice today. However, when Elenora entered the room, she did not find Alfred, only a window open in front of her. Bartolo was carrying a large trough full of cabbage and accidentally dropped one cabbage. Alfred appeared out of nowhere and helped Bartolo put it back. Bartolo asked how he came to be here, because he noticed that Alfred always approaches unnoticed, and sometimes he just disappears. The boy was surprised that Bartolo was smarter than he looked. Alfred didn't want to be discovered, so he told the man that his imagination was just playing tricks on him, because he is just big and tall, and he is small, so it is quite hard to get in his sight. Bartolo replied that he might be right, but he still doesn't feel his presence every time this happens. Alfred explained that you can't escape from Elenora's little sister if you can't hide your presence and footsteps. Bartolo asked him if he was really an assassin. At that moment, Elenora ran into the room and asked if Alfred was here. Alfred noticed his sister Elenora and hid behind a large barrel. Bartolo answered Elenora that he did not know where Alfred was. The girl was distressed because she thought he was here somewhere. The boy sitting behind the barrel was shocked that his sister had such a powerful radar on him. It really is amazing. It seems to be beyond human capabilities. As she left, Elenora said that her intuition was probably wrong and that Alfred must be outside by now. Bartolo walked Elenora out the door and asked Alfred if everything was all right. The boy thanked the man profusely for his help, for now he was saved. Bartolo said that he now understood why the whole day had been so noisy, because Elenora had been chasing him. Alfred replied that she had, but he had been able to hide in a suitable place. Lastly, the man wished the boy good luck. Alfred walked through the mansion, making sure not to stumble upon any traces of Elenora, or even her. He overheard the maids talking, one of them saying that she was embarrassed that Mina was laughing at her feet, and all because of the round, shiny, tasty-looking things. None of the maids had ever seen anything like that. The girls thought the candy slipper decorations were really edible. The maid showed the other girls the slipper with the decorations and said that they really were candy and her intuition didn't fail her. The other girls told her not to pick them up and put them in front of her. Then they realized that these slippers were easy enough to take off. Alfred, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, realized that making slippers with such pretty glass sweets was a mistake. But the girl really liked them, just as he thought she would. The crowd of maids withdrew from the corridor. Alfred, standing around the corner, assessed his act. He felt a little ashamed of himself for eavesdropping. However, knowing his formidable sister, he had no choice and it was better to just stay here. Alfred felt that his life was far more important than guilt, but as one would expect from the other world, he was rather cruel. Meanwhile, the maids were discussing the boy. They thought that Alfred was an amazing man, because he had invented such a useful thing as slippers. Not many people would have thought of inventing such a thing. Moreover, the boy was a great cook, sword and magic wielder. One of the maids said like crazy that his ability to make sweets was truly incredible. The other maids told her to be quiet. Then they started discussing Elenora. That was exactly what Alfred was waiting for outside the door. The girls were talking about how for some reason Mistress Elenora was chasing after Mr. Alfred. It was a common thing. They had amazing reflexes, but now it was quiet. One of the maids suggested that it was quiet because Elenora had gone outside. One of the maids added that she hadn't heard Alfred screaming, so the chase was probably not over yet. The boy didn't like the girls' reasoning, but he was madly glad that Elenora was gone. After overhearing everything he wanted to know, the boy ran away. The most important thing to him was that Elenora was not at the manor. He thought about the fact that for many reasons he could not be an assassin, however practicing espionage was quite capable. Alfred was very tired and a bit forgetful, so he didn't immediately realize that his sister had returned to the manor. Alfred went up the stairs and greeted his little sister Elenora. The girl also greeted him quietly, forgetting to catch up. Suddenly both of them remembered everything. Alfred started to climb the stairs quickly. He was angry that he greeted her only out of habit and realized that daily habits are clearly bad for a person. Elenora tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen to her. At that moment Silvio passed by. He told Alfred that he was just in time, and a second later Elenora's slipper flew into Silvio's face. The frail boy fell to the floor unconscious. Elenora started shouting that it was all Alfred's dodging was to blame. The boy shouted at her that she shouldn't talk about him in such a dismissive tone. Alfred didn't care about what had happened to Silvio. He thought about the fact that he was beyond recovery and all he could do was leave him here on the floor. Suddenly Alfred was confronted by his father. He said in a menacing voice that he had warned them earlier that it was dangerous to run around the estate like this. Alfred was very curious why all his family members smile broadly when angry, because it was actually frightening. His father called for Elenora, who wanted to leave quietly. Alfred laughed at the fact that she usually tried to chase him hard, but now she was running away. Alfred laughed at the man's slippers. His father called him by name and told him that he was as angry with him as he was with Elenora, so he shouldn't smile. Alfred couldn't take his eyes off Ryuta-kun's slippers. Alfred made up a letter to his father in his head thanking him for his hard work, and his shoes absolutely fit his name, Dragon Slayer. His father looked menacingly at his son and asked why he was looking at him like that, as if he wanted to say something. Alfred barely audibly asked how he felt about using Ryuta-kuna and added that they fit the Dragon Slayer perfectly. The girl giggled. The father got angry, and that's when the boy and Elenora said they were silent. The father replied when asked that it felt just fine and thanked his son for the invention. Eventually scolded both Alfred and Elenora for their behavior, and Alfred also noticed that his father had given Elenora quite a rigorous workout this evening. But perhaps it just seemed to him. This chapter began with the moment in which Alfred decided to practice literacy with Thor. The boy didn't understand anything at all, and cried out that he was very tired. Alfred reminded him that to be an adventurer one must be able to read and write, and also be able to count. Thor tiredly replied that he remembered that. However, Thor couldn't study anymore and asked for a short break and said he would bring water. Alfred said he only liked fruit juice and definitely not diluted with water. The boy answered him that you can't be so picky. Alfred created a ball of water with magic and said that he could make it and drink it. Thor was surprised, because the last time he came to visit he said that he adored water. The boy explained that he said so because Emma gave him this water, and he does not want to drink water poured by Thor. Thor was angry that the boy was still looking at his sister. Alfred began to yell back that he thought Thor was weird for liking Eleanor's little sister, because he was the only weirdo who liked a girl who was lazy and devoid of any femininity. Thor said that Elenora was the most elegant and kind of all the village girls, and that she was strong because she wanted to be. Alfred could not believe that he was hearing such a description of his sister. Alfred told Thor that there is no need to talk nonsense and the truth in his words is only strength, and moreover she is only strong physically. Thor suddenly said that they should stop talking about it, because they had already had a conversation like that once, which did not lead to anything good. Alfred agreed and said they should take a break. As Alfred watched Thor, he realized that people from the village had a hard time getting an education in this world. As they continued their studies, Alfred noticed a very strange look in Thor's eyes. He asked if he was alright. The boy was surprised that after 30 minutes of studying subtraction he had a strange look on his face. Thor didn't even respond when Alfred called his name. Alfred suggested that perhaps with someone who had never received any education, such long lessons were too soon. However, it was only half an hour. The boy made the decision that once his friend finished the exercise, the class would end, so Thor should try harder. Thor suddenly became happy after saying that, and began to tackle the exercise more vividly. Alfred was glad that the light of life had returned to the boy's eyes. Thor tried to finish as fast as possible, counting on his fingers and writing down the answers. When he was done, the boy said loudly that he was done. He gave the answers to Alfred and immediately went for a walk, saying that he was very tired. Eleonora's brother shouted at him that it was too early to leave, for the answers had not yet been checked. The boy himself recalled how he practiced at home, how every time the teacher grabbed him by the collar so that he would not run away. Thor turned back to Alfred and watched him carefully as he checked his answers. So far, however, they were only crosses, which meant that the answer was not correct. Alfred began to sigh heavily, answering nothing to the flustered Thor's questions. In a moment Alfred smiled and Thor realized that his friend was laughing at him. Thor lay down on the table and started to say that you can't joke like that because it's bad for your heart. Alfred apologized to his friend and said that it was just funny to watch his reaction. Almost all of the tasks were solved incorrectly. One answer was correct, and Thor proudly said that he had written it at random. And of course Alfred had marked it as the wrong answer. They decided to look at the result. Alfred announced that he had gotten 5 points. Thor was very happy, thinking that everything was perfect. However, Alfred explained to him that it was only 1/4 of the questions. Thor didn't understand what Alfred said. The same boy decided that Thor was still too stupid to pass fractions. Alfred said that was why he always told him that if you don't learn to read, you will lose money. Thor thought he had a curse on him. Alfred jokingly said that he had the curse of 1/4. Alfred then said that they should finish their lessons for the day. Thor was bouncing around the house happily. Alfred told the boy that he should keep practicing like this until he gets used to it. Thor didn't say anything about it and just called his friend to play outside. Once outside, the boys didn't know what interesting thing to do. Thor found a stick in the bushes and put it in front of Alfred's face. Alfred asked him why he should play fencing on his legal day off. Thor said he wanted to see his skills taught by the Lord himself. Alfred couldn't help himself and agreed. For Thor, a boy eager to be an adventurer had asked him to do so with burning eyes. Alfred calmed himself by thinking that it was just a child's game, and told his friend to do it carefully so as not to hurt himself. Thor really wanted to let out all the stress accumulated during this battle. Alfred realized that things were not going well. Thor shouted that the game had begun. Although at that moment Alfred was still standing without a stick, he tried to quickly find a suitable one in the bushes behind. However, at this time Thor made his first victory and said that it was Alfred's own fault for not picking up the weapon in time. And at this point Thor was very surprised, because Alfred still managed to find the stick and block the blow, so the victory had not yet come. Thor asked where he got the branch from. Alfred asked if he had any complaints about it. Thor started to pick on this stick. After all, it is branched, and will definitely repel any attack. Thor shouted at him to change the weapon, and Alfred shouted back that it was the boy's own fault for not clarifying the rules of the game. Thor got very angry and started attacking. However, his efforts were in vain, because Alfred's branch really did easily repel the boy's attacks. Eleonora's brother said that this is what happens when you choose the right stick. In the end, Thor lost, and shouted that the game was not fair. Thor started begging Alfred to change his weapon, for the stick had failed him last time. The boy replied that he would take the branched branch anyway. Thor realized it was useless to argue with him. Alfred told Thor that he should go and find a new strong stick. The boy didn't know what to do while his friend ran to get a branch. A couple minutes later, Thor was laughing at Alfred. He had found a stick with 3 branches and it looked like a fork. Thor saw in his friend's hands something incomprehensible. Thor asked what he was going to do with it and the boy said he didn't have to worry about it. They began the second game. Alfred made a whipping blow with the vine against Thor's leg, which was incredibly painful. Alfred continued beating his friend as he apologized and asked him to stop. An exhausted Thor fell to his knees and said he was giving up. Alfred, however, laughed at him, saying that it was only now starting to get fun. Thor looked at Alfred and earnestly asked him to train him, for his skills were excellent. Guilt began to burst from Alfred's heart for his actions. Alfred explained to him that it had nothing to do with fencing and jokingly hit his friend with the vine again. Alfred himself realized he felt a little guilty, studying with his friend or playing in sword battles. The boy spent his day as the truest child for the first time in a long time. It snowed in the place where Alfred lived. The boy admired this nature. It seemed to him that the whole world was in silver. The boy walked on the crisp snow and rejoiced that this year there was a lot of precipitation. Alfred started to make a snowball and said that it made his hands very cold. Suddenly Alfred noticed that Bartolo was shoveling snow off the roof and thought of another prank. The boy went around to the other side of the house and threw a snowball at the man. Alfred yelled that he hit the target exactly. Bartolo saw the boy and asked if he had thrown the snowball. The man immediately started making a snowball to throw back. Alfred laughed at Bartolo's efforts to make a clod of snow. However, when Alfred looked up again, he saw that Bartolo had made a snowball that weighed as much as 5 Alfreds. The boy immediately started yelling that it was too much and if it hit him he would die. Bartolo laughed and reminded the boy that he was the first to start this war. Alfred yelled to the man not to make the snowball even denser. However, the man had already raised the balloon to throw at the naughty boy. The man yelled for Alfred to get away from him and threw this huge ball of snow at him. The boy could barely dodge it. Alfred stood up and shook the snow off his clothes, resenting the fact that he was doing it so early in the morning. He was already tired. Alfred scolded Bartolo that his snowball had broken the branches of the trees, but the man replied that new ones would grow by spring. Suddenly Alfred was distracted by the cry of his friend, Thor, calling the boy to play. Alfred looked closer and saw that Thor had not come alone. A chubby, smiling boy stood with him. Thor told Alfred that Sheila's younger brother, named Esmo, had come along with him, and they were neighbors, so they had become great friends. Alfred looked at the chubby boy and realized where Sheila got such a good shape. Alfred introduced himself and jokingly asked how many months pregnant Esmo was. The chubby boy joked back that he was already 3 months pregnant. Al started poking Esmo in the stomach. He told him to stop because it hurt. The boys were walking down the street and thinking about what they should do today, especially since there was so much snow. Suddenly Thor shouted that there was no need to think of anything, because all the fun had already started, and showed them in the distance. It turned out that the children and adults in the town were having a snowball fight. 2 men created their own teams. One of them was Roland's team and the other Vesta's. Alfred looked at this picture and realized that the adults in the village were not very busy during the winter. He was genuinely wondering if they had nothing to do. Alfred was surprised that things were getting really absurd. Someone wanted to win so badly that they put stones inside the snowballs. Alfred looked at Thor and asked if they were sure they wanted to do this battle. Thor and Esmo decided it was worth it to play away from the adults. Al couldn't take his eyes off the battle of the grown men. The people who were fighting acted like it was a battle for an entire kingdom. Alfred was surprised that all these people were doing this activity with great pleasure. However, he was curious to watch them. Thor, Esmo, and Alfred were rolling snowballs. As Esmo was the largest of the boys, he managed to make a very large ball. Thor was a little smaller and asked the chubby guy for help. Alfred, on the other hand, was rolling the smallest ball. Alfred looked at their huge ball and thought it was too big and asked them how they were going to stack these huge balls of snow. Alfred realized that the two were probably hung up on the fact that the heat had to be big, and decided that he would rather do everything separately from them, and decided that he would use magic. Meanwhile, Thor and Esmo were rolling a huge ball and couldn't find a good place for it. In a moment the boys were distracted and looked up and were stunned. Alfred had magically created a snowman, 7 balls high, which was unbelievable. Thor asked what it was. The boys said that Alfred's snowman was amazing. Thor told the boy that since it was so easy for him to make such a snowman, he could make people out of snow. The boy replied to him that he could do it, however it would take much longer. Thor replied that it was okay. They would definitely come to his rescue once they were done with that huge snowman. Esmo was surprised that Thor was still trying to make it bigger. Thor and Esmo decided that they needed to tackle the huge snowman in earnest. Alfred looked at them and realized that their balloon was definitely not going to connect to anything anymore. When Thor and Esmo decided to take a break, they heard Alfred finish with the snow people. It turned out that Alfred had used magic to make each of their sisters look like the real thing. Esmo and Thor looked at this work of art with their mouths open and couldn't look away at all. Thor admired his work and said that the ice statue of Sister Elenora looked especially beautiful. The boy asked Alfred if he could take the statue home with him. He said that he would have to think about it. Suddenly Alfred took the statue of Thor's sister in his hands. The girl's angry brother started yelling at the boy and asking what he would do with Emma's statue. Esmo didn't care about that, as he realized that they would melt anyway. Suddenly Esmo suggested the boys to go to the river, because most likely it was covered with ice. Alfred said that it was a great idea. Meanwhile, Thor was looking at the statue of his sister and could not understand why she had such a huge chest. The boys came to the river. Alfred poked at the ice with a stick and made sure the river was well frozen. and since the ice was solid, Alfred decided they could go ice skating. Using magic, each of the boys had blades on the soles of their shoes. These scared Thor quite a bit. Alfred explained that it was ice magic and ice blades, and now they could glide smoothly on the ice. Al and Esmo skated all over the river, however Thor couldn't budge either. Thor was in a panic that he had such strange shoes on his feet and couldn't understand how he could skate on this. Alfred thought of Thor looking like a clumsy penguin. Alfred told him to look at Esmo, who skated on the ice like a real figure skater. Thor replied that he was a fat guy and had long since gotten used to moving his body. Thor was aggressively explaining to Alfred that Esmo was fat and it didn't hurt him as much to fall as thin people. At that moment, Esmo came up behind him and grabbed him by the shoulders, pushing him forward. Thor fell face first into the snow, which made him feel very cold and hurt. Thor lashed out at Esmo with anger, and the chubby boy lashed back at Thor, and a fight ensued. Esmo had no trouble pressing his weight on the boy. He said he didn't need to be defiant at all. After all, he was just a boy named Thor. Alfred watched the fight and was sure that the chubby boy would win. The boys fought without giving way to each other. Suddenly there was a cracking sound. Thor asked Esmo with concern in his voice if he heard the sound. The boy said he heard it too. When they looked down, they saw cracks in the ice under their feet. Alfred began to shout to Esmo that he must not make the slightest movement, for if he did they would all fall through the ice. Suddenly, however, the chubby fellow twitched, causing worse cracks to appear. Thor noticed that Esmo was smiling very strangely when it wasn't appropriate at all. Alfred was horrified that Esmo had a snide smile on his face at such a scary moment. He assumed that the chubby boy had decided that they weren't going to help him and now wanted to drag them along with him. Alfred suddenly began to calm himself, thinking that Esmo wasn't that kind of person at all. He wouldn't plan such horrible things. He began to remember all the moments today that Esmo had been in. He was always kind and polite to everyone. However, Alfred was worried about the moment when Esmo pushed Thor into the snow. He started thinking again about Esmo being capable of such horrible things. He was sure the chubby guy would drag them underwater. Alfred realized that it was dangerous, in which case they would all plunge into the icy winter water, and the only option to stay dry was magic. Alfred created a shield and flew up into the sky above the boys, which made them very angry. The boy explained to them that he didn't want to die yet, or rather, the two of them had started this war, so he had nothing to do with it. Thor looked at Alfred and asked if he could at least save him. Esmo was angry that Thor wasn't ashamed to ask to be saved for him alone. In response, the boy laughed at the chubby Esmo and stomped his foot to make him go underwater. However, it turned out that Alfred saved only Esmo, and Thor fell through the ice. After that, Thor was still cold for a long time and could not get warm. The boy was sure that he would catch a cold. Alfred learned that taking a bath was not a popular thing to do in this world. It seems that most people just pour hot water into a tub and wash their bodies. The boy thought about how he wouldn't mind taking a bath at Thor's house for little sister Emma. As they walked down the street, Esmo mumbled that Thor would definitely be fine. Alfred supported the chubby boy by saying that Thor would definitely not catch cold. The boy who had fallen through the ice answered them that he just wanted to get home and warm up. Suddenly, the boys met someone they didn't expect to see at all. Standing in front of them were their sisters, Elenora, Sheila, and Emma. The boys were a little wary, for the sisters looked menacing. Elenora asked her brother what the ice sculptures were. Alfred replied that they had made them themselves. Alfred didn't understand why the sisters were so angry and asked what was wrong with their sculptures. The girls replied that if you looked at the sculptures, you could see what was wrong with them. When the boys looked at them, they were shocked. It turned out that someone had ruined the statues of the girls, adding completely new details that changed the whole picture. They had had their muscles enlarged, and Elenora had had her breasts enlarged. Alfred immediately started yelling that they didn't do it, because Elenora doesn't even have breasts like that. Sister Al, full of anger, was sure they did it, for her brother had said from the beginning that it was their handiwork. All the boys started yelling that it wasn't their fault, because they didn't do it. Some passers-by on the street said they remembered Thor scraping some of the ice off Emma's chest. Emma laughed and threw a snowball at her brother, saying she didn't even doubt him. Thor, on the other hand, tried to prove to her that none of that was true. Esmo called out to his sister and said that he had nothing to do with Thor's actions. Thor began to pull the boy and berate him for trying to jump off. Sheila, on the other hand, smiled and said she didn't care at all. She just wanted to take part in the snowball fight. The boys hid behind the house and Thor asked what they should do. Alfred said that it would be quite a problem to escape in this situation. Esmo only said that his sister was helpless too. In an instant, the boys decided that they needed to rally and beat the sisters. Alfred thought it was a good chance to put the sisters in their place, Esmo said he was okay with it, although he really had no reason to do so. The boys folded their hands on each other and said that today they will prove that little brothers are better than big sisters. Meanwhile, the big siblings were already preparing a bunch of snowballs to attack the little brothers. The boys were surprised that the girls made a lot of snowballs. It seemed that they had opened a mass production. Especially the boys were amazed at the speed at which Sheila was producing them. Esmo told them that his sister always said she liked simple tasks because it was easy. He generally thought she was clumsy. Alfred looked at his sister and thought he would not back down, but in truth he was scared, for Elenora was watching them closely, standing in an imposing pose. The boys once again folded their hands one on top of the other and shouted that they would follow their plan. The boys finally came out of hiding, which Elenora immediately took advantage of and threw a snowball that flew past Alfred. The snowball hit the wall of Thor's house and he was very upset, because now there was a hole in that place. Esmo calmed him by saying that Herman would fix everything. While all this was going on, Elenora was taking a new snowball in her hand. Alfred explained to his boys that she had a very strong throw, so one hit would be enough to end the whole game. Alfred decided that there was no choice but to use magic. The boy squatted down and activated the ice wall. At the same moment, a great many walls appeared that looked like mirrors. The girls and the boys' friends were surprised by such magic, for such things are not often seen in this world. Elenora tried to grin at her brother, saying that he was still wasting his powers, but the other sisters informed her that they could not hit snowballs from behind the walls. Alfred realized that it was now that Nye had a clear advantage, as originally planned. The town's gawkers began to gather near the battle, curious to see who would win. People began to place bets on the victory. Some were sure of Alfred's victory, and some thought that Mrs. Elenora would win. While the boy was distracted, Elenora walked around the wall and took a swing at her brother. Alfred was momentarily startled. However, he immediately smiled achidically, saying that the fright was fake. It turned out that in addition to the ice walls, Alfred had made traps everywhere, just as Elenora had fallen into one. Alfred shouted that he knew in advance that she was coming to him to fight in close combat, since that was her specialty. The girl screamed at her brother to let her out of the trap, but he didn't care. It turned out that at the moment of the spell, Alfred had touched the ground with his hands to create holes in the ground, not to build ice walls. Alfred finally came to the aid of his comrades. They had been waiting for his appearance for a long time. The boy commanded throwing snowballs at the girls. Emma told Sheila that they needed to retreat immediately. At that moment, Esmo threw a snowball right at his sister. The snowball flew right into the girl's chest and bounced off to the side. At that moment, Thor and Alfred lost their concentration over the fight. Sheila shouted loudly that Esmo would answer for this yet. Suddenly it appeared that Elenora had managed to escape the trap and was flying with a snowball in her hand straight at Alfred. However, she was once again trapped, but this time she was much closer to the boys. Thor asked Al how many traps he had made. Alfred replied that except for this place, there were traps everywhere. Thor said he shouldn't have done that, to which Alfred replied that their opponent was Elenora's sister, and they didn't have time to hesitate. The girl shouted from underground that she heard him. This time Elenora was able to get out of the trap even faster and ran straight towards Alfred. The girl threw a bunch of snowballs, however Alfred caught absolutely every ball flying at him, and suddenly he realized that there were pieces of ice in the snowballs. Elenora said that she was sure that the ice would make the snowballs harder. Alfred threw the snowballs near Thor and said he would go and get more snowballs. Alfred made a hand gesture that signaled to start the attack. A bunch of snowballs flew at one Elenora. The girl dodged each snowball with ease. Alfred was angry that he couldn't hit her once. Elenora's brownish-red tail developed against the silvery white powder, and to others it must have looked fine. To Alfred Elenor, however, it is something disgusting. He felt like she was the devil in the flesh. He turned away from her and began molding a snowball. He felt that this was the moment to turn sharply toward her and throw the snowball. The boy let the snowball fly in a twisting trajectory and hit Elenora's chest. The snowball just rolled off his sister's body. Alfred saw the colossal difference with Sheila. After saying that, Elenora finally became enraged. She started summoning a small fireball that was actually incredibly large. Elenora completed the spell and made a powerful attack. The boys saw that absolutely everything had melted, their protective walls and snowballs. Alfred shouted to them that he was going to get it all back now. However, Elenora said she wouldn't let him do that. Elenora drew her sword and was ready to fight. Alfred yelled to the boys that it was urgent to change position. The boys ran behind the house and decided that they would hide here. Meanwhile, Emma told Sheila that it was time to focus. The girls decided to throw snowballs over the roof of the house, but they didn't hit. Then Thor grinned that Emmy had bad aim, and that's when he got nailed by icicles. The boy was in pain. Emmy walked over to him and said hello with a smile. Alfred watched them outside the house and saw that Thor had been captured, though he was actually jealous. However, he decided that he needed to act. Alfred ordered Esmo to push the house up, which had a lot of snow on it. Al wanted Thor and his sister to get snowed in. Esmo did what Alfred said and the snow flew right at Thor and Emmy. Alfred, running away from the landslide, yelled to Thor and Emmy that he was sorry. Suddenly Alfred noticed that Sheila was unharmed. He thought about leaving it up to Esmo, and suddenly saw that the chubby boy was also stuck in the snow. Sheila was helping Emmy, Thor, and Esmo get out from under the snow. Elenora came up to Alfred with her sword and told him that it looked like his little tricks had come to an end, and most likely a crushing defeat. Alfred was glad that at last he was alone with his sister and no one would interfere. The boy scrambled up onto the roof of the house, Elenora asking what he was doing and telling him to get down from there as soon as possible. Alfred quietly mumbled that there was one snowball left nearby. Alfred held in his hand the huge snowball that Esmo and Thor had been rolling for a long time. He threw it at the girl but did not hit her. Elenora shouted at him that he could never hit her with a huge snowball. Alfred shouted to her that now he had the projectiles, so now he was sure that his sister would take a lot of damage. However, the girl stood in front of him completely unaffected. Alfred was shocked that she took no damage. It seemed to him that she wasn't human at all. Alfred then decided to throw a bunch of snowballs at her. However, Elenora easily fought off the snowballs with her sword. Alfred started to get angry that he was not succeeding, especially since he had run out of snowballs. He wanted to replenish his supply of snow, but he saw his sister start to climb up to him on the pieces of ice. Now Alfred was sure that she was not human, for she had guessed that using ice shards as stepping stones was crazy. The boy ran away from his sister hoping she would fall. Elenora yelled to her brother that he shouldn't even try to run away from her. Alfred started to run away from her, creating plates in the sky that he jumped over. However, his sister followed him. The boy asked her how far she was willing to go. Seconds went by and the boys were higher and higher. Alfred couldn't believe his sister was still trying to catch him. Elenora yelled that she wouldn't let him escape. Alfred suddenly asked her if she knew what height they were at now. After this question, Elenora looked down and saw that they were so high that they had a view of the whole city. The girl suddenly felt anxious and asked Alfred what he meant. Alfred said that it was time to go downstairs. Elenora suddenly began to beg her brother to take her with him, for she was afraid to stay here alone. The boy started to tell his sister that he was not the one who made fun of the ice statues, but he was the one who had to go through all this hell. Elenora started to justify herself, as if they had admitted that they had done it. Alfred continued to say that he would probably use a long piece of ice created by magic to get down from here, and of course, only for himself. Alfred told her that he would be coming down now but without her. Elenora began to scream that she apologized for not believing him right away. However, it was important for the boy to end the game with a win. He reminded her that the match was still going on and it had to be settled. Elenora shouted that she was giving up, that she had lost, and Alfred's team won. Alfred was incredibly happy, for this was the first day he had defeated little sister Elenora. Meanwhile, his sister was yelling at him to get her off the high ground as soon as possible. The town gawkers realized that Alfred had won. Meanwhile, Thor, stuck in the snow, promised him revenge for setting him up. A little later that afternoon, Alfred and the others were busy repairing and apologizing for the broken walls and roofs of the houses. Spring had come to the village of Koliat. The Lord spoke to the merchants. Bartolo asked them to take care of themselves and to be careful on their journey. Bartolo, Mina, Elenor, and Silvio accompanied them. Elenor told them to try not to get carried away by the strange nobles. Spring was the time for receptions in the royal capital. Alfred leaned out of the carriage window. He said goodbye to his friends. The carriage moved on its way. Al turned to Papa. Papa asked what was the matter. Alfred said that the party in the capital was to be held in 2 weeks. He asked that since that was the case, wasn't it too early to leave? Papa replied that the village of Koliat was the southernmost territory of the Kingdom of Misfit, so it would take about a week to travel by wagon. Alfred said that was understandable to him. He added that it wasn't like they didn't know what might happen on the journey. Al thought that was amazing. He remembered that in his past life he had never spent a week on the road. The carriage passed a village. Alfred looked with fascination at the scenery outside the carriage window. The coachman and servant Rosan opened the carriage door. He thanked the gentlemen for their patience. The first to get out of the carriage was Alfred. The hero was overjoyed. He shouted that they finally had a stop. The carriage stopped under the trees. Rumba said that, as expected, everything was quiet all around. Alfred walked over to him. Gat's bodyguard came up to them. He said that this previous village, Pito's village, had become quite lively. The man went on to say that when he was a child, they had almost no food and there was less to go home to. Rumba asked Gats if it was true that he had grown up in that village. Gats laughed. He replied that when he had retired as an adventurer and returned to his wife, there were some strangers living in his parents' house. Alfred watched their conversation with misunderstanding. Gats said that the neighbors then said that his parents had moved to the village of Koliat. He added that he was surprised at that moment. Alfred smiled. He said he understood him. Gats continued that he had heard about the reputation of Koliat village from his acquaintance Rumba, so he and his wife had decided to move there too. Al replied that he understood. The expression on Gats's face became serious. He said that the smell was the smell of monsters. Gats said it was goblins. The monsters came out of their hiding place and were about to attack the crew. Gats told Alfred that he had to get back to the carriage. He added that this was where their work began. He and Rumba drew their weapons. After the fight, Gats lay on the grass. He breathed a sigh of relief. The man said it was finally over. Alfred walked up to him. He asked what the look on his face was. Al continued that he had such a satisfied face after a little work. Gats replied that it was a good shot. Alfred remained silent. It turns out that Gats hit his own jaw with his shield and passed out. Alfred asked him that he was definitely a former adventurer. The hero added that if it hadn't been for Rumba, he didn't know what would have happened to them. Papa told Rumba that before the blood attracted other monsters, they should have left sooner rather than later. Rumba replied that he understood the order. Alfred said it was a pity because it was all about the punch to the jaw. Rumba threw his friend's body on his shoulder and they moved. Gats replied that he hadn't taken a punch to the jaw, so he didn't know. After this incident, the ride continued smoothly with no encounters with monsters. Alfred moved over to Rumba. They were laughing. Dad told Al that beyond this forest, the capital walls should have been visible by now. Alfred interrogated Papa. He looked out the carriage window and enjoyed the view. On the 7th day, they arrived at the capital of the kingdom. Alfred marveled at the view of the capital. Papa said that this wall had stood since the founding of the kingdom. They drove into the gates of the city. Alfred replied that it was amazing. The people around them began to whisper. Someone noticed the dragon crest on Slolit's wagon. Another shouted that it was a dragon slayer's wagon. The family heard all the cries of the people. Papa blushed with embarrassment. Alfred laughed under his breath. He was repeating the words of the people. The hero thought he had really seen a performance of the Dragon Slayer's theater. There were guards standing at the gates of the capital. The carriage entered the gate. The carriage stopped. Dad got out. He said they had to wait while he showed the guards the nobleman's badge. Alfred went out after him. He shouted that he was going with Papa. Papa pulled out the badge and held it out to the guard. He said it was his nobleman's badge. Al looked around. Papa smiled. The guard looked at the badge and said everything was perfect. Dad didn't understand what he meant. The sentinel apologized. He said he had checked everything. The man asked that he was Mr. Baron Nord Slolit. Papa replied that everything was correct. Alfred was sure it was about the dragon crest. The guard continued that just to be sure, they were to inspect the wagon and ask a couple questions. The guard asked what the purpose of the visit to the capital was. Papa replied that they had come to attend a reception of nobles organized by the Duke of Ringrath. The sentinel asked who else was with him. Papa replied that there were 8 other people with them, counting servants and escorts. Alfred thought it was like passport control. The guard looked at the young gentleman. Alfred noticed it. The guard asked him if he could recognize the boy's name. Al introduced himself as Alfred Slolit. Al smiled. He thought the guard was going to tell him about the sights. The guard asked the boy how old he was. Alfred replied that he was going to be 7 years old soon. The guard said he thought the boy was less than that. Al was embarrassed. The sentinel asked Daddy how old he was. Dad replied that he was 32. The sentinel enthusiastically said it was very good. The man asked that his wife was also with them. Dad replied that it was self-implied. Al distanced himself from them. He wondered if Daddy had been asked all that too. The guard was worried. He asked Daddy what type of man he was. Daddy didn't know what to answer. Alfred was shocked. He thought the guy was a total nut job. The guard said he was done with the inspection and there was no problem. Dad was embarrassed. He tried not to look at the guard anymore. He grabbed Alfred's shoulder. Papa replied that they were off then. He ordered Rose and that they needed to go faster. Papa exclaimed that they had arrived. Alfred marveled at the beauty. They were in the capital of the kingdom. There were carriages of nobles everywhere. Merchants were selling their goods. People were living their ordinary lives, yet everyone was happy. Nina said that the capital really was big. Just like they said, it looked amazing. Alfred asked Mina that it was also her first time in the capital. The maid replied that it was. She added that it was the first time she had been allowed to accompany the family. Alfred shouted that it had been amazing. Mina said that it was full of people there, too. Mina and Al looked at the people. Meanwhile, Dad, Mom, and Sarah were laughing. The carriage reached their destination. They got off at the hotel. Papa said that they were to stay at this inn from today. Alfred was delighted. Alfred went around everywhere and admired the decoration of the inn. Alfred said that in this luxurious inn in the capital of the kingdom, he was interrupted by Mina. She said that everything around it was perfect. The girl added that the bed was fluffy too. Al noticed Rumba and Gats. Alfred asked that it was Rumba. Mina replied that she heard that he was going to the Adventurers Guild. Alfred replied that it was clear to him. He continued that the adventurers said that connections were important. Mom said that they would take care of their luggage, so they could go and explore the city. Al asked if that was true. Mom replied that it was okay if they weren't going to go too far. Mom told them to be careful. Mina and Al walked around town. Everything around them seemed unfamiliar to them, but they walked the streets and explored their surroundings. Mina said that everything was not as it seemed from the wagon. The shopkeeper replied that everything was right because it was a busy neighborhood. The peddler held out kebabs to the travelers. Mina tried some and said that it was very tasty. She continued that with each taste, it felt firm in texture and supple. Alfred replied that she was right. He added that it wasn't pork or chicken. The hero asked the merchant what kind of meat it was. The merchant asked the boy that he had never eaten washi meat. Alfred exclaimed that it was wushi meat. Washi were cow-like monsters that often appeared around the capital city. Alfred continued that he had heard that monster meat was eaten here. He was interrupted by Mina. She said that he didn't think it would taste so good. The merchant asked if they wanted to try something else. He held out the kebabs to the travelers. The peddler said that the place also sold delicious fruit juice. He pointed toward another shop. Alfred thanked the merchant. They left. The travelers went to the shop that sold fruit juice. The owner made them some juice. They bought some and decided to go somewhere else. Al asked that they should not sit down and take a break. Mina replied in the affirmative. They sat down on a bench. Mina said that the juice was a little sour and tasted good. Alfred asked what kind of fruit it was. He said it was supposed to taste better if you put chopped ice in it. Someone grabbed him by his clothes. Alfred turned around and saw the girl. Someone grabbed at Alfred's clothes. The hero turned around and saw a girl. The girl introduced herself as Ra-chan. Alfred didn't understand what the girl wanted. The girl continued that she was 4 years old. She showed 4 fingers. Al also introduced himself as Alfred. He added that he was almost 7 years old. The girl asked that he was Al's brother. Alfred asked if she could say that again. The girl repeated the short form of his name. Alfred said that he wanted her to call him Brother Al. Alfred thought that maybe if he had a sister, there would be that feeling. Mina walked over to the girl. Al asked himself what that feeling was. Mina also introduced herself to the girl. She said that the girl could call her little sister Mina. Alfred thought it was a feeling that healed his heart. The girl screamed that Mina was just a poor servant girl. She continued to shout that she should have just called her poor maid. Mina's face changed. The girl continued that those were 2 wasteful words for Mina. Alfred patted the girl on the head. He repeated that it was just wonderful. The girl laughed. She said that Mina was a useless maid. Mina frustratedly asked Alfred what he was doing. She continued that she shouldn't have taught Ra-chan such strange words. Al replied that she should be quiet for a while, and then he would give her cookies. Ra-chan said that she had bought those cookies. Al said that it couldn't be helped. He held out the cookies to the girl. Mina said she wanted cookies too. The girl was happy. Alfred said he had more cookies. He added that he would give Mina some later. Mina replied that he promised. The girl sat down next to Alfred. She ate the cookies. Ra-chan said that it was very tasty. Mina said she was thirsty after the cookies. The maid asked what if they went back to the shop where they were. The girl answered in the affirmative. Alfred handed Ra-chan a glass of juice. He said it was fruit and vegetable juice. The girl drank it. She said it was delicious. Alfred thought it was green juice, and it was probably healthy. He wondered if he could mix one himself when he got back to the village. Ra-chan looked at him. The girl held out a glass of juice to Alu. She told him he needed a drink too. Alfred took the glass. He took a drink. The hero replied that this one was delicious too. Mina got embarrassed. She said that it was very nice. Alfred asked Ra-chan what she was doing here. He wanted to ask something else, but the girl interrupted him. She said she got lost because she was looking for her little sister. The girl was angry. Alfred tried to calm her down. Al asked her how old her little sister was. Ra-chan replied that she was 7. The hero asked where the little sister could have gotten lost. The girl replied that she didn't know that. Alfred said that meant she didn't know. Mina asked the girl what her baby sister looked like. She added that what her hair was like. Ra-chan replied that her little sister's hair was the same color as Mina's. She said that was why it was beautiful. The little girl pointed to her waist. She said that her hair reached right down to here and was very straight and smooth. Mina asked what about her clothes. Ra-chan replied that she was wearing the school uniform of the Magic Academy, a blue robe. The girl spread her hands. Al repeated that it was the Magic Academy uniform. Alfred said that he thought he had seen a kid in the robe a couple times, and it was probably her. Mina said they should have looked for the girl in the robe on the main street. Alfred turned to Ra-chan, asking what she was going to do. He asked that she wanted to wait for her sister here. The girl shook her head. She exclaimed that she didn't. Ra-chan continued that she was going to look for her little sister until she found her. Al sighed heavily. They were on the main street. Ra-chan and Mina were outside a stall that sold stew. The girl asked why here. Mina exclaimed that she really wanted to eat it. Al stood a little farther away. Mina said that what was next was to eat that meat. Ra-chan agreed with her. Alfred tried to stop them. Mina told Alfred that they should have gotten in line. Al quietly agreed. He thought they were kind of supposed to be looking for Ra-chan's little sister. Alfred said it smelled good. Ra-chan agreed with him. They fell silent. Nina asked why the line was so slow. Ra-chan asked that there was more to come. The hostess came out of the corner. She said she felt sorry for all the people in line. The woman added that it looked like they had run out of ingredients and were replenishing them. Alfred wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Mina. The maid said that there wasn't anything that could be done here anymore. Ra-chan said it was very boring to wait. She yawned with boredom. Alfred wondered. Al asked Mina if she had any cookies left. He asked to lend him some. Alfred asked again to give him the cookies. Mina, not wanting to do that, still gave the cookies to the boy. Alfred held out the cookie to Ra-chan. He said there was a cookie here. The hero said he should have squeezed it between his hands. He squeezed his hands together. Alfred said that when he swung his hand 3 times, the cookie would disappear. The girl exclaimed that it couldn't be. Mina said that she really wouldn't want that to happen. Alfred replied to Mina that she needed to calm down. Al said he should have started it. He began the report. The hero said 1, 2. His companions looked at his hands. When Alfred said 3, he raised one hand. There were no cookies in the hand. He had used teleportation magic. Ra-chan asked where the cookie had gone. Mina grabbed Alfred by the shoulders and started rubbing him. She said, did he really throw the cookie away? People were looking back at them now and then. Alfred turned to a man in the crowd. He told him to check his right pocket. The man was surprised, but obeyed. From his pocket he pulled out a cookie. The man shouted that there were cookies in there. The man became embarrassed. He asked how the cookie ended up in his pocket. The people around him were also surprised. Ra-chan asked that it was the same cookie. Nina asked why her cookie was there. She said that it couldn't have been the same cookie. Alfred told the man that he could have eaten the cookie. Nina turned to Alfred. She asked him to stop. Nina said it was her last cookie. Alfred tried to calm her down. He replied that it was no big deal because he would soon double or rather triple it. There were shouts from the crowd that they heard that there would be more. Someone asked what was going on. Alfred said he should have started with empty pockets. He stuck out his shorts pockets, showing that they were empty. The hero continued that now he should try to get cookies out of them. Al stuck his hand in his pocket and pulled out a cookie. He held out his hand to show everyone. The people looked at him in amazement. Someone shouted that they should have done it again. Ra-chan exclaimed that Al was amazing. She asked how he'd done it. Nina asked that cookies could appear endlessly in Mr. Alfred's pocket. Someone said that no matter how hard you spin it, that many cookies wouldn't fit in his pocket. Another asked what was going on here. A third suggested that maybe he was a magician's apprentice or something. Ra-chan ordered Alfred to tell him how he did it. Al mentally replied that he just used magic and a teleporter. He replied to the girl that it was called corporate secrecy. The landlady appeared. She yelled that the fresh stew was ready. Alfred said that the stew was ready and they had to eat the stew. Ra-chan replied to him that he had spent her. Nina said that Mr. Alfred was right. Al told Ra-chan that it was also more interesting when he didn't know the secret. He added that he was returning 2 cookies. The hero held out the cookies. Ra-chan and Mina were overjoyed. Al thought the girls were very simple. Someone in the crowd shouted, asking Alfred to show them the trick again. Another added that he wanted to see his show. A third begged him, and a fourth shouted that he would definitely be able to figure it out this time. Alfred was embarrassed. He shouted that it was a sure thing. The hero thought that if he showed a few tricks here and there, people would continue to gather. He speculated that then Ra-chan's little sister could come here and find her. Alfred reckoned that was the case. Alfred agreed. He said that he wanted to eat stew now, so he would show the tricks a little later. People began to thank him. Someone said that they would wait and eat the stew then too. The hostess said that, in that case, they should have gotten in line. It was their turn. The shopkeeper thanked the travelers for having more customers. He added that everything was on the house. The travelers also thanked the owners. A carriage pulled up. A voice came from the carriage asking what kind of crowd was here. She saw her sister, Ra-chan. The girl ran out of the carriage shouting her sister's name. Ra-chan called out for her sister. Al continued to show tricks. The girl asked Ra-chan where she had been. She added that she was very worried. Ra-chan's sister continued that she was watching such a performance in such a place, and she was actually looking for her. She gave Ra-chan a hug. Alfred was still showing tricks. Her sister said that now it was time to go home. Ra-chan agreed with her. Mina turned to Alfred. Alfred asked that it was her little sister. Ra-chan smiled and said goodbye to Al. The sisters were already getting into the carriage. The sister asked Ra-chan that she knew the boy. Ra-chan replied that it was Al's brother. Sister's face changed. Sister asked what that meant. Ra-chan replied that that was what it meant. Mina told Alfred that it was good that Ra-chan had been able to meet her sister. Al agreed with her. Alfred thought that Ra-chan's older sister was very nice, also a student at the Magic Academy. Al asked himself that wasn't it after the age of 12 that they took her into the school. People in the crowd were shouting that it was amazing. Alfred wondered how much more he had to go on. Someone in the crowd asked him to show more tricks. On the first day of his trip to the capital, Alfred helped a lost child and showed him tricks. On the second day, he was not feeling well. Alfred needed to rest. He lay on the couch and grabbed a pillow. Mina brought a cup of tea on a tray. On the third day, Alfred planned to do some shopping. He had already said goodbye to the owner of one shop. On the fourth day, Mom said they had to go to Grandpa's house. At this time, Al was playing with the mechanism. Alfred replied that he was trying to figure out how he could use this magical device he had bought yesterday. The disc of the device spun if magic power was used. His mom asked him what he was saying. She reminded him that he had made a promise yesterday. That was the reason he had come to his grandparents' house. Alfred thought the house was big. Mom, Dad, and Al were in the house. Alfred remembered hearing that they were of noble descent, but they lived in such a great house. Mom said hello to her parents. She asked how they were doing. Grandpa exclaimed that they had finally arrived. Grandma said it had been a long time since they had seen each other. They were happy to see the guests. Grandma turned to Al, asking that he must have been Alfred. Grandpa said he was Erna's father, Lazarus, and Grandma's name was Helen. Alfred said it was a pleasure to meet him, addressing his grandparents by their first names. Grandma thought she was too young to be called Grandma. Grandpa asked that Elenora and Sylvia were here. Papa replied, addressing Grandpa as his stepfather, that they hadn't come this time. Grandpa got angry. He yelled at Papa not to dare call him stepfather. Dad laughed nervously. Grandma walked over to Grandpa. She said they needed to calm down. Grandma asked that Alfred Chan was the main figure this time. Grandpa crossed his arms over his chest. Alfred nodded his head. Grandma smiled at Alfred. She said his eyes were so strange, but she thought it was normal. Grandma patted her grandson's head. Alfred asked mentally what she had just said. They sat down on the couch. Grandpa told Nord that he was coming to visit them less and less often. He added that it was necessary to behave like nobles. Papa replied that the village of Koliat was quite far from the capital, so it was quite difficult to come here. Papa continued, addressing Grandpa as his stepfather. Grandpa interrupted him, telling him not to call him stepfather. Dad asked if it was okay to call him Dad. Grandpa replied not to call him that either. Dad asked if he could call him Dad. Grandpa asked that he had been away from home for a long time and allowed himself to make jokes like that. Dad went on to say that, besides, their area was just plain quiet countryside. He said that no special attention was paid here, so there was minimal interaction with the nobles. Dad wanted to say something else, but Grandpa interrupted him. He agreed with Dad. Grandpa told Nord that he had become popular lately. He warned that the aristocrats couldn't ignore it. They looked at Alfred, who sat silent. Alfred thought about how he had risen quickly in the firm through the sale of leisure items. He knew that technically it was his father who sold it all. Al smiled. Grandpa went on to say that the capital's nobles and residents were all out of their minds about it. Grandma asked that wasn't he the one who bragged about it when he got the prototype. Grandma remembered Grandpa showing everyone and saying that his grandson had made it. Grandpa got mad at Grandma. Grandpa asked Daddy why he didn't contract with their company. He added that it would have been very profitable. Dad replied that they had connections too. He apologized. It seemed to Alfred that this meeting might have attracted even more attention. He thought it was unfortunate. Al asked himself who knew it would be so profitable. He thought the Duke might have known that. Grandfather had said that Elenora would be joining the Order of Knights soon. He went on to say that if that happened, she could stay here with them. Alfred asked himself that his older sister would be studying in the capital. Papa replied that it was impossible, because the rules required members of the order to live in special military apartments. Grandpa jumped with surprise. He questioned Papa again. Grandpa added that he was a baron. Dad replied that his status didn't work here. He said that besides, there would be a bit of a weekend right after joining the order. Grandpa grew sad. Alfred thought that was wonderful news. He realized that if his older sister was joining the Order of Knights, she would be very busy, so she would have no time to be at home. Alfred thought that in that case he could no longer fear his enemy and live in peace. Al thought that when his sister returned to the village, he would be kinder to her, and when the day of departure came, he would send her off royally. The hero visualized all this in his mind. Grandfather asked Alfred if he would agree to stay to live with them. Al became agitated. He shouted that he only felt free in the village, so he refused. Al spent the 4th and 5th days at Grandpa's house. They played different games. The 6th day was Alfred's birthday. Also on that day there was to be a meeting of the nobles. Dad congratulated him on his 7th birthday. Al thanked Daddy. Mom sat down and congratulated him too. Sarah and Mina also congratulated. Mom said that the birthday party had turned into a mess. Alfred rushed to reassure her that everything was fine. He said that he had a really good time at Grandpa's house yesterday. Al thought back to yesterday's events. Mom said that at today's meeting he was supposed to greet the organizer. She asked Al if he remembered how. Al asked that the organizer was Duke Leon Grand. At that time, Sarah and Mina were laboring over his image. Al figured that both Mom and Dad were worried, and he had no desire to mess with such a dignitary for longer than necessary. Mina was adjusting the sleeves of her shirt. Dad said he didn't need to be rude. Alfred nodded. Mom reminded him not to get his name mixed up. Al reassured her, telling her it would be okay. He thought he already had a plan of action for today's meeting. First, Alfred was going to walk to the meeting place. Second, to draw attention to Mom and Dad. Third, at a time when everyone should be focused on his parents' sacrifice, he would leave the place. Fourth, pretend to be a different person and enjoy the delicacies. Alfred thought that then, after he had savored the delicacies, together with his dad to greet appropriately. His thoughts were interrupted by his mom. She asked why Al was smiling so much. Mom said he shouldn't be sitting like that or his suit would crease. Alfred straightened up. He replied that he understood. Mom added that he looked kind of weird. Mom continued that he didn't sound like his usual self. Alfred tried to justify himself. He said he was just practicing not to call her mom at the party. Mom asked him, smiling, what he was saying. She continued that she thought she heard something about a victim. Mom grabbed Alfred by the hair. He apologized to Mom. The Slolit family arrived on the scene. The mansion was truly marvelous. Alfred gazed and marveled. This was what Leon Grand's villa was, he thought. It was huge. They entered the mansion. In front of them were nobles, a father and son. Al noticed that this child was also worried. The father patted his son's shoulder. He told his son that he needed to be firm. The son quietly agreed. Alfred thought he understood how he felt. Al told his mom that he didn't like it. He continued that everything seemed so frightening, and he couldn't calm down. Mom replied that everything here was tense. She said that Duke Leon Grand was known for the strength of his spirit. Alfred thought that the mansion showed his master's character well. There was knight's armor everywhere. Papa said that he acted as if he was always in danger. He continued that if the enemy only intended to attack, you should act as if you had already been attacked. He added that or before you are attacked, crush the enemy. Al asked himself why the Duke was so intimidating. Alfred felt that, in any case, he shouldn't have left an impression of the Duke's family. He thought it was terrific enemy territory. Some kind of light blinded Al. He looked up and gaped with surprise. It was a large hall. It was so spacious and so dazzling, Alfred thought. Upstairs in the center hung a huge chandelier that illuminated every corner of this room. The nobles looked at Alfred who walked in. This was his chance, he thought. Al's hand was grabbed by his mother. Alfred thought it was the best moment for a sacrifice, but he shouldn't have revealed his plan. Someone called out to Baron Slolit. It was Viscount Cabur. The Viscount said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Papa said hello too. He said the Viscount looked well. The Viscount said he thought he had not attended such parties lately. Papa replied that it was because he was of the common people. He said he wasn't that good at hosting such events. The Viscount apologized. The Viscount said it was very modest, as expected of a dragon slayer. Alfred thought he was out. The Viscount looked at the boy who was standing next to the Baron. He asked who the boy was. The Baron replied that it was his second son. Al was surprised. Alfred greeted the Viscount. He said it was a pleasure to meet him. The boy introduced himself as Alfred, the second son in the Slolit family. The Viscount said he was a good boy. They looked at each other and were silent. The Viscount said that Alfred gave a very different impression compared to Elenora and Silvio. The man added that the boy was very natural. Al thought he could have said all that straightforwardly, because compared to those two, he was normal. The women whispered and asked each other that this was Elena's younger brother. Someone replied that he was nothing like Silvio. Alfred thought the woman's look was very harsh. Al realized he should have stayed out of the conspicuous areas. He hid himself. Someone asked if he had been seen. He continued that it was impossible for a boy to disappear like that, in such a bright place like that in the night. The interlocutor apologized. He replied that he couldn't even see him. He asked, with that unusual look, if he could have been a foreigner. Someone ordered to keep watching. The interlocutor obeyed the order. Al exhaled in relief. The party was in full swing. Alfred asked if he could have some wine too. The maid agreed at first, but then noticed the boy and said no. She said he wasn't allowed it. Alfred got upset. The maid said that this drink was for adults only. A frustrated Al stepped away from her. He thought he was in the mood for something to drink. Papa was watching all of this and laughing. Alfred didn't expect to have to greet so many people. He was really tired. The hero thought that there were so many people here with long names that he had almost forgotten them all. Dad said that they were pretty much done with the greetings. He asked Al why he shouldn't go around on his own, see everything. Alfred perked up. He asked if that was true. Papa replied that he thought it would be great if he made friends with the children of the other nobles. Al got upset. Alfred said he would go find something to drink and rest. Papa wished him to have fun. Someone called out to Mr. Nord. Papa's face changed. It was the rest of the nobles. One asked how long he was going to stay in the capital. Another asked if he wanted to come to his mansion for tea. A third asked him to come over and help him with the art of swordsmanship. A fourth asked him to tell the story of how he became a dragon slayer. Papa was not pleased with all this attention. Alfred saw all of this as well. He thought Papa was very popular, as expected of a dragon slayer. Al took a glass of liquid from the waiter. Alfred looked at his mother, who was conversing with the noblewoman. She was angry. Al thought that Mom had such a scary look. All Alfred could think about was making friends. He looked around. The hero saw the children of the nobles and headed towards them. He didn't think making a connection with them would be easy, but he had been told if you could, so it was okay not to overdo it. Alfred smiled evasively. Alfred's attention was drawn to the buffet on the table. He figured he had to make connections with the dignitaries here first, with the capital's delicacies. He was happy with that. The waiter said he didn't have to be shy about choosing what he liked here. Alfred thanked the man. Al thought that there were so many treats here that he hadn't even seen before. Al picked out a treat for himself. He asked himself what it was. Shrimp. The hero gave it a taste. Alfred was delighted with the food. He thought it was wonderful. Now he knew how the Duke's family's chef cooked. Al tried another treat. He thought that this meat was also very tasty. The boy wondered what they used to make this sauce. He had never tasted such a thing in Koliat. Alfred turned back to the table. He noticed that there was only one bite left. Al hoped no one minded. He picked up the tongs and was about to eat the last piece. But at that moment, someone wanted to take that last piece too. It turned out to be the son of that nobleman who walked in front of the Slolit family. Al looked at the boy. The boy had a hostile attitude. He asked Alfred what family he was from. Al replied that when you were going to ask someone's name, you should have started with your own. The boy was annoyed. He said his name was Eric Silford. Alfred thought he had heard of that last name somewhere before. He introduced himself as Slolit. Eric asked what his name was. Al replied that he thought he was asking what family he belonged to. Eric became angry. He asked what the person he was talking to was up to as a joke. Alfred tried to calm him down. He said that his name was Alfred Slolit. Eric asked that, in other words, he was from a baron's family. Eric continued that even if he was, he should have relented because he was the first to see the piece. Al asked that he was also from the baron's family. Eric asked that he thought that a barony from the eastern province was comparable to his family. Al replied that it was the same province on the outskirts of the south. Eric asked that it was a village. Alfred thought that their land must have been rich in fruit and facing the sea. He envied it for being able to eat fish whenever he wanted. Eric asked that he was intent on bullying their domain. Al shouted that he was the one who started the fight. The boys looked at each other with angry glances. Eric said that it was a meeting place for nobles, so there was no need to start a quarrel over nothing. Alfred agreed with him, adding that it was wrong to make noise in such a place and pour dirt on their families. Al reached out with the tongs again to take a piece of meat. Eric wanted to take that treat as well. The boys dropped their plates. Al shouted that it was his meat. Eric yelled that he was the one who saw it first. Alfred thought that was rude. He tried to reassure himself that compared to his older sister Elenora, it was pretty even. Al punched Eric in the chest. He used a light spell, blinding his opponent. Eric grabbed his face. The boy screamed his eyes hurt. Alfred wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He said that Eric was a formidable opponent. Al apologized for keeping him waiting. He said that now was the time to get started. Alfred wanted to wish himself a pleasant appetite, but Papa's voice was heard. Papa was angry. Alfred realized he wasn't going to be well. Al turned around. He saw that the nobles had gathered there and were looking at him. Papa was very angry. Al apologized for making a lot of noise. Eric and Alfred stood side by side. Eric grabbed his head. He said that it hurt. The boy added that Al's father had really scared him. Alfred replied that it was all because their family were knights, so it was so strict. Al wondered why someone like Eric had been born into such a family. He smirked. Eric said he still had a twinkle in his eye. Al replied that there were so many chandeliers here, after all. Erica yelled that it was because of his magic. Al replied that it wasn't supposed to be like that. He crossed his arms over his chest. Baron Slolit said they should have shut up first and tried to get along with each other. He pointed his index finger and repeated that they needed to make peace with each other. Eric's dad said that they should have tried not to cause any more trouble. He said that they should have kept the noise down. Eric said that because of him, he had to beat 10 people when he got home. He continued that he would have to fight each of the 10 in turn and it wouldn't end until he defeated each of the 10 men. Alfred replied that it was like Sparta. He suggested that Eric take his older sister with him. Eric said he would probably go and get something to eat. Al said he hoped he would eat something good. Someone greeted Alfred. Al didn't realize who it was. It was Count Melnar. The man asked they hadn't seen each other in a while. Al greeted the Count. The Count said there was no need for greetings. He continued that, moreover, he had heard that he and a child of the Silford family had made a mess. Al laughed. The Earl said that the nobles took great pride in attending such meetings, and it was okay to quarrel. He laughed. The man continued that fighting with tongs over a piece of meat. The laughter prevented him from finishing his thought. Al stood silent. Alfred asked the Count why he needed him. The Count replied that he had a man he wanted to introduce Alfred to. The Count pointed to a man who was standing nearby. He said it was Duke Vladdy. Standing a little farther away were Viscount Yulin's wife and Linaria's father. The Duke said he was glad to meet them. His name was Lau Vladdy. Alfred greeted him. He said he was glad to meet him too and introduced himself. The Duke said he had heard a lot about him from Linaria. He asked Alfred that he was the creator of the Reversi game. The Duke added that he liked that game too. Alfred replied that he was very glad that the Duke liked the game. Alfred looked at the Duke. The Duke said that he didn't look like a man capable of fighting on the tongs. The Earl said that despite all the dabbling, he was a nice kid. He continued that the boy didn't look like someone who could do something so extraordinary. Alfred asked what he meant. The Duke said that he thought he was exaggerating. After all, he had created such a wonderful game. Alfred replied to the Duke that as soon as he created the next game, he would be sure to send it to him first. The Duke interrupted him. He thanked the boy. The man continued that the only thing he entertained himself with was playing shogi and reserve with his daughters. The Count's face changed. He was eager to get a new game too. Alfred asked the Duke if he had something wrong. The Duke remained silent. The Duke, after the silence, replied that, in fact, he had a great many daughters. He continued that, of course, it wasn't a problem because if you had many daughters, you could maintain strong ties with other families. The Duke said he didn't boast about it, but his daughters were all very pretty. Al thought this was going to be long. The Earl withdrew. The Duke continued that yet there were so many nobles proposing marriage. He asked why it was only happening to his daughters. Al mentally asked the Earl not to leave him alone. Alfred thought about it for a moment. He asked himself that it wasn't strange to talk like that, being a duke. He knew that. Besides, most of the offers came from middle-aged men. The Duke said that Linaria had the exact same thing. He asked that it was coming into fashion. Al tried to get out of the situation. Someone shouted that there had been enough. It was Noel. She said that the Duke was embarrassing Alfred Kun. Behind the girl was the Count. Al asked himself mentally that the Count had gone to call for help. He also mentally thanked the Count. The Duke apologized to Alfred. He said that he couldn't seem to continue this monologue. The man yawned. Noel apologized as well. Al replied that it was fine. He thought the girl looked exactly like Linaria-san. Alfred asked himself that it was her older sister. The Duke introduced the girl as his wife, Noel. The girl said she was happy to meet Alfred Kun. Alfred fell into a stupor. He reinterrogated himself. Al spoke mentally to the Duke. He said that the Duke didn't understand why his daughters were getting so many marriage proposals. Al asked that maybe it was because there were many people among the nobility with the same tastes as the Duke. Alfred walked over to the buffet table. Eric was here. Al said he was tired. Eric replied that he thought he had talked for a very long time. Al said that it was finally over. Al continued that he thought he would have benefited from those royal delicacies. Someone yelled for Ra-chan to wait because they weren't done greeting yet. Ra-chan called out to Al. Alfred noticed his acquaintance as well. Ra-chan's older sister was running after her. Ra-chan called out to Al. Alfred also recognized and called out to Ra-chan. Ra-chan rushed to hug Alfred. Al almost dropped his plate. This startled Eric. Al thought that Ra-chan was also from a noble family. He remembered that she had been picked up by such a fine carriage back then after all. Ra-chan said that Al was a nobleman too. Alfred nodded. The older sister came up. She told Ra-chan that she wasn't allowed to cuddle with the first man she met. Al mentally asked himself if he was the first person he met. The girl introduced herself as Ra-chan's older sister. She wanted to say that he was the first person she met, but Ra-chan interrupted her. She said that Al was not the first person she met. Her sister asked her what she meant by that. She said that she was the older sister. Alfred laughed nervously. He said that's where he should have started. Al began to tell her that a few days ago Ra-chan had gotten lost on the main South Street. His sister opened her mouth and said that she had. Alfred continued that they were vacationing and met Ra-chan, who was lost. Ra-chan interrupted, saying that was wrong. She added that it was actually her older sister who was lost. Al said that they had searched together for the lost older sister. Al recalled mostly just eating on the go. The sister said that they were the ones looking out for Ra-chan that day. She thanked Alfred. The sister said that whenever she asked her what happened that day, she said that she was playing with her big brother. She apologized for the inconvenience. Alfred tried to stop her, saying it was fun. Sister Ra-chan looked at Al with a menacing look. The girl asked him if he could spare her some time. Alfred was startled. Al answered in the affirmative. The sister said that they should have gone out on the terrace then. Alfred followed her. He thought that he had been invited by such a pretty girl. Al was sure nothing good would have come out of it. Ra-chan asked her older sister that she and Al were going out to play together. Her sister replied that she was wrong because they were only going to talk. Ra-chan exclaimed that she was lying. Sister said that they would be back soon. Her sister told Ra-chan that she could play with that ugly older brother for now. She pointed at Eric. Eric got angry. He interjected. Alfred thought she said it all so coldly. A cheerful Ra-chan walked over to Eric. She said, addressing him like an ugly big brother, "Let's play." Eric didn't know what to do. They were on the terrace. Sister Ra-chan was silent. Al thought he didn't seem to have done anything she might not like. He was nervous. Sister asked that he had been the only one with Lana that day. Al replied that he had been. He added that his family's maid had been with them. He thought that she must have been talking about Ra-chan. His sister shouted that it meant that he was the reason Lana had started using such strange words. Alfred didn't know what to say in response. Sister yelled that from that day forward, she had been calling the maids useless servants. She continued that on top of that, Ra-chan started saying strange words like good cookies. The sister added that Ra-chan had asked to make the cookies disappear. Alfred was worried and didn't know what to say. Alfred asked that isn't it an age when you want to be nice to your sister? His sister asked menacingly that he was making a joke. Al thought he would be able to lift her spirits a little, but failure caught up with him. Al started laughing nervously. He apologized. Alfred continued that there was nothing more that could be done, and anyway, he was having fun. His sister yelled that she was grateful for that day, but he should have watched his language when he was around her. She added that there might not have been another opportunity. The sister hurriedly withdrew. Alfred still stood looking after her. He thought it was scary. Al thought that they probably wouldn't be in the capital for long and wouldn't be back here anytime soon. The sister came back again and called out to Al. He was startled. Al asked if she needed anything else. The sister said she hadn't introduced herself yet. Her name was Shelka Misfide. She was 7 years old. She continued that she was from the family of an earl who had supported the country since its founding. Al asked himself about dealing with the Count again. He thought that he had been involved in a huge number of Count connections during the day. Alfred remembered that the same was the name of the author of several magical books from the mansion. Silka asked what his name was. Al said his name was Alfred Slowlet, and he was the second son of the Baron who ruled the Slowlet territory. He added that he was also 7. The interlocutors looked at each other in silence. Alfred bowed. That was it, he said. Silka turned around. She said they were the same age. Al looked after her and thought she was surprised. He hoped it was all good. Eric was sitting on the floor with a cheerful Ra-chan hanging out next to him. Al walked over to them. Ra-chan was very excited. Alfred thought he felt like Eric couldn't resist Ra-chan. Ra-chan asked Al how long he was going to be here. The waiter handed Al a glass. Alfred was about to answer, but he was interrupted by Silka. She called out to her sister. Sis yelled that she had already said that she couldn't just hug men like that. Ra-chan replied that it was just a hug. The sister yelled for everyone to disperse. Ra-chan tried to justify that Al wasn't the first person she'd met. The sister said that even if it was, it wasn't allowed. Ra-chan asked then who was allowed to hug. Silka started saying that it was okay to hug family and lovers. She blushed. Ra-chan asked her who a lover was. Silka blushed even more. She tried to say something, but she failed. Al thought it was a difficult question. He noticed that Eric had left as well, and that wasn't a bad thing. Silka was still trying to explain to her sister who the lover was. Silka said that a lover was a person who had feelings. Ra-chan grew sad. She replied that she didn't quite understand. Silka shouted that it was people who were kissing each other. Eric was nearby. He dropped his glass in surprise. They stood there looking at Silka. Al wondered if Ra-chan would understand what Silka meant. Ra-chan said that it was okay because she had someone she was kissing. She added that it was okay to keep hugging men. Silka's face changed. Al turned to Ra-chan. Silka grabbed her sister by her shoulders. She asked loudly who she was with and if it was true. The sister repeated that Ra-chan had to answer. Al drank the contents of his glass. He wondered if the children were growing up so fast these days. Ra-chan replied that it was true. Ra-chan said that she had kissed Al. Alfred spit out all the contents out of surprise. Al started coughing. Eric was embarrassed. Ra-chan was pleased and Silka was very angry. Al tried to calm down. He wondered to himself when it was that he and Ra-chan had time to kiss. He reminded himself that his mental age was 30. Alfred thought that a 7-year-old him and a 4-year-old could not have been together, and she was the daughter of an earl. He hadn't even imagined that. Al tried to deny everything. Silka asked Ra-chan that it was true. Ra-chan replied that it was all true. Alfred continued to try to calm Silka down. The situation was complicated by Eric, who yelled that how could he do such a thing to a girl. Silka grabbed Alfred by the collar. She yelled that Al would pay for it. Alfred yelled that he didn't do anything and he didn't kiss her. Silk continued to scream, but Al tried to calm her down. He said that those were the words of a 4-year-old, and he was sure that Silka had just misunderstood. Silka yelled that he was accusing Ra-chan of shirking. Alfred yelled as well. He asked where she'd gotten that from. Eric yelled that how mean he was. He asked what kind of man he was after that. Al replied that it was a mistake and he didn't need to make it harder. Al asked Ra-chan that it wasn't like they had kissed. He figured that the girl had just wanted to get attention. Ra-chan replied that Al had done it. Silka was very angry. Silka grabbed Alfred by the hair. She asked that he did it. The girl demanded an answer. Silka yelled that he had to say something. Al tried to stop her. He said that if she kept shaking him like that, he wouldn't be able to say anything. Silka let go of him. She looked at Al with anger. Silka said that he should tell sooner rather than later. Al thought it was scary. Alfred started that he hadn't kissed Ra-chan absolutely. He called out to Ra-chan. Al asked Ra-chan that they had kissed the day they had first met. Ra-chan replied that they had, and that it had been fun. She was joyful. Alfred continued that the day had been fun. He asked if she remembered when they had kissed. Ra-chan asked what he had forgotten. The girl said that Al looked wistful, so she kissed him. Silka and Eric grabbed the cutlery and were about to attack Alfred. He stopped them with a hand gesture. Alfred really wanted to escape. The demon said he had teleportation magic. You could just teleport, be in the mansion and live a quiet life. Angel tried to talk him out of it, that it couldn't be done that way because he would start to look even more guilty and wouldn't solve this misunderstanding. Alfred ordered himself to remember or else he would be branded as the one who asked Ra-chan for the kiss. He asked himself what he had wanted that day. Al remembered that they had met Ra-chan at the south end of Center Street then he had given her the cookies. After she ate the cookies, she said she needed a drink. He remembered something. Alfred said he looked wistful then. He asked that Ra-chan had meant vegetable juice. Ra-chan replied that that was what it had been. Al blushed. He shouted that that was what it was about. Silka and Eric looked at him with questioning looks. Silka asked what he meant. Al replied that he would explain everything, but she had to put down her fork first. Silka agreed. Al revealed that Ra-chan had eaten a cookie, then she was thirsty. After that, she gave her juice to Al. Al said that's what happened. Silka said it was an indirect kiss. Eric said that was where he should have started. Al yelled that it was all because he talked too much and made things confusing. Ra-chan asked her sister that an indirect kiss wasn't a kiss. Silka blushed. Silka began to explain that indirect kisses weren't that good. Al turned to Eric. Al told Eric that he didn't want to be here anymore. He thought he should have left it to her and they should have left. The misunderstanding over the little girl that had caused the confusion was safely over. Al and Eric were gone. An elegant man named Leon Grand told the admiring crowd that they would meet tomorrow and bowed to them. Al looked out from the bustling crowd and thought that at last they were coming home. The nobles present knew that Leon Grand's family was known for their strong spirit, and if possible they would like to avoid meeting him. At this moment, Leon noticed a little guy nearby and forgetting about everyone stared at him. For a while they stared at each other in silence. The hero's gaze was quite frightened when their gazes met. Al assumed that this guy was sizing him up and he was getting insanely scared. Al assumed that Grand had seen their showdown with Eric. The first day of the meeting was over. After watching for a bit, a certain girl noticed that the sword skills were at a good level. She used magic to fight back, but her performance was interrupted. The girl sighed languidly after thinking of such a beautiful age. The man in the robe that sat across from her replied that the short version was in other documents and asked to see the details there. The girl thanked the servant for his work and agreed with him. Lastly, the girl asked to let her know at once if her servant knew anything more. After saying that, her servant disappeared into the portal. The girl went to the window and touched the glass. She thought about whether she should go to the party tomorrow, because she thought that she could meet interesting people there. The second day of the nobles' meeting came. Al sighed heavily and told his mother that he didn't want to go to this meeting. The woman looked at Al and made it clear that it was wrong to say that. The father decided to remain silent and only smiled slightly sympathetically at his son. On the way, he told his son that it couldn't be done because people from the royal capital would be there today. As long as they were in the capital, one had to take part. The father looked at the woman and asked Erna what was the matter. The girl replied that she was very tired of talking to other nobles, for she had to always keep herself to herself. Al could understand his mother perfectly well. The gazes of the girls at the meeting were quite heavy, as if they were watching everything. The young girls were desperate to find a good partner, and they were not ashamed to whisper among themselves. Erna wanted to ask Father Allah who would be from the royal capital attending today's meeting. For some reason, this question made Allah's father feel uncomfortable. The son also looked at his father questioningly. The wife assumed that the same princess should have come, but the father asked not to call her that. Thanks to her, the area is focused on closely. Al asked about the princess in question. The mother replied that they were talking about the second princess, Mrs. Cuderia. She was a great admirer of the Nord. Al recalled his grandfather saying the same thing earlier. Grandfather thought that he naturally should have come to the capital more often. Father recalled that the guy had been coming to visit them less and less often lately, and it was necessary to behave like a nobleman. Al thought that his father was living peacefully because he was the second princess's favorite. In other words, the second princess is a big fan of the Dragon Slayer. Such words even made his father feel embarrassed, and he avoided Al's direct gaze. This meant that they should definitely have greeted her. Nothing could be done about it, and Al understood everything. Later, Al, along with his family, made their way to Count Leon Grand's mansion. Al looked around. It seemed to him that there were many times more people today than yesterday, and the appearance of the guards attracted a lot of attention. His mother replied that the royal family was coming here, so the guards had to be strict. The father asked Al what about his promise today. Al replied that he was not allowed to shake and poke with tongs. More precisely, he meant to say that it would not cause any problem. After that, the family, along with Al, showed themselves in all their glory and welcomed guests like them. When the greeting was over, the tired Al collapsed on the floor and thought he was insanely thirsty. He glanced at his father, who looked rather intimidating. The boy decided that he had had enough for the day and waved at his father. Al noticed a maid walking past him with glasses and asked her for some fruit wine. The girl looked at the young boy who asked her for wine with a smile. The maid sat down opposite the delighted Al and handed the boy his fruit water. Al was crazy about this maid he had seen as recently as yesterday. As expected, she was a maid of the Duke's family and was acting quite strong. As they were talking, they were caught by an Eric. He approached Alfred and greeted him. Al reciprocated and told him that today was also full of great treats. Eric agreed with him and said that there were a lot of ingredients that Al had never even seen before. Nevertheless, Eric was going to eat the meat first. Al frowned and exclaimed that he should have eaten vegetables as well. Eric asked him to be quiet, for he didn't like vegetables that smelled green. Meat was undoubtedly a good food, but it was a balanced diet that was the basis for a strong body. Eric didn't like that Al spoke directly like his mother. In that case, Al had something for Eric. The hero went through his pockets and found his homemade mayonnaise. He asked Eric to add it to the vegetables and try to eat it, for it was very tasty. It was the first time Eric had ever seen such a yellowish colored sauce. The boy looked around trying to find something similar, but Al said he made it himself and asked him to try it. Eric dipped the meat in the mayonnaise and hesitantly chewed a piece. Literally after a minute, his eyes shone with delight and Eric exclaimed that it was delicious. Al said that this sauce was called mayonnaise. Eric exclaimed that it was incredibly tasty, and with this sauce he could eat even a large amount of vegetables. Still, Eric would rather eat it plain. Al irritably asked the guy to eat the vegetables as well. Eric took one of the vegetable sticks in the glass and dipped it in the mayonnaise. It was definitely delicious, and even Eric could eat it. Al was glad that Eric liked the vegetable sticks and was about to dip one of them in the sauce as well. But suddenly Eric grabbed the jar and pulled it toward him. Al told the boy that it was not nice to do that, but Eric asked him to back off and exclaimed that the mayonnaise now belonged to him. Eric thought he had his own sauce after all. Eric suddenly blushed, thinking that Al was thus trying to make an indirect kiss with him. Al was furious, not realizing what he was carrying. He ordered the guy not to call him a pervert trying to make an indirect kiss. Eric then realized that the hero's target was a little girl from a misfit family. Al exclaimed that he was wrong and didn't understand why Eric was talking such nonsense. Al angrily told the boy that he would never give him mayonnaise again. Eric became furious and asked Al to give him more, but Al replied that even selfish people had their limits. A fight formed between the guys. Eric ordered the guy to get the mayonnaise as he thought Al had hidden it somewhere. Al exclaimed that apparently Eric was a thief. He warned him that even if he found mayonnaise, he would not give it to Eric. All the guests in the building stared at the guys, not realizing what they were doing. Al interrupted the fight with the Eric and looked around fearfully. Literally all the guests were staring at the guys. With their whole look they were showing that this was horrible and wrong. A girl named Silk and her younger sister Ra-chan approached the brawlers. Silka stared unhappily at the boys. She pointed her finger at them and ordered them to apologize to everyone immediately. This was the second time in a row in 2 days. The guys guiltily lowered their heads and apologized for making a fuss. The girl thought that they should be ashamed of themselves for being able to make such a silly fuss. She thought that they probably didn't think about it and Alu felt ashamed. Silka picked herself up a little and sighed heavily. With a slight smile on her face, she said there was nothing she could do to help the two of them and suggested they pull themselves together and continue to enjoy the party. Eric agreed with her and exclaimed that they would. Ra-chan tugged at Alaz's sleeve and called out to him. The guy smiled at her and asked what was wrong. The girl wanted to know if he really knew how to use magic, and Al said it was true. Al wondered who she heard it from and the girl replied that Eric had told her about it. The hero recalled that during the fight for meat with Eric yesterday, he had used light magic. Al asked Ra-chan if there were really many magicians in their family. The girl exclaimed that they were. Both mother, father, and big sister Cooley used their magic. Al was rather surprised by this. Just as he thought, their family was different from his family. Ra-chan exclaimed that she too wanted to be like her older sister. She wanted to learn how to use cool magic, but she wasn't good at it yet. Magic was quite annoying, so it was hard to control. Depending on the situation, it was important to use only the right amount of power. Al had been practicing it all the time himself until he got used to it. The hero asked the girl if she could use magic without attributes. Ra-chan exclaimed that she could use light magic. Al was impressed and exclaimed that it was cool. If they talked about magic, Al thought the most important thing was to get used to it. One had to try to use it on a daily basis in everyday life. For example, when she needed to ventilate her room by using air magic. Ra-chan was impressed that the hero used magic for such things. Al told her that if she used magic all the time, she would gradually get used to it. Besides that, he had another magical way to surprise her big sister. Ra-chan was excited and asked the guy to tell her about it. The hero whispered something in Ra-chan's ear and asked her not to tell her sister about it. The girl understood everything and smiled at Alu. At that moment, big sister came up to them and called out to them. She wondered what they were talking about and the owl replied that they were chatting about magic. The hero wondered why the Silk was going to the School of Magic, since admission to the school was only possible from the age of 12. Al thought he had done a good job of changing the subject, and he hoped that now she wouldn't ask about their conversation with Ra-chan. Silka proudly fixed her hair and exclaimed that she had skipped a few classes. If she had ability and talent, age did not matter for admission. Besides, the headmaster of the school was her father. Al smiled and said that he understood. It seemed to Silka that something was wrong. She recalled that the hero apparently went to a magic school as well. The boy brushed it off and said that it wasn't something he was comfortable with. In fact, the school before his rebirth was a real punishment. After their conversation, Al walked over to the Eric, and Silk only gave him a glance. Eric asked Al if he had seen the Dragon Slayer play in the capital. Al clearly hadn't heard of it and said it was his first time here. Eric offered to take Al to the theater if he had not seen such a thing. In this way, he wanted to thank the guy for the mayonnaise. Eric smugly turned up his nose and said he would be his tour guide in the royal capital. Al didn't realize what kind of gratitude he was talking about, because not long ago he wanted to go down the path of violence. Still, the hero shook Eric's hand and thanked him. He told the Eric that he relied on him, and the Eric suggested that they go. Al pondered and suggested they go there tomorrow. Eric agreed with the guy and designated the center square as their meeting place. He said they would meet when the afternoon bell rang. Al agreed with him and thanked him for the favor. As they were talking, the main doors opened and everyone present stared at another arriving guest. Al and Eric turned back as everyone present suddenly fell silent. The first thing Al saw was the gorgeous bouffant dress and legs. Everyone was mesmerized looking at the girl with long hair that walked into the hall with a smile. The guest was quite young and very beautiful. She silently looked at the guests and smiled. It seemed to Al that her gaze was similar to that man's. He and Eric had already guessed who the girl was. The guest turned out to be the daughter of Duke Leon Grand. The girl addressed her dear friends and thanked them for attending the meeting organized by Leon Grand's family. The Duke's daughter thanked everyone present for attending the meeting organized by the Leon Grand family. Today, Her Highness the Second Princess of Cudelia will also be present. The aristocrats that supported the kingdom could take their time and have fun to cement their friendship. Al had a hard time believing that it was the Duke's daughter, for she looked very calm. Al thought that getting close to her was simply unthinkable for them and looked at Eric. Eric blushed and froze in place. At a loss for words, he kept his eyes on the girl. Al didn't understand what was wrong and shook his hand in front of Eric's eyes. The guy as if did not notice Al's hand and continued to look forward. Soon he got tired of it and Eric shook off Al's hand. Al asked Eric what he was doing, but the guy had the same question for the hero. Eric noticed how there was something extra in front of his eyes and removed it. Al assumed that Eric was picking a fight again. Al didn't realize what he was carrying since people were also worried. The hero almost choked on his own saliva when the Duke's daughter came up to them and called out to Eric. She heard about what they arranged yesterday. Eric apologized for the commotion they made. While Al was trying to cough and recover, he noticed that Eric had apparently already met the Duke's daughter. The girl had asked Eric to tell the truth. Al thought he should have apologized for yesterday's incident too. The girl turned her attention to Al and smiled at him. She replied that it was alright, because from that she realized that it would be interesting here. Al couldn't bear to look at her and looked away embarrassed. The Duke's daughter pointed at Al and asked Eric if they were really friends. Eric turned around to look at the guy who had a failed escape. Eric didn't even know what to say. He didn't think that a person like Al could be his friend. Al was quite offended by this response and angrily called out to Eric. Al didn't understand how he dared to say such a thing after everything that had happened to them during that time. Eric ordered him to shut up and think about his manners. Over their argument, the Duke's daughter laughed and said that they were apparently getting along well. The boys turned away from each other, not realizing at what point they could get along well. The girl took up her puffy dress and bowed to Al in honor of the acquaintance. The girl introduced herself as Alicia Grand, who was 12 years old. Al replied that he was glad to meet her too, and introduced himself as Alfred Slowlet, who was only 7 years old. It wasn't until some time later that Al realized that Alicia already knew his name. He recalled their fight with Eric yesterday and thought she recognized him after that incident. Al asked Mrs. Alicia if she had known Eric for a long time. The embarrassed Eric exclaimed that they had just talked a little at a previous meeting and that was all. His answer made the girl laugh. Al remembered that the Duke's daughter was chatting with them. He wondered if she was tired of greeting adults. Nevertheless, she had the same intimidating look as her father. The girl assumed that Eric also didn't have a fiancé yet. Alicia thought that was strange since he looked very popular. Eric blushed at her words and asked if he was really popular. Al thought that she shouldn't have embarrassed Eric. There was some hidden meaning in it, and besides, the boys couldn't accept such a thing quietly. Eric was about to ask Alicia out when Al grabbed him by the hair and pulled him towards him. He called his friend an idiot and ordered him to shut up. Al apologized to Ms. Alicia and warned that they would step back just for a second. Without letting go of Eric's hair, Al pulled him behind him. Eric looked at the guy absent-mindedly, not realizing what he was doing. When they were alone, Eric ordered his friend not to interfere and didn't realize what he was about to do. Al asked Eric what he was just going to tell her. Eric lit up with happiness and said that he was going to ask Mrs. Alicia to get engaged. Al sadly lowered his head and thought that Eric had obviously not heard what she had said earlier. But Eric replied that he definitely heard everything. She said that he was quite popular. Al exclaimed to Eric that his friend was being obtuse and thought that Eric should not have taken things directly. Besides, she just told him that Eric seemed popular. Alicia probably just wanted to wish him luck in finding a bride without being popular. Al believed that was exactly what she meant. Plus, the Al reminded the Eriku of her status, even though she had no fiancé. It was as if she was at a Tenkamori feast, while their situation was completely different. For them, it was like looking for a needle in the desert. Sure, the guys had their title and they looked good, but they still had a big gap with Alicia. Al asked Eric to finally realize that. Anyway, Al didn't think he should have proposed an engagement to an acquaintance so soon. Then Eric decided that he would start by getting close to her and then propose to her. But Al thought that no matter how close they became, the gap would still be very large. Al was furious that he was always surrounded by such shallow people. Mistress Alicia was by all means beautiful, but she was the kind of girl who was better looked at from a distance. As soon as Alicia looked at Al with a smile, a creepy shiver ran through the guy. For some inexplicable reason, her smile worried Ala terribly. Alicia approached the guys, assuming they had already finished their conversation. Eric bowed to her and thanked her for waiting. Alicia said Al's name thoughtfully and looked at him. She thought Alfred had a rather complicated name and asked to just call him Ala like everyone else. The hero was, of course, fine with that. Regardless, she was quite friendly. The girl decided to immediately ask Al if he had a fiancé. The hero shook his head negatively and replied that he didn't have one. Even Elenora, who was 12 years old, had no bridegroom, so he thought he was still a long way off. But Alas still had an older sister named Emma. Alicia heard a rumor that Al was engaged to a Rana from the Misfit house. The lad remembered that little wench and it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He exclaimed that this was absolutely not true. Alicia thought it was not surprising to choose a bride from birth, but Al exclaimed that he had never had such a relationship. The girl smiled and replied that there was nothing wrong with his partner being a little girl. Al exclaimed that this was totally untrue and looked at Eric. Eric was apparently about to leave, but Al asked him not to. The girl grinned and just at that moment, solemn music played. The main door to the palace opened, revealing Her Highness Princess Cordelia behind them. Everyone present in the hall greeted the princess and bowed to her. The gorgeous princess in beautiful lace smiled at her guests and walked down the carpeted path. The girl called out to all the people present. She was very pleased to meet them and the girl replied that they should not have been shy of her. They could also go on and enjoy their meeting. Al was delighted with the second princess of Lady Cordelia and thought that she was quite cute. He had no idea that she might have turned out to be his father's suitor. Meanwhile, the princess looked around obviously looking for someone. She spotted Mr. Nord and rushed over to him with a hug. The Nord was pleased to greet Her Highness, Princess Cordelia, who was apparently in good spirits. The blushing Cordelia asked not to be called Princess and Her Highness. She looked lovingly at the Nord and said that he would exhaust her if he continued to talk like that. Nord didn't understand how he could address her differently. Seeing the princess frown, the Nord smiled awkwardly and agreed with Princess Cordelia. The girl replied that the name would suffice. The princess attendant wanted to call out to the girl, but Cordelia ignored him. She told the Nord that he would make her angry at this rate. The princess looked at the Nord again with a loving gaze and asked about their domain. Apparently they were fine, too, and the man confirmed this. The princess attendant called out to her again and reminded her that everyone else was waiting to meet her. The girl looked sadly at the man and exclaimed that she knew that. She said she would be sure to meet them later. Eric thought that this girl was acting like her usual self. Al had a hard time believing that this was actually the second princess. Alicia smiled and replied to the boys that she was in a very good mood from the fact that the Nord was attending the meeting today. She usually looked tired and showed no interest. It seemed to Eric that Mrs. Alicia knew the princess quite well. The girl replied that she was very close to Cordelia and said that Cordelia even drops by for tea when she visits. The boys thought that since Alicia was the daughter of a duke, even a princess could talk to her. But the girl knew that when Cordelia was with her, she didn't look that happy. Right now, the princess looked very happy, but it seemed to Al that she was very close to his father at the moment. Forgetting everything in the world, the happy princess wrapped her arm around the Nord's hand and pressed herself against him. Noticing his mother's condition, Alu became frightened. He realized why his mother disliked the princess so much. The second princess asked the Nord why he would not take her as his wife. This question made the Nord confused and forget the gift of speech altogether. At that moment, the glass in the hands of Al's mother shattered into shards. Everyone in the vicinity was frightened and hoped that the woman was not hurt. Al's mother coldly replied that she was fine. Al only hoped that his father would survive the encounter. Eric smiled at Al and said that they had as good a lunch today. Al agreed with him and said that everything was very good. At that moment, the boys heard a certain voice call out to a village aristocrat with a dull face. Al and Eric looked at each other at the same time and said to each other that apparently his name was called. Having said this at the same time, an awkward pause came between them. Al thought that this description was very similar to Eric. But Eric said there was no one here with a duller face than Al's. A spark of hatred for each other flew between the boys again. A certain guy brought them to their senses and pushed them away from each other. He called out to Alfred and ordered him not to ignore him. Al still hoped that the guy was wrong and asked him to mend his ways as soon as possible. The hero believed that the guy wanted to call out Eric. The guy, who was clearly older than them, sullenly looked at Alfred and remained silent. Al thought that this type of guy was quite strange. The stranger decided to tell Al everything honestly. The guy pointed his finger at Alfred Slowlet and ordered him to fight him. The hero fell into a stupor and stared at the stranger in surprise. Al was shocked to be called a redneck with a stupid face, but Eric found it amusing. The stranger pointed his finger at Al and said he was addressing him specifically. Al didn't realize who he was and exclaimed that it was rude to call someone's face stupid. The guy grabbed his head and remembered his manners. The stranger introduced himself as a Bram Bramler, a proud member of the House of Bramler. Al didn't realize who he was at all. Eric also stared at the guy questioningly, having never heard of him before. Bram replied that this was the reason why the village bulls annoyed him. He was shocked that they couldn't know the county of Bramlor that ruled the land in the vicinity of the royal capital. Al thought that he could have just mentioned that he was from the Earl's house, but despite what Bram said, the hero still didn't know who he was. The hero thought that if he didn't stop such an annoying type, he would definitely start long stories about his merits. The hero asked the guy what he needed from someone like him. Bram was shocked that the hero had no clue about anything, but Al replied that he didn't realize anything. Bram was sure that Elenora had told his brother everything. Hero didn't understand at all why he had mentioned his older sister's name. He replied to Bram that he had heard nothing from her, which astonished the lad altogether. Bram came to his senses, coughed and said that he would be straightforward. He pointed at the lad again and suggested that Alfred fight him. The hero replied that he would not do so. The attuned Bram replied that it was wonderful and suggested that they start. But after Togo realized the meaning of the answer, the Bram turned again to the Alu with questions. He felt that unlike him, his sister Elenora would have answered without hesitation. Al told the lad that he had no reason to fight him. Al assumed that Bram did fight his older sister. Bram clenched his fist and said that if he didn't defeat the aristocrat, he wouldn't be able to take revenge on Elenora. The hero was shocked at such unthinkable and stupid ideas in Bram's head. Al speculated that the guy might have been a poor guy who tried to woo his sister and was rejected. The blushing Bram ordered the lad to stop talking like that. He told of their meeting 3 years ago. Then he suggested that Elenora pray. Elenora sternly replied to him that if the Bram could beat her in a sword fight, she would be his bride, and he agreed to this. Al thought that his older sister might indeed have said something along those lines, but he thought it was all completely meaningless. Bram then fought Elenora and was immediately defeated. After that, Bram sent her invitations to various meetings many times. He wanted to meet her to ask for a rematch, but Elenora didn't need all that. Bram took out a letter and said that this time he finally got a reply. In it, Elenora wrote that her younger brother was participating in this year's meet, and if he could beat him, they could arrange a rematch. So Bram ordered Al to fight him. Al spread his hands and said that he would definitely not do it, for he did not even know about it. But the Bram gave the letter to the guy and said that the letter also had his signature on it. Al looked at the letter with horror and saw that his signature had been forged, or rather scratched out. Al didn't think it counted as a full-fledged letter and looked at Eric. Eric replied that technically the letter had his signature on it. Alicia agreed with Eric and told Al that he could no longer be turned away from the duel. Alicia suggested they have a duel, but not this evening. She would not want to make such a fuss here and suggested they meet tomorrow morning in her garden. Bram did not hesitate to reply that it suited him and saw no problem with it. Al still couldn't believe that he would actually fight him for real. Before saying goodbye, Bram said that in that case they would meet tomorrow morning. Eric filled the hero in that they were to watch a performance tomorrow morning and thought that Al had forgotten his promise. Eric ordered Al to handle the Bram as quickly as possible and they would go about their business. It seemed to Al that it was easier said than done. Al only hoped that their duel would not be fatal to either of them. Al was completely gloomy because besides, he didn't like fighting in the morning. Alicia smiled softly as she escorted the hero with a glance. The next day came. Bram was already eagerly waiting for his rival in Alicia's garden. Alicia, meanwhile, sat at her tea table and looked up at the clear sky. The weather was quite nice today. Alicia thought that from here she could watch their fight in peace. It seemed to her that something interesting was going to happen today. Bram replied that the second bell would soon ring. The bell was used to tell the time in the royal capital. This bell rang 5 times a day. Bram thought that his opponent must have been about to appear. Granted, Al was only 7 years old, but Bram thought the kid definitely knew how to use a sword. After all, Al was Elenor's brother. Bram tried to concentrate. Meanwhile, Al had just woken up in his bed. His first thought was that he had overslept. The hero momentarily forgot about his dream and looked out the window. He realized that it was almost noon and pulled his hands up. The boy exclaimed that everything was glorious and thought he should go play with the Eric. While Bram along with Alicia waited patiently for the hero, Al headed leisurely through the town. On the way, he sat down on the edge of a fountain to rest and wait for his friend. Eric had already flown to the hero and apologized for his tardiness. Al grudgingly replied that Eric had been quite a while, and he was already getting hungry. Eric replied that it was too crowded today. As an apology, Eric promised that he would buy him a wooshie. Al smirked and said that Eric could have bought him something more expensive. Eric grudgingly asked what he wanted to get. The hero replied that he would like Neo washi meat. He knew for sure that it was very rare, plus it was much more expensive than just washi. The hero realized that he had no choice and decided to settle for washi. By the way, Eric was curious how their duel had gone since morning. Al lied and replied that they were all done and resolved without a fight. Al thought that everything was fine, since the Bram won the moment he didn't show up. Al thought it would be funny if, as a result of the rematch, he could still pray with his sister. Together with Eric, Al headed to the market stalls where delicious hot meat was being made. Al was delighted by the variety of dishes and ingredients he had never seen before. They must have all been from different countries. As expected, the royal capital smelled delicious. Suddenly, the hero was overcome by a strange feeling. He looked back, trying to figure out what it meant. Ever since Al was able to use teleportation magic, his sensitivity had increased because he started to notice strange changes in his surroundings. At the moment, it seemed to the guy that someone was following them. Eric asked the hero what was wrong, but Al felt that the sensation was gone. Al assumed he was just imagining it and replied that it didn't matter. Eric looked around and said that it felt like they were being chased by a killer. Al looked at Eric with a sullen look, not understanding what he was carrying. At one point, the Bram couldn't stand it and exclaimed that the hero had kept him waiting for a very long time. The third bell had rung a long time ago, but they were supposed to fight in the morning. The boy approached the tea table, asking Alicia if his opponent had arrived. The girl smiled and replied that it was already noon. She apologized as she had lost track of time altogether playing with the interesting contraption. Bram looked questioningly at the little thing and asked what it was. The girl took the toy in her hands and said that the toy was called a wolf cart. A man named Lazarus had started making it quite recently. You had to put a stick through heavy paper and spin it. Bram was surprised at such a simple construction and such a delightful invention. The girl wondered how this man came up with such an idea. First he had created a Reversi shogi and now a wolfman. Alicia wondered what he could come up with next time. Thinking about it, Alicia Sama giggled mysteriously. Bram wanted to address Mistress Alicia as a hooded figure suddenly appeared behind him and called out to Mistress. Alicia called out to the Lima and asked him where the man was now. The man in the robe replied that it was Alfred Slowlet. Bram asked Mrs. Alicia fearfully who the man was. The girl smiled and replied that it was all right, for the man was in her charge. She asked him to observe Alfred. Lim reported that at the moment Al was walking south of Main Street with Eric Silford. Alicia didn't understand how he could have forgotten about the duel. The servant reported that he had apparently overslept or didn't want to come to the duel. It looked like he had no plans to come here in the first place. Al left the house before the third bell rang and headed straight for the town square. Alicia laughed out loud. She never thought that this guy could give up dueling and go out to have fun. She found it rather unusual. Bram didn't know what Al was thinking when he dared to break the promise of a sacred duel. Alicia reminded him that they were now walking south of the main street, and if he went right now, he would probably meet them in time. In that case, the Bram bowed to her and apologized, then ran into town. Alicia took a deep breath and tried to remember the moment when she last laughed like that. Alicia looked at the invention and thought that this man started with the original toys. He had dexterity and magic that would give a head start to a limb, and he also knew many dishes unknown before. Still, Alicia thought it was getting too interesting. Displacement was a type of spatial magic. It allowed the protagonist to teleport anything, especially if it was too far away. If he teleported himself, he could only move to a place he had already been to. This was because the person had to visualize the place he wanted to teleport to. Even if he wanted to use displacement, one had to find a suitable place where he could do so without arousing suspicion. The guy sat down on the bench and threw his head back and exclaimed that he was terribly tired. Eric really wanted to call him pathetic, but he admitted that he was also terribly tired. As expected of the royal capital, it was very huge indeed. Eric suggested that they rest for a while, after which they should head to the theater. There was an interesting play going on there right now, so Al agreed with Eric. Al got up from the bench and suggested that Eric buy something to drink. He remembered that there was a shop with delicious vegetable juice nearby. At that moment, someone's sleek black carriage appeared in the capital. The carriage stopped on the spot, attracting the attention of the locals. It was quite a luxurious carriage, and for some reason Al thought he had seen something like it before. He thought that there were probably some aristocrats staying here. Al recalled that apparently their carriage was also luxurious, but it looked a bit poor. Eric also looked back at the mysterious carriage that stopped not far from them. A little girl ran out of the carriage and waved her hand to Al and Eric. It was a Ra-chan who ran towards them. The girl even tripped while running towards the boys. She wondered what they were doing here, and Al replied that they were sightseeing in the capital. He was introducing Eric as his guide today. Ra-chan thought it was pretty cool and wanted to go along with them. Al warned that there would be a lot of walking and he thought it would be quite difficult for the girl. They asked the same question to Ra-chan and asked her what she was doing here. The girl replied that she had come here from the tea ceremony and now she had come to drink delicious juice again. The hero recalled that his parents had also mentioned about the tea ceremony. The hero noticed that the girl was alone with the maid today. As soon as he said this, a Silk came up to them and asked the boys what they were doing here. She was not happy that they were talking to her little sister. Al didn't understand how she could think badly of them. He believed that they were not a bad influence on her at all. Ra-chan noticed that Al was without the poor maid today. The hero felt embarrassed after her words and looked away. He replied to the girl that she was not a poor maid and her name was Mina. He asked Ra-chan to call her by her name. In that case, Ra-chan did not understand why the brat called her a poor maid. At that moment, the hero felt the lust for murder in the eyes of the irritated Silk. He didn't even know what to reply to it and his hair on his head stood up. The guy asked the girl to pay close attention to what she said from now on. Then they finished drinking the juice together. Big Sister told Ra-chan that it was time for them to go back, for the sun would soon begin to set. The girl didn't understand why they had to leave, for it hadn't even started to get dark yet. Al also thought that it was a little afternoon. If they delayed returning, it would be dark by the time they got there. Besides, his sister thought that if Ra-chan stayed with Al, she would become a bad girl. Al looked angrily at Eric and asked him not to pretend that he had nothing to do with Ra-chan. The girl squealed that she didn't want to become a bad girl at all, but she also wanted to play with Al and Eric. Silka exclaimed that one should not have done that and asked her sister to think about what she was saying. If she wanted to play, she could play with someone other than those two. The girl kept yelling and didn't understand why she couldn't play with them. Eric was horrified that Silk also meant him. The girl pointed her finger at them and exclaimed that the two of them had been together since that meeting. That was why there were rumors about their suspicious relationship. Silka was so horrified that she couldn't keep her tongue behind her teeth that she dropped her juice glasses and covered her mouth. The boys didn't understand what she meant. Some girls probably thought they were cute boys for holding each other's hand. They compared them to Roland and Wester. Al immediately remembered the two girls who liked that kind of entanglement of strong male hands. Al couldn't believe that Silk could be interested in such a topic. The girl blushed and exclaimed that the guy was wrong. Anyway, she thought her little sister should have come home and grabbed her hand. Ra-chan screamed that she didn't want to do that, but her sister insisted that they were going back. Ra-chan lost her temper and broke free from her older sister's clutches. She screamed that the Silk was angry and demanded that it stop. The hero felt the flow of air change and heard the sound of magic. Indeed, the girl raised her hands up and used the blowing of the wind. Silka confusedly lowered her gaze to her skirt that was pulled up and exposed her underwear. The boys stared at Big Sister Ra-chan in shock and kept their eyes on her. While Ra-chan marveled at her abilities, Silk asked the boys if they had seen her. You could call it a force majeure, but they needed to apologize for seeing her underwear. Ra-chan exclaimed that it was cool. She was thrilled that she was able to use air magic. She said that Al had taught it to her to scare her older sister. Al was ready to fall through the ground. Al grabbed Eric's hand and offered to run with him. Eric demanded to let him go, because he didn't want to die for what he had done. Eric didn't understand where the hero got so much power from, but the Al secretly used magical enhancement. Eric pointed his finger to the side and asked the hero to look at it. Al exclaimed that there was no way he would let him go and buy such a cheap trick. But Eric exclaimed that it was something else entirely, something they could really die from. Al looked up in horror at the Silk that called out fire magic. The passersby thought it was another student of the Magic Academy. Everyone thought the girl was quite cute and took an interest in her magic. Al and Eric were shocked that she was going to use such magic on the street. After all, fire magic was no joke. The guys exclaimed that she shouldn't have gotten so angry. After all, they had only seen her underwear. Silka lost her temper, after which she used piercing flames. The huge raging flames chased the terrified boys, who decided to take their feet away from the place. The hero felt an arrow from the flames stick right into the place where his foot had been a moment ago. Al couldn't understand what was wrong with these sisters. Eric looked back in horror and shouted that she was getting too serious. The angry girl ordered the fugitives to stop. This especially turned out to be Alfred, whom she was ready to sizzle. She was going to do it in such a way that the guy could not remember anything unnecessary. But the hero thought the point of this interest was to blow him in with her. Eric thought it was best for them to split up, but Al disagreed with him. He thought the best option would be to work together in order to save themselves. The locals couldn't understand where all the noise was coming from and assumed that one of the students of the Magic Academy was rampaging again. Eric abruptly turned the corner and tried to escape, but the hero followed him and exclaimed that this would not do. The hero turned back and again saw the raging flames that kept following them. Al shouted to Eric that she was now using a different spell and asked his friend to do something as soon as possible. Eric asked for no bullshit and said that there was no way to do anything here. Al asked him not to lie, for his sister could do it if she had the mana and the will. Eric doubted that Al's sister was human and exclaimed that it was impossible for him. The hero decided that he had no other choice and turned back around and used a magic shield. The girl was surprised by Al's magic and didn't understand how he was able to use such precise magic. The hero used a few more magic orbs to defend himself before turning around again and dashing away. Silka couldn't understand what was happening and continued to desperately call out for fire. Although it was difficult to use magic on the move, Silka could do it, as expected from someone who belonged to the House of Mages. The hero looked around and noticed that Eric was running side by side with him as if nothing had happened. He reminded him that earlier the guy had mentioned that they should split up. Eric smiled and exclaimed that they had best work together to save themselves. The hero was furious that Eric was only using him for his shield. Also, the Eric was too close to him and the hero ordered him to move farther away. Come to think of it, the hero could have single-handedly found the right place and gotten out of here with a move, but he couldn't ignore the pressure from the silk. In any case, the hero was going to get rid of her and suggested to Eric that he do so. Eric must have known the way around. The guy replied that the silk couldn't chase them if they scattered to unobvious places. Eric left all defense to the Ela and told them they were turning here. As soon as they turned the corner, the girl ordered them to stop and continued the chase. The enraged Silk ordered the boys not to run away from her. Her body was once again covered in hellish flames. Al called out to Eric and suggested him to hide in the alley, but the girl was right behind them. Eric didn't understand what Al was carrying. After all, they were just on the main street. The hero thought that there were clearly some alleys coming from the main street, but Eric exclaimed that if they were here, they wouldn't need to keep running away. He was furious, for he thought Eric knew where they could hide. The hero wished that Eric would have met his expectations. After all, they got into this situation from the fact that Al had taught Rana this magic. Al remembered a recent conversation he had with Rana. Back then, he had told the girl about a magical way to surprise his big sister, but Al couldn't believe that she was able to use it. Speaking of unexpected, the Silk's underwear was also quite unexpected. In Al's opinion, it was quite cute compared to her calm 6. Al turned back in horror and saw a flaming ball flying towards him. For a moment, he thought the girl had read his mind. Silka didn't understand how he could be so calm and use his shield. The angry girl continued to chase after the guy, asking who he was. Al exclaimed that he was only the second son of an aristocrat. The hero noticed that she was using enhancement magic to use such powerful magic on the go, as expected from someone who belonged to the House of Mages. Eric pointed his finger at the turn and suggested that they turn here. For whatever reason, the girl was scared and exclaimed that they couldn't go there. The huge ball of flames was about to catch up with them and the guys didn't realize what was wrong with it. Eric grabbed Alfred's arm and dragged him behind him. They turned a corner and Eric said they would now turn right. The hero noticed that there were fewer and fewer people. In that case, the Silk would catch up with them quickly. Hardly had he thought of this when he noticed the figure of a girl that turned the corner after them. Silka shouted that they couldn't get away. She had a frighteningly scary face. The guys couldn't even imagine that she knew this road too. Besides, this place was pretty strange. Al looked around while Eric kept pulling the hero by the hand. Al noticed that the farther they went, the more girls became here. The girls noticed the boys running past holding hands and assumed they were together. The girls thought they looked pretty cute together. They wondered which one was which. The girls thought the alien reminded them of someone. The passersby speculated that he might have been Mr. Liberated and couldn't believe their eyes. Al noticed a same-sex couple in the window of the building and realized everything. He realized that this was the place where girls with similar hobbies gathered. In other words, this was a place where people like to go, such as Silks, so she knew this way. They needed to get out of here as soon as possible. But the girl wasn't going to let them go that easily. Al told Eric that this was just a horrible place and they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Eric didn't understand why he was saying that, because if they walked any further they would end up in the alleys. Al was going to tell Eric about this place where people like Silks gathered. The girl called out to Alfred and warned him that if he said another word, she would never forgive him. Al seemed to think things had gotten worse and asked Eric to let go of his hand. This misled everyone, so Eric listened to Al's request and let go of his hand. The hero looked back to look at the silk. When the passing girls noticed the silk, they surrounded the girl on all sides, preventing her from following. The girl could only watch the fleeing boys and yell after them. After a while, Eric along with Al stopped to take a little break. Al hoped she had gotten away from them. Eric thought she was, and suggested they go to the theater. Barely had they broken away from the silk when a human figure came out of the corner toward them. It was a Bram who finally caught up with Alfred. The frightened boys told the Bram that they were in a bit of a hurry. Bram didn't understand why Al was messing around in such a place when they agreed to duel and asked the guy a question. Eric looked at Al questioningly, not understanding what they were talking about. Al smiled sweetly and said that Bram won just as he didn't show up for the duel. Bram lost his temper and ordered him not to mess with him. He asked Al not to think that by doing so he could avoid a duel. Bram drew his blade and told Al that they would fight right here, right now. Eric glanced sullenly at the distraught Al and said that was quite like him. Since the hero had no choice, he decided to agree with the Bram. In that case, the Bram would like to offer him a wooden sword, but the hero refused. The guy said that he would use magic in return for the sword, and if the Bram agreed to that, then they would start right away. Bram smirked and agreed to the guy's terms. Looking at the Bram, the hero was even surprised that he had such good form. He must have really been very strong. Even though Bram had defeated his sister without a chance, this guy was far from weak. Bram offered them a start and took a swing at a lad. The hero dodged the unexpected blow when Bram asked the lad what he was up to. Al hit the Bram with air magic in the stomach. His blow was so strong that the Bram flew backwards and fell right in the middle of the street where people were walking. Eric along with the rest of the passersby stared at the Bram in surprise. Apparently, their duel ended rather quickly. The hero couldn't understand how this happened as he suddenly heard a woman's voice behind him. It was an angry Silk who asked the guy how he was able to dodge the Brahma's blow. She didn't think the guy had extra eyes on the back of his head. The guy along with the rest of the bystanders stared questioningly at the Lady Silk. The passing people looked at the girl strangely in some way, and she assumed she had done something wrong. Al remained silent, but nodded his head affirmatively. The girl thought she had messed up and didn't know what she should do about it. She glanced at Bram that was apparently lying unconscious. Eric raised a finger up in approval and showed it to Al. Eric told Mrs. Silk that she should have taken care of Bram. She had to take responsibility, for her magic was to blame for everything. Eric thought that the girl should have taken the Brahma to her mansion, for after all she had a carriage. The bewildered Silk agreed to his suggestion. Silka assumed that the heroes knew the place, but Al replied that this was not the case at all. They were looking for a place where they could use magic while she pursued them. Silka was embarrassed and cupped her palms around her flushed face. It looked as if people had lost interest in what was going on and went back to their own business. It seemed to Al that it was completely commonplace here. After a while, a black carriage pulled up to the place, from where a maid of the Misfit house named Reel got out. The maid bowed to Al and asked for forgiveness from the entire house of Misfit for the behavior of Mistress Rana and Mistress Silk. Silka blushed and called out to Reel. The hero was surprised at how quickly she was able to approach them. The lad replied that they were forbidden to use such magic in the city except in emergencies. Silka had a hard time agreeing with his words. Silka tried to justify herself to the Reel and exclaimed that they had seen her underwear. But the maid shook her head negatively and said that it was the fault of the Lady of the Wound. The boy breathed a sigh of relief that at last there was a man in his right mind. Furthermore, Riel reminded him that she had seen her underwear too, but that didn't mean everyone had to get slapped for it. It made the guys uncomfortable to listen to the fact that Riel had indeed seen Silk's underwear. Also, the girl accidentally hurt Bram, the son of the Count of Bramler. The servant girl, as if nothing had happened, hefted the lad as if he were a sack of rice. The maid once again apologized for what had happened. Al thought the whole thing was pretty heavy. Climbing into the carriage, Silk smirked enigmatically and suggested that the guy be careful on the way back, calling him liberated. It seemed to the lads that something was amiss in her words, but they didn't understand what she meant. Rana looked out of the carriage window with interest and asked the boys who the liberated one was, but the boys themselves did not know the answer to her question. It seemed to the hero that the girl's eyes were slightly red. Apparently, she had been scolded by Riel, and the guy felt sorry for her. They said goodbye to her and waved goodbye. Eric thought that in that case, their performance would start closer to the evening. They had quite a bit of time now, but he thought it wouldn't hurt for them to get there early. It was worth it to use the same alleys they'd come here through, because it would be faster. Al cautiously looked around and asked Eric to wait a bit. He grabbed Eric's hand and suggested that they take the main road since the other paths were quite dangerous. Eric asked not to push him, as that way the hero would stretch his clothes. He didn't understand why they couldn't go through the alleys and suggested that there was something wrong with this road. Eric thought that Al was afraid of dark places. Al exclaimed that Eric didn't understand, for it was something much worse than the dark. No sooner had he said that than there were yells from the people behind them who noticed the boys. The girls thought he really did look a lot like him and couldn't believe their eyes. They saw a look in the Ala that could have beckoned a man. The girls exclaimed that there were not many boys with eyes like his. They had no doubt that it was Mr. Liberated and asked where Mr. Zion was. The girls could not wait to see the two of them. The hero couldn't understand what the book was, but the hero from the book looked like it was Silvio and Al. Al suddenly realized that he was the one who had been freed. He had no idea what kind of person had written this book. Eric was still trying to understand the meaning of their words. Al asked not to even try to understand them and exclaimed that they had to get out of here. He grabbed Eric's hand and asked him to run after him. Eric was a little confused but decided to follow Al. Meanwhile, one of the girls that was at home heard the screams and decided to take a look at what was going on outside. She opened the balcony doors and rolled her wheelchair forward. The girl in the wheelchair that looked out from the balcony at the clear sky asked the Saria maid if people walked in the sky. Eric looked down at the ground and turned white with fear. For a while, he couldn't understand why people had suddenly become so small. Al said that they had no other choice. All they could do to escape those girls was to move into the sky. If he hadn't moved them so high up, they would have been discovered instantly. Eric partly agreed with him, but a shiver ran through his body. He looked back at the guy in horror and asked if they would fall from this place. Al smiled and asked him to relax, because everything was fine. It was the same shield he used from Silk's spells. Eric was so scared that he covered his eyes and asked Al to make the shield at least a little wider. Al smirked and told Eric that he was too nervous, then honored his request and widened the shield. The hero spread his arms in different directions and asked the guy to look at that beautiful view. He felt that Eric would lose a lot if he missed it. The hero threw his hands up and exclaimed that this view was excellent, but the wind was very strong and cold. The hero smiled and said that there was a Koryat village up ahead. Eric frowned and couldn't believe that Al could see the village at this distance. But indeed, from here you could even see the small people and children that were playing in the village. Al raised his head to the castle that was in the middle of the lush forest. Eric said that it was a Fisvik castle that looked quite heroic. Even though it was so high up here, it looked really huge. Al offered Eric to look at the castle from above, but Eric exclaimed that it was disrespectful. He asked Al not to take them even higher. Al thought that Eric was right, but still he really wanted to see what was inside the castle. With these thoughts, the hero used vision enhancement. With the help of magic, Al was able to see the castle from inside and its beautiful shiny walls. In the throne room entered a man in finery that was most likely the king. Al smirked and thought that this was very interesting. It seemed suspicious to him, so he decided to make sure that this old man was really a king. While Al was watching the king, his gaze caught on one of the windows where a girl was sitting. Apparently, she had noticed Al and was looking at him in surprise. Al froze in place for a moment, also looking at the girl in surprise. He assumed she was looking this way and apparently noticed him. Al thought that it simply couldn't be, since she wouldn't have been able to see him from this distance. He decided to check it out and waved at the girl. But the girl smiled at him and waved back. The guy assumed that she could apparently also enhance her vision with magic. Those with magic power at an average level could hardly see at such a distance. Al was afraid that they would be in trouble if this girl called out to anyone. Outside the cloud, he would definitely look suspicious. The boy quickly turned to Eric and warned him that they were returning to the ground. Eric was of course happy about this idea, but he didn't understand how they would get down. Al smiled and replied that they would of course just get off the shield, since they had no other choice. Eric was horrified when he heard those words and everything in his body turned upside down again. At the same moment, the girl asked the Saria maid a question and asked her if people walked across the sky. The maid smiled and remarked that it was quite unusual for Mrs. Layla to make a joke. Layla looked at the maid in surprise and replied that she was absolutely not joking. Layla was the third princess who was 10 years old. She belonged to the royal family of Miss Frith. The girl looked at the clear sky again and used magic to sharpen her vision. Layla thought it was strange that two guys were in such a place. She wondered how they would be able to walk across the sky. She guessed that their support must be a magical shield. The girl grinned and thought it was quite amusing. Sitting in the chair, Layla looked at her skinny legs and smiled sadly. Layla only dreamed of also having fun like them. After thinking about it, the girl decided to forget about the idea and shook her head negatively. She heard that the research of moving with the shield was very difficult and failed in the end. Layla covered her mouth in surprise and thought that this boy was probably a very powerful mage. At that moment, Mrs. Layla was called by a maid. Saria served Layla her tea and the girl thanked her. She asked the maid to leave it there and looked up into the sky again. But as soon as she was distracted for just a second, the boys suddenly disappeared. Al asked Eric to open his eyes, for they were already down. Pale and sweat-drenched, Eric opened his eyes and was horrified again. Al lied to him about the fact that they were already on the ground. Eric got another shiver and said that they were still on the roof. The boy felt that they shouldn't have climbed that high. Al smiled and replied that they would have been spotted from below, but the view from above was great. Eric looked at Al unhappily and asked where they were. The hero replied that they were already close to the theater. While they were upstairs, Al looked for a place closer to the theater to move there. Besides, he learned that if he touched someone, they could be transported there together. He was glad that he had gained such a valuable experience, because he had always used moving only on himself. Al exclaimed that they were getting down from here and suggested that they go to the theater. Al hoped that Eric was alright and said that if he was frightened, he could take his hand and they would go down together. Overcoming his fear, the Eric jumped forward and replied that he was fine. He looked back at Al and exclaimed that he would go down alone. Al smiled, not even thinking about the fact that just a short time ago Eric was sitting there afraid to get up out of fear. Al agreed with him and jumped down following the Eric. As soon as the boys got down to the ground, they saw a huge building in front of them. Al was delighted and exclaimed that the King's Theater was just huge and looked very expensive. Eric answered him that the theater was run by an aristocrat, so it was quite respectable. It became clear to the hero why everything looked so luxurious. He wondered if the busts really depicted the same person he had seen in the castle. The heroes took tickets at the entrance and then went up the spiral luxurious staircase. They found themselves on the upper painted balconies that were decorated with opulent columns. Al couldn't find words for admiration. Eric said that these seats were all he could afford with his pocket money, so he apologized to the guy. The seats on the third floor were sold for only 5 gold pieces. The hero wondered if the service here was convenient. Eric looked at Al unhappily and said that it was quite expensive here. Al thought that he shouldn't have a problem from the sales of his Reversi game, but it was really overpriced for a kid. On one of the balconies, the hero noticed some familiar faces. Here was Ra-chan along with her father. The hero asked Eric if his father was really popular here. Eric thought that Al was joking. After all, his father was the hero that defeated the dragon, so he was definitely popular here. Al still didn't understand though, how could his father defeat a dragon? Eric was surprised that his father never told this to his son. The hero was reached by the screams of a girl who called out to her dad and told him that she really wanted to see the man's performance. She thought that Al's father was really cool. Her father replied that he was indeed. He was cool as an actor, but in life he was Mr. Nord, which was even cooler. Eric sat down next to Al and said that the guy would only understand after seeing him. Al agreed with him, and after their conversation the performance began. Nord walked onto the stage in his luxurious cloak and smiled dazzlingly at the audience and the audience. Perhaps to everyone he was a real handsome man, but to Ala he looked somehow unreliable. Eric thought that it was because the Nord's face looked very confident in Al's eyes. The voice on the stage told that a long time ago there was a young adventurer named Nord. While he was telling this, Ala's father played his part and walked around the stage. He watched the wildlife and listened to the bird that sang in his arms. There was some rather soothing music playing in the background, but it was all kind of strange to Ala. In one passage of the play, his father encountered bandits with whom a fight ensued, and then the Nord found himself in a bar, where he ran into a rather rowdy group of adventurers. One of the drunken rowdy adventurers wanted to hit on the guy, but the Nord kicked him with his foot and sent him flying. The Nord then sat down at the table with the rest of the adventurers. Later, a disgruntled girl came up to them and served them drinks on a tray. Alan thought he had seen this somewhere before and remembered their strict aunt. The adventurer who had been tripped up by the Nord decided to take revenge on the guy. As soon as their fight began, The adventurer swung his fist at the Nord, but the lad deftly dodged a couple of his blows. At the moment of the duel, a girl came up to them and grudgingly asked them to do something about it. Alu thought she was very pretty and became interested in her personality. He was shocked when he heard that the girl's name was Erna. He never imagined that his mother would be on stage. The hero stared at Erna in surprise, unable to believe it was really her. Never before had he seen his mother Erna in such an image. Erna gave a displeased look at the rival Nord and thought that he had not heard her. She repeated her request and asked him to get out of here. Alfred imagined his mother in the past. He heard that she used to be an adventurer too, but he would never have thought that she could have been so strict. His mother was usually always smiling. She was a powerful mage who could use water magic. Sister Elenora, who Al didn't expect to see here at all, appeared next to Erna's mother. The girls insisted that the adventurer get out of here. The blonde-haired boy pulled his hand toward Al's mother, but someone's strong hand grabbed him and prevented him from touching Erna. It was the Nord that twisted the lad's arm and told him that it was not good to grab the lady. He hoped she was alright and asked the Ern lady a question. The girl replied that she was fine. Erna demonstrated her fire magic and said that if he didn't stop it he would have been mauled. The hero realized that this was definitely the first time Nord and Erna had met. Nord smiled at the woman and replied that it would have been too much. After that incident, his parents met time after time at the guild and gradually began to work together. They became famous adventurers in the royal capital. After another mission, the Nord told her that they returned today without any problems. Erna agreed with him and preferred to go home and take a warm bath as soon as possible. In that case, the Nord suggested that they return to the guild as soon as possible and report back today. The girl smiled and followed her partner. It seemed to the hero that as time went on, the woman had grown kinder and looked like they were getting closer to the Nord. The hero thought about Elenora, but decided that was definitely not going to happen. Suddenly, the very day came when the city was attacked by a dragon. Bells were heard everywhere, but no one understood what was happening. Then the soldiers shouted to the whole city that a dragon had appeared in their capital city. All the adults and children who attended the play were so horrified and delighted as if it was all happening in reality. Al was thrilled that the theater staff could move a huge dragon with magic in such an interesting way, and exclaimed that it was cool. The creature really did look like a real dragon. The soldiers ordered the people to run away from the place immediately. Then the Nord called out to Erna and told her that he would fight the dragon himself. The woman thought he was mad and exclaimed that he was far stronger than the orcs and goblins they had fought. The Nord agreed with her, but he was still an adventurer. People like them could not do without risk in this world. The Nord didn't know if they could have avoided that danger. He turned to Erna with a smile and asked her what she thought about it. The girl pulled herself together and said that she had made her decision. Nord looked surprised at the girl that stood side by side with him and prepared to fight. She exclaimed that the Nord would be lost without her. Besides, they were seekers after all. The Nord was pleased with her decision and thanked Erna for her choice. The adventurer who had earlier been kicked out of the bar by the heroes called out to the lovebirds and hoped they were done talking. Nord was happy to see boars here and Erna blushed. She didn't understand what boars meant by calling them lovebirds. The soldiers called out to the heroes and told them that they would all support them. The girl asked them not to think about the guy taking all the laurels for himself. If that happens, it won't be on her watch. Thus began the battle for the royal capital. The first act ended and a break was announced on the stage. Eric looked at the hero and asked his opinion of the first act. Alex claimed that it was awesome, especially he liked how they used magic. What impressed him the most was the dragon, which looked just great. Eric explained that it was controlled with magic and special magical devices. Al couldn't even imagine how much it could have cost. However, learning here about how his parents met was rather disconcerting. The hero couldn't imagine that his parents were really like that. Eric recalled the mother Alla. He was stunned when he met Alla's mother at the ball. She was very different from what he was seeing now. Eric suggested that perhaps in another role she was the quiet girl. Surely it must have depended on the stage directions. Soon the second act began. The narrator said that the fight with the dragon was fierce and hard. Eric stated that it was the best part, so he asked Alla not to blot anything out. But the hero exclaimed that it was simply impossible. Erna along with the Nord bravely fought the dragon shoulder to shoulder. Erna supported the Nord with her water magic, who meanwhile repelled the dragon's attacks with his sword. The archers on the rooftops fired at the dragon. A hail of arrows flew at the huge creature, jabbing into its thick scales and wings. Guy covered his eyes against the blinding light of the magic ball that was forming in the dragon's mouth. The dragon was about to strike back, but the Nord glanced at Erna with a smile. Using water magic, she pushed the Nord up and the Nord swung her sword straight into the dragon's neck. The lad only needed one accurate strike to sever its head. All the people in the neighborhood froze in place in surprise. No sooner had the Nord landed on the ground than the dragon's huge body fell right behind him. All the townsfolk threw up their weapons and applauded their hero. Everyone in the audience was just thrilled with such an ending. Even Al and Eric grabbed hands with overflowing feelings. After a fierce fight with the dragon, the Nord turned to Erna and called out to her. The girl ran up to the Nord in joy and hugged him. Al smiled when he saw the sincere emotion on the woman's face. Erna closed her eyes and a couple of tears glistened in them. After the fight with the dragon, the king personally told the hero that he had made a truly spectacular scene today. The king thanked the Nord for his bravery and abilities that defeated the dragon. It was simply unbelievable to him, and the Nord thanked the king for his words. Thus, thanks to the Nord, the kingdom was saved, and as the king of these lands, the old man thanked him. Also, as a reward, the king was ready to fulfill whatever the Nord told him and asked the fellow what he could give him. The Nord had one thought. He looked back at Erna with a smile, who was staring at the lad in surprise. Nord smiled at the king and said that he would like to live his life in peace with his beloved. After that, peace came to the royal capital. Nord was given the title of Baron and now lived happily with his wife Erna. This is the story of the Dragon Slayer, the hero of the royal capital. A story that will be remembered for all time. Toward the end, Al was quite tired, but Eric was glowing with happiness. No matter how many times he watched this play, it always made him excited, and it was great. Still, Eric didn't understand why the son of this noble dragon slayer was someone alive. With this, Eric probably wanted to say that Al was completely different from his son. Al gave an irritated look at Eric and exclaimed that he had made him angry. But Eric said that it was not about his appearance but about his character. Such an answer also did not satisfy Alla. Eric thought that unlike his beautiful father, Alla had a terrible character. As a result, a fight broke out between the guys again. The theater guests immediately recognized the guys who had caused a commotion at the ball. The guys continued to argue and the hero exclaimed that he had never seen a glutton like Eric before. Eric shouted that the owl was just like him. Al looked at Eric in anger. From the fact that they had spent half a day together, Al had time to think that they had already become friends. Despite all this, Al thanked Eric for taking him to the theater. He would never forget such a mediocre performance. Eric stared at the guy in horror at this response and exclaimed that it was just masterpiece. Eric couldn't even believe that Al's father was acting in that performance. In the end, the guys went their separate ways, and Al thought that this was the end of it. He mentally said goodbye to Eric and hoped that he would never see him again. In the evening, when it was already dark outside, the hero returned home and met his mother there. Erna thought that Al had been out with friends today and asked if he had fun. Al agreed with her and looked at the woman. Involuntarily, he imagined the cruel image he had seen in the play today. The woman noticed Al looking at her strangely and thought she had something on her face. Al didn't even know the right way to put it. He confessed to his mother that he had just seen her in the Dragon Slayer play. Upon hearing this, Erna was at a loss for words, and his father almost poured coffee on his shirt. But Al assured them that the mother looked as cool as her sister Elenora. Al exclaimed that she was able to scare him to death. And then he remembered the girl saying at the end of the play that the Nord would be dead without her. He also remembered what happened at the very end. The girl said in front of the king himself that she would be with the one she loved. Before the boy could finish speaking, the mother walked up to her son and pulled his hair. Al cried out in pain and didn't understand why she did it. After all, they had just come to the most interesting part. The boy decided that he should question the Rumba and call the Earl of Mern. The next day, the hero yawned sweetly from the table and thanked his parents for the food. The father calmly told his son that he had news. He surprised the lad by saying that tomorrow they would be leaving the royal capital. This meant that they were going back to the village, and the parents said that Al was right. They were forever being invited to parties while they were here. His father was invited to train with the knights along with their training, and his mother was invited to tea parties with the ladies, which was quite exhausting. Alla could understand them, after all, with his father and mother being rather rare individuals, and Alla was grateful to his parents for their hard work. He was going to use this as a chance to bond with the bralette. The hero had heard that they had made a lot of progress lately. The father suggested that they pack their things and go shopping. As soon as Mina heard about the shopping, she suddenly appeared right behind Alla. The father smiled and said that Mina and Sarah would go with them, so the girls were released for the rest of the day. Mina was delighted and thanked the Nord. Al thought about his shopping and considered what he should get. He was thinking of getting the magic tools that Bartolo had asked for and some training gear that he was getting bored of. It was also worth bringing a few souvenirs for Elenora. She would surely be happy with the gifts from the capital. Erna said that they had traveled all the way to the capital and hadn't had a chance to shop, so she wanted to look around too. Al wondered if they were going shopping for souvenirs. He remembered that he could use his vault anytime he wanted, but he didn't feel a strong need to do so. But a gift for Sister Emma was very important. He had to give her something nice to thank her for all her help. At that moment, the hero didn't even think of his brother Silvio and sister Elenora. When the family went outside, Al's father remarked that the weather was pretty good today. The boy agreed with him and said that on such a day they should have sung the Dragon Slayer's song. Nord was embarrassed and told his son that they would not sing it because it was a play adaptation, and there was no reality in it. Nina looked around in excitement and exclaimed that there were quite a few high-end stores here. Sarah smiled and agreed with her friend. Nina thought it was funny that Sarah was rather modest on her day off. In all likelihood, Sarah didn't even notice it. Al noticed that the girls were adding a great many unfamiliar epithets to their conversation. At this point, his sad father called out to him and asked his son if he was really listening to him. Al felt embarrassed and replied to his father that of course he was hearing him. Al called out to his mother and relayed his father's non-existent words that she looked very good in her dress. The girl was delighted to hear this compliment, and the Nord blushed at her son's unexpected statement. Erna grabbed her husband's hand and motioned for them to go inside. Apparently there was a men's store here, which seemed fine to the girl. Al was now sure that his father would not be able to escape, and he would be free in the meantime. But no sooner had he thought of this than his mother called out to Al. She told the boy that he was also going along with them and dragged him by the hand. The girl decided that she would take Silvio's things. Erna didn't understand what Al was talking about, because thanks to his invention she didn't have to worry about money. Erna pushed the boys inside and told them they were coming in, then closed the doors behind them. The sales consultant asked the woman what kind of clothes they had decided to look for today. Al exclaimed that he was quite happy with everything, but he would like clothes that were easy to move in. The hero then tried on a couple of new outfits and looked at himself in the mirror. Erna thought that Al's clothes were a bit plain, so the saleswoman suggested that he try on something more glamorous and handed him a lace shirt. Al grabbed his jacket and exclaimed that he liked these clothes. Al breathed a sigh of relief, pleased that it had gone surprisingly quickly. Now it was his father's turn to try on the clothes. As soon as the men saw the Lord Nord, they immediately recognized him as a dragon slayer, a master named Nord Slulet. The woman became embarrassed and confessed that her husband didn't care much for clothes. The counselors thought this was wasteful and decided to match him. Ala's father then tried on several luxurious outfits that only people of high title could wear. The salesman thought that all these outfits looked amazing on him and held out another outfit. They also asked the Nord to wear more boots and a cloak. The woman raved about her husband and exclaimed that he looked just amazing. Al decided to leave under his breath and said he was going to the bookstore for a while. Once the hero was at the shelves of books, he found a couple of interesting specimens. There were adventures and mysteries, and the hero decided that these would be for his brother. For himself, he took the tales of the Dragon Slayer. The hero had a few tricks for storing even more books. He had quite a few things to do when they got back to the village. The boy assumed that his father had already finished with his outfits and stopped by the clothing store. At this point, his mother also started trying on various dresses and outfits. The woman happily tried on a couple of outfits and asked the saleswoman which one would be better. The saleswoman excitedly replied that both outfits suited her very well. Al realized that this was going to be a long time coming as they would be picking out clothes for his mother as well. Erna couldn't decide on an outfit and the hero realized that he should leave discreetly. 2 hours had passed since then. Al met his sad father on the bench and greeted him. Although the man was wearing new clothes, his appearance was rather shabby. From the look of him, the hero realized that all was not well with him. Even in this world, women still like to store. If you looked closely, they could be seen everywhere along with their poor partners. Suddenly, the hero heard his mother's voice thanking the shopkeepers for their help. One of the salesmen bowed and thanked her for her participation. He promised to deliver her purchases to their dwelling today. The woman thanked them and exclaimed that it was quite fun. Al didn't even want to think about how many things they had bought today. He cautiously told his father that apparently they were done with their shopping. His father looked up with his disheveled hair and rejoiced at the news. But then the woman suggested that the boys go to a nearby store where she wanted to see accessories. Erna was glowing with happiness, which could not be said about her son and her husband. The tired Nord suggested to Ala to follow her and the lad reluctantly agreed with his father. When they left the accessory store, the hero sighed heavily and exclaimed that he was starving. After lunch, the hero patted himself on his stomach and said that he had regained some of his strength and spirit. It was very good for him. The father blushed and asked his son to be a little quieter. Earlier, Mina and the others said they were going to go to food stalls in the capital. The hero bought souvenirs for Emma and her sisters, and the next one on the way was a magic artifact store. Al looked around and noticed that it was quite a big store. It was different from the last magic store he was in. Suddenly, he heard shouting behind him. Apparently, the person was outraged that the item was out of stock. The vendor apologized to the sir and said that they were not keeping up with the supply of refrigerated artifacts. The impatient customer asked them when they would be available again. The thing was that there were very few ice magic users. Even if the seller wrote a formula every day, it wouldn't arrive on time. This was a real problem for the buyer. One of the counselors noticed Alla along with his father and welcomed them into their store. He offered them his help and asked what they needed. Nord replied that he was here to look at or even buy a newly created fire magic artifact. The counselor replied that they had the contraption and asked to follow him. It was a device for making fire and cooking. He could control the intensity of the fire. It was just what the Bartolo and Alu needed. It would definitely make cooking easier for them, and Al exclaimed that they were buying it. The counselor thanked the young man, but the Nord was about to refuse and said that it was not his son who made the decision. Al looked at his father in anger and did not understand what he was saying. After all, it was a revolutionary magical artifact. It would make cooking much easier, and people who didn't cook didn't understand anything about it. The counselor fully supported the Alla, and the father told them that they were two boots of the pair. Al decided to bribe his mother and told her that if they purchased it, he would be able to cook sweets en masse. Plus, they could afford to make brand new sweets. Erna was fine with buying it and asked how much the thing would cost. The seller answered madam that it cost 80 gold pieces, and the Nord exclaimed that it was very expensive. Erna thought of her sweets and of making their dishes better. The hero was ready to pray for her mother, while the Nord sadly pulled out his bag of gold coins. It was not until late in the evening that the whole family returned to the house. Al and his father collapsed on the sofas, thinking that they were finally done with their business. It was only recently that they had sorted out all the artifacts. They had gotten tea, sugar, cloth, and a lot of clothes. Al didn't understand why his mother looked so cheerful, but he decided not to go into details. Looking at all their luggage, the hero wondered if it would all fit in the station wagon. But definitely the Bartolo would have a hard time when they got home. Sarah walked over to the couch where Al was lying and wanted to serve him tea. Her father, who was sitting across from the sleeping Al, wished him good night and went to bed. The last day in the royal capital came. Before leaving, the Alla family began loading their large suitcases into the wagons. Al was not thrilled with such a large amount of luggage. He couldn't even believe that they had bought it all just yesterday. Rumba saw the guy and greeted him. The hero wished the adventurer a good morning and recalled that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Rumba was interested to hear about the affairs in the capital, and the hero replied that it was quite fun there. Rumba smiled and thought that the guy had seen the very thing, and Al replied that he had seen everything. Al was curious about a lot of things, and he even bought a book about it. His father was shocked when he found out that the hero had bought a book about it. Rumba thought it was a good purchase because the children's job was to spread the word about their father's accomplishments. Al suggested that apparently they had already done more than enough. It would surely be a fun carriage ride home. The hero pulled out his purchase and said that he had bought dragon cupcakes yesterday. The vendor offered him the famous fruitcakes called Nord and Erna from the capital. It was these cupcakes that he fell in love with from the first bite. Rumba was curious to learn about them and taste them. Al told about a rumor that if you eat it together with the person you love, they will get married. Rumba immediately refused to taste them with Al. One of the footmen that was sitting on the carriage called out to the boys and said that they were ready to leave. The hero sat down in the carriage and looked out of the window to say goodbye to the staff. After their trip to the capital, the carriage turned around on the way to the house. Looking out the window, Al thought about the fact that it all happened rather quickly. It seemed to his father that the hero was rather sad that they were leaving, but Al replied that it wasn't so. He couldn't wait to get back to his house and be able to relax. Despite all this, he admitted that it had been quite fun to be here. He happily recalled the events that happened here. He met Rachan here and also bought his books here. He spent time with interesting people and even had a fight with an Eric. Remembering all the characters that the hero met here, he remembered something terrible and jumped up on the spot. The boy trembled with fear and told his father that he didn't greet the Ringrand at the social event. At such events, you always had to say hello to the organizer. Al suddenly realized why he had frowned at him then. The man's eyes were quite scary. Al realized what it was about and exclaimed that it was his fault. Father smiled and said that the Duke was very busy. He had no other choice this time. The mother reassured her son and said that it was alright because they had already talked to him. Hearing this, Al exhaled a sigh of relief. At the moment of their conversation, a white horse approached their carriage. The man on it asked Mr. Nord to confirm the noble title. It seemed to the hero that these were the same people as the first day they arrived. Nord thought that this was the royal guard and there must be many people here working in shifts. The man on the horse apologized for the disturbance. The soldiers politely asked Nord to look at their nobility badge and took his hand out of the carriage. Father and son didn't even realize that it was an equivalent request. Nord held out his hand to the soldier. The man apologized for it and said that he just couldn't see well. While the Nord was showing his hand, the woman asked Mina if her stomach was okay. Mina replied that she was fine. She had just overstretched herself during the cooking tour. Erna then thought that Mina looked like a pregnant woman. Mina admitted that it was a little hard for her to stop. Mina apologized to Sarah because the food in the royal harbor was very good. It was when they were in danger that the hero wife felt at ease in the wagon. One of the soldiers called out to the others and said that the wagons had been inspected and there was no problem. The soldier that was inspecting the Nord's arm got angry with his partner and reminded him of his request to take things slower. The Nord pulled his arm back out and asked Mr. Lowe to drive on. The old man understood and drove the carriage forward without even asking the soldiers. The soldiers were desperate that the dragon slayer was already leaving and asked him to wait for them. Lastly, the Nord thanked the soldiers for their help and said goodbye to them. After a while, the hero and his family made a rest stop. When he got out of the wagon, Al happily put his hands in the air and stretched. While Mina, together with Sarah and the others, unloaded the things, the Al greeted his acquaintances. A man named Gates recognized a game called Dragon Slayer and told Al that he had been on a few of them. Al had never heard of the past from his mom and dad, so it was all new to him. Part of the hero understood why they didn't want to talk about it. He remembered the same stern face of his mother that had offered to burn the offender with her flames. Rumba said the Nords were shy about admitting it, too. Al chuckled and thought his mother was a bit childish. Remembering the play, the hero parodied his parents and how they met each other. Nord, along with Erna, tried to ignore their son. Al said that she finally came to her senses just before the fight with the dragon. According to one theory, she started liking him when the Nord gave her that cupcake. In other words, the Rumba meant to say that she was lured by something sweet. Al laughed and said that it was very much like his mother. Finally, the woman couldn't stand it and exclaimed that she had heard everything they were talking about and confiscated all the cupcakes from them. Al did not understand why she did that since they were just having fun and having a good time. Gates replied to the young man that he was laughing too loud. Toward evening, the protagonist, along with Rumba and Gates, watched the fireworks. When Al would go outside to Rumba and Gates, his parents would take Al under the arms and drag him back to the wagon. At night, Al slept side by side, along with his mother. Finally, 7 days later, the hero saw the long-awaited village. They were able to make it and reach their home village of Koraev. In farewell, Mr. Lowe wished success to the hero in his long journey, and Al thanked the old man for his kind words. He jumped off the wagon and breathed in the clean air. The villagers who were working nearby noticed the carriage and thought it was from the Lord's house. The people waved to Master Nord and welcomed him home. Al also waved to them and exclaimed that he had come home. Al was delighted with the local nature and clean air. He felt at home in the countryside. As soon as the hero heard his name, he immediately fell to the ground. It turned out to be a Tor and an Asma who were rushing with all their legs towards the Al's wagon. They hoped the lad had some souvenirs for them. The children thought that Al had brought them something tasty from the capital. Al smiled and called out to Tor with an Asmo. The hero felt embarrassed when he remembered the souvenirs. He had gifts for his sister Emma and Sheila, but he could share the food with Asmo. But Al recalled that he had absolutely no souvenirs for Tor. The hero decided to give him something useful for his career as an adventurer, but his mother was doing the shopping and he had completely forgotten about it. The boy didn't know what to do. If he didn't have anything for Thor, he had to give what he would have on hand. Al recalled finding a sword on the way to the Rumba capital. Thor thought the hero had nothing, but Al exclaimed that he had something. He said he would bring it tomorrow to Thor's house. The boys exclaimed that it was great and said they would look forward to it. As they were leaving, Thor suggested to Asmo that they go to the river and fish. It looked as if they were not at all concerned about souvenirs. At the very entrance to the house, the Alla family was met by Bartolo, Eleonora, and brother Silvio. Big sister Alla welcomed the family home. Bartolo was happy to see Alla and exclaimed that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The hero couldn't wait to eat his cooking. He told Bartolo that he was tired of the viands in the capital. The man smiled and replied that he was glad to hear that. Bartolo hoped that the hero had gotten him the fire magic he had asked for. Al smiled and replied that there was a large Bartolo box in the wagon. The man rushed over to the wagon and thanked the guy for the gift. Al heard one of the maids call out a mine and turned toward the girls. One of the maids thought that Mina had gained weight, but Mina exclaimed that it was just her imagination. Sarah reminded her that the girl ate a lot of food from street trays. Silvio greeted his brother and Al told him that he was back. Al looked at Silvio in surprise, noticing something amiss. It seemed to him that Silvio's brother looked a little denser. Apparently, this statement did not please his brother. Silvio smiled grimly and said that when he was without his father and Al, he fell under Eleanor's influence. He hoped that Al understood what he was saying. Al looked at his brother in horror and with a shudder in his hands called out to Silvio. Al hugged his brother and apologized for being late. He thought Silvio had apparently had a hard time, and it had been a long time. Silvio had been practicing with Eleanor for 3 whole weeks. Eleanor walked over to the boys, not understanding why they were hugging each other. Al saw his sister and called out to her. He said at once that the souvenirs were in his sack, but the girl apparently did not care about them at all. She wanted to know how his training with the sword had been during these 3 weeks. Eleanor asked her brother if he had trained with the sword, but the hero admitted that he had not. In that case, the sister grabbed the boy's hand and asked him to go along with her. No sooner had the hero returned home than Eleanor immediately took over. On the way to the playground, Eleanor had something she wanted to say to Al. She smiled and welcomed her brother home. It wasn't even worth mentioning that Eleanor had beaten the hero to a pulp at practice. The hero woke up early in the morning because someone was making noise in the house. While Al was drifting off to sleep, the mother wished her daughter a happy journey. The boy went to the window and saw Eleanor leaving somewhere. The girl wore beautiful earrings and braided 2 ponytails and had a happy smile on her face. The hero noticed that she immediately wore the souvenirs he brought her. He bought a few things just in case for Eleanor. Eleanor heard Al open his window on the 2nd floor and wish her a good day. After a while, Al also got ready and came out of the house. He picked up the gift wrapped in a Torah bag and went down the stairs. Bartolo met the boy and handed him the lunch. The man assumed that he was going to go and play in the village. Al was glad to meet the Bartolo here. He took his lunch from him and headed down the path with a good mood. The boy stopped to enjoy the views of the countryside he loved so much. Al stopped in front of the people who were cleaning the fields and looked in their direction. He saw a familiar old Roland whom he hadn't seen in a long time. The hero decided to get to his goal as soon as possible and headed onward. After a while, Al reached the house of Thor and called out to the lad. The hero hoped he was here and went into the backyard. Thor was just chopping wood and greeted his friend. He told the hero that he had been waiting for him and was glad Al had come. Al avoided a direct stare and said he would only leave souvenirs. He had a bad feeling for some reason, but Thor asked him not to say so. Thor put his arm around Al's shoulders and asked him to just help him a little. Al was startled when he saw a sharp axe in front of his nose and asked him to be more careful. Thor asked to just put the wood on the cut tree. Al asked only not to swing the axe and decided to fulfill Thor's request. Al placed the log vertically and the Thor swung the axe to strike. First, the axe point sank deeply into the log. Then the axe lifted it up and struck the wood with all his might, causing it to split into 2 even pieces. Al was so impressed by his skill that his eyes glistened with delight. Al suggested that it could have been broken in 1 piece, but it was easier for Thor. He explained that it was dangerous to hit as hard as he could. He thought about something, after which he asked Al to step aside a little. Thor swung his axe and hit the whole log with all his might. The log shattered into 2 pieces, and one of them almost hit the face of the terrified Al. Al clutched his cheek and exclaimed that it was indeed dangerous. Thor assumed that Al didn't even know about chopping wood. As the hero took the next log, he explained that he was an aristocrat and Bartolo was doing it all for him. Thor suggested that the hero at least do a little work. They used firewood every day and it was hard to get wood. Al was in total agreement with him and stated that he had the latest in fire magic and they could use no more firewood. Barely had Al had time to place the log on the stump before the Thor split it right in front of the nose of the scared to death Al. From fright, the hero fell to the ground and exclaimed that it was dangerous, for his hand was there. Thor ignored his cries and asked about what he had just said. Earlier, Al had said about how they could no longer use firewood. The hero grudgingly said that now that they had fire magic, firewood might not be needed. In other words, fuel was magic. The hero still couldn't recover from that sudden blow from the Taurus. Thor realized everything and asked to give him that thing as a souvenir from the capital. Al replied that he had another thing as a souvenir from the capital and pointed the guy to the wrapped item. So far, Thor didn't quite understand what it was, but as soon as the hero removed the wrapping from it, the Thor's face lit up with delight. The hero proudly announced that it was the sword he had picked up after killing the goblin. Thor tossed the sword upward with delight and exclaimed that it was the most real weapon. It was far from a wooden sword. Al had polished it as early as yesterday to make it clean, so it shouldn't be a problem. Since Al was himself, Tor thought that he would bring him a toy, but he in no way expected to see a real sword as a gift and thanked Al sincerely. While the Tor was glowing with happiness, Al felt a sharp arrow stabbed into his heart. He decided that if this sword broke, he would ask Mr. Logan to give Tor a good gift. Happy Tor suggested that his friends start practicing with the sword, but Al didn't want to do it. Asmo approached the guys and asked the two what all the fuss was about. Thor called out to Asmo and asked him to listen to him. Earlier, Tor had told them that they would practice fencing, but Al didn't want to play with him. The hero reminded him that he had just returned from a long trip. Asmo turned his attention to Tor's new sword. The delighted Tor replied that it was an unusual wooden sword and a souvenir from the capital. In his hands was a very real sword. Asmo looked back and forth between one guy and the other and said that it was great. Anyway, he would like to get his gift from Ala too. Al replied that he had brought him something interesting. It was the famous dragon cupcakes from the royal capital. Thor didn't understand why he was most interested in this particular thing. Asmo jumped for joy and exclaimed that he would get the products from the capital. Thor wrapped his arms around his two friends and pulled them closer to him. He had previously believed that the dragon muffins were a concoction from the dragon slayer. He suggested the boys come over to his house where he could treat them to his mom's secret tea leaves. Asmo frowned and told Thor that it was his gift, but Thor believed that good pastries should be eaten with a good drink. Surely Asmo must have realized what he was saying. Asmo was ready to curse the Tor and asked him about the tea leaves. The guy replied that it was the same as Ala's. They were leaves from the king's fields. Tor's mom had always been kind to Ala and gave them to him as a thank you. Asmo puffed up his cheeks and said he would be happy to share a piece or so with them. Tor nudged his friend with his elbow and asked him to give him one piece. Asmo exclaimed that he couldn't give him a whole muffin and was only willing to settle for a quarter. Thor exclaimed that with such excellent tea, at least he should have given him half. Thor told his friend that he would bring him another cup of tea. Apparently, Thor understood fractions quite well. While the boys were arguing, Al pulled out a box of muffins from his spatial vault. Asmo looked at the hero impatiently and asked where his cupcakes were. When the guy opened the box, the guys were delighted. Asmo blushed with joy and exclaimed that they smelled pretty good. In that case, the hero suggested they sit down. Thor agreed to make them some tea. Asmo opened the cabinet and thought that the plates were on this very shelf. Al smiled and said that you could immediately recognize his neighbor in him. Asmo obviously knew his business. Meanwhile, Tor was looking hard for the tea leaves and did not understand where his mother could have hidden them. It seemed strange to Al that Thor's mother was hiding tea from him. Thor took out a jar of tea and told his friends that he had finally found it. Asmo looked at the jar suspiciously and asked if it really wasn't fake. Al asked not to worry because it was the same as their tea. Tor felt bad for their tea and exclaimed that it was the real thing. He looked back at Al and asked him to light the wood under the cauldron with his magic. The lad agreed with him and replied that he could just make tea. His sister had previously taught his brother how to do this. While the hero was using fire magic, Tor noticed that the hero was just as agile as before. Asmo was even envious that the hero used magic as if he had always known how to do it. Ala didn't care at all that it was complicated magic, because he could easily do something like that. He used levitation magic, a fireball to raise the temperature. The guys previously thought that they were the ones doing something amazing. Thor assumed that Al was going to enter a magic academy or something like that, but Al wasn't going to go there. Even if they open a school in that village, he still adamantly refused to go there. But Tor believed that if he could use a lot of magic, he could make enough money. Al didn't understand what he needed it for. After all, he already had plenty of money. Thor smiled at his friend and replied that he was definitely not greedy. Al knew this and exclaimed that he wished he could live like this forever. But now he began to dream of getting his hands on the soy sauce. In a country where there was rice, Al was sure there was soy sauce. Al had heard that it was quite far from here, and perhaps one day he would go there himself. The boys put the big kettle next to the hourglass and sat down at the table. Finally, everything was ready and Tor suggested that they start eating. The hero did not understand why they suddenly remembered about manners. Al reminded him that it was still a cupcake and suggested that Asmo eat it with his hands. But Asmo smiled and replied that he was just trying to be classy. Thor was impatient and suggested the guys start. Al wished everyone a good appetite and Asmo took a bite of his cupcake. The boy took a bite of the tasty treat pretty quickly. Thor had told the guys earlier that their tea smelled really good. He must have remembered where it was. Al hoped his mother wouldn't be upset when she found out they had taken the tea. Asmo thanked Al for such a gift. He took the cup of tea in his hands and said with a smile on his face that they were good muffins. Al replied that they were quite tasty and had a slight fruity sourness to them. They went very well with the tea. Thor remembered the capital city and asked Al to tell more about it. Ismo was also interested in hearing about it. The boys assumed that the hero had seen the very Dragon Slayer game, and Al exclaimed that of course he had seen it. Suddenly a woman approached the house and asked Thor how long he had been loitering here. It was as if Thor had been struck by lightning. He looked back at the door in horror and exclaimed that it was his mother. The mother reminded her son that he had to come to the field after he finished chopping wood. Thor had completely forgotten about her request. Earlier she had sent Ismo to remind him of this, but Ismo had completely forgotten about it. The woman opened the doors of the house and called out to Thor with the Ismo. She knew she would find them here, but something seemed odd to her at first glance. The mother screamed at her son when she saw the royal field in his hands. It had never previously bothered Thor, but today he dared to take it. The woman noticed Ala visiting them and greeted the Lord. Ala felt embarrassed and apologized for disturbing him. Al smiled at the woman and said that his mother would like to invite her for tea. The hero asked her to come to the residence with the sumo's mother when they had time to do so. Al said that they had prepared some capital sweets for them. The woman was delighted and thanked him sincerely for the invitation. The mother had already gotten over her son and said that they would definitely visit them soon. She called out to Ismo and reminded him of her request. He should have called the Torah, but he had forgotten about it. The boy felt sorry for his oversight. She asked the guys not to forget her request next time, and the guys promised her. Al got up from the table and said he would leave them alone. Thor's mother smiled at the hero and said they would be happy to have him here anytime. Al agreed with Ma'am and decided to keep them. Thor thought his mother was lucky, for she could go to Al's house and have a nice cup of tea. In parting, Al called out to Thor and thanked him for treating him to a royal field. Thor didn't understand what the hero had shouted that for and ran off. Al smiled smugly and thought that village friends were the best fun ever. While Silvio was reading his book and his father was sorting out the paperwork, Al yawned sweetly. The leaner sat next to Al and was silent. The hero liked that time was going rather slowly now. Unlike the capital, there weren't many people here, which pleased him. He thought it was great to just sit at home like this and asked Silvio about it. Perhaps because Silvio grew up in a quiet village, he got tired in crowded places. Elenora recalled that when she went to King's Harbor, she was always dragged along to tea parties, and she never had a good time. They just had a lot of uninteresting chatter. She socialized a lot with the other nobles and didn't have time to do much of what she had planned. Silvio agreed with his sister and said that it was true. Al recalled that they only had 2 days to rest and the itinerary was 7 days. They were invited to a tea party or something like that. There they were expected to visit their grandfather's house and see the royal capital. During their vacation they could see the sights, theater, and do some shopping. Silvio suggested that Al had never been to a meeting with nobles before. Elenora thought that in any case, he was definitely not invited there, and besides, they might still start matchmaking with someone else. Also, the girl said there would be tongs there. Al realized that he wasn't as bright as his brother and sister, and he had an Eric scandal. No wonder he wasn't respected. Yet the hero was not going to rise through association with the aristocracy. He wasn't going to hold a high position in the King's Harbor, and he wasn't looking for connections. And if something happened, he could be contacted through others. Elenora noticed that Al was acting as if it didn't concern him. She said that if he made a fuss, his father and mother could get in trouble because of him. But he recalled that she was the one who had publicly beaten the heir to the Earl's throne. It was because of her letter that the man had volunteered to duel with Al. Silvio replied that it had been a lawful duel. Elenora, on the other hand, thought it was easier to fight than to carry on a tedious conversation. Besides, she was not like the Ala to fly into a rage. But in the end they were both very popular. Al believed that everything was to blame for their perception. Elenora wanted to know about Ala, but Ala replied that it was definitely not about him. Al believed that he wasn't depressed at all because he wasn't popular. He was just glad that he didn't have to deal with all of this. Elenora hoped that they had greeted the other nobles correctly, because every person they met asked about them. Al hesitantly replied that he and Eric did it together. More precisely, they always tried to get in their blind spot. Elenora frowned and recalled that Al was apparently hiding in plain sight. But the hero thought he had said all he needed to say to greet them, so it was okay. Elenora didn't much believe his words. The hero quickly changed the subject and told his brother Silvio that he had bought him a book in the capital and offered to read it. Silvio was delighted at such a gift and exclaimed that he didn't mind reading it. The hero offered his sister to read it as well, but Elenora did not want the book. The guy smiled and said that they would probably find it interesting. Besides, this book was written about the Dragon Slayer father and their mother. Silvio thought it would interest him, since not many people had told him about this story. The leaner smiled and said that their parents were shy to tell her about it, and when they went to the royal harbor, they were not allowed to watch this play. Al thought that they really weren't taught the story of the Dragon Slayer in detail at home. Every time, their mother would translate the topic and offer to tell them next time. It was only natural that they wanted to know more about their family. The leaner's eyes lit up and she asked Al to bring the book as soon as possible. Silvio supported her and Al smiled at the boys, saying that he would bring it soon. Once Al went to the stairs, he looked around carefully to make sure no one was around. Once he was sure of that, the guy opened his portal. Al believed that this was the only thing they had to find. The hero was sure of this, and with these thoughts he opened the book. Suddenly his mother came up the stairs and asked Al what he was doing. From surprise, Al almost dropped the book from his hands. The hero realized that if his parents found the book, they would confiscate it. Al lied that he had brought the book from his room. Al realized that his parents still didn't know what the book was yet. The woman replied that if he had time, he could help her unpack. Al was fine with that and said he would come over a little later. Once the hero entered the room, he thought he was now out of danger and told his brother and sister that he was back. Al showed Elenora and Silvio the colored cover of the book. Elenora smiled when she saw her father on the cover. Silvio noticed that his mother was standing next to him and was dressed as a magician. Elenora recalled that there was a day when her mom dressed the same way. Their mother looked great, but Elenora had never seen her like that. Elenora told her brothers that their mother never let her train with her. Elenora would love to fight wizards or something. Silvio asked his mother about it every day, but his mother only chilled Elenora. She was forever telling her daughter that they would practice some other time. Al thought that his sister should have worked on her magic first, because they couldn't deal with wizards if they didn't know about it. Elenora didn't like the fact that her little brother talked exactly like her mother. Elenora thought that Al could help her with her training. Al, of course, didn't want to do that and held out the book to Silvio, suggesting that he read it quickly. Al asked Silvio to read the book to them. Elenora understood everything and grudgingly said about how she and her mother were very similar. But Al thought that it was Elenora who was the one who looked like their mother. While their mother was sitting in her room, she blushed and sneezed loudly. As a reward for slaying the dragon, the Nord received a title and fiefdom from the king, and lived happily with his loving wife Elenora. Silvio smiled and told his brother and sister that this was the end. For a while all three of them sat in silence, still looking at the end of the book. Watch, Al decided to ask his brother and sister if the story was really about their parents. Silvio and Elenora looked at Al questioningly. Elenora replied that it wasn't exactly like their father, but it was definitely about their mother. She was very different now and more quiet. Silvio looked carefully at the book and said it wasn't like Elenora. At first Elenora even doubted Silvio's words. Al got up from the couch and thought it wasn't like the people they were thinking of. He wondered what his brother and sister were thinking right now. Elenora suddenly put her hand in front of Silvio's face and startled him. Her eyes stared intently at the door. The boys did not understand what had happened, but Elenora asked them to hide the book as quickly as possible, for father and mother were coming this way. Elenora threw the book toward Al, and he understood everything. The guy raised his hand and directed his magic towards the flying book. With the help of levitation magic, the Dragon Lord's adventure book fell to the bookshelf and swapped places with another book. Silvio smiled and thought he would see something more impressive. At the same moment the maid Sarah and their parents entered their room. The mother asked to see the boys' clothes that they had taken straight from the capital. Silvio smiled and replied to his parents that they both looked just fine. Al confirmed his brother's words and said that they looked great together. The woman laughed and thanked the children for the compliment. She hoped the father heard it and repeated that they looked good together. The father admitted that he felt kind of embarrassed in front of the children, but the woman replied to her husband that it was okay and he dressed well. Besides, the children had to see it. While Elenora was looking at her parents in excitement, Silvio called out to Al. He asked his brother if their sister would really change like their mother when she grew up. But Al thought that their mother had only changed because she had fallen in love with their father. By that logic, when their sister got older, she must have fallen in love with someone. In such a case, Elenora would automatically stop fencing. But the brothers did not think this was possible. The Ala house that he had built with earth magic in the forest behind the mansion could also be counted as an operating base. He had even gotten the Rand to sneak into it earlier. Al raised his hands and exclaimed that he was home. It seemed like too much time had passed since he was last here. Still, it was better for Al to be alone. The boy climbed a tree and swung himself up on a branch. While he held onto the top branch, the hero stood with his feet on another and thought that it wasn't scary. The hero thought that nothing would happen to this branch even if an Asmo jumped on it. but then he decided it was better not to do that since he didn't trust this guy. In any case, the hero wasn't going to let the Asmo on board. With these thoughts, he used his teleportation skill and pulled out a suspended swing from the vault. The guy tied them onto the huge branches and exclaimed that everything was ready. When the hero sat down and swung on the swing, he thought that it was really great. That feeling of floating was awesome. It had been a long time since Al had ridden the swing, and he couldn't even remember the last time he had done it. Probably he had ridden the swing when he was an office worker. Remembering that incident gave Al a shiver. He thought that the people around him were a little stunned when he was on the verge of dying of exhaustion. Al hoped that he could be forgiven for that. While he was flying in his thoughts, someone called out to Al. It was his sister Elenora, who was looking for her brother and finally found him. Elenora didn't understand what the guy was sitting on, and the hero replied that it was a swing. The sister clearly wanted the hero to go with her to practice. She walked over to the swing and pulled the rope with interest. The girl said that Al was doing strange things as he was always good at doing strange things. Al didn't understand what she meant and asked her what she came here for. Elenora saw him run away from home this morning and she decided to go with him. In other words, she wanted to say that she was following him, but she didn't understand the reason why his tracks broke off in the middle of the road. Al couldn't tell her that he had used traveling magic. Elenora questioned how that came out, and the hero replied that it was because he had taken a detour. The hero had only to berate himself for not being more vigilant and watching his tracks. Al replied that he was taking a walk to kill time and Elenora had found him here. His sister must have had a great sense of smell. Elenora didn't understand how the strange thing was supposed to be played with. She looked at the swing and thought that it was just meant to sit on and do nothing. Al replied that they were meant for something a little different, but you could also sit on them. With those words, he got up off the swing and let his sister sit on them. Al rocked the swing a little and offered his sister a ride. Elenora had a hard time understanding what was required of her, but then she began to swing more and more. The hero suggested that she swing even more. Elenora exclaimed that it was pretty great and smiled heartily. Al thought it was quite touching to watch the sight of the girl innocently swinging on the swing. But then Elenora stopped and told her brother that she was tired of swinging on her own and asked for a push. The brother realized with horror that she had discovered the secret of the swing. As soon as he nudged his sister in the back, the girl exclaimed that it was better. Al exclaimed that it was all because he was pushing her. Elenora looked back at her brother who was standing behind her and asked why he was pushing her so weakly. Her brother couldn't tell her about the fact that she was heavy. He was sure that if he said so, Elenora would kill him. Elenora guessed everything and hit the guy on the head, asking him to keep quiet about it. Al smiled and thought that was pretty slick of her. After Al nudged the girl a few more times, Elenora asked him to stop it. The moment the swing went up as high as possible, the girl let go of the ropes and jumped off it. She deftly landed on the ground and raised her arms up as if she were in a gymnastics competition. Al laughed heartily and told his sister that she was a badass. The girl only looked at her brother silently and smiled. Al didn't like the expression Elenora approached him with. It was with that face that she got all sorts of strange ideas in her head. She silently put her younger brother on the swing and began to swing him quickly. Al was scared and asked his sister not to push too hard. Al didn't expect Elenora to climb on the swing behind him and start swinging it with her legs. Elenora smiled and suggested they have fun, but Al thought that was just what she should be good at. Elenora swung the swing more and more and Al noticed that the tree branch was starting to bend too much. He wanted to tell his sister that this swing was not designed for two people. Elenora thought the boy was implying that it was heavy. That was not at all what he meant. It was just that this swing was not made for two people. He looked back again in awe at the branch the swing was tied to. Elenora could see it didn't bother her at all, and she continued to swing more and more. Al heard a suspicious sound and asked his sister about it, but Elenora said he was just making it up. She thought it was genuinely funny, but Al kept insisting that she drop him off. In the end, the catchel didn't break down and endured it all. The next day, Al's swing that he had worked so hard on reached its limit in no time. As far as he was concerned, the Rumba had sat down on them and they broke. After a while, her mother reminded Al that they had returned from the capital a week ago and could cook something new. Al glanced at his sister and mother as well as at the mine. All of them were apparently expecting something sweet for tea from him. The hero replied that they would all be ready today and the girls exclaimed that it was exciting. Al had already completely forgotten about his promise. Later, the hero found Bartolo that he was glad to meet Al. The guy didn't understand what his assistant was laughing at. It was just that the Bartolo knew that he would come to him soon, for they had to prepare new pastries. Now they had a magic tool called a magic oven for this purpose. He had promised his mother to cook something and she had bought it. Bartolo assumed that now they would be able to make baked goods en masse. Bartolo didn't understand what they would do, since Al wasn't even a pastry chef. The hero gave his assistant a disgruntled look and said that he wasn't a pastry chef either. Despite the fact that Al was not, Bartolo was amazed every time by his new dish, and the new things he created. Al had managed to invent many new things, and now they would be making baked goods. Bartolo was sure that Al had a talent for it. Al couldn't help but agree with him. In that case, Bartolo said that he would give Erna the information that Al was in charge of baking from now on. The hero couldn't believe that the man was going to leave the job to him and even mentioned his mother. The pastry business was a very hard labor. Bartolo was the one who mixed ingredients, changed sweets, and was exquisitely creative. Al thought that his mother would have loved it. He tried to prove to Bartolo that he definitely couldn't do it that way and it wouldn't work out. Sure, the hero liked to cook, but only what he liked and when he liked it. Bartolo, on the other hand, was still a cook and was better able to make all sorts of pastries. Thinking of this, Al and Bartolo laughed. Al hoped that after their conversation, Bartolo would prepare the sweets. The cook had to agree to this, for after all they had a magic oven. This invention made it easier to cook fried food. Al thought it was necessary to cook and eat something at once, so he suggested that Bartolo make something simple. Bartolo didn't know what they should do and Al replied that they would make fried bread. So far the cook couldn't figure out how to do it. Al said that they had to fry the bread in butter and then sprinkle it with sugar. It was very simple and delicious, but Al said that when there was too much of it, you could get fat. Surely the women would want to eat a lot of delicious sweets and would ask to make more of it. After a while they will see the effect of the sweets and won't do that. Bartolo smiled and admitted that it was quite clever. Al noticed a sly expression on Bartolo's face, but the cook could say the same thing about Al. Besides, the hero would like to cook something else this time. The guys decided it would be quite fun. Al said that today they would make fried pies. They were all very similar to each other, but they could think of something with a filling. They could be fried bread, donuts, or they could be round cakes. Al's helper said he had some bread left over from breakfast. Al thanked him and said he would use it for another dough. For fry bread, you had to make a certain shape in the form of an oval. While Bartolo was busy shaping the dough, Al used magic for the oven when he put a pan on the burner. Al said he would use it for the fried bread. Al smiled and realized that it was quite easy because the stove automatically added magic and lit the fire. Previously, he had to make an effort to light the wood. Al thought it was much easier to use the fire now and asked Bartolo for his opinion. The man smiled and agreed that it was a great purchase. By the time the bread for the fryer was ready, the hero was going to lightly toast the ears of bread and then add sugar. Eventually, after a while, the breadcrumbs in the style of ears were ready, but there was quite a bit of sugar in there. The boy took one of the ears and tasted it. It was so delicious that the treat was addictive. Bartolo looked at the pretty Alain and asked to give him some to try too. Bartolo really liked the village sweets. He remembered how his grandmother used to cook similar food for him. Al agreed with him and remembered that in his past life, his grandmother had also cooked something similar for him. But then Al remembered that his grandfather was a cook, and his grandmother couldn't cook at all. She passed on her talents to her grandchildren, more specifically his sisters. Al thought that was pretty awful and looked at the bowl of breadcrumbs. He assumed that fermenting the breadcrumbs would take some more time and the bread required a lot of time to cook. They were prepared at night and baked in the morning, and Bartolo was well versed in this. Lately, Al had been cooking rice alone more and more often. Al grabbed his head and thought that this was the main reason why his precious rice was running out so quickly. If a family of 5 ate it, it would disappear in no time. The rice was very tasty and Elenora ate it all the time. It seemed to Alu that Elenora ate too much of it. Bartolo realized that now he couldn't stop. He thought that already this dish alone would have satisfied Erna and the others. Still, it wasn't the kind of appetizer that needed a magic oven, so Bartolo was right. It wasn't bad, but it still wasn't suitable. If they served something that could only be cooked thanks to the oven, the hero was sure that everyone would be convinced that buying a magic tool was a good idea. Bartolo asked the hero what they would do next, and assumed that the hero wanted to cook something other than sweets. Al remembered what could be made. He told the cook that he needed some fried food for dinner and asked about the availability of carrots and onions. Bartolo replied that they had most of the vegetables. Mushrooms were not very plentiful and it was worth thinking hard about what could be cooked. Al decided that he would ask his brother to gather some ingredients. Bartolo reminded Al that it was not proper for gentlemen to go and gather wild vegetables, but the hero replied that he was very good at it. Bartolo noticed that Elenora was also using Silvio's services. Al did not doubt this, for Silvio was, after all, their brother. Still, Bartolo treated Silvio better. As they were seeing Silvio off, the hero asked the Bartolo if they had any bigger shrimp. The cook replied that they didn't have any big shrimp, but if they were river shrimp, he could drain them. River shrimp were quite small and had long arms. Al thought there was nothing wrong with that, because river shrimp were good too, and they were good for frying. Al suggested that they could go to the capital and buy some, but he wouldn't want that to arouse suspicion in others. After a while, the first fermentation of the bread was completed and it puffed up considerably. Looking at this bowl, Al smiled and thought that he wouldn't mind if his sister had breasts as big as his. Bartolo felt uneasy after Al's words. He exclaimed that the hero sometimes said the stupidest things and thought that the guy wanted to die. When Al passed by, Elenora was chatting with her mother. She wasn't near the kitchen, so she couldn't hear it. Bartolo hesitantly told Al that he was strangely assertive. Al thought he wasn't, because he normally couldn't say such things, so he said them now. If he had said the same thing in front of Elenora, she would have killed him. He didn't even know what the outcome of the whole thing would have been. Bartolo admitted that he was quite worried about Alla. At that moment, the hero's older sister approached them and asked him for a word. The hero jumped up on the spot from surprise and was ready to fall through the ground. Quite unexpectedly, Elenora approached the men and asked to speak to them. The boys looked back at Elenora in horror, obviously not expecting to see her here. The girl didn't understand what was wrong with them, for they both looked rather pale. Al asked his sister fearfully, what was she doing here? Elenora was here at the request of her mother, who smelled a sweet and savory odor. The woman thought that apparently there were sweets nearby, so Elenora came here to check them out. The guy had absolutely no idea where they got their sense of smell from, since he only had ears made of bread. The hero realized that he had no other choice. Hero didn't know if she had heard about that conversation about size and held out a plate of treats to her. Al exclaimed that he had made it especially for them and made ears of bread. Elenora stared at the dish in surprise, not realizing what it was. The hero replied that they were very tasty and asked to try them. The girl took one piece leisurely and examined it once more. Having thoroughly tasted the bread, Eleanor's eyes glistened with delight. Her sister exclaimed that it looked quite interesting and tasty, and she liked it. The girl thought it would be easy for her to snack on, and Al agreed with her. Still, he didn't understand what she meant by that word, but he decided to keep silent. In any case, the main thing was that she liked it. Obviously, she didn't hear him reprimanding her. Thinking about it, Al exhaled a sigh of relief. Hero suggested that Elenora take the treats to her mom, and Elenora agreed. She took the entire plate and headed for the exit. Bartolo and Al waved goodbye to her. They smiled every last smile at the girl, who soon left. Bartolo turned angrily to Al and said that his heart almost stopped. But Al himself was as surprised as he was. He was already imagining his face being split open with a wooden sword behind him. Al didn't even want to think what would have happened if his sister had come a few seconds earlier. Bartolo suggested saying such things to him only when he checked the situation before saying them. In that case, the man suggested they go back to baking and began molding the dough. Al heard Silvio return home. Silvio brought his brother mushrooms and wild vegetables, which were very plentiful. Al thanked his brother for his hard work, and his brother suggested that it would all be for dinner. Al smiled and replied that Silvio was absolutely right. Elenora soon returned to them and said that their bread ears had run out and asked them to make more. The hero was shocked that they ate them so quickly. All the rest of the morning's bread had been burned in oil, so the hero would have to use space magic to store them until they took them all. Silvio looked sadly at the empty plate, and Al told his brother that he would allocate some to him a little later. After a while, their oval-shaped bread was ready. Bartolo assumed that Hero was going to fry it in butter. The hero agreed and waited for their oil to heat up a little. He waited for the oil to heat up to the right temperature. You could use the chopsticks to check if it was ready. Bartolo remarked that Al was excellent with them. Al replied that once he got used to them, they were easy to use since they were chopsticks. Bartolo saw this perfectly and said that in that case he would practice. The hero dipped some bread cakes in, after which he took them out with his chopsticks and dipped them in the water again. He told the Bartolo that this was to be repeated several times. When it was softly toasted, you had to lay it out while it was hot and sprinkle it with sugar. Suddenly the Bartolo shouted so much that he frightened Ala. The frightened hero did not understand what was the matter, but the Bartolo exclaimed that Al had added too much sugar. Al replied that he was doing the right thing, and the Bartolo calmed down a little. After a couple minutes, the hero put the dish on a plate and exclaimed that the fried bread was ready. Of course, it was easy to make and tasted good, but they had wasted half a pound of sugar. The fried bread looked as if snow had fallen on it. As the man bit into it, the dough crunched with sugar and the aroma of freshly baked bread spread in his mouth. And the sugar and butter melted from the heat would be absorbed and an overwhelming sweetness would fill the man's tongue. The Bartolo then suggested to the assistant that he pass it on to the others at once. Al agreed with him and looked back. At the entrance to the kitchen, the maids gathered together with Elenora and Mother. Al asked them to step aside. While the curious girls were whispering among themselves, Al noticed them peeping at the fried bread. The girls wanted to ask them for sugar. This was a sore subject for the Bartolo, for they had already spent a great deal. The mother asked the maids about the tea and the girls replied that the tea was already ready. The woman asked to call Nord and Silvio, but the girls replied that they were already sitting there. In that case, Erna suggested that they go to the dining room and get something to eat. Erna, with her head proudly raised, went to the dining room for tea. Bartolo and Al noticed the big farce, but didn't understand what was the matter. As soon as they tasted the fried sweet bread, they exclaimed that it was delicious. Erna looked at her son and asked if it was really fried bread. Silvio smiled and admitted that it was a little heavy for him. Al didn't tell Silvio that, but he purposely made it heavy for his brother. In that case, his father suggested that Silvio split it into 2 halves and eat it. Al told his mother that their purchase was quite good and useful. The mother smiled and agreed with it meant that from now on they would be able to make such snacks. After that they were going to have another dish called soda and daffy. But then Erna remembered something and asked them to wait for just a minute. The woman said that she had wanted to eat bread ears and fried bread for a long time and asked to keep the new starters for future entertainment. Apparently, this was the first time the father had heard of bread ears. Silvio smiled and said he had just eaten another brownie. The mother told Al that he would have to make her some kind of starter sometime. The boy was already realizing that he would have to stock up on honey and sugar as much as possible. Also, jam would be of great help to him here. In any case, Al was glad that they all enjoyed the sweets. And further, after tea they had fried food for dinner. Al was already thinking about what to make. It could be fried skewers, tempura, or it could be chips. Al could think of many things, but he didn't want to make a lot, especially fried food was heavy. So the hero decided to start with tempura. Later, he and Bartolo together gathered all the necessary ingredients. As Bartolo realized, they had to pour a strange liquid over the food and then fry it. He watched carefully as Al cooked. Al replied that he had to be careful, for there could have been a splash of oil before they reached the frying point. Besides, he and Bartolo should have changed into long sleeves. Bartolo grinned and said that he was a cook, so oil splatters were no big deal to him. But as soon as the boiling oil hit Bartolo's hand, the man shouted. The hero looked at the Bartolo with a smile and told him that he was hunched over. The cook replied that he was just filling it carefully so that the oil wouldn't splatter all around. For some reason the butter was shooting up a lot and Bartolo replied that it was just a little cracked dough. The man frowned at the lad and said he would leave it up to him to fry this dish. Thus, the cook slyly hinted that they would take turns cooking. The hero replied that when small, even, and quiet bubbles appeared, it meant that it was fully fried. Then carrots, onions, mushrooms, wild vegetables, and ala chips were to be added. After a while they were done with the vegetables and now they could move on to the chicken. Bartolo was already used to the sound and had calmed down before frying. The hero asked to turn the stove to maximum, but Bartolo thought the shrimp would be next. The hero replied that if they were fried again like this at high temperature, the surface becomes crispy. That was what was called twice fried. Bartolo grinned and said that he had seen it with his own eyes. The man asked Ala to tell him about it later, and the hero agreed with him. As they were talking, Mina approached them along with Elenora. Al realized that as soon as the girls heard the sound of oil, they immediately came over here. More precisely, they quickly rushed here as they apparently wanted to have a snack. The hero didn't mind giving them a bite, but he was in the middle of frying and it was very dangerous. The maid stared at the frying pan, from where boiling oil flew out and hit her right on the forehead. The girl grabbed her face and screamed that it was very hot. Al got scared when he heard her screams. His sister came up behind him, but he asked her not to take him away from the roast. Elenora apparently ate the hot dish. Al looked at a blushing Elenora and asked what was in her mouth. He smiled sweetly and told his sister that his fried food was delicious. The sister wanted to hit Al, but the hero understood and handed her a glass of water. The girl grabbed the glass and drank all the water in a volley. While the maid was squirming in pain, Elenora thought she was going to die. She didn't realize it was so hot in here, but Al had warned her that she was taking a fried dish. Eleanor's mouth was tingling, so she asked for some ice. With tears in her eyes, Elenora started to drink the ice water, but noticed that it was rather strange. Al smirked and asked her not to talk like that. If they're already full, they could just take the maids and get out of here. Bartolo grudgingly agreed with Al and said that they were still cooking here. The girl looked at the finished dishes and asked if she could eat them. Al warned that those dishes were too hot and offered to try the cooled ones. Elenora happily threw a few pieces into her mouth. The girl stalked toward the exit and grabbed Mina by the scruff of the neck and dragged her behind her. Mina called out to Lady Elenora and said she had nothing left, but Elenora replied that she was putting ice on her. Al told the Bartolo that Mina was as noisy as ever. After a while, at last all their dishes were ready, and the hero wished everyone a bon appetit. Mother was amazed at how crispy and delicious the dish was. Nord could only agree with his wife and replied that he really liked the thin dough. Elenora asked her mother to be careful as the meat was quite hot. Al told his father that they were able to get the mushrooms and wild vegetables thanks to his brother Silvio. The father thanked his son for his hard work, and Silvio smiled at him. Today they tried new sweets and a new dish. Mother was very happy that they had purchased such a stove. Al was glad that everyone was happy, but he was tired. The hero thought that he would leave cooking on the Bartolo for a while. Al's father finally finished his work and exclaimed that everything was ready. While they were in the capital, he had a lot of work piled up, but now he finally had time. His wife was glad that her husband was free. The father smiled and said that thanks to Silvio's help he was able to continue working and thanked his son for his help. The mother was glad that Silvio had helped the father with his work. Al was happy to see his family happy. If Silvio hadn't helped them with the job, it would have been a matter of time before they would have asked him to help. Hero felt that it was already dangerous. Sarah came into their room and apologized to them. She brought a gift for Ala's parents from Viscount Dora. Her father was not surprised that he had once again given them a gift. Al remembered that this was the same man they had met at a party in the capital. He had been delivering gifts to Al's father ever since. Sarah didn't understand why not tell him that they didn't need their gifts. Nord replied that he was a former commoner, and they treated him without reservation, so he didn't want to push him away. The hero noticed that his father was very embarrassed. Al thought that he would on the contrary be happy about this gift. The hero asked his father who the Viscount Dor was. The father smiled and said that his son was the only one who did not know him. The Viscount Dor was a nobleman who ruled the land southwest of the capital. They got a lot of yarn for cotton and furs from their territory and exported good quality fabrics. The lad thought it was a little farther north than Eric's house. The hero asked his father what had happened between them. The father didn't know how to answer his son and lowered his gaze with an embarrassed smile. Al assumed that it was a story that could not be told to children. The father asked if he could put it more simply and replied that Viscount Dor was a lover of dolls. Al couldn't believe his ears and admitted that he had already had some strange thoughts. Mother glanced at her son unhappily. She didn't even want to think about what he had imagined. The hero assumed that the gift was another regular doll from the Viscount. The father offered to open his gift and take a look at what he sent this time. The gift indeed turned out to be a doll in the shape of a knight. The woman took the doll in her hands in surprise and lifted it up. Erna assumed that this doll imitated knights from the kingdom of Miss Fury. She held out the toy to Al and invited him to touch it. The hero decided to take a look at the toy and picked it up. He tested it with a light tap on the knight's helmet. The boy replied to his parents that the toy was very good. The father smiled and assumed that Al liked it. The mother thought that Al would not be interested in dolls because he was a boy. Still, in this world, boys didn't play with dolls like that. Hero showed his brother Silvio the doll and asked his opinion. Silvio replied that he was not very interested in them. Mother recalled that they still had Elenora. Father replied that they didn't need the toy anyway, and if Al liked it, he could keep it. Al thanked his father for the gift and smiled. This doll was soft to the touch and bouncy, and it was probably very expensive. Al was sure he would have pleasant dreams when he slept with it. His father looked back at Sarah and told Al that he would give him the doll that he had been given last time. He asked Sarah to bring it from his study. The mother could not believe that her son could like dolls and said that he was quite strange. What Al meant was that this doll was really well made. He thought it would be great to hold it in his arms while he slept. The mother gave her son an embarrassed look and held out her hands to the toy. She tried cuddling the soft toy and felt that it was really comfortable. Silvio, along with Al, watched the mother who cuddled the doll a few more times. Eventually, Erna lay down on the couch and tried to hug the knight in different poses. She admitted to her son that this toy was pretty good. This is exactly what Al was talking about. From the outside, the hero thought it looked pretty cute. Al reminded his mother that it was his doll too, since they had given it as a gift. Erna smiled and said that whatever belonged to Al belonged to her too. The hero decided that this was quite immature on his mother's part and called his father for help. Nord smiled at his wife and told her that the doll belonged to Alu. Mother replied that she understood perfectly well and was just trying to be nice, but Al doubted that she was telling the truth. Father said he would write to the Viscount to thank him and ask if he could have the doll again. It seems he wanted their correspondence to be reciprocal, and Father suggested that his wife send a gift from them. Erna exclaimed that that would be nice. Al's parents ended up getting another doll in the form of a cute little girl. The character remarked that this girl doll also seemed to be of high quality. It was surely the work of an artisan. He could create not only stuffed animals but also a real doll. Al took the two dolls in his hands and thought that they must have been well taken care of. He was grateful to the Viscount for such a gift and walked to one of the open doors. The hero heard the voice of Amina talking to the chalk. Mina said that in a certain count's mansion, footsteps could be heard in the corridors at night if a person walked down the corridor in the middle of the night. Mel laughed and thought it was a pretty scary story and asked her to tell it. Alla was interested in the ghost story. Mina explained that it was about a friend and her friend's cousin. Mel replied that it was strong. The fact was that a female servant in the Count's house patrolled the house at night. It was well past midnight at this time. She was walking down a hallway that should have been empty when she heard footsteps behind her. In their house, Elenora or Master Alfred would have been in the kitchen drinking juice. Nina couldn't say anything about Master Elenora, but she felt no sign of Master Alfred. The other day the maid was on patrol when the elf called out to her. She was so surprised that she thought she would stop breathing. It was bad for her heart, so she hoped it wouldn't happen again. While Alf was eavesdropping on her, he thought that was not what he meant at all. Mel suggested that Mina go back to the rest of the story. Mina continued and said that the maid turned back, but no one was there. But she could still hear footsteps from deep in the darkness. The girl hurried down the corridor, trying to get away from the footsteps, but for some reason her back was getting heavier and heavier. Finally, it came to the point where she could no longer walk. With fear, the woman looked back. The next morning they found the maid dead. Mina was so horrified that she covered her face with her palms and screamed. Mel suggested that all this happened after she looked back. Nina exclaimed that Mel had missed an important part. The maid believed that a ghost or something similar could have pulled her soul out of her. Mel waved her hands and reminded her that the story was nothing more than a myth. The girl believed that the Count had gotten into trouble with his wife for sleeping with the maid, and so he had made up a convenient story to get rid of her. Mina was horrified and asked her friend not to talk about such terrible things, but Chalk believed that it could very well have actually happened. Mel felt that her story was much scarier than Mina's. Mina agreed with her and exclaimed that she was depressed, and after all, she was on guard duty today. The hero suggested that there were ghost stories in this world too. He thought of footsteps in the dark and a back that was getting heavier and heavier, and there were all sorts of scary stories about dolls. Thinking about it, Al looked gloomily at his night doll. Earlier, Mina had talked about the footsteps heard in the empty hallway and the back that was getting heavier and heavier. She talked about the maid that she couldn't go any further and turned back frightened. Al looked at his dolls with a sly smile and thought he had one interesting thought. The hero had no doubt that this would be fun. Using his steaming magic, the hero tried to lift the night puppet and put it down next to the chair. The doll couldn't even take a couple steps before it fell on the spot. The hero thought he could make it walk if he could move its limbs with his psychic powers. Earlier, he had thought that even a scarecrow would be able to stand up under non-attribute magic. Thus, the psyker would infiltrate magic into objects and manipulate them at will. In other words, it was telekinesis. The hero decided to try to pull off the same thing with a Western-type doll. Surprisingly, this doll was able to stand up. Al decided to concentrate on the movements of its limbs and tried to do it slowly. The doll walked as if alive, but after a couple steps it fell to the floor. The hero sighed sadly and apologized to the doll. The guy picked up the toys and thought he had another material problem. It was necessary to insert weights into the soles, and Al set about the task. As soon as the hero used the weights, his night doll rose to its feet. Al was delighted with its stability. Now he should have worked on his telekinesis magic. The hero tried moving the puppet and the knight staggered forward. Al concentrated and tried moving the doll's right arm and right leg at the same time. When Al's doll fell to the floor again, the hero sighed heavily. He realized that it was difficult to make someone walk as if by magic. The guy tried walking himself to see how the body moved. When his right foot went forward, his left arm moved forward as well. With each new step, Al controlled his feet and hands. During his practice, Silvio called out to Al. He wondered what his brother was doing and reminded him that they were in the hallway. Al replied that he was just checking to see if his doll could walk. He asked Silvio to help him a little. Using magic, Al made the doll walk and showed it to his brother. Al was still not very skillful at handling the doll, but Silvio was thrilled that it was moving. Hero couldn't get it to walk normally, so he needed Silvio's help. Silvio assumed that his brother Al was going to become a magician, but the hero had no intention of doing that. He just wanted to move puppets like that, or rather it could make a good show depending on how to pull it off. Comical movements that only puppets and only magic were capable of. Using wind magic and water magic like in the play in the capital, it was possible to put a trick into it. Al wondered if this was a good idea. There was magic to make things disappear using spatial magic. It was also possible to use escape magic. The hero reflected that the magician's life might not have been so bad. If Al was good at magic, he could enter a magic academy and become a court magician. Al exclaimed to his brother that he wouldn't want to do that. Besides, he was only 7 years old and it was too early to think about the future. The hero just wanted to live a carefree life in the countryside. In that case, the owl decided that they would leave things as they were and suggested his brother take a walk. Silvio slowly walked forward and looked back at the owl. The hero noticed that people moved their limbs rather quickly. It was a natural speed, but there was no way he could grasp it. The hero asked his brother to try walking again, only slower, until he said. Silvio understood and went forward again. After a while of practicing, Al made good progress. Silvio smiled and praised the knight for his good work. Silvio was fascinated by the way this knight moved. What surprised him even more was how this knight jumped into his arms like a living person. Silvio looked at his brother with admiration and exclaimed that they had done it. This time they managed it together. Al's eyes glistened with delight and pride. He was glad that his knight had finally gone. Moreover, he even ran and jumped and didn't stumble even once. Silvio as well as Al was happy for him. For some reason, Al felt as if it was his own child who had finally learned to walk. At that moment, Sarah came up to them and called out to Mr. Silvio and Mr. Alfred. She told them that it was time for dinner. The hero and his brother were shocked at how fast the time had flown by. In that case, Silvio handed the doll to Alla and suggested that they go to dinner. In parting, the hero asked his brother not to tell anyone that he had managed the night, and to keep it a secret from the others. He was going to surprise them next time when the time came, and Silvio made him promise. That same devious smile reappeared on Al's face. He believed that everything was going according to plan and all that was left was to wait for nightfall. Mina went out on her night watch in the corridors of the mansion. She was getting scared that they were telling a ghost story in the middle of the day. Mina was getting even more scared because it was quite dark and there were no streetlights nearby. She had heard that Bartolosan's fire artifact was worth 80 gold coins, but she definitely wouldn't have it at the moment. She remembered the same maid who was making her rounds in the middle of the night. It was the same situation she was in right now. The girl was even afraid to imagine what would happen if she heard footsteps behind her. Only Mina insinuated to herself that it wouldn't happen as she heard suspicious sounds. Mina's body stiffened with fear. A shiver ran through Mina. She tried to calm down and ignore some noise. Mina half closed her eyes and pointed the flashlight backwards. Mina exhaled a sigh of relief when she didn't notice anything and thought it was just her imagination. She chalked it up to work and went ahead to the library. The girl walked into the room but didn't see anyone here. Mina jumped up on the spot as the doors behind her back slammed shut sharply. The frightened Mina thought the door might have closed from the wind, but it was rather sudden. She had previously thought that the window in the hallway was closed. The thought made her feel creepy. The girl insinuated to herself that she had probably opened it halfway. Mina cautiously walked into the next room. No sooner had she thought that everything was quiet here than the doors behind her back slammed sharply shut again. Mina didn't realize what it was, since the doors were closing on their own. Of course, it was convenient, but Mina was getting scared. The girl was terrified, for she had never had anything like this happen before. She immediately thought of her friends Sarah and Chalk. Surely if she asked them for help they would laugh at her. Mina pulled herself together and told herself that she could do it. She didn't have to tell her coworkers about it, for she would ruin her reputation as a good maid. At last the girl reached Mr. Alfred's room and Silvio's room, and here was also Miss Elena's room. The rest of the rooms were Mr. Nord's office and spare rooms. Suddenly the girl stopped short when she heard someone's footsteps. Mina quickly looked back and thought it could be Lady Elena or it could be Mr. Alfred. The girl decided to hurry up and walk forward as she felt something wrong. She was now in exactly the same situation as in the ghost story. The frightened maid was rushing toward the bedroom of Nord and Lady Erna. She thought they would not be offended if she suddenly burst into their bedroom. The girl felt her legs getting heavy out of fear and she fell to her knees. As the ghost story continued, it was not good. Mina was sure that she would turn around and her soul would be dried up. But the maid turned around and saw Elena behind her. The girl didn't understand what had happened to their maid who was sitting in the middle of the hallway. Mina was happy to the point of tears to meet Elenora here. Mina wondered how she got here and Elenora explained that she had gone down to the kitchen to have a glass of juice. Elenora looked ahead sharply and told the Alpha that he was downstairs. Mina didn't understand what he was doing here. As soon as they started talking about the Alpha, she felt her back become quite light. Elenora asked her to wait and headed towards the Ala. Al dashed off, thinking about the fact that Mina had just turned around. He was about to tell her so, but she instinctively ran away. Elenora grabbed her sword, but the hero didn't realize when she managed to sneak out of the room. The hero could feel his sister catching up behind him and yelling that she knew where he was. The hero did not understand how she knew of his whereabouts, for even he could see nothing in that darkness. Hero was sure his sister would be surprised as the doll appeared as if out of nowhere. He ordered his knight to advance, but the girl didn't even blink an eye and chopped the doll in two. Al looked at his knight in horror, of whom only one head remained. Elenora didn't understand why the hero was yelling at her. Besides, she knew it was him. Al knelt in front of his knight, mourning him as a friend. The girl only now realized it was a doll. It was no surprise to her, for she was quite soft. Al looked at his sister with resentment. He told his sister that it was no good, for he was just making a little noise with his knight. Elenora didn't understand what was wrong with him. Besides, there was a strange malice in his doll, but he did not think that this was a reason to cut him. The knight he had worked so hard to raise had been killed before his eyes. He had sewn him up until the knight could stand and trained him until he could walk. Elenora indifferently asked not to despair because this doll had broken. It was not so bad, she thought. She remembered their mother and proudly said that she would fix everything. But Al felt that it was Elenora who should have been the one to fix this situation. After this, Al was scolded severely by his father and others who came to the scene. Mina was scared out of her mind and the hero apologized for it. As an apology to Mina, he was made to promise to make new sweets. One fine afternoon, while Sarah was cleaning the backyard, the hero was drawing a picture with crayons. Unnoticed from behind, Elenora came up to him and asked aloud what he was drawing. The hero was so frightened that he dropped the crayon from his hands. He looked at his sister and said that she had scared him. Al thought that he shouldn't have snuck up like that, because he was concentrating on drawing. Elenora asked her brother what kind of picture he was drawing. Her sister was curious and asked to see it. The girl asked her brother not to be so harsh and Al handed her his sheet. Elenora was shocked that Al could draw like that. On his sketch was Sarah that was sweeping the yard. When the hero was a student, he used to find free time to draw his favorite landscapes. He thought he captured the facial features well enough. Elenora continued to stare at the painting in amazement and said that he was doing very well. At the moment, Sarah was cleaning and Bartolo was working in the field. Even Mina was now wiping the windows. Elenora thought that Mina was upstairs now and assumed that this drawing was done on another day. But the hero smiled and replied that he had only made it now. He looked at it every day so he could draw most of it. Elenora was surprised, for she could not remember all the details of the maid's uniform. Elenora moved closer to the window and raised her head, looking at Mina. Mina noticed that Elenora was looking up at her from below. She called out to Mrs. Elenora and Mr. Alfred and thought they had something wrong. Elenora was indeed convinced of what Al was telling her. Mel called out to Mina and asked her not to be lazy and move her arms. Mina apologized and warned Elenora and her brother that she was going back to work. The hero picked up the crayon and thought about what he would draw next. Elenora suggested that he paint animals or depict demons, and the hero agreed with her. Al thought of what he would draw and said it would be slime. Soon he drew the picture and asked Elenora for her opinion. He thought it came out quite lifelike, that it looked like it was about to crawl out of the painting. He was sure of its firm roundness. Elenora looked at her brother and said she could draw slime too, and took the paper from him. Elenora with a smile began to draw slime quickly and exclaimed that she could do it. But it seemed to Al that she was drawing some new kind of demon. Elenora didn't understand what he was talking about, for she was drawing slime. Her sister thought her brother was very observant. In that case, he suggested that they play a game of observation. At the moment, Bartolo looked too harsh and they needed to think of something lighter. The hero suggested that they draw Sarah and Elenora said that was a good idea. The children asked Sarah to sit down and said they would draw her. Sarah felt kind of embarrassed but decided to agree. For a while, Sarah sat still and waited for Elenora and Al to draw her. While she was sitting there, Mina noticed Sarah. She called out to the chalk and said that Sarah had sat down to rest. But Chalk asked her to pay attention to Elenora with Alfred. At this point, Sarah was modeling and posing for them. Mina thought this was unfair because she too wanted to be a model and miss work. She wanted Al to draw her a picture. Mel said she would never be a model if she talked like that and asked her to clean the window on the first floor. Al smirked and thought about how mine never wavered. Elenora finished with her work, but Al asked her to wait for him a little longer. Sarah was so caught up in her work that she didn't even notice she yawned. The girl felt completely embarrassed when she realized what she had done. The hero smirked and said he would draw this scene too. After a while, everything was ready. Now he suggested to see who was more observant and see if Sarah could give them a clue. Elenora had no doubt that her drawing was a masterpiece. She was not going to lose to her brother. They showed Sarah their drawings at the same time. Ala's drawing looked quite elegant and interesting, while Elena's resembled a child's scrimshaw. For a while Sarah looked at their work in silence and smiled. Sarah told Lady Elenora that she was on a different page. Elenora did not understand what she was saying. In Elena's drawing, Sarah noticed some sort of tentacles and thought it was a demon. If it was certainly a masterpiece. Elenora slapped Al on the back with such force that Sarah was frightened. The boys asked Sarah which one of them would be the winner of the observation contest. Sarah wanted to say it was Mr. Alfred. Al was thrilled and told his sister that he had won, but Elenora couldn't believe it. Sarah told Mr. Alfred that he only saw her yawn, but Al pretended he didn't know what she was talking about. Elenora asked Sarah to go back to work, for they had caused mine and the others a lot of trouble. Sarah obediently bowed and said she was going back to work. Sarah thought she would like to get rid of that image. Al, meanwhile, decided that he would cut out the page and use spatial magic to preserve it. Elenora asked Al for a drawing of her picture, but he was reluctant to do so. The sister did not understand why he did not want to draw her. The hero thought that with a type like his sister, he had to draw her beautifully, but if he overdid it, people would say it wouldn't look like her. He had a hard time finding the right balance. The girl thought that Al could do it quickly and insisted on doing her own. His sister rarely asked Al for anything but food. Elenora stared at her brother and asked how old she looked. She saw Ala's drawings and thought she wished he had drawn her. She didn't think it was a bad request. In other words, she wanted to say that her brother drew beautifully. Al hoped she wouldn't be offended if Elenora didn't look like herself. Elenora admitted that in that case she would be angry. The hero asked to tell him that she would not be angry and that his drawing was like Sarah. He eventually understood and agreed to draw his sister. A happy Elenora asked to draw her quickly, as she did not like to sit in one place for long. Al decided that this was crazy, as he could hardly depict her in such a short time. He decided to paint his sister as he remembered her. After a while, Al said that everything was ready. Elenora was surprised, for it was even faster than she thought. She asked to make sure he had drawn her correctly. The girl looked at a couple of her sketches and didn't understand why she was angry everywhere on them. She was about to punch her brother, but the hero said that the next page had normal drawings. He couldn't tell her that this was her real image. On the next page, Elenora saw herself with a smile and a sketch of herself with a sword. Elenora smiled genuinely and marveled that Al could draw something like that. She thought it was great. She wanted to show this drawing to everyone else and Al waved goodbye to her. The hero even found it hard to believe that his sister was so happy. Still, it was nice to draw people once in a while. The first thing Elenora showed her mother was Al's drawing. Al's mother came into her son's room and told him that Elenora had shown her his painting. She thought he had painted it very beautifully and asked him to paint a picture for her. Al smiled and said he was already working on it. The mother was surprised and asked Al if he was able to paint her without having to pose. Al smiled and replied that he would have no problem doing it because he saw her every day. The hero was going to show his mother the painting as soon as it was finished, and she agreed. As she left the room, she said she was looking forward to it. Al asked her to wait for him to visit. After a while, he called out to his mother and told her that he had finished the painting. But as soon as Erna saw her drawing, she was upset and asked her son to redraw it. Al didn't expect such a reaction and was horrified and asked why she didn't like it. The hero thought she looked pretty good and showed the painting to Silvio. The woman looked up and replied that it was just the opposite. She had a more defined jawline and there were no fine lines around her eyes. Even her eyes had gotten a little bigger in the drawing, and her eyelashes were much longer. In addition, Erna believed that her body was not as chubby. She thought she was slimmer and taller. Silvio didn't understand how his brother didn't think of this. He should have been more sensitive to the complexities of women's hearts. And besides, although he was drawing from his imagination, he should not have drawn a lie that ruined her image. Al thought it was similar because he drew a figure he had seen often. The woman thought that she would not do that. She showed him the second picture and agreed that it was very beautiful. In it, Al had drawn her with her father, but in this picture he didn't even try to decorate her or anything else. Mother wanted to see more such drawings and the hero realized that she wanted a drawing of herself together with her husband. Al agreed and promised that he would be more careful with drawings next time. Silvio was interested in the boy's work and asked his brother to see his other paintings. Al smiled and said he was certainly not against it. In addition, the hero would like to hear an innocent child's point of view. At this moment, Mina came up to them and offered Alfred tea. The hero agreed with her and thanked the maid. Al's father happened to be near them and also asked Mina for a cup of tea. Al did not expect to meet his father here and asked to see the picture he had drawn. He showed his sketches of the maids and Elenora. The father praised the lad and exclaimed that he did not know his son had such talent. It seemed to Nord that the hero had rendered the facial features of each person very well. In that case, the father suggested that Alfred draw portraits of all the people in the house. The hero was quite surprised by this suggestion. He could draw a picture of their family with Bartolo and the maids. When his father saw Ala's drawing, he thought he would like to have one for himself. Mother thought it was great to draw a picture of everyone who lived here. She would like to frame it and hang it up if Ala did well. Mina was surprised that the boys offered to draw the maids as well. Her father smiled and replied to her that they were part of their family too, so it was worth drawing them together. Mina thanked her father and mother sincerely and exclaimed that she was very happy about it. Mina clutched her cheeks reddened with happiness and said that she would have to pass this on to the others. Silvio meanwhile was wondering how Al would paint their background. The weather was supposed to be sunny tomorrow. Besides, Al liked the courtyard and thought it was a good idea, but Al didn't say he would paint them yet. The fact was that it was a big responsibility for him. When the next day came, Mother asked all the boys to get ready. Father asked his wife how they were to line up. The woman replied that the children would be in front and arranged Silvio and Elenora in their proper places. Bartolo specified where they would stand and the mother helped them. The father also helped the maids into their proper places. Silvio and Elenora pointed out to Al the place near them and told him he would be in the very middle. Father thought they should have invited a painter to draw them together with Al, but the mother replied that they were happy as it was with the painting that Al was doing for them. Al asked no one to worry because he would put himself in a place near them later. Besides, this situation was very convenient for him. A hero could draw a beautiful face to match everyone else's. Silvio didn't understand why Ala's face became so sinister when he drew it. His mother frowned and assumed that her son had thought of something stupid again. Al didn't understand how his mother could talk to her own son like that. The hero decided that he would purposely draw wrinkles around her eyes to get back at her. The mother looked at her son gloomily and said that she had read his mind from his lips. The whole family looked at the mother questioningly, not understanding what wrinkles they were talking about. The woman exclaimed that she didn't have any wrinkles and asked the family to look straight ahead. Erna ordered Silvio to look straight ahead and not look back. Silvio felt her nails digging into his back. The children were scared out of their mother's wits and the Bartolo along with the maids laughed. Al focused on his painting with a smile and thought that such a face would be beautiful. He drew Elenora first, then Silvio, and then he finished painting his mother as well. The boy thought he had finished about 80% of the picture and all that was left was to clean up the details and paint the background. The hero thought the whole family was smiling as they posed for him, but as soon as he looked up, the hero noticed that everyone was already insanely tired and could barely stand on their feet. The mother hoped that everything was almost ready and asked Al a question. The father also hoped that they could move by now. Al apologized to them and said he had only a little bit left. After a while, Elenora pulled her hands up, happy that they could finally move. Nina was glad that the hero drew a picture for her, but it was hard for her to be on her feet for 2 hours. Ala's father replied to Mina that it was actually quite fast. Sometime in the past an artist had drawn it in the capital and Nord had to sit there all day. After all, the man was a master of his craft. Elenora thought that standing outside all day was a living hell, and admitted that she couldn't have endured it. The hero smirked and thought it was true. Elenora thought that Al could have done it sooner, because when he painted her, he finished the picture right away. But Al replied that this time he was painting for the house, so he painted everything more carefully than before. Besides, there were a lot of people here. Elenora thought it was fine if he just sat and looked at the landscape for hours. Elenora shook her head negatively and said that she didn't have time to look at the sky all day, unlike Ala. The hero thought that Elenora had been rather rude to him. They were surrounded by quite a rich nature and there was nothing that could be done about it. One could enjoy the air, the sound of the wind and the leaves. One could count the leaves of the trees. There was quite a lot to see in this place. The father couldn't wait to see the drawing Ala. The mother meanwhile clutched her face, hoping that her son hadn't drawn her wrinkles. Mina and Bartolo also got in the front rows to see their painting. As soon as the father saw his son's painting, he exclaimed that it was amazing. It was even more than he had imagined. The mother liked the drawing too, because there were natural smiles on all the faces. Elenora also thought that this drawing was much better than before. Silvio was glad that his mother's fingers were not digging into his shoulder. Nina exclaimed that it was amazing, because she had never been this beautiful before. Sarah grinned and asked Mina if she was really talking about herself. Bartolo agreed that everyone looked very much alike. The maids were even getting a little embarrassed. All that was left to do with this picture was to finish a laugh. Elenora thought that it wouldn't fit if there was an empty space in the middle. Elenora offered her brother to paint that part in return from him, but Al refused. Elenora did not understand why, but the hero knew that if he let his sister draw the cat, 4 strange life forms would be added to the human drawings. The hero decided that it would be much faster if he drew everything himself. He wanted to see an intelligent boy from whom an aura of nobility emanated. Elenora asked her brother to wait a little while. She thought Al was a pretty cool drawer, but they didn't have such a handsome boy in the house. Elenora thought his drawing was a little different from Al's. Silvio agreed that it wasn't like their brother. Mother also thought her second child had a more round face and the eyes of a dead fish. The hero couldn't agree that this was his real image. It was not so sharp, with a round face shaped like a dead fish. He should have thought carefully how to portray it. Elenora took the drawing away from the boy and said she would now show him how to draw. The hero watched in horror as Elenora made the eyes Al thinner and thinner. But looking at the drawing, Al thought it was surprisingly good. The drawing really did look like him. Mother was delighted and exclaimed that it looked just like Al's eyes. Bartolo agreed with her and thought that Elenora had really captured his features. The young gentleman could now be seen in the drawing. Al smirked and told his sister that she was only good with his eyes. The girl smiled and replied that she saw them every day, so she could also draw them well. Al's drawing of the whole family was then hung in the living room. The hero took the last empty rice bag and sadly squeezed it with all his might. The guy couldn't believe his eyes and thought it was all over. Al put his head down on the table and said that they didn't have any more rice. Rumba couldn't believe his ears and asked Alla if they really didn't have any more rice. Grains of rice flew into Alla's face, which Rumba did not even have time to chew. Al asked him to swallow the food first before speaking. It had been about a year since Toli had given the hero some rice he had bought somewhere. It should have been enough for more than a year if Al had eaten it himself. But Elenora and Rumba were very fond of the porridge and the rice was almost out. Rumba thumped the table with his fist loudly and said that this was not good for him, for he would not be able to eat his favorite dish called donberry. He held out his empty bowl to Al and demanded that he be given an even larger portion of rice. The hero sighed heavily and looked at their leftovers. Al exclaimed that they would soon run out of rice if they ate at this rate. At this voraciousness, they would run out of it in a month. Rumba couldn't believe his ears. They still had a few kilograms of rice for emergencies with spatial magic allowed, but that didn't count. This rice they only had for emergencies. Rumba clarified with the Alad that no rice was grown in this village. The hero said that this rice was brought to him by the Tory. In that case, the adventurer offered to ask him to buy more rice for them. Rumba had heard that he had been making a lot of money lately and thought it would be quite easy for him. Trila's trading company might be able to buy more rice now than they did a year ago. But the hero wanted to go straight to where the rice was. Once he got there, he would already be contemplating his actions. Rumba told Al that he had already sent them a letter, but Al didn't know about it. Earlier, the adventurer had seen the wagon from the Chamber of Commerce before coming here and thought that the talkie was coming here. Al jumped up from his chair and told the Rumba that he should have notified him of it at once. After a while, the lad burst into the room and called out to the Tory. The young fellow was glad to see Alfred and said he had been expecting him. Tory looked around and asked where Mistress Elenora was. It even seemed to him that he had come to the wrong place. Previously, no one had told Alu that he would arrive. Tory smiled and said that he was curious to know where Al was now. Elenora had a feeling that he was home today and so decided to bring Tory to his brother. Tory was sure that Sister Alla would be back soon and Al suggested that they hurry. Hero hoped that he had read his letter. Tory exclaimed that he was extremely surprised at him. Earlier he had been told about the rice ending in a year. Al replied that his family had eaten more rice than expected and it was running out. Tory remembered that he had also been told about a feast in the capital city. Hearing about the feast made the hero feel as if he was paralyzed. Al asked Tory what he meant. Tory heard that at the feast, the hero danced on swords with the second son of the Misfit family, and was also betrothed to their daughter. By the way, their daughter Rana was only 4 years old. Tory smiled a lot and admitted that Alfred had a pretty quick laugh, but the hero shouted that it wasn't true. Both stories were false. Al thought they had just had a nice little quarrel with the Eric over a piece of meat, and that there had been a complete misunderstanding about the wound. But Tori heard that for a child's fight it was very serious. Tori believed that Alfred was just like those who were going to the capital. The lad wanted to know if Al was really betrothed, but Al exclaimed that he was not. Besides, the hero was sure that all the nobles who were there knew about it. Tori thought that was right, because there was no way Master Alfred would have betrothed himself. Tori was very surprised when he first heard these rumors. The hero thought that this guy had a very angry reaction. Tori was probably implying that he didn't care if it was Silvio or Elenora, but Al suggested that he just might have been paranoid. Al exclaimed that they must have another topic of conversation and moved it back to rice. Tori remembered what they had talked about. He was just interested in Al's story about the capital. As the hero wrote in his letter, they would soon run out of rice, so he would like to go and buy it. Tori replied that their Chamber of Commerce did not buy it specifically for the Alla family. As far as the Tories understood, Alfred personally wanted to go along with him and stock up on rice. As expected, this guy was quick with words and Al confirmed the Tory's hunch. Al bowed to the Tory and said that he would very much like to go there. In that case, he would be glad to go with him if it was possible. Tori smiled and replied that he understood what the matter was. But there was a different question here. Tori wondered if the Nord and Erna would give permission to the idea Allah. Al had a poor idea of the distance and assumed that it had to be traveled there as to the capital. More precisely, Al forgot to ask the Tory where the place of rice was. Tori did not tell him that the rice was in the eastern continent across the sea, in a country called Kagura. The hero was shocked at his answer, for it was inconceivably far away. The parents thought that the hero had something wrong, because he called them here quite suddenly. Al told his father and mother that they had something to talk about. The hero said that he would like to go to the Kagura, and the parents looked at each other questioningly. If the Nord remembered correctly, that country was located in the eastern continent. Earlier, Tryla had told Tori that that was where they got the rice. Tori confirmed his father's guess. Kagura was a country where rice was a staple food. They grew enough of it to export it to other countries. This country was by the sea and there the fishing industry flourished and delicious fish dishes were prepared. So the hero was very eager to go to Kagura, for they would soon run out of rice. The father did not understand what his son needed all this for they could just ask the Tryla to buy rice for them. The mother clarified that one had to cross the sea to get to the Kagura. Tori confirmed her hunch and provided her with a rough sketch of the map. Al remarked that he had just drawn it. From the village of Kaliat, they were to travel west by horse-drawn wagon for 3 days. Then from the town of Kika they would travel north, and from there to the port city of Esport, 4 days by wagon. Then from Esport a week's journey by ship awaited them. Mother exclaimed that it was a very long journey. Thus, they would travel as much as 2 weeks one way to the capital and back. It was very far, but Allah was not daunted by that. He told his parents that he wanted to go there anyway, and his parents looked at each other again. At first their faces reflected surprise, but then they softened and smiled at each other. The mother told her son with a smile that they were against it. The hero couldn't understand what it was, for by the look on their faces, they were clearly okay with it. He asked to think about the fact that there were many unknown sweets in unknown countries, such as ice cream, pudding, sponge cake, breadcrumbs soaked in honey, and many more. But this time it wasn't as simple as the magic oven. The long journey could be dangerous, and there were demons in the sea. Mother wondered what pudding was, but she replied that it was no good anyway. Nina wondered what Alfred was talking about. She was curious to know what ice cream was and if it was good. Al smiled and said he would explain it to her later. Her father clarified that Trial's shopping of the trading company was accompanied by an escort. Tori confirmed it and replied that they were accompanied by a party of rank and adventurers called Silverwind. It was a group that specialized in escorting and they have a lot of experience in fighting while traveling. However, the parents were still worried about their son. Nord would like to travel with them, but he couldn't leave the area for a month. Al thought that his brother Silvio could hurry up and take over. The hero wanted to know about his mother and his mother replied that she didn't want to leave for a whole month. Al understood everything and thought of someone else. At that moment Elenora came into their room with a Rumba and apologized. Elenora was surprised that her brother was already back. Rumba asked Elenora to look at the number of people in the room. Rumba immediately rushed to Tori asking if they eat raw fish in Kagura. Tori admitted that he was surprised when they served him raw red fish meat. Al was impressed when he heard about the sashimi. Elenora understood what they were talking about, but she didn't know why Al would go there. It was another country that was far away from the capital. Al replied that he was interested in the other country, and he really wanted to go there and buy rice directly from the country. Elenora frowned and reminded her brother that he had always been hiding and now he wanted to go very far away. Al explained that he actually enjoyed playing in the countryside very much. Elenora thought that her brother just wanted to skip practice, but Al asked her to stop. Al reminded her that a rank B adventurer would be with them. Besides, the hero had also killed a goblin on the way to the capital and knew how to use magic, so he would be fine. The father warned his son that sea travel was still very dangerous. The hero couldn't believe that being able to kill goblins wasn't enough for his father. Rumba clarified with the Tory that he had his own bodyguard. The lad confirmed this and said that they hired a silver wind. Apparently, Rumba knew them and understood how their affairs were. Al was surprised to learn that the Rumba had previously been acquainted with them. Rumba assured Al's father that they would be alright, for they were very good at what they did. Nevertheless, his father thought that the sea was a dangerous thing. A big storm could happen there, and the demons were more dangerous than on land. Rumba thought that it was not something to worry about, for you never know what could happen on land. Besides, with Al's magical abilities, he would not die so easily. The hero was in complete agreement with Rumba. Even if they were in danger, they would be able to transfer to the other side. His father looked at Ala with a sad smile and reminded him that he was only 7 years old. Rumba agreed with the Nord and said that in that case he would go with Ala. His father was extremely surprised to hear such a decision from the adventurer. Al was delighted, for together with the Rumba he had nothing to fear. The man sat down across from Al and said he would take care of him. Rumba promised that while the hero was cooking, he would protect him no matter what happened. Al was ready to jump for joy in front of the Rumba. Erna looked at the Nord and said that it would be great if the Rumba came with them. Besides, it was quite unusual that Al wanted to go somewhere so badly. Her father smiled at her and agreed with his wife. Ala's father shook hands with the adventurer and asked Rumba to take care of Ala. Rumba smiled at him and promised him. Seeing their handshake, Al shouted with delight. He threw himself into Rumba's arms and thanked him heartily. Rumba exclaimed that he would look forward to the magic of the Lord. Elenora called out theirs and said that she too would go with them. Rumba and Al were shocked to hear this. Of course, it would be even safer for them with his older sister, but that would already be too much. Besides, in order to fully enjoy the sights of Kagura, they would prefer Elenora not to follow them. Father told the others that they couldn't do that. Elenora had plans to go to the capital to train with the Knights of the Order, so father would send a reply to whoever invited her. Al assumed that his sister would join the order the following year. His father confirmed this and said that someone named Leela had invited him. She was going to train with Elenora and Al thought it was great. Al had previously seen Elenora practicing with a stranger. Al's father was curious to know if there was such a thing as a boycott in chivalry. Al believed that his sister was their future and asked her not to be pumped up. Elenora was visibly upset but remained silent. Al thanked his parents for their decision and told the Tories that he was counting on him. Al put his arms around Rumba's broad neck and said that he was also counting on him from now on. Finally, they could go to the rice-growing areas and travel for a richer life. The hero assumed they could even buy some miso and soy sauce there. The guy asked the Kagura to wait for him a little longer and thought about the fact that they could eat sashimi there. The next morning their wagon was ready for the road. The hero smiled at the Tory and wished him good morning. He handed the lad his luggage and the Tory took it in his hands. Their wagon was soon to be on the road and the hero was eager to hit the road. Earlier he had told Tory and Asmo about his journey. Finally, the day of his departure to Kagura had arrived. Of course, the boys demanded that Ala bring them some souvenirs. While Al was in his thoughts, Elenora approached him. Elenora thought he was leaving rather early. Her sister suggested that her brother might wait for her return from the capital. Al suggested that she was going to ask the knights from the capital to teach her how to wield a sword. Elenora confirmed his words and said that she would probably return in August. Elenora implied that traveling in a carriage in the middle of summer was not a good idea. Besides, the harvest festival would be right after his return. Al thought he would have something to do there. His sister suggested that his brother go after the harvest festival, but Al said it would be cold after the harvest festival. Big sister, of course, did not believe her brother's blurb and slapped him on the forehead. Al thought that in any case, the best time to leave was now. Nothing could be changed now, no matter what she said. Mother wanted to make sure that Al hadn't forgotten anything. The hero replied that it was fine, since Tory had already loaded his things long ago. Besides, if they ran out of space, it was possible to use his spatial magic. His father reminded him that his journey would be very long and there were dangerous sea passages. He asked to obey the people around him and Al promised his father. The father also asked his son not to spend too much money. The hero replied that he understood, but it sounded rather doubtful to the mother. It seemed to the hero that they could make better meals and snacks if they used new ingredients from the Kagura. The mother sternly told her son that he could only spend no more than 1 platinum coin. Before leaving, the hero decided to ask his brother about his preferences. Silvio admitted that he would love to get books and art supplies of Kagura if there were any. His mother would like them to buy her some kimonos, clothes, fabrics, and similar items. Besides, the Tori had told her earlier that they looked very nice. She had also heard that there were some finely crafted accessories. Those she would certainly like to get as well. The hero asked Elenora what she would like for herself as a souvenir, and the girl wondered. Elenora asked the hero to think of something interesting for her. The hero suggested that it was possible to give her a hair ornament this time. Bartolo along with Sarah and Mina went outside to see off Alla as well. They wished the hero a happy journey and waved goodbye. Al exclaimed that he would buy souvenirs for everyone. Tori called out Master Alfred and said he would introduce their bodyguards to him. The hero turned back around and saw 4 people. The group consisted of 2 girls and 2 guys. Tori introduced the hero to a party of adventurers called the Silver Wind. The leader of the group introduced himself as a Molt. He hoped for a fruitful cooperation with them. They bowed to each other, after which the owl introduced himself with his name. He looked forward to working with them. Al was so polite that Molt could not even believe that he was associated with the Rumba. The dark-haired, seemingly indifferent fellow introduced himself as an Aben. He looked very shabby and sleepy. An equally dark-haired girl introduced herself as a sorceress named Alusha. A second blonde-haired girl introduced herself as a sorceress named Ilya. The hero thought he had heard her name somewhere and assumed she was a noblewoman. Ishtar introduced herself as a countess. Al felt uncomfortable, for he did not expect to meet such a person here. Even though she was the youngest here, she asked for no favors. Now she was an adventuress for various reasons, and the hero understood her. Aben replied that even as it was, the Ishtar family was great. The hero did not understand at all what he meant when he called this family splendid. The lad replied that Ilya not only had a fine style of dress, but she was also the princess's maid of honor. Of course, she was amazing and she had great potential and magic. He didn't even know what was more amazing, her style, or the fact that she was the maid of honor. With those words, he embarrassed the girl so much that her whole face turned red. Aben wanted to say something else, but Alusha pulled his cheek and told him to finish it or else she would tell all the Saris. Tori called out to everyone and said that now they can depart after getting to know each other. He asked to get in the wagon and move out. A few minutes later, several horse-drawn carriages set off on the road through the forest. For a while Al and his attendants sat in silence looking out the window. Al broke the silence first and asked the boys if they were going to kill monsters. The leader replied that there were rarely any tough monsters that could be found in the vicinity of Koraith village. Even if there was something like that here, it would be goblins at most. Al had no doubt that they would kill them in an instant. Aben told them that he could also use magic and they had a Rumba in the other wagon. Since they had a safe journey ahead of them, Al wanted to show something to the group. Al took the sack and showed that it was the most common and empty object. He also showed the stones and said he would put them in the sack. But when he snapped his fingers, they would not be in the sack. The sleepy Aben doubted that this was true. The leader grinned and admitted that he didn't believe it either. In that case, he asked them to put the stone in the bag, which the boys did. Seconds later, the hero snapped his fingers and showed them a completely empty sack. Molt opened his mouth in surprise, not believing his eyes. Al smiled and asked to make sure they were missing. Aben still couldn't believe it and thought that the hero was hiding them somewhere at the bottom of the sack. But Al showed them a completely empty sack, and the stone in the sack was indeed missing. The boys assumed that he had hidden it somewhere in his sleeve, but Al spread his arms out and said that he only wore short sleeves. In that case, they speculated that he might have moved his arm and the rock fell down. Al lifted his feet and said that he was clearly not here. Al warned that next time he would just snap his fingers and put the rock back up without moving his hand. This time the boys decided to be a little more careful and watch his every move. Molt and Abun stared closely at the guy and Al soon snapped his fingers. Al smiled broadly and said his rock falling out of his pocket. The guys were completely confused and didn't understand what was going on. They didn't understand how a guy could put a rock in his pocket in a split second. Besides, they didn't even notice any movement. Al warned them that touching was bad taste and asked them to enjoy the sight. The boys decided there was nothing they could do about it and continued to watch. Al picked up the egg and said that he would now do a more obvious but no less magical trick. The bodyguards had absolutely no idea where the guy got the egg from. The hero put the egg in a bag and then stuffed it under the sleeve of his clothes. Al said it would disappear from the bag. Molt thought it was right because Al didn't take it out. He pointed to the lad's armpit and said that he hid the egg there. But as soon as the hero raised his hand, an ordinary little stone fell from his armpit. The guys didn't understand at all how this could have happened, for they were sure there was an egg there. They asked the hero to show the trick again. Of course, Al could not tell that he had moved the stone and the egg into space and back again. Al agreed to pull the trick again. Molt still didn't understand where he got the egg from. The leader watched the guy closely and wondered if the egg would turn back into a rock or if it was still an egg. But Al raised his hand and showed that now he had neither egg nor stone. At this point the egg and the pebble were already in space, but the guys did not know that. They were completely confused and did not understand what was happening. It was surprising to them. They thought that the hero could make a living in this way, but the hero didn't think that the aristocrats needed it. Molt asked to do it again, and was sure that now he would understand exactly what the matter was. At this point, Elisha walked in on them and said it was time to switch. She didn't understand what the guys were doing here, as they could be heard even from the street. The delighted faces told the girl that Master Alfred was working his magic by which he made the egg disappear. Elisha was completely confused and did not understand what they were talking about. Afterwards, Elijah and Rumba also came to the performance. The hero showed them his magic many times and suggested that in this way they could become closer more quickly. Al looked at Ishtar with admiration and told her that he had seen the slime in the window. Ishtar only smiled, but Al didn't like her weak response. The slime was a very slow-moving demon and posed little to no threat. Slimes were demons that ate everything. Mother was telling Alu that slimes did not have enough digestive system to digest a human. Al liked the lessons about demons the most. It was like learning about fantasy creatures, like listening to the setting of a video game. Al opened the window ajar and picked up a small pebble. The slime lay motionless on the ground and the hero threw the stone at the creature. The slime deformed and flung the pebble upwards. Al was delighted by this sight. Before his eyes, the monster swallowed the stone. It seemed to the guy that if washed and removed the slime, it would make a good pillow. The girls were impressed with such an unusual solution and told the gentleman that he had many interesting ideas. Elisha said that sometimes there were people who were strangely fond of slime and similar creatures. Besides, there was a laboratory in the capital that specialized in slime. The hero's eyes lit up with excitement and he immediately wished to visit there. He thought that if he stuffed the slime into a leather bag and refrigerated it, it would make a firm and cool pillow, and it would be quite pleasant to sleep with in the summer. The hero decided that he would try to catch one slime for an experiment. Elisha took a bag from the hero and said that she would go get it. Besides, the girl knew how to use water magic. Elisha opened the carriage doors and got out. Al watched the girl with interest as she happily got to work. Abin looked back at Elisha and asked her what she was up to. He asked her to leave the poor slime alone, but the Elisha told him not to worry as it was just a normal experiment. Molt assumed that Master Alfred would show them his magic again. Rumba wondered what he would do. Surely the guy was going to make that slime disappear. While they were wondering about that, Elisha deftly walked over to the slime and lowered the bag onto the creature. After a couple of minutes, the girl went back inside and told Mr. Alfred that she had caught it. As befits a rank B adventurer, she managed it rather quickly. The hero was delighted when he touched the slime. It was soft and very elastic. It was simply amazing. Al assumed that he could get a pillow made of slime. Elijah smiled and thought he would do great. The hero needed a waterproof bag for this one. Elisha told the boys that it was now apparently time for recess. It was just about time. The hero decided to ask the helpers if they had leather bags. He needed to keep the slime washed. The girl understood and stayed in the carriage. Al ran up to the Tory's carriage and called out to him. The hero asked the merchant if he had any waterproof leather bags. Tory was slightly surprised at Al's sudden appearance. Al noticed a beautiful girl next to Tory and assumed she was the merchant's secretary. Al asked what they needed the bags for and suggested they put slime in it. Tory looked at the guy questioningly, not understanding what he meant. The hero thought it would be great to use the slime as a pillow. Tory was interested in his suggestion and opened the wagon doors and asked him to tell him more about it. After talking to Al, the merchant understood everything. Tory smiled and told Al that his thoughts were as out of the box as usual. He didn't expect the hero to use the demon as a pillow. Al replied to Tory that slime was best for that. Tory figured the bag was around here somewhere. With these thoughts, he looked around the warehouse with various items. Tory finally found a waterproof demon skin that was wrapped in burlap and showed it to the hero. Al was happy that they had succeeded. Tory was worried about getting slime on him and suggested Al experiment on his own. Al asked him not to worry. Meanwhile, Elisha, together with Elijah, had already set up the slime sink. They called out to Mr. Alfred and told him that they had finished washing the slime. Al thanked them for their help. Tori got things like blue alligator, aquagon, and Ludrow's skin. The hero took the skin in his hands suspiciously and examined it. He still didn't think the Twar had given him the blue alligator skin. Tori thought he liked the aquagon skin better in look and feel. The merchant placed the bag of slime on the ground and offered the hero to lay his head on it. As soon as Al laid down on the sack of slime, his eyes rounded with surprise. Al's face glistened with excitement and happiness, for this was really great. He was engulfed by the unique rubbery feeling of the slime. Combined with its elasticity, it was as if it was absorbed into the skin. The slime, with just the right amount of elasticity, seemed to absorb his weight and enveloped him. The hero held out the bag of slime to the Twar and invited him to try the pillow on himself. The Twar thanked the Allah and tried laying his head down. It was so good that the merchant couldn't get enough of the sensation. Alusha found it very interesting and told Mr. Alfred that she would be next. The girl threw her short dark hair back and carefully lay down on the pillow. It was as if her head began to sink into the softness of this stunning creature. It was so unexpected that Alusha cried out. Elijah was frightened, not realizing what was the matter. She asked her not to tell her about the slime attacking Alusha. Alusha blushed with pleasure and said it was even better than she had imagined. Elijah liked Allah's invention and asked Alusha to let her try the pillow. But Alusha was no longer willing to let go of her hands. The girl recalled that she was the one who had caught the slime and washed it, so she had the right to enjoy it some more. Elijah didn't think it was fair. Al looked at Tori and gave a thumbs up, saying that it was their success. Tori agreed with him and made a similar approving gesture with his hands. But still the slime were demons, albeit a very weak one. Tori felt that they had to carefully examine the dangers associated with them. First of all, it was worth choosing a strong skin and making a suitable container. Al said only that they needed sensation, durability, and safety. Then it was necessary to experiment with a number of products. The hero would like to try other types of leather and Tori gladly agreed with him. The peddler asked the girls to catch as many slimes as they could, who were arguing from behind a pillow at the time. Of course, Elijah and Alusha agreed to help them. Walt looked at a worried Alusha and didn't understand what was wrong. Alusha told the guys that they were catching slime and offered to help the guys with it. Eventually, the whole team, along with the surprised Molt and the ever-tired Abin, went in search of slime. It was early morning of the second day of the journey to the country of Kagura. Al opened his eyes sleepily when he heard someone talking about a slug. Al looked questioningly at Erwin and asked him what was the matter. The worried boy grabbed his pillow and asked the slug to answer him. It seemed to him that his slug had become very cold, and after all, it was only during the daytime that he was moving quite well. Al guessed at once that Erwin must have forgotten to feed him. The thing was that the slime was dying after not eating for 2 days. When it died, it lost its elasticity and turned into a simple liquid. Al told the boy that not much was required of him. Irvine only needed to gather some of the herbs that grew nearby. Then his slime wouldn't be in danger of dying. Irvine continued to examine his bag and reminded his monster that only a short time ago he had dreamed of being a slug king. Al called out to Erwin and asked him to answer his question. Irvine continued to reel his sack and talk to the slug. Irvine himself heard his slug dreaming that he would have enough followers to create a slug kingdom. Irvine thought that was exactly what his slug was saying. Al eyed the guy silently and thought about the fact that the slug didn't really talk. At this time, someone knocked loudly on their door. Hearing the knock, it was as if Irvine was scared and clutched his slime pillow to himself. So loud the knock frightened even Allah. It was a disgruntled and angry Alusha that ordered the guy to shut up, for some of them were still asleep. Al and Irvine apologized to her in one voice. Al looked at the guy and suggested they go to bed. Irvine took a seat next to the sleeping mole and leaned on his hardened pillow. As soon as it dawned outside, the Tory wished everyone a good morning. The merchant suggested that Al experiment with other slime pillows for the day. Al smiled and replied that it was excellent. He suggested that the Tory, in that case, ride with him in the carriage. The guys were sure it would be their new product for sure. Elijah grinned and told the boys that they were in all likelihood enthusiastic. Tory replied that they had a lot of things to think about. They had to choose the material for the pillow and they had to find out how to sew without slime overflow. And they had to learn about a simple and hassle-free method. A saddened Irvine told the boys that they still needed to think about how not to kill the slime. Al understood and suggested they get started. Al pointed out that today was a beautiful day. With the weather like this, it was a good time to head out. Walt suggested that they hoped the sun would continue to shine on them. However, it was a little hot today. This meant that summer would soon come. While the hero was thinking about something, the peddler called out to Mr. Alfred. The hero asked Erwin to step away from the slime for just a minute. But the guy didn't understand what the hero was going to do to him. Erwin was slightly startled when the bag containing his slime suddenly iced over. Tori touched the bag and assumed that Al was using ice magic. Al thought that using the cooled slime as a pillow would be a good solution. After the pillow was iced, Al touched it. Using his magic, the guy managed to create a low bounce pillow. Molt was delighted with this invention and exclaimed that this pillow was quite bouncy and cool. He liked the way it made him feel like he was sinking inside it. The hero called out to the Tori and told them they had made it. The hero wondered what would happen if he heated up the slime, but this he decided to try right away at the next break. After a while of traveling, their carriages stopped again somewhere in the middle of the forest. Together with Tori, they found another slime and decided to try heating it. The boys wondered if it would be like a hot water bottle. They were eager to see the result, but were shocked when the slime just evaporated. Erwin grabbed his head and exclaimed that their slug was dead, but Al made sure it was alive. The dissolved slug was still somewhat elastic and also very warm. Al marveled at this condition of the demon. Earlier in class, his mother had told him that the slime was weak against ice magic and fire magic. In this way, it was possible to adjust the softness to one's liking. Al thought it was a wonderful discovery, but ice magic was a very rare magic. There were very few users of ice magic, and the offerings of magical tools for cooling did not keep up with the demand. Al reflected on the fact that he had difficulty heating the tear, but not cooling it. Alusha replied that it wasn't all that easy with fire magic either, especially controlling fire, because it was a very labor-intensive process. The hero thought that most people could use fire magic, but those who weren't called wizards could only generate fireballs or set firewood on fire. The hero didn't even know if he started to buy expensive magic tools. In addition, he didn't know if an ordinary person would care about such a pillow. Nevertheless, such a pillow was exactly what Al needed. Tori put his hand on the guy's shoulder and replied that it was absolutely fine. He believed that the main purpose of selling slime pillows was its exclusivity. Nobles and merchants who liked the new stuff could definitely bite on it. Alusha and Elijah exclaimed that they wanted one for themselves too. Tori smiled sweetly at the boy and promised to take care of the sales channels. In that case, Al was pleased and thought that Tori was a real merchant. Tori along with Al decided to continue their experiment. Eventually, the guys continued their slime experiments with varying success, and on the third day of their journey they arrived at the city of Kika. The city of Kika was a city in the eastern part of the kingdom of Misfirith and the north in the kingdom of Ardonia. Al speculated that this city was a strategic point on the route. Molt confirmed his guess and replied that it was a transit point for all kinds of goods. It was a busy city with many people coming and going from here. The hero didn't realize that there were other prosperous cities besides the royal capital. The world was quite huge, so it was obvious. The thing that struck Ala the most was the rather large gates their cart drove through. To get a better look at them, the hero even looked outside. Al asked Erwin if they were really standing at the gate, but Erwin had absolutely no idea who Al was talking about. He was referring to the type of guys who were the gatekeepers of the capital. That was Al's most unforgettable memory of the capital. Last time the soldiers had stopped them along with his father, out of the fact that they were his admirers. Erbith thought in horror that if such gatekeepers were everywhere, he would not have become an adventurer. Molt had once heard from the guys specializing in the capital that there were a lot of handsome men there. Al frowned and said he didn't even want to know about it. He only thought about how he could avoid meeting them. Maybe someday he would get an official request to go to the capital, and then he would have to deal with them again. Al remembered how those soldiers checked his father's documents and wouldn't let go of his hand. Those soldiers were fanatical about his father, but Al didn't want to experience the same thing. Tori thanked the guys for working hard on this long journey. He was glad that they got here safely in the end. Al thanked for the words and asked Tori what his plans were. Molt replied that they would accompany a caravan of traders and set off immediately. Elijah said they would also go ahead and buy whatever they needed. Tori asked Al to leave the organization of the lodging and packing for the night to him. In that case, the Ala wondered what they should do. Tori didn't need their help, so the Rumba along with Al could go about their business. Al and the adventurer glanced at each other. They simultaneously decided that they would go for a walk around the city. Al was excited about such a busy city and kept looking around. Rumba replied that it was a city that connected the kingdom of Ardonia and the Misfilith. The adventurer raised his head and took a closer look. He thought it looked pretty good, but Al couldn't see anything. Rumba took the boy in his arms and put him around his neck. Al exclaimed that this was a great idea because now he could see all the stores nearby. They passed another shop where chicken skewers were being cooked. The woman who was cooking them greeted the guests, and the boys noticed that this meat smelled pretty good. She immediately thought that the guys were a son and a father. Rumba laughed and replied that the boy was the son of his best friend. However, Al was not very much like his father. They picked up some skewers and the woman wished them a pleasant appetite. Al thanked her for the treat and promised to come back for more on the way home. While Al and his son were eating their treat, Al confided to the Rumba that he really liked this kind of lively socializing. It was the socializing that had gone astray in his previous life. Rumba seemed to go mad with delight when he saw the presence of ale and juice here. The adventurer immediately rushed to the benches and got himself a glass. Al glanced at the Rumba who had taken an ale from a street stall. The hero suggested that this ale could also be from a restaurant. It didn't look like they were chilling it with ice magic. Rumba handed his glass to the guy and asked him to add some ice to it. The adventurer drank his ale in a volley and smiled with a full mouth. This seemed like a completely different matter to him. Thanks to the hero, the Rumba could drink cold ale. The villagers kept asking him for something like this, for he was quite good at it. He would like to ask the Rumba for a drink, but the adventurer replied that he was not allowed to drink yet. To have such a drink, he had to be an adult or reach the age of 15. Of course, the hero already knew this. Al was very thirsty, but the Rumba apologized to him. He suggested that he go out and buy the town's signature drink. The signature drink was grape juice in the capital. There were no grapes growing in the village of Kaliat, so the hero bought some when he went to the capital and stored it there with the help of spatial magic. Still, he preferred the juice of the rare fruit. The grapes of the Kike city of Ardania were better than the grapes in their country. When it was made into wine, it was flavorful and easy to drink. But when it was made into juice, it was thick and rich. Listening to the story of the Rumba, Al replied that in such a case he expected to be an adventurer. If so, he would have to put more than one bandage on himself. Just at this moment, the boys were passing one of the shops where a young shopkeeper was offering grape juice for 4 coppers. The girl guaranteed the visitors that it was delicious and not as expensive as they might have thought. Al smiled and said it was just what they needed. As soon as the heroes got closer to the shop, they saw a huge crowd. The fruit juice of the capital cost 2 coppers, so it was twice the price. For the same price, you could drink 5 glasses of regular juice. Al noticed that there was a self-service system here. This shop was probably the most popular one here, and Al suggested that they get in line as soon as possible. After a while, it was the Owl's turn to get in line with the Rumba. The hero quickly got off the neck of the Rumba, glad of his turn. While Al was taking a glass from the bowl from the vendor, a female voice behind him called out to the customer. Her voice was so loud that it startled the Owl. The hero turned back and saw a Rumba at the juice barrel. The girl grudgingly told the man that he had an ale glass that was twice as big as the juice glass. It worked last time, but the girl asked him to use their glasses. Al apologized to the girl for the Rumba, but he didn't even know that the Rumba had already come in here with a cup of ale. Eventually, the adventurer took a regular glass and poured himself some juice. Rumba was barely carrying the glasses of juice and the hero noticed that he had been poured too much. Rumba exclaimed that it was good and offered Alu a taste. He handed Alu a glass that was overflowing with juice and almost coming out of the rims. As soon as the hero touched the glass, his eyes rounded. This juice was very rich and the adventurer agreed with the Scarlet Man. Rumba admitted that he wouldn't mind paying 4 copper coins for it either. The mouth felt the dominance of the mild flavor and the sweetness of the juice that overflowed, permeating the tongue. Al suddenly stopped drinking his juice and stared at the glass. The man didn't understand what was wrong and asked Al a question. The guy replied that it could be even more delicious if you chilled it with magic ice and made it into sherbet. The adventurer stared at the guy questioningly, not understanding what it was. Al waved his hand and tried to chill the drink enough to freeze it to a crisp. Using his spatial magic, he pulled out a teaspoon and scooped up the frozen juice with it. The hero looked at the juice and exclaimed that it looked pretty good. It seemed to the adventurer that the juice had turned into sandy water. Al barely tasted the new dish and was again at a loss for words. It was too powerful for him, and Al thought that maybe his ice magic was too good for it. The adventurer couldn't believe that it was really that good and asked to do the same with his glass. Tasting the grape juice sherbet, the adventurer grabbed his head from the divine flavor. Al fell face down on the clean sheets and thought he hadn't had a soft and fluffy bed in a long time. This place corresponded to an upscale inn patronized by aristocrats and merchants. Al's room was quite spacious and comfortable with 2 beds. An idea occurred to the hero, and he decided to try to join the 2 large beds together. Al fell on the sheets and began to roll around on it like a small child. The pleasant smell of the bed relieved the fatigue from the long journey. Previously, the hero had slept in simple tents and blankets since they left the Koliat village. This place was safe and free of any bugs and sore spots. Al was happy that he would be able to get a good night's sleep tonight. Suddenly Al's tranquility was disturbed by someone shouting from outside that was obviously arguing with each other for a place on the beds. It was the molt who was sending Irvine far away. He knew the guy hadn't slept well and would be going to the bathroom soon, so he had to sleep out front. Al didn't realize what they were doing in the middle of the hallway and cautiously looked outside. Erwin didn't see anything wrong with it and exclaimed that he too had recently slept in that position. This time Irvine wanted his bed in the back, so he was against the molt. Al thought that the same thing happened in all worlds when it came to deciding a place to sleep. He compared it to a school field trip where the same thing happened. In that case, Rumba offered to take the middle bed, but Molt asked Mr. Rumba to wait and told the adventurer that he would sleep in the back. The adventurer did not understand what the matter was, but the alt knew that Rumba snored a lot, so everyone would want him to sleep away from them. Erwin abruptly agreed to take the bed by the entrance, because he didn't sleep very well and it was close to the restroom. Molt suddenly became agreeable and said that last time he had slept by the entrance, and this time he could take the middle bed. Erwin exclaimed that that was not what the molt had said last time, but the molt answered him in the same way. Val realized that they were having a rather pointless fight. The hero thought that the ladies upstairs were probably already dressed up and having glamorous conversations. In Alla's mind it looked all very nice. Alla thought it was suddenly suspiciously quiet and listened cautiously at the door again. The boys were talking about how Master Alfred's room should have 2 large beds, and if they were joined together, there would be plenty of room for the 2 of them to sleep. There was plenty of room for them in the small room Ala. The boys wondered if it was allowed to share a room with a nobleman. But one of the boys said that Al-Sama was surely a generous man unlike these pathetic nobles, and if they entered the room, he would let them sleep as they were. Al was horrified when he realized that these guys were trying to invade his sacred territory. Plus they were taking advantage of his kindness by trying to use his bed in the middle of the night. Al decided to deal with this quietly and keep the adventurers out of his room. With these thoughts, the hero slowly reached for his castle. Irvine and the mole heard the door click and realized that the hero had used his keys. They asked Mr. Alfred to wait a little while when they realized he was awake. Erwin said he had a funny game Al might try. He thought it would really appeal to Mr. Alfred. The boys asked Al to open the door for them, but Al pretended to be a sound asleep regular kid. Erwin was sure that the hero was still awake and started knocking on the door. Molt backed him up and asked the hero to let them in. Behind them a voice was heard that called out to the young men. The hotel worker approached the boys and warned them that they were disturbing the other guests with their noise. Erwin and Molt bowed to the girl and apologized to her. Al began to fall asleep with a smile, wishing them all a good night. Thus came the next day. Tori smiled at Al and wished him a good morning. He asked the hero how he had slept that night. Al replied that he had slept quite well. Besides, he hadn't slept in a proper bed in 3 days. Al asked the merchant about their route and the Tory replied that they were traveling from Kikasa to Esport. The port city of Esport was about 4 days away, so they would have to say goodbye to a comfortable bed for a while. Al stared wistfully at the sky as their wagon set off. He thought about the fact that they had only 4 days to go to Esport, and then a week's journey by sea awaited them. Even if only for the sake of Japanese food, there was a great obstacle standing in his way. Al even sometimes thought about giving it all up. Elijah noticed that the hero appeared to be tired and asked how he was feeling. Al smiled and replied that he was fine. He was just going to go to the roof to relax a bit. Elijah was a little alarmed and asked Al to be more careful. No sooner had Al climbed to the roof than he saw Erwin and Molt there, looking quite depressed. Al asked Erwin what he was doing, and Erwin said he was sitting on guard. Al thought the boys looked pale and asked them if they had gotten any sleep last night. Erwin frowned and asked Al to be quiet. He was sure that the hero was faking last night and didn't sleep at all. Al ignored his words and said that Erwin always looked old and today he looked even older than usual. Erwin asked Al to keep his voice down. Molt yawned sweetly and answered the guys that when he went back to his room, Mr. Rumba had already joined the beds and took a seat in the middle. Al couldn't even imagine it. The bed was too small for Mr. Rumba, so he came up with his own plan. Al was sure that this was exactly what the adventurer had in mind. Erwin grudgingly replied that the Rumba snored too much, so they didn't sleep well. He yawned again and admitted that he couldn't sleep a wink. Al thought that in that case they were in the real thing, hell. The boys only remained silent and hung their noses even more. Al didn't know what to say to them and just replied that he was sorry. Throughout the journey, the protagonist fought his guards along with demons, and they also had fun with Jenga. After leaving the city of Kiki, 4 days had passed, and finally the heroes reached a port city called a Sport. The hero got out of the carriage and smiled, noticing that this city was just as lively. Running a little ahead, the guy saw the sea that was visible behind the houses. Al was delighted by this kind of beautiful view and gazed mesmerized at the water surface. Molt assumed that Mr. Alfred was seeing the sea for the first time. Besides, they probably didn't have a sea in the village, and Al exclaimed that they were right. At least in this world, the hero had certainly not seen the sea. Al thought it was amazing that all this space was filled with water. The hero decided to pretend to be an ordinary ignoramus so as not to arouse any suspicion. Hearing his words, Molt and Irvine looked at each other with sly smiles. The boys told the boy that the sea water was very pleasant to taste. It was as clear as river water, so it quenched thirst and was easy to drink. The hero couldn't stop smiling looking at these guys. Molt and Irwin must have thought they had a good opportunity. They thought the hero knew absolutely nothing about seawater and tried to set him up. The boys insisted that Mr. Alfred try the water, but the hero felt only evil in them. Al pretended not to suspect anything and answered them that he would certainly drink it. In that case, Irvine said they would go and fetch the water for him and asked him to wait a little while. Al decided he would play along with them a little. Molt, along with Irvin, fetched a whole barrel of seawater and poured it into Al's flask. Al noticed that they had gone to great lengths to fill this bottle. They must have really wanted him to drink this seawater. Irwin smiled and apologized to the Lord for keeping them waiting. He showed a whole bottle of seawater to Al. Irvine handed the bottle to Al as politely as possible, and the hero thanked him. He took his time to take the bottle in his hands for now and asked the boys if they had actually drunk this water when they came here. It was evident that Irvine was getting a little nervous, but agreed with his assumption. He understood and took the bottle in his hands, intending to taste the water. Irvine, along with the Molt, stared at the guy contentedly, anticipating further events. Their smug faces changed to surprised faces. They didn't understand why Al was drinking salt water with such pleasure. Al smiled broadly and told the boys that it really quenched their thirst. Molt looked at Irwin, not understanding what that meant, since they had put salt water in him. Irwin also looked at Molt suspiciously and didn't understand how the hero could remain so calm. They couldn't find an explanation and assumed that Master Alfred simply didn't have taste buds. Al mentally asked them not to be rude, because there was nothing wrong with his taste buds, and it was thanks to them that he cooked such delicious dishes. In response, the hero handed them 2 bottles and suggested that the guys drink the water just like they always did. Al assured them that it was very refreshing, but Irvine was in no hurry to take the water. He glanced at the Molt and reminded the lad that he had been thirsty not long ago. Molt looked at his comrade in horror, assuming he was trying to set him up. Al was so glowing with happiness and suggested that the guys just drink the water they drink all the time. Molt and Irwin stared hopelessly at the water bottles. Of course, at this point Ala magic took over. He created a small plumbing space in their mouths and poured sea water into it. He insisted that the boys also drink the water, and the boys said they would do so with great pleasure. Alusha was shocked when she heard that her comrades had made Mr. Alfred drink seawater. She did not understand what they did it for. As punishment, she said that they would have to carry the whole load by themselves. The boys obediently lowered their head and replied that they understood. Alusha also bowed her head to Mr. Alfred and apologized for them. Al replied that it was okay, because he had used magic to make the sea water disappear. Alusha didn't even know that a hero could do that, but Al replied that it was true, so he was okay. But Irwin had to actually drink the seawater. Tori smiled and replied that he was glad the hero was okay. He suggested that Ala take a walk around town with the Rumba. Alusha replied that Tori and the others would have a business meeting in the morning, and she would go in the meantime to get supplies. Elijah joined the conversation and replied that this time she would accompany Mr. Ala. They needed a guide to meet at noon, and the Al thanked her for her help. Tori waved his hand to Al and said that they had a surprise for him. Alusha also waved goodbye to him and wished Al a good day. The hero was delighted that they had prepared a present for him and said that in that case he would go. Elijah, along with Ala, met the Rumba, and together they all headed into town for a walk. Elijah wanted to make sure that Al was okay and asked him a question. Al smiled and replied that he was fine because he didn't have to drink seawater. Ilya asked him to let her know immediately if there was anything wrong with his health. Rumba told the boys that rumor had it that there would be a seafood barbecue for lunch. They were looking forward to eating all kinds of seafood. The hero was sure that all the seafood here was freshly caught, so it was very tasty. In the Koliat village, they almost never ate seafood. The only thing they could eat was river fish and long-legged shrimp. From time to time they were brought dried fish, but that was all. Al remembered that he had not eaten fish or shellfish from the sea for 7 years. The mere thought of them made the hero drool. In one of the market stalls they saw a simply huge fish that was lying in the middle of ice cubes. Elijah told the hero that this fish was called Jinjo. As could be seen from its bloated belly, it was very fatty and tasty. Nearby lay a swordfish. Its fins were like a blade, so it was dangerous to touch it. The hero thought that it looked quite scary. The monsters they killed along the way were also like this fish. In addition, these creatures could jump out of the water and also swam close to the surface. These fish were not aggressive and did not attack humans, but could be very dangerous if they jumped out in large packs and attacked ships. These stories made the hero start to want to go home. All they had to do was cross the water and they would be in the Kagura. The hero wondered what would happen if a pack of swordfish did catch up with the boat. Ilya smiled and assured the hero that they would deal with them with magic. They had already driven away such fish many times in this way. Al was worried that these fish were equipped with a cutter and could bear down on him at terrifying speeds. He speculated that they might have run into a stronger creature as well, but it was just an ordinary fish that wasn't even a demon. The hero was scared to imagine what a sea monster looked like in such a case, and earlier his father had warned his son that sea travel was really dangerous. His father, who was higher in rank than the Rumba, was quite concerned about the matter. Meanwhile, the Rumba grabbed one of the fish and laughed. He said that this fish had the same chin as Gates. Elijah wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Apparently the Rumba doesn't even tense up or think about the dangers. Elijah asked the Rumba to keep the fish, since they didn't want to buy it. The adventurer put the fish back and Elijah apologized to the seller. Surely the journey across the sea could have been more dangerous than they realized. After their walk around the city, the protagonists came to a seafood barbecue restaurant that was nearby. There were quite a lot of people here, and it seemed to Alu that it was like a festival in the capital. Every day in the capital was like a festival of some kind of food. Alu wondered where the Tori was and looked around. Elijah exclaimed that she had seen them and waved to them. Tori was a little farther away from the boys and called out to Alfred and the others, inviting them to join him. Already tipsy, Irvine exclaimed that the toast practice was over and the next one would be the real one. Al didn't understand what he meant by toast practice, for Irvine was just drinking. Elijah smiled and walked over to the Tori and apologized for keeping them waiting. Tori suggested that Rumba and Alfred sit in front of them, and Elijah would sit next to him. But Al did not want to sit there and thought he had already taken his seat. Tori asked Al about their walk in the city. The guy replied that they had a nice walk. At the same time, he noticed a beautiful secretary who looked rather strange in such a place. The drunken Erwin smirked and pouring the drink into a glass said that Mr. Alfred drinks orange juice, but he would probably make a mistake and accidentally pour him cherry wine. Alusha thought that he was a complete fool, for he would get it again for his antics. Later, they were brought a lot of different seafood, which the characters were delighted with. Molt told Erwin that there were absolutely no vegetables here, but it was obvious because this grill consisted of seafood. The vegetables were on the girls' table and Erwin offered to share with them later. But the most important thing right now was on their table. There was an amazing big head of fish. A delighted Al assumed it was a tuna. Rumba exclaimed that this fish was just huge. Tori got up from the table and told the ladies and gentlemen that they had finally reached the port city of Esport. They had only a week to travel by sea and they would be in Kagura. However, they still had a lot of work ahead of them. They would eat and drink to their heart's content to recover from the fatigue of the journey and gain strength. Today it was all on them, so the boys could drink to their heart's content. After the toast, everyone hit drinking glasses with each other. Al knocked the Molt's glass so hard that its juice overflowed into the guy's drinking glass. The hero suggested they drink to the bottom, but the Molt asked him not to mix his juice with the drink. Al couldn't believe that a Molt couldn't share a glass with a nobleman like him. Seeing the confusion on the adventurer's face, Al smiled and said he was joking. Molt replied that his drink tasted like an orange, but it was still good. It was completely free, so Molt could drink as much as he wanted and asked him to pour him another glass. Al smiled and thought the orange beer was the best. After the drinks, grilled seafood awaited them. First of all, Tori wanted to give Mr. Alfred a wonderful gift. Al wondered what it was and asked the Tori a question. The peddler suggested that it probably could have been just change for Alla and placed a small closed jar on the table. The peddler replied that it was real soy sauce. The guy was shocked when he heard this. Al grabbed the Tory by his shirt and asked him where and at what time he managed to get the item. The peddler asked him to calm down, for it became difficult for him to speak. Al tried to pull himself together and apologized. Even though he let go of Tori's shirt, he continued to pique him with his gaze and asked him where he got it. Tori replied that the sauce had arrived in a sport from Kagura this morning. Al assumed that Tori had already been to Kagura and didn't understand why he had only ordered the sauce today. The guy replied that the last time he was in the Kagura, he had just gone back to get rice. He thought that was when he first heard about rice from Alfred, so he had an idea of what to look for when he was gathering information. At the time he had good results in Reversi, and he didn't have time for Kagura. He heard about the rice Alfred mentioned and bought it. That was the reason, because he just didn't have time to order it. Tori apologized for not telling Alfred about it, for they had many other things to worry about. Al figured there was nothing more to be done about it, but then he shouldn't have been so worried about it. Al knew it was selfish of him. After all, he should have asked the Tori to go to Kagura to get soy sauce. And if the guy didn't have any money, he could always have a word with him. It occurred to the hero that this investment was only made possible by the sale of Reversi. So in the end, Tori couldn't have gone to Kagura without it. Soy sauce wasn't all there was to this life, and it wasn't all there was to cooking. Over the past year, Alu has had a lot of fun cooking with Bartolo, using the ingredients they had in the village by trial and error. If he had access to rice and soy sauce earlier, he might have tried to recreate all the dishes from his past life. Alu thought it was rather boring to be reborn in another world and follow only the flavors of his previous life. He would like to cook and taste ingredients that were unique to this world anyway. There were shells and fish here that he had never seen before, but he still sometimes missed the food from his past life. The hero decided to ask the Tori if there were soybeans and miso. The merchant had already checked it out, and it seemed to him that it did exist in the Kagura. The hero was looking forward to the moment when they got there. They clinked glasses with the merchant, and the Tori said that there was also beautiful architecture there. Al thought that if he liked Kagura, it would be a good idea to build his home there and use transmigration magic to visit. Tori assumed that the hero was also going to buy land there. Al looked back in fear when he felt the Rumba's gaze on him. The adventurer wanted to know about the taste of soy sauce, but Al grabbed the bottle and ordered him not to drink it. He told the astonished Rumba that it constituted a condiment. As soon as the Rumba inhaled the soy sauce, a violent cough broke out. It was so sudden that the Al was startled. Rumba didn't realize the pungent smell that wafted into his nose. The hero smirked and replied that this was what happened when someone tried to take a big breath. The Molt had not seen anything like this before and looked at the condiment jar with interest. Tori assumed that it would be their team's first time there too, and it was no surprise that they didn't know about this remedy. Alusha replied that she had been to the sea many times but had never been to Kagura. That was why they were all so happy about the request. The girls smiled at each other and all became clear to Alu. The hero roughly understood what the adventurers were doing. Molt and Erwin tasted soy sauce, which seemed too rich and salty. The hero replied that it was not something that could be tasted in its pure form. The boys did not understand what the condiment was for in such a case. Al smiled and replied that the soy sauce was needed for food, but the adventurers still didn't understand it. Al decided to show them the flavor of the sauce and poured a small spoonful over the hot scallops. As soon as he poured the sauce, a wonderful aroma began to emanate from the meat, which amazed the boys. At this point, Al felt like a real chef and said that the scallops grilled in oil and soy sauce were ready. Rumba was glad that finally everything was ready and grabbed a spoon. The hero asked him to be careful because they were still hot. Al took one scallop and blew on it a few times. When the scallop cooled down a little, the hero happily ate it. This scallop gave off a white vapor and an ineffable smell of the sea. The unique texture and flavor of the plump scallops were wonderful. The sweetness of the scallops and the soft meat combined with the soy sauce filled the whole mouth, and it was wonderful. Al decided to wash it all down with orange juice. No sooner had he picked up the mug than he remembered his favorite steak and sadly hung his head. Not trying it with seafood now was unthinkable. Al looked with pain in his chest at Irvine and Malt, who were already drinking more than one glass and talking about how delicious it was. The hero was so hurt that a tear welled up in his eye. Of course, it was too early for the children to drink this steak, and the hero may not taste it until 7 years later. Erwin obviously shouldn't have said that, since Al had forbidden him to take his soy sauce. At this point, several other people came up to Mr. Alfred and asked him to take some from the jar. Al was embarrassed to refuse. He asked to use it, but not to put too much on it. Everyone thanked the guy sincerely for the soy sauce. The guy felt the same feeling of people worrying and fussing. It was different from their village. On the other hand, he didn't think he would have soy sauce right now. It was already a dinner party for all the guests. The girls were delighted by the tart smell of soy sauce. Looking at them, Al thought that it was better to share than to be a one-man show. Tori quietly told Mr. Alfred that it was a great idea and asked just to look at them. Everyone looked pretty happy, and that was a good thing. With that many people, there will obviously be no soy sauce left. But if they go to the Kagura, they'll buy it again soon. Still, Alu felt sorry that they wouldn't be able to use soy sauce here anymore. While Al was enjoying his seafood, Tori took out 2 more jars of sauce and showed them to Al. Al's eyes lit up with delight and he asked to open them. It is now the 3rd day of arrival at the port of Esport. Al was quietly looking at the sea horizon and could not take his eyes off such a beautiful view. He liked the contrast between the green of the flowers and the blue of the sky better in the village, but this view where the sea and sky merged together wasn't so bad either. Al kept looking ahead and smiling, thinking that it was very comforting to him. On top of that, a refreshing sea breeze blew into his face. Irvine waved his hand to Alu and told Mr. Alfred that they were ready. But as soon as the hero turned to him, Irvine noticed that Al's eyes were strange. Irvine said that his eyes looked like the eyes of the dead tuna fish he ate yesterday. Al frowned and replied that it was rather rude. Besides, he always had eyes like that. Irwin thought about his words for a while and said that he understood. What is not clear is why he put his big hand on the boy's shoulder. Irwin sat down in front of Al and said that they had a lot more to do, and above all, Al should have enjoyed the boat ride. Al realized that Irwin felt sorry for him and asked him not to. Irwin tore ahead and told the hero that a bright future was just around the corner. Al didn't understand why he was saying that if he was already enjoying his life. The boy walked down to the pier, thinking about how Irvine was boring him. Irvine waved at him and called out to Mr. Alfred. He proudly introduced the lad to their ship on which they would sail to Kagura. The ship was so huge that it could not fail to impress the Ala. The lad's eyes glistened with happiness and he exclaimed that this ship was even more majestic up close. He had heard it was a merchant ship, but it was much bigger than Al thought. In the stories, it was common for the mainmast to break during a storm. But that was not a good omen. Al saw one of the sailors going up to the masts. He didn't know what the thing he was climbing was called. The hero assumed it was an inclined rope, but Irwin replied that it was a cable. The cable was a rope ladder for climbing up the mast. Above that was the jib, which supported the mast, and behind it was the bowsail. Al listened intently to Irwin and said he had not previously known this. Al told Irwin that the boy knew an amazing amount about ships. Irwin replied that he had been on ships a lot and had learned some things along the way. But since they were not sailors, they were allowed to call the whole thing just a rope. The hero agreed with him. While they were dialoguing behind them, there was someone's loud laughter. The boys turned back and noticed a bearded man in front of them. The man had already thought that this time they would be transporting an aristocrat boy, but apparently he was wrong. Al gave the man a wary look and assumed that the man in front of him was a pirate. The man smiled and admitted that he was often mistaken for a pirate, even though he had his own merchant ship. He introduced himself as Douglas and captained this sailing ship called a KO. At first the Al didn't even believe him. Douglas told the guy that they were actually pirates of the distant sea, and if Al wanted to save his life, he had to give them all his gold. Douglas assumed that was not what the pirates were saying, and Al thought the man seemed to be in a good mood. Douglas assumed it was because of his appearance, but he usually spent his time in the tavern and showed tricks. Al looked at his sailors and thought that they really did look like a bunch of pirates. Irwin smirked and told Douglas that Master Alfred didn't look like an aristocrat either. Douglas agreed with him and said that Al was less pompous and more pleasant. Al smiled and thought that Douglas didn't really even know him. And Irwin also thought that Al was very malleable, unlike other aristocrats, and was easy to get along with. As the concept of aristocracy implied, there were many ranks among them. Baron rank like he and Erica was still nothing, especially compared to Bram. Douglas noticed that Al had a cocky look in his eyes, one that the guy definitely wouldn't go amiss with. Al hoped it was a compliment. The hero introduced himself by his name, and said they had 7 days to sail to Kagura, and he was glad to meet him. For whatever reason, Douglas stared at the guy in surprise. At the same time, together with Irvine, they laughed, and the hero thought he had said something wrong. Douglas clapped the guy hard on the shoulders with his broad hands and told him not to worry about it. Douglas told his subordinates that they were already departing and the entire crew took his orders. Al glanced at the sailor who was moving quickly across the platform with the rope. He didn't understand how they could climb them so deftly. Douglas smiled and said that they were just used to it, so it was nothing to them. The hero was sure that with space magic, he could be on standby, but if the sailors fell in there, they would be badly hurt even if they were lucky. Al was getting scared at such thoughts, but a joyful feeling enveloped him when Douglas ordered everyone to set sail. A light sea wind picked up their broad sails. The hero had never imagined the ship would turn around like that. Douglas replied that they were not sailing in a small boat, and it was obvious. Still, their journey took quite a long time. The big ship, along with the main characters, finally made it to sea. Douglas smiled and said they were going on their way. With his command, the big ship shifted and headed towards the Kagura. Al was excited as he watched his subordinates work and noticed that they were gaining speed quickly. The people from the pier wished them safe sailing and a happy journey. The old lady behind them wished them good luck. Douglas noticed that Al was clearly impressed by this, but it was just another day in the life of an esport. Al thanked the pier workers for their help and waved goodbye. The hero could feel the warmth emanating from them, and Douglas replied that they always did. In a blink of an eye, everything the protagonist saw turned blue and he couldn't be happy with the great view. The hero suggested that he should have gone up to the observation deck. No sooner had he thought about it than someone called out to him. It was Erwin, who suggested that Mr. Alfred play spotting on the boat. Rumba thought it sounded tempting, but the Molt wasn't sure it was something that could be done on a boat. Al tried to think of how old Erwin was, who wanted to play spot the boat with him. Erwin was actually 23 years old. Despite the fact that this was where most of the ropes were, Al thought that athletics would be needed here. Picturing it all in his mind, he decided it looked interesting. The hero saw all sorts of different transitions in these ropes. With these thoughts, he decided to climb up and scared Irvine. Erwin exclaimed that he should have agreed first and then done it. Al replied that Erwin was too naive and announced that the game was on. But Erwin still thought it was unfair. Molt, along with Rumba, followed Al's lead and said that Erwin would start first. He should have stood there and counted to 10 seconds. Erwin was not happy with this arrangement, but he had to start counting. A child's game could be horrible, cruel, and unreasonable. The rules could easily be made up on the spot according to each player's wishes. As soon as Irvine finished his quick countdown, he tore after the others. Erwin pointed his finger at Molt and said that he was the slowest of them all, so he was finished. Molt was startled, looking at Erwin as if he were a monster, and asked him to stay out of it. Erwin didn't even think that the Molt would turn out to be so pathetic, because he could reach him with his fingers. The Molt was scared out of his wits and tore forward through the ropes. Looking at it all from the outside, Al was getting scared, and he was glad he wasn't there. Meanwhile, looking at the way the Rumba climbed up the wide pole, you would have thought he was a gorilla. Erwin continued to chase the Molt and finally touched his heel. Molt couldn't believe it and exclaimed that Erwin hadn't even touched him. The guy thought he was lying, but Erwin exclaimed that he had touched his shoe with his toe. Molt suggested that he could lie about it all he wanted, but he hadn't touched his shoe. It seemed to Alu for some reason that they had done that many times before. Eventually, Erwin agreed with him and said that there had been a slight touch. Molt didn't understand what that meant, and Erwin replied that there was no such thing in the rules. It was Molt's own fault for stopping. In that case, Molt suggested that Erwin touch him and clapped him on the arm. Erwin asked him to stop, for he should not have touched him in return. But the happy Molt deftly jumped off the nets and said there was no such rule in the game. He called Erwin an idiot and ran to another part of the ship. Irvine cursed the Molt as best he could and promised to throw him into the sea next time. It seemed to Al that he was getting into character. Before he could think about it, Irvine noticed Al across from him and switched to the nearest target. Irvine, like a monster, headed towards Alu and said that he would be the next victim. Irvine aimed at Mr. Alfred, who began to climb up quickly in terror. Al looked back in fear and noticed that Erwin was quite fast, and even very fast. It seemed to the hero that his movements were quite strange, as if Erwin was a spider. It all looked pretty creepy from the outside, so the hero asked to stay away from him. The hero realized that at this rate he would definitely lose, and he needed to climb even higher. With these thoughts, Al deftly jumped onto one of the masts. Irvine realized that he had decided to climb a horizontal pole, but he didn't advise him to jump from such a height. Besides, the hero could break or dislocate his arm if he wasn't careful. Al looked down and thought it was pretty high up here. Even the lowest hanging pole was pretty high up. It was pretty dangerous for a 7-year-old to jump from there. That's why Erwin chose Al as a target. Irvine smirked and told the hero that if he didn't want to get hurt, he should have just stood still. The guy was only going to punish Ala by throwing him into the sea. Ala exclaimed that was dangerous enough too. It seemed to Al that it was best not to guess about what Irvine would do when he got close to him. He just needed to get upstairs somehow. Thinking about it, Al noticed a rope in front of his nose. The rope was attached to the mast, and Al had an idea. Meanwhile, Irvine was taking his time to sneak up on the hero and warned him that he would be along shortly. Al thought this was his only chance, and with the help of his magic he tied a knot in the rope. What Irvine did not expect was that Al would grab the rope and push himself off the pole. The guy felt like he was on a suspended swing, and it was pretty fun. The hero waited until the rope was close to the ground and deftly jumped down. Molt thought it was pretty cool, and the Rumba immediately wanted to try to do the same. Molt told the Rumba that there was nothing like it near them, for they were on the middle mast. In that case, the Rumba suggested that they throw the spots and play a game of skipping rope. Molt agreed to his suggestion, but Erwin disagreed with them. This is exactly what children's games were like, for the rules of the players' interests changed quickly. Al lay calmly on the mast and admired the bright blue sky where the birds were flying. The hero thought about the fact that he missed his observation deck. He wanted a confined place to himself where it would feel like his own base. For this reason, he climbed the smallest and topmost mast. Usually he was cramped in a small space, but Mr. Rumba and the Molt were forever in his way. Alu enjoyed being surrounded by a wall, but not every day. But if you think about it, it was the one place no one could invade. It was his private corner. Al thought it was pretty exciting. To get here, one had to climb the savannah. The savannah was a viewing platform. It creaked even when a person piled on top of it, so Al would spot trespassers right away. And if Erwin or Molt climbed up, the hero would pour boiling water on them. The boy thought that this was excellent, for now he had his own fortress in the sky. No one would be able to invade his hideout, no matter who he was. It seemed to the boys that Al was doing a terrible thing. The hero was confident that he could surpass even his sister Elenora before she could invade. As soon as he introduced his sister, Elenora asked his brother not to be so sure about it. Al decided not to think about it for now. The hero raised his head and looked at the seabirds. The birdsong of the village was good, but the sound of the seabirds was also pleasant. The rocking of the boat soothed Al, and the sound of the seabirds made him feel at home. It was a pastime that could only be enjoyed now. Al was going to enjoy it to the fullest. Al closed his eyes with a smile and laid down. If he had any complaints, there was only one. The guy grabbed his forehead and exclaimed that it was quite hot in here and the sunlight was hitting his eyes hard. Although it was not yet summer, but 30 meters above the sea, it was hard to hide from the sun. In that case, the hero decided to take something from behind his spatial portal. Al took a large black cloth in his hands. Al didn't see where to fix this cloth yet and took a hammer using spatial magic. If he couldn't find a fulcrum, he had to create one himself. With these thoughts, he picked up a nail and began hammering it into the pole with the hammer. In the end, the hero succeeded in making a canopy of dense black cloth that created a shadow. It seemed to the hero that the shade of this cloth was awesome. It was less dazzling and more cold than before. The hero was glad he had chosen the black fabric. It blocked a lot of ultraviolet rays and didn't glare when you looked at it. Hero got himself a blanket and towels over the blanket. The finishing touch was a gust of cold air with ice magic. Al raised his head and exclaimed that it was perfect and he was ready from now on. While in his tent, the hero set up some buckets and threw ice into it. A sound sleep was now assured to him and the lad wished everyone a good night. After a while, Irvine noticed that Al was nowhere to be found. He decided to ask the Molt about Mr. Alfred, but the Molt had not seen him for a long time either. Erwin felt a flash of excitement. Erwin didn't want to think about the fact that he might have gotten lost on the way here. Molt exclaimed that he was only 7 years old and he was just a kid. The boy was horrified at the thought that the hero might have fallen overboard while looking out to sea. Irvine exclaimed that it was a great misfortune if the target of their escort ended up at sea before they had time to look back. Molt suggested that they wait a while and check the ship first and then talk to the crew before doing so. Irvine stopped and thought that he really could have been anywhere. Molt suggested that they talk to the crew first. At this point, Alusha came up to them and noticed that there was some commotion. The guys noticed the girl and called out to her. Alusha hoped that Molt had not thought of some other nonsense. The alarmed guys asked the girl if she had seen Mr. Alfred, as he was nowhere to be found. They thought the lad might have fallen into the sea. The girl sighed heavily and asked for no nonsense, for the lad was in the gatehouse on the mainmast. Irvine and Molt looked up and didn't understand what he was doing there. Alusha reminded them that they were not to let their guard down while he was up there, even if they had free time. Master Alfred was still a child, so they must have known exactly where he was. The boys hung their heads sadly and asked the Alusha for forgiveness. Nevertheless, they decided to go and check where he was. As soon as the Molt reached the mainsail mast, he called out to the Allah. The first thing he noticed was a strange black cloth. Irvine did not understand what the cloth was, but assumed it was a protection from the sun. It was also held on by a nail of some kind. No doubt this cloth belonged to Mr. Alfred. Molt looked inside and called out to the gentleman, but saw only a carefree sleeping boy. Erwin and the Molt had no idea that the hero could have slept here. Besides, they couldn't believe that Mr. Alfred had personally dragged the cloth and blanket here. The hero obviously wanted to sleep on this observation deck. The boys also noticed that it was cool in the tent, and that seemed strange to them. Molt noticed an ice bucket nearby. He touched it and exclaimed that it was cold. Erwin didn't understand why it was cold and sarcastically assumed that there was ice inside. But to his surprise, the Molt confirmed his guess. Irvine didn't understand how there could be ice in here, but the Molt asked him to keep quiet for a while. Besides, they were independently collecting their cargo, and they had no way of knowing where it had come from here. No one would obviously bring ice with them, and they had no point in carrying even more cargo. Even if they took it with them, it would melt too quickly to be useful. They realized that Mr. Alfred could use magic to create his ice in any quantity he wanted. Irvine took one of the ice cubes in the palm of his hand and said it was very cold. Molt said that this bucket was amazing. It seemed like it was made of magic clay, but it didn't distort at all. Molt remembered the thing he made while traveling in the carriage, and it was very complicated. Then Ilya told Al that he had amazing skill. It was very difficult to create tools with magic, and it required unusual powers of observation and modeling. Looking at those ice cubes, the boys thought about what they would do, but it seemed obvious to the Molt. With sly grins they stared at the defenseless sleeping boy. After a while, the hero woke up to the fact that he was too hot. The hero looked at the vapor inside the tent. He didn't understand why the air was so hot in here. He had heard that the sea sun was the worst. The black cloth was supposed to absorb the ultraviolet rays, but it turned against him. The hero prepared ice to cool the air, but when he looked around, Al noticed that his ice buckets were missing. Meanwhile, Irvine and Molt were happily eating the cold ice cubes and thought they hadn't eaten it in ages. At that moment, a Rumba passed by them. The adventurer asked the guys what they were doing, and the guys offered to join him. It was pretty cool and cool next to the ice buckets. No sooner had Rumba crouched down next to the guys than the shouts of Allah came from the heights and called them thieves. The guys noticed that he was finally awake and asked him to come down as soon as possible. Al didn't understand how they could sit so still knowing that they had stolen his ice. As Al angrily descended towards them, the Rumba called out to him. He asked the hero to crush it and make a crunchy thing out of it. Molt asked the Rumba what he meant by crispy stuff. Al replied that he meant the sorbet he had eaten in the town of Kika. Erwin continued to gnaw on the ice as if nothing had happened, but Molt wondered what sorbet was. Al agreed with them and decided to try making it. First they needed juice, so the hero asked the Rumba to bring them a barrel of grape juice from the pantry. The hero asked Erwin and Molt to bring them bowls and spoons. Even though they willingly listened to the boy, the hero was still angry with them for stealing the ice. He could easily make the dishes with clay magic, but he would have to ask them both to leave temporarily. The moment everyone left, the hero used his ice magic and spun him in a whirlwind. The guy used his ice magic to freeze the seawater and then cut it into pieces. While no one can see, the hero quickly stowed the ice chunks back into the spatial vault. The guy was glad that he could now make ice from seawater. He was sure it was concentrated with salt. The hero was already imagining how the two would be in agony once they tried it. The hero decided that he would try it on the Toru when they returned to the village. As soon as the Rumba brought him the barrel of juice, he asked the hero to get down to business. The lad agreed with him and asked who would be first. It would be safer to decide who to give it to. If they made them in random order, they might accidentally have seawater sorbet. Molt asked Rumba to be first. Rumba replied that he had eaten a couple bowls the other day, so the guys had to be first. Al smiled and mentally complimented the Rumba on a great job. In that case, Al smiled and said that Erwin and Molt would be first. Al was already anticipating how he would kill two birds with one stone. Irvine noticed that Alfred looked rather animated and looked at the guy suspiciously. Al assumed it was all from his anger, and that was obvious. Molt was curious to know the feeling of what it was like to eat sorbet. Al smirked and thought it would have an interesting flavor for them. After a while, Al was able to make an appetizing-looking sorbet out of a large block of ice. The boys looked at their plates with eyes sparkling with delight. The boys were convinced that the hero could really use ice magic. They didn't know that it was possible to make water so thin. Molt enthusiastically exclaimed that Master Alfred was a true genius. Imagination was the key to magic. A person had to visualize clearly what he wanted to do with what was in front of him and then create it. Due to the fact that the hero had been on Earth in a past life, he had encountered different things. Erwin told the guy that if he knew how to use ice magic, he would probably have no problem finding a job in the future. Ice wizards were in high demand, and the Molt was also sure that Al would serve the king's special ones. Al exclaimed that he didn't like it and he just wanted to live in a Koryat village. The hero decided to enjoy the slow life a second time. It was outrageous to be enslaved in the service of royalty. Irvine recalled that Master Alfred was a nobleman, but not as ambitious. He wasn't the kind of person who would want money or status, though that was why his parents were in trouble. The son who could use ice magic wanted to live in the countryside, but his mother and father looked at him with bitterness. Al loved his hometown and served his hometown. He was the epitome of a noble child. Since he knew how to use ice magic and was so eager to stay in the village, Molt offered him to become the keeper of the ice chamber. Al had never heard of the keeper of the ice chamber before and pounced on the Molt with questions. The hero was clearly fired up by the offer. The keeper of the ice chamber is the keeper of a magically frozen underground warehouse. People who wanted to freeze and store food and other things paid money to use the freezer. Ice magic was a pretty rare job because not many people knew how to use it. Al was excited and thought it was just a great job, and with a job like this he could work in the village. When the ice was about to melt, he could just go to the ice house and randomly apply his magic. If there is an ice house in the village, even if people didn't have magic tools, he would be able to freeze food and store it. Excess meat and vegetables would be stored for several days and remain fresh. Fewer people would begin to suffer from stomach diseases. This was a work that could make a great contribution to the livelihood of the Koliat villages. Someone in the village could take care of the food. This is a glacier that was used by everyone in the village, so no one would think of stealing food. Also, Celia had a husband. The hero was not tied to the ice house and could just use ice magic regularly. The guy thought he would have a steady income from vacationing at the villa, and that was fine. Being the keeper of the ice house was great, and it was one of the things he wanted to do in the future. It was usually a job where one could live the rest of their life in the countryside. The hero didn't care who was doing it. The boy decided that he would tell his mother and father about it when he returned to the village. He was sure they would be thrilled that their beautiful child would return with a dream for the future. Unlike him, the Rumba was not so sure about it. Erwin asked the boy for some ice, for he was about to melt. The hero apologized for their wait and with a sinister smile handed the boys their ice. The hero suggested they try it just with ice first. It was best to eat it in one go. Molt decided he would take some and reached for the spoon. Irvine and Molt spit out the ice and exclaimed that it was quite salty and spicy. The hero was grateful for their tip. Stealing ice was a serious offense. One day at sea, the hero made himself hot tea. Al drank the tea at the table with the girls and said it was quite elegant. Alusha smiled and exclaimed that this tea was very delicious. She thought it was the best tea she had ever drunk. Ilya assumed that it was the tea leaves of the Fido Royale. It seemed to her that the owl was quite good at making tea. The boy smiled and agreed that it was. They drank it when Mother was a big fan of Royal Fido. The hero was glad that she had taught him how to brew this tea well. During another sip of the tea, the guy looked at the smoothness of the water and almost spat out the entire drink. He noticed a strange creature in the water, which frightened him quite a bit. He pointed his finger into the sea and asked the Alusha what it was. The girl smiled and suggested that it was a sea serpent. The serpent was a large snake monster in the sea. He was terrified, for he was many times larger than a man and could swallow them whole. Elijah smiled and replied that it was all right, for sea serpents were not such dangerous demons. It became clear to Owl. He clenched his hands into fists and said that no one could stand against them. Meanwhile, he thought that they could escape to the heavens if need be. Elijah agreed that they had Master Alfred and his magic. Talking about his magic made Alusha curious about something. The girl thought that Master Alfred's magic was a bit strange, but the hero didn't understand what she meant. The thing was that he easily used ice magic, which not many people use. They doubted that Mr. Alfred was really a child. The boy was actually 34 years old, if we consider his age in his past life. But only 7 years had passed since his birth in this world. The hero said that he was really a child, and with ice magic, you could do a lot of things if you try really hard. The hero thought that anyone could do it with the proper effort, but Alusha jumped up from her chair and exclaimed that she couldn't do it. Alusha wanted to know how the hero could use ice magic. Al thought that it was possible to do without chanting. There might be some problems with ice magic like abilities and stuff. God had given him abilities to all attributes. The hero wasn't sure he could explain the process of how he achieved the ability to use it. The hardest part was amplifying and controlling the magic. The guy thought that he would be able to use it if he figured out how to control magic power. It was as if the girls were hearing about controlling magic for the first time. For example, he could use water magic and was going to try to make something like a water balloon. The hero demonstrated water magic to them. He was able to use it to transform a couple of water balloons into the shape of a dragon, and then he confused it into more water balloons. The girls exclaimed that he had great control of splitting water balloons, but they could only make 5 pieces. Plus Al did it pretty quickly and without any problems. There were more and more water balloons and the girls started counting them. Alusha asked them not to move because she couldn't count them. Looking at them from the side, he thought they were very cute. Al zoomed in on the balloon where she couldn't see it and grinned. She stopped at 20, but that wasn't all. No matter how she looked at them, the balloons kept getting bigger. If one made a simple movement, one could divide them into 60 pieces or so. Suddenly, the hero remembered the last time he fought his sister with snowballs. He had several snowballs ready, but for whatever reason, he couldn't throw them at his sister. He knew of course that Elenora was a monster, but since then he had been even more trained in controlling and manipulating magic. In other words, if Alusha can't control and manipulate magic like she does now, she won't be able to use ice magic. Al thought he would give her advice out of consideration, but felt that he had broken her heart as a result and wanted to apologize for it. Elijah wondered how one could acquire such an ability. Al believed that they needed to think about magic all day long and live a life of magic while she ate and slept. The more magic she had, the more practice she would get, and then she would just need to work very hard to increase her magic and empty her magic. As his body became sluggish, it was hard for him to continue using more magic. After this explanation, the Alusha became quite ill. The hero decided to soften a little and said that she didn't always have to do that. Alusha clenched her hands into a fist and said that she didn't. She heard that the third princess, Layla, who was famous for her ability to use ice magic, was also able to control her magic power. This was clearly an important point for her. The third princess was known as an ice doll, and she was also born with a limp. Come to think of it, she didn't show up at the party in the capital, and the hero wondered what she was all about. Elijah said that when there was an event in the capital, Lady Layla would make a large ice sculpture for people. She heard that the ice sculptures were so beautifully shaped that everyone wondered if they were really made with magic. It was a famous entertainment for the people of the capital. Al was fascinated by the story of such an amazing ice sculpture. It was a work of art invented and created by the people of this world, and the hero would be very interested in looking at it. The hero could always transfer to the capital and show up at some event. Alusha decided to interrupt Mr. Alfred and addressed him. She wondered if there was any trick to using magic without chanting. Elijah also wanted to know more about it. Al pondered a very interesting question, and the girls waited eagerly for his answer. Eventually Al smiled and rejoiced that they would hardly need chanting. Chanting is like a textbook that he doesn't need once he gets used to it. It is far better to devote one's attention to controlling and imagining magical power than to try to memorize and chant such things. They should have just let their laziness take over and thought that it was a pain in one place, and that they should just get rid of it. His mother would probably agree with him. After he explained this to his mother, she was able to use magic without chanting. Alusha completely hung her head after his explanation and asked him not to mock her. Elijah asked the girl to remember her pride. When Al wanted to rest on his soft hammock once again, a Rumba came up to him and invited him to go fishing. With his suddenness, Rumba frightened Al and the hero clarified his proposal. Rumba suggested that they fish to diversify their dinner. Al thought it was nice to relax while enjoying the sea breeze and agreed with Rumba. Rumba didn't understand what the boy was talking about and said that fishing was good because he was catching fish. The hero thought that fishing was enjoying the quiet passage of time and pleasant conversations. But the Rumba spoke exactly like his sister. No sooner had they come to the side of the ship than they saw some boys with fishing rods. Molt and Erwin greeted Mr. Alfred, who had also apparently come to fish. Rumba held out the rod to Al and said that it was long and heavy, so Al should have been careful. The hero wondered what kind of wood the fishing rod was made of and found out that it was made of linden. It was a wood that was resistant to water, and it was also flexible and strong. The bait was already hanging on his hook, so the hero could just throw it into the water. The guy thought the bait was too big, but he listened to the guys and threw it into the water. Al smiled and thought that it was quite nice to feel the sea breeze and look at the vast sea and sky. River fishing was fun, but fishing on the sea was also good. Here the wider sea expanse and the feeling of freedom that was just amazing. At this moment, the hero remembered his work routine in his past life and thought that it was good to spend time in tranquility. Erwin thought he was sure to catch a big fish this time, but the Molt reminded him that he hadn't caught anything worthwhile before. Erwin threatened that if he caught a big one, the Molt wouldn't get a bite. Molt agreed with him and asked him to catch something first. The hero wondered if Erwin was really so bad at fishing, or was it because the fish avoided people with dirty souls? Before the hero could think about it, Erwin's fishing rod bent sharply and his float went to the bottom. The fishing line abruptly began to go from side to side, and Erwin shouted that this must be a big catch. Erwin was doing his best to pull this fish out. Molt asked him to be mindful of pulling the fish out, but Erwin just pulled the rod sharply toward him. The boys noticed something jump out of the water and fall to their deck. As they looked closer, they saw a human shoe. Molt laughed out loud and exclaimed that Erwin had a really big catch. He patted his partner on the back and said it was all his catch. But he need not have been afraid, for no one would take it away from him. Molt offered to eat his prey alone, but Irvine grabbed hold of the guy's shirt and ordered him to cover his mouth. Molt couldn't calm down and asked about his impressions of the bout with the boot. Irvin kept pushing him and Molt asked him to be careful, because at this rate Irvin would topple him right into the sea. Molt assumed that his partner really wanted to drown him and asked him to stop it. Al thought they were pretty noisy, but the fishing was supposed to be quiet. At this point the captain called out to the boys and ordered them to be quiet. He thought that because of their noise they would scare away all the fish, and the boys apologized for their behavior. As expected of a captain on a ship, he was an absolute overlord. After his request, Erwin and the Molt did not make a sound. After a while, the boys finally started catching some nice fish. Al looked at the happy Molt and hoped he would be just as lucky. Erwin shared his sad plight and waited for his float to stir. Suddenly Al's rod jerked his hand and the boy realized that he had caught something too. Rumba got there just in time and grabbed the Ala along with the rod, preventing him from falling overboard. The hero thanked the adventurer for his help. Rumba smiled and said that it was for moments like this that he was needed and asked Al not to worry. Al didn't understand since when did Rumba take on the image of a handsome man. Rumba asked Al to keep his hands up. Meanwhile, Erwin along with Molt went back to their fight. Molt asked Erwin to look at the real catch and pointed his finger at Ala. It looked like it was clearly not a shoe. The fight of the Ala along with the fish seemed quite violent. Rumba put his arm around the Ala and pulled it back. Along with Ala's rod, a huge fish jumped out of the water. Rumba praised the hero and exclaimed that he had caught a giant tuna. Still, the hero did not understand how he had managed to catch such a huge fish. The captain of the ship reminded him that with bait as large as he had, it was natural. Al recalled that the Rumba had given him the big bait even though he didn't want to hunt for something big. Al was going to enjoy a simple, relaxing fishing trip. Rumba asked Al for his opinion. He thought that dinner tonight would be fancy. Al smiled and said that sometimes that wouldn't hurt either.